When the doctor has a plug. Chapter 78 to Chapter 149. Xiao Tianhua looked at Chen Song's side profile and thought for a long time. But in the end, she couldn't help but ask, this. Doctor, how should I address you? Chen Song smiled. My name is Chen Song. Sister Xiao, you can call me Dr. Xiao Chen. Xiao Tianhua asked, Xiao Chen, did you do plastic surgery on your face too? Chen Song was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Tianhua to ask such a question. He smiled awkwardly and said, this was done by my mother. It was done when I came out of my stomach. Xiao Tianhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Chen Song's words. However, Xiao Tianhua never minded others saying that she wasn't good-looking. An old peasant woman who used to feed pigs became a boss of hundreds of people. She was worth more than 100 million yuan. Her tolerance was naturally not comparable to ordinary people. However, although she laughed, it was only because of Chen Song's sweet mouth that Xiao Tianhua wasn't as angry as before. But, if the matter couldn't be solved, it wouldn't be over. Just like what this young man said, she still had to splash it. She had to ask him to splash it too. Can you really do it for me? Xiao Tianhua was still looking forward to it. Chen Song nodded. Well, I have some confidence, but, how should I put it? Sister Xiao, let me explain it to you. In fact, your eyes are really like Wang Zuxian's. But Wang Zuxian's appearance doesn't match you. Wang Zuxian's small nose and small mouth doesn't match your facial structure and overall visual effect. In fact, plastic surgery isn't about looking like someone, but more like yourself. What we need to do is to magnify the advantages of your face and make up for the shortcomings, making your face more unique. It will look more comfortable. If your face needs to be adjusted, it must be in the aspects of magnanimity, generosity, and kindness. These words could be said to have spoken to Xiao Tianhua's heart. Why did she want plastic surgery? That was because she wanted to register a trademark. She wanted to imitate Lao Ganma, learn from Wang Shuyi, and work hard toward Wei Long. She wanted to print her face on finished pork products and sell them in Danyang province and even further. The result? Other people would look better with plastic surgery, but what about her? What the hell did he turn into? How could she not feel upset, especially those rich friends around her? They even mocked and ridiculed her. Because of his emotions, he decided to throw feces on the ground. Hearing Chen Song's words, Xiao Tianhua did believe him. She said patiently, Xiao Chen, I'll tell you the truth. The reason why I had plastic surgery was because I wanted to look better. I made my face into a logo, just like Wang Shuyi and the others. When Chen Song heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. The world of a strong woman was really different. He was still developing wretchedly, but she had already started to become a god with the 6 gods equipment. She even made a trademark and wanted to conquer the whole country. It was really amazing. But this has nothing to do with me. Chen Song smiled. Sister Xiao, you are awesome. You are now a successful entrepreneur in Ammonium City. But, if you want to make your face into a logo, I have a good idea. It's about fixing your face, especially your eyes. I think that since it's a logo, it must have your characteristics. It must be bright, memorable, and festive. How about this, Sister Xiao? I'll draw a picture for you. See if you are satisfied with it. After Xiao Tianhua heard this, she felt that it made sense. If she wanted to draw a picture, she could use it as a reference. The two of them sat opposite each other. Chen Song looked at Xiao Tianhua's face. With a thought, a virtual screen appeared with all kinds of information on it. Beauty's Eye started automatically. The screen in front of Chen Song seemed to have become a face-changing system. According to the instructions of Beauty's Eye, a few different looks appeared in front of Chen Song's eyes. The design of these eyes matched Xiao Tianhua's face very well. It could be said that they complemented each other very well. Was it beautiful? Not really. Looking at the eyes alone, it was very ordinary. But when looked at together, it really gave a good impression. Just like a particularly popular video on the internet some time ago. The eyes are very ordinary, and the mouth is fierce, but the whole person looks very energetic. At this time, Xiao Tianhua on the virtual screen was exactly like that. It could even be said that it was this pair of eyes that saved this ordinary and featureless face, making this face more full and three-dimensional. Beauty's eye gave 4 or 5 hints, which meant that there were 4 or 5 pairs of eyes that were very good points. Each of them made Chen Song very satisfied. Perhaps this was the so-called carrot and cabbage have their own preferences, and it was time for Xiao Tianhua to make a choice. Chen Song wanted to thank one person very much, and that was his anatomy teacher. During his university days, the students' anatomy homework would often ask them to draw some tissues, organs. Chen Song went back and forth and did some in-depth research on drawing. His brushes and sketches were all passable. After going back and forth for a long time, 5 portraits were successfully produced. Chen Song was about to speak when Zhang Zhixin suddenly pushed the door open and came in. He saw Chen Song holding a piece of white paper and sketching, and opposite him, Xiao Tianhua was sitting quietly. When Zhang Zhixin saw this, he was slightly stunned, but he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just drawing and not to that stage. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. When Chen Song saw Zhang Zhixin come in, he smiled and said, "Teacher Zhang, you're here. I just designed a few pairs of eyes for Sister Xiao. You can help me check them out." As he spoke, he handed the sketches over. Zhang Zhixin took them thoughtfully. And Xiao Tianhua was also very curious. She picked one up and looked at it. But, when she picked one up, she was already dumbfounded with just one look. That's right, Xiao Tianhua was stunned by her own portrait, because the person in the portrait was exactly what she dreamed of. Everyone has a fantasy version of themselves, a beautified version of themselves. At this time, the sketch in the portrait was exactly what she imagined. A sense of recognition instantly filled her heart. She hurriedly picked it up and said, "This is it. This is how it looks, I like this." Zhang Zhixin was also dumbfounded. To be honest, he was also shocked by Chen Song's design. Generally speaking, the most important thing for plastic surgeons was to design the look they wanted. Most people would follow the model of a celebrity or a few fixed templates for plastic surgery, so when it came out, it would naturally be an assembly line product. Zhang Zhixin could never have imagined that Chen Song had such talent. With this talent, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for you to become a plastic surgeon? You would be like a fish in water. It was very cheerful. Hearing Xiao Tianhua say this, Chen Song smiled and said, "Sister Xiao, don't be anxious. Take a look at these few and choose the one you like the most. After all, plastic surgery can't be done repeatedly. If you do it too many times, there will be problems." When Xiao Tianhua heard this, she quickly picked up the second sketch, the third sketch, and the fifth sketch that she snatched from Zhang Zhixin's hands. For a moment, Xiao Tianhua was stunned. These 5 sketches, each one better than the previous one, each more beautiful than the previous one. When she raised her head to look at Chen Song again, her eyes were full of desire, excitement, and the feeling of meeting someone who understood her after a long time. After a long time, Xiao Tianhua's emotions were a little out of control and she blurted out, "Xiao Chen. Only you know how I look. Only you can draw my beauty." This sentence was probably the most affectionate sentence that Xiao Tianhua had ever said in her 40 years of life. P.S. Veteran, 110? I want to call the police. Police, why? What happened? Veteran, last night at 12:05 a.m., a group of people were clamoring to kill the hostages. I was so scared. The police were busy the whole night, and after a day, the policeman said angrily, "You stopped updating?" Veteran, I wrote when I was tired, so I went to sleep. Police, you deserve it. Get lost. Stinky. How dare you stop updating, see? Whoosh. Forget it, this won't happen again. Veteran, I feel wronged. Even Chen Song was stunned by Xiao Tianhua's words. Big sister, I'm just doing my job. Don't get so into character. I'll sell my talent and you'll pay for it. Let's part on good terms. If you're like this, I don't know how to ask you for money. Chen Song was a little helpless. Everything was fine, but you had to talk about feelings. How much would it hurt money to talk about feelings? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that he was being too polite and that he should put on a proper attitude. He quickly waved his hand and said with a serious expression, "No, no, no, Sister Xiao, you misunderstood. I'm a professional. This is my profession. This is my job. Don't be agitated. Actually, you're very beautiful. I'm just bringing out your highlights. However, Chen Song didn't expect that this sentence would make Xiao Tianhua feel even more emotional. She mumbled to herself, no one has ever said that I'm not good looking. They all said that I'm a nouveau riche. Even if I have money, I can't change my rustic appearance. You're the first to say that, ding. Xiao Tianhua's favorability plus 20. Seeing this, Chen Song was suddenly at a loss. What the hell did I do? I really don't know why. Why do people in their 40s like me? Where are the young girls? My mom definitely gave me the wrong buff. After Zhang Jixin saw the blueprint, a series of solutions to this problem sprouted in his mind. Wang Chen definitely couldn't be blamed and become enemies with. It was definitely not a wise choice to offend Wang Chen because of 300,000 yuan. However, Xiao Tianhua couldn't be offended either. Zhang Jixin had already thought of the worst solution. It was nothing more than taking 300,000 yuan from the hospital's account and returning it to Xiao Tianhua. Of course, he also thought of the best solution. However, since it was the best solution, it was naturally difficult to do. That was to redo Xiao Tianhua's plastic surgery until she was satisfied. This way, not only would he not offend either side, but he could also have a friendship with Xiao Tianhua. Perhaps he could find a lot of rich women. After all, a rich woman's friend was also a rich woman. In the plastic surgery industry, the largest group of people were between 22 to 35 years old, accounting for more than 60%. However, the ones with the highest spending power were those in their 40s who were already old and were on the decline. This group of people was very generous with their money for the sake of beauty. They once supported half of Hong Kong's beauty industry. Even Japan's cosmetics industry did not rely on young people, but middle-aged people with purchasing power. Therefore, if he could fix Xiao Tianhua's condition, it would be a win-win situation. It could directly increase the business volume of Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital to a whole new level. Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital had only been in the industry for a short time, but it was developing rapidly. Even so, it didn't have a high market share. They could only be considered as the second tier in Ammonium City. The first tier was the chain plastic surgery hospitals, as well as a few local ones, such as Annie Plastic Surgery and Sia Plastic Surgery. Chen Song's paintings gave Zhang Jixin hope for the future. This hope wasn't just for Xiao Tianhua's plastic surgery. It was also a hope that could shake the entire plastic surgery industry in Ammonium City. Thinking of this, Zhang Jixin looked at Chen Song with a burning gaze. It seemed like it was the right decision to bring him here. It was simply a wise choice. Let's get this done first. After that, Zhang Jixin planned to call the other shareholders to talk to Chen Song and give him a good contract or a better cooperation plan. However, he still had to get the matter at hand done first. Zhang Jixin looked at Xiao Tianhua and smiled. President Xiao, have you made your choice? Xiao Tianhua had been staring at the 5 photos for a long time in a daze. She really didn't know how to make a choice. This choice was different from the others. You chose your own appearance, so there could only be one. It was too difficult to choose. She looked up at Chen Song. Dr. Xiao Chen, how about, you help me choose one? Chen Song was stunned. Again, ding. A high-level NPC issued a task, help her choose a photo. Task completion reward, 10,000 yuan, 2, favorability plus 5. Chen Song, yen taking money without saying anything? That's good too. Chen Song took the 5 drawings and pondered. After a few minutes, he took out one and looked at Xiao Tianhua, saying, I think this one is better. Sister Xiao, look at this portrait. Your eyebrows and eyes are generous. By raising the muscles, it can make the eyes more compatible. Most importantly, looking at it as a whole, it has a dignified and majestic style. Moreover, your eyebrows belong to the strong eyebrows. If your eyes are too strict and not friendly, and this eye just so happens to ease the hostility between your eyebrows, moreover, your head picture is going to be a trademark. Naturally, it has to be more festive and down-to-earth. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, I still feel that this is more suitable. After Chen Song finished speaking, before he could catch his breath, Xiao Tianhua had already made the decision. Okay. I'll listen to Dr. Xiao Chen. I'll take this one. With Xiao Tianhua's decision, Chen Song was happy to receive 10,000 yuan and 5 favorability points. It seemed that he was going to make a small fortune again. Working for a rich person was really If he did it well, he would earn a lot of money. If he didn't do it well, he would be like Zhang Jixin, full of trouble, feces. After making the decision, the next step was for Zhang Jixin to bring Xiao Tianhua through the equipment to record some facial data and do an in-depth comparison work. The two of them were busy for the whole afternoon. They didn't do a single surgery and finally got a systematic plan. It was a professional plastic surgery plan. Chen Song's drawing was only a general direction. However, the specific plastic surgery plan still required detailed research by plastic surgery experts to make a more perfect plan. After a busy afternoon, Xiao Tianhua could be considered to have forgiven or understood Zhang Jixin. Before leaving, she said to Zhang Jixin, but actually to Chen Song, "I was impulsive today. I'm very sorry. I'll compensate for the specific losses later. Similarly, for this plastic surgery, I'll still spend money. I, Xiao Tianhua, am not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others." Zhang Jixin smiled, "Director Xiao, you're slapping me in the face. This time, it's our responsibility." Xiao Tianhua shook her head, "No, that's not how business is done. These are two different matters. I was also responsible last time. I'm not someone who pesters endlessly." Speaking up to this point, Xiao Tianhua directly took out 3 stacks of sealed money from her bag. 30,000 yuan. "Dr. Xiao Chen, this is your money. It has nothing to do with the plastic surgery hospital. Your plan is worth this money. Also, Dr. Zhang, I'll be honest with you. For Xiao Chen's sake, I'll trust you again. However, you have to give me an answer. Can your hospital do it or not? If it can be done, I won't say a word. I'll fork out the money and cooperate with you. If it can't be done, we can part on good terms. Don't hurt our friendship." For a moment, Zhang Jixin thought about it and said, "Director Xiao, you go back and rest first. I'll give you the results before tomorrow. How about it?" Xiao Tianhua nodded and turned to leave. However, she immediately turned back as soon as she left. She said to Zhang Jixin, "Give me these pieces of paper. Take a picture. I'll take it with me." She carefully kept a few portraits of herself and took out her phone to say to Chen Song, "Dr. Xiao Chen, leave your contact details." Xiao Tianhua left, leaving behind 3 stacks of money. Clean and efficient, Chen Song had 2 more things in his hands. One was 30,000 renminbi, and the other was Xiao Tianhua's contact information and WeChat. Zhang Jixin took a deep breath. It was already past 6 p.m. Although it was not dark yet, it was already dusk. Today's matter was a little tiring. Looking at the 30,000 renminbi in Chen Song's hands, Zhang Jixin smiled, "You're rich?" Chen Song smiled and did not say anything. He could see that. Zhang Jixin's brows were furrowed and his smile was obviously clouded with worry. Chen Song could not help but ask, "Teacher Zhang, what's wrong?" Zhang Jixin took a deep breath and smacked his lips, "Let's go and eat. We'll talk while we eat." The two of them packed up and went to the night market. The weather in August was most suitable for barbecue and beer. But because of the serious air pollution in Ammoniang City, barbecue was banned. They were all barbecued indoors and sent out. It had to be said that this was a good idea. It was like putting a fart in one's pants and it would not dissipate into the air. Could it be that by barbecuing indoors, it could be sold in the country? Of course, Chen Song did not understand this aspect, so he was just ridiculing. At 7 p.m., the night market was not lively yet. It was still in the warming up stage, so there were only a few people. Boss Zhang had money, so he brought Chen Song to the seafood stall. It could be seen that Boss Zhang was a regular customer. He started ordering oysters, chives, kidneys, and crayfish. Chen Song also saw something. Boss Zhang did not look at the price or the type of food. He only looked at whether it was good for the kidneys or not. After 2 bottles of beer and 7 to 8 oysters, the two of them started to talk more. Zhang Jixin smiled, "Xiao Chen, I really did not expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve." Chen Song nodded, "Yes, I did not expect it either." Zhang Jixin immediately stopped smiling, "What do you mean?" "Chen Song, this is actually a talent. I can't learn it. I feel like I was born with it." Zhang Jixin immediately became angry. Chen Song was forced to drink a bottle. Chen Song rarely smoked. Occasionally, he would drink some alcohol. He could drink 5 or 6 bottles of beer and 7 or 8 ounces of white wine. It was fine when he was in school, but after he graduated and started working, he was often dragged by Lao Chen to attend meetings and drink. Most surgeons drank alcohol. Perhaps it was because there were many men, and they could not enjoy themselves to the fullest if they did not drink. After a few glasses of wine, Zhang Jixin became more talkative. Especially when it came to the troublesome matters in the department, Zhang Youfu was even more annoyed. Chen Song was curious. Logically speaking, Zhang Jixin was not short of money. Why didn't he resign? Teacher Zhang, why don't you resign? If he could earn so much money outside, why would he waste his time in the hospital every day? It's tiring and not profitable. Chen Song asked curiously. Zhang Jixin suddenly smiled and looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, you're still too young. Let me tell you why I didn't resign. At that time I was still working as a doctor and not full-time. That means that I was considered a doctor in my unit. If I said that I was working as a doctor and went to another hospital, they might not recognize me. And you can imagine the importance of a doctor's degree in a hospital. I was already a deputy senior lecturer, while Lao Chen was still an intermediate lecturer. This is the difference. I'm not saying how awesome I am, but I'm telling you that if you want to work in the system, you have to follow the system's rules. In this world, how many classes of people are there? What about the first class of people? They are those who can break the old rules and set new rules. They are the first class of people. The second class of people are those who control the rules. They can make use of the rules to do things. They can even change a small part of the rules. What about the third class of people? They are the kind of people who can survive in the rules, adapt to the rules very well, and improve very quickly within the rules. I don't have any talent in my life, nor do I have any power in the government. The best I can do is to be a third-class person. After that, Zhang Jixin didn't continue. Instead, he continued, speaking of which, if it weren't for the second provincial hospital, there would be no Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. The second provincial hospital is the top 10 hospital in Dongyang province, and this is my official background. It's very convincing. If those bosses didn't value me as a doctor from the second provincial hospital and my skills weren't bad, why would they invest in me? It's nothing more than my official background. That's one of the reasons. What's the second reason? The second reason is that I used the second provincial hospital's platform to develop my own connections, channels, funds, and so on. Without this platform, your social relationships will be very simple. So, no matter what you do, being a doctor is really a good platform. It's definitely a good career for your accumulation of connections, expansion of channels, and so on. As a third-class hospital in the province, the second provincial hospital is enough for you to accumulate before the age of 40. However, you have the ability, but you can't bite off more than you can chew. After all, the resources you can use are your resources. Even if you go to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, those resources might not belong to you. Chen Song hadn't been in society for long, so he didn't know much about human relationships. However, Zhang Jixin's words broadened Chen Song's horizons. In the end, when the two of them drank about 4 or 5 bottles, they stopped drinking and started chatting with the crayfish. After a while, Zhang Jixin said, "Xiao Chen, actually, it's all thanks to you this time. Really, I'll give you a toast." After clinking glasses, Zhang Jixin continued, "But, the surgery this time isn't that simple. This is also the reason why I didn't immediately agree to Xiao Tianhua's request. There's no problem with your plan. It's an excellent plan. Similarly, your design is definitely the best choice. It can be said to be perfect. But, that's where the problem lies. It's too perfect. My level can't reach it. Not only can I not reach it, but the doctors in our hospital can't reach it either. We need to invite some experts to do it." Chen Song was stunned. "You want to invite Wang Chen?" Zhang Jixin snorted coldly. "This guy, I think it's going to be tough. This Wang Chen. Although he's famous, it's because of this that he cherishes his reputation so much. He won't do anything that's not good for his reputation. Also, Wang Chen is 49 years old this year. He's old and has reached the age where he has to rely on his past. At this time, doing this kind of repair surgery that he's not confident in and is a failure is definitely a slap in the face. It's impossible for him to do it, so we have to invite a few experts to do it. Chen Song nodded. Just as Zhang Jixin said, the older and more experienced the old doctor was, the more unwilling he was to cause trouble. Then, what should we do? Chen Song asked. Zhang Jixin, I want to ask a few local experts to give it a try, but I'm not sure if I can get them to do it. After all, we're in the same profession, and we're a private company, not a public hospital. There's a lot of plastic surgery hospitals in this small place. Who would want to cause trouble for us? Chen Song nodded. Suddenly, he remembered the plastic surgery doctors he met at the Tan family in the state of Zheng. He said thoughtfully, I know a few people, but I don't know if they're professionals. Zhang Jixin smiled and didn't discourage Chen Song. How many people could he know? Xiao Chen, you don't have to worry about it. I'll personally look for them tomorrow. Let me tell you, there are a few experts in the field of plastic surgery in our city. Xianxia from Eastern University First Hospital, Yang Tao from Xia Plastic Surgery Hospital, and Annie's sisters, Annie and Jing. If we can get the help of these people, this matter will be much easier. Chen Song heard this. Damn, why do these names sound so familiar? Chen Song carefully pondered over the names that Zhang Jixin mentioned. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and came to a realization, I remember now. It's them. Chen Song suddenly remembered the two big shots who assisted him at Jingguotan's house. They were also called Yang Tao and Qin Xiang. Could it be them? It should be, right? Chen Song picked up his WeChat and looked at the two's moments. It was really them. Yang Tao was the boss of Xia Plastic Surgery Hospital, and Qin Xiang was the dermatology department director of Eastern University First Hospital. Chen Song saw that Zhang Jixin's drunk face was a little more worried. Naturally, he wanted to help. After all, one must have a conscience and know how to repay kindness. Boss Zhang was really good to him. Last time, in order to let him practice more surgery, he made Zhang Youfu have a knot in his heart. It was inevitable that he would be punished in the department. If Chen Song didn't want to help, he would feel bad about it. Thinking of this, he said directly, Teacher Zhang, I know Yang Tao and Qin Xiang. Do you want me to try to contact them? Zhang Jixin smiled, okay, go back and rest early. You still have work to do tomorrow. Don't worry about this matter. During this period of contact, how could Zhang Jixin not know Chen Song's background? He was clean and pure. How could he know those big shots? Zhang Jixin drank too much and did not go home at night. Instead, he slept in the unit for the whole night. This showed the benefits of a private hospital. There was a bedroom next to the director's office. Chen Song didn't know why the director's office was equipped with a bedroom, but when he thought of Boss Zhang, who had eaten kidney, oysters, and chives all night, Chen Song hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to ask. But he felt that he understood most of it. Chen Song did not have such treatment. He had to go home and sleep. Today, he had earned 40,000 yuan. It could be said that he had a good harvest. When he took a taxi, his back was straight. But after returning home, Chen Song took the initiative to call Qin Xiang and Yang Tao. He decided to ask the two of them to help Zhang Jixin. He first called Qin Xiang. The call was quickly connected. Xiao Chen? Hee, long time no see. What's the matter? Qin Xiang asked with a smile. Chen Song, there's really something I need to trouble you with. Qin Xiang smiled. He was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he asked carefully, tell me about it first. I want to hear what it is about. Chen Song said directly, it's like this, Department Director Qin. A friend of mine is preparing for a facial surgery, and he needs a few specialists to participate in it. Do you have time tomorrow? When Qin Xiang heard this, he thought for a while and said, I thought it was a big deal. No problem, and I also want to see what kind of plastic surgery it is. Chen Song was overjoyed. Thank you, Director Qin. Then I'll have to trouble you. I'll let you know the exact time and location tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song quickly dialed Yang Tao's number again. Compared to Qin Xiang, Yang Tao answered more decisively. Chen Song estimated that with these two, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The next morning, Chen Song was forced to wake up. As for the reason, it was because Zhang Jixin fed him so many things to nourish his young and strengthen his kidneys. He hastily washed his underwear and took a good shower. Then, he hurriedly left for the plastic surgery hospital. It was already early enough, but Zhang Jixin had already woken up and was talking on the phone in the office. He did not know who the other party was, but Zhang Jixin was very enthusiastic. It could even be said that he was so enthusiastic that he was a little humble. Okay. It's no trouble, no trouble. It's fine. Director Wang, you go ahead. Okay. If you have time, feel free to contact me. After hanging up the computer, Zhang Jixin's face darkened. He turned to look at Chen Song and sighed. I guessed right. Wang Chen is really afraid of causing trouble, so he doesn't want to come at all. Chen Song nodded and did not say much. Zhang Jixin sighed and picked up the phone to make a few more calls. When he told them about Xiao Tianhua's plastic surgery, no one was willing to come. All of a sudden, Zhang Jixin was in a dilemma. He had already approached everyone he could find. Those he did not know, and even if he invited them, they would not come. What should he do? For a moment, Zhang Jixin was worried. What was going on? It was not easy for him to get a good opportunity, but he could not find anyone with good skills. At this moment, Chen Song's WeChat rang. When he looked at the message, he saw that both of them had arrived and were already downstairs. Chen Song smiled. Teacher Zhang, I'm going down to pick up 2 people. Zhang Jixin waved his hand and did not really want to say anything. After Chen Song went out, Zhang Jixin gritted his teeth and picked up the phone to call a friend of his. Oldly, can you introduce me to Director Yang Tao? I have something I want to talk to him about. Yang Tao's Xia Plastic Surgery Hospital was quite famous in Dongyang Province. Furthermore, Yang Tao's skills were excellent and he was a gold-plated brand. Zhang Jixin gritted his teeth and made up his mind. At worst, he would not make any money this time and give all the money to Yang Tao to handle this matter perfectly. When the other party heard this, he asked, Old Zhang, what's the matter? Zhang Jixin, I invited her for an operation today. Do you think? Before Zhang Jixin could finish his sentence, the other party interrupted. No, Old Zhang. Today, Director Yang even declined the meeting. He said that he has a very important person to meet today. Zhang Jixin hung up the phone in disappointment. It was as if the last straw had fallen. There was no hope. What should he do? At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Chen Song walked in with 2 people. When Zhang Jixin saw the 2 of them, he stood up with his eyes wide open. Yang? Director Yang? Why are you here? And Director Qin? Why are you here? Yang Tao's Xia Plastic Surgery Hospital was several times larger and Qin Xiang was the director of the dermatology department of Eastern University First Hospital. He was also very good at medical beauty. These 2 could definitely represent the top level of Dongyang's plastic surgery industry, but why were they here? Didn't Yang Tao's assistant say that he had something important to do today? He even postponed the meeting. Chen Song smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, these 2 are the people I invited to prepare for Xiao Tianhua's operation. Hearing this, Zhang Jixin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Chen Song wasn't joking. He really managed to invite these 2 big shots over. How could he still not understand what his friend said on the phone just now? President Yang had something to do today and was going to meet an important person. This very important person, it was him. Zhang Jixin was a little excited when he thought of this. This time, there was a chance. Zhang Jixin hurriedly asked them to sit down and began to explain the process and information of the surgery in detail. President Yang, Professor Qin, these are the procedures. They are mainly divided into 2 steps. The first step is the facial fat extraction and local injection. The second step is the external canthus incision and the internal canthus excision. After Yang Tao heard this, he smiled. Call the patient over. Let's take a look first. It's okay, right? The surgery can be done today. Qin Xiang also nodded. That's right. When Zhang Jixin heard this, he picked up the phone and called Xiao Tianhua. He said, Director Xiao, I found your facial plastic surgery team. There shouldn't be any problems. When Xiao Tianhua heard this, she hurriedly asked, "This, is Xiaochen here?" Zhang Jixin was stunned. Shouldn't she ask who the expert was? Why did she ask Chen Song if he was going? Zhang Jixin, yes. Xiao Tianhua immediately nodded in satisfaction. I'll be there soon. Wait for me for half an hour. She hurriedly hung up the phone and drove over. This made Zhang Jixin a little dumbfounded. Aren't you going to ask who the expert is? I've already prepared a stomach full of words, but you didn't give me a chance. You asked Chen Song if he was going. Where's your brain? Is it filled with this gigolo? Bah. Yang Tao was a veteran plastic surgeon. He was quite famous in the city's People's Hospital. He was one of the earliest plastic surgeons in Ammoniang City. After so many years of accumulation, Xi'an Plastic Surgery Hospital had become one of the most famous plastic surgery hospitals in Ammoniang City. However, with the continuous development of the market in recent years, some large chain hospitals entered the market one after another. In addition to the appearance of some dark horses, Xi'an Plastic Surgery Hospital could only maintain its status in the first echelon. It was not as glorious as before. However, Yang Tao, as the chief of Xia, although he was not innovative enough, he was experienced and skilled. Zhang Jixin was happy to be able to invite Yang Tao this time. After exchanging the plastic surgery plan, drawings, and data with Xianxia and Yang Tao, both of them had a rough impression. After all, they were people who had been in this industry for a long time, so they were not too worried. Looking at the drawings on the screen, no one was panicked or surprised. After all, it was just ordinary plastic surgery. It could even be said that it could not be any simpler. It was just the correction of the eyes and the transfer of autologous fat. It was just a small surgery. However, when Xiao Tianhua walked into the office, Yang Tao and Qin Xiang could not help but be stunned. What a unique woman! Zhang Jixin quickly went up to her. President Xiao is here. Take a seat. These are the two experts who will be operating on you today. This is Director Qin Xiang, and this is President Yang Tao. As soon as these words were said, Qin Xiang and Yang Tao's eyes widened. They looked at each other in disbelief. Was this the patient who needed plastic surgery today? Thinking of this, Qin Xiang quickly took out the portrait in Zhang Jixin's hand. It was drawn by Chen Song. Generally, before the surgery, plastic surgeons had to form the finished product in their minds. This was a professional quality. Just like Michelangelo's ability to carve a big stone into David's ability, with a gully in his heart, he would naturally write an article. But, Qin Xiang did not think that these two women had any similarities at all, because the woman in front of him was too unique. She was far from the upright, kind, and happy person in the picture. Even Yang Tao lowered his head and looked up. After looking at it several times, he realized that it was indeed a person. The nose, mouth, and so on were very similar. The only difference was the eyes. It was the modification of a pair of eyes that actually caused this woman's overall temperament and image to change dramatically. Which great master designed this plastic surgery drawing? What a genius designer! They didn't expect Zhang Jixin to be able to get along with such a designer. Thinking of this, Yang Tao turned around and looked at Zhang Jixin enviously. He said sourly, Dr. Zhang, with the help of an expert, Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital will soon take off. Yang Tao was telling the truth. A plastic surgery hospital needed two kinds of people. One was a top designer, and the other was a top surgeon. Between the two, the designer was the soul, and the doctor was the craftsman. The importance of this could be seen from a simple comparison. Xi'an Plastic Surgery Hospital did not lack top-notch surgeons. They had many experienced technicians, but they lacked top-notch designers. Coincidentally, the Korean wave plastic surgery craze entered Ammoniang City and reshuffled the plastic surgery industry. If only he could get to know such a designer, how good would that be? Zhang Jixin smiled and quickly smiled. You're flattering me. Compared to a well-established hospital like Yang Hospital, Xi'an Plastic Surgery, we're still far behind. Of course, he didn't want his little baby, Chen Song, to be snatched away or seduced away. Qin Xiang didn't run a hospital, so he naturally didn't care or envy these things. But, even if he wasn't envious, his admiration was real. Qin Xiang also nodded. The person who can design such a blueprint is definitely a great talent. Amazing. Xiao Tianhua looked at them and was suddenly stunned. Right? You also think that the design is good, right? But, don't you know who designed it? It's right behind you. Dr. Xiao Chen. When these words came out, Zhang Jixin wanted to bang his head against the wall. He couldn't stop him. In the end, he still couldn't stop him. This is infuriating. He looked at them carefully and nervously, afraid that they would be tempted with money if they didn't agree. After all, Xiao Chen was good in every way, except that he was a little poor. If his position wasn't firm enough, wouldn't it be bad? After Yang Tao and Qin Xiang were stunned for a moment, they suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Song, who was standing there with a picture book in his hand. Their faces lit up. The book in Chen Song's hand was Breast Plastic Surgery Case Teaching. He suddenly realized that everyone was staring at him. His expression quickly changed, and he quickly closed the book and put it on the table. But, he realized that everyone was still staring at him. He couldn't help but blush. I just want to learn this, Yang Tao asked, Dr. Xiao Chen. It's really not because of age. I originally thought that I had overestimated you. I didn't expect you to give me a big surprise when we meet this time. I didn't expect you to have such high attainments in plastic surgery design at such a young age. It seems, plastic surgery is really about talent. Although Qin Xiang didn't say anything, he was planning something big in his heart. He made up his mind that after returning this time, he must communicate more with Chen Song and strive to develop a new style as soon as possible to break the monopoly of Korean plastic surgery. Chen Song heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Oh? You're talking about this design? Cough cough. Director Yang, don't praise me. Actually, I didn't do anything. I simply drew it according to my feelings. This thing? I think it might be because I have a little talent. When the few of them heard that, their faces darkened. If you said that you worked hard, we could still accept it. After all, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. You rely on your hard work to make a living, which is worthy of admiration. But why do I feel so uncomfortable when you talk about talent? The surgery preparations began. There were a total of 2 surgeries. First, they had to remove the epithelium of the inner canthus. Then, they had to do the plastic surgery of the outer canthus. Finally, they had to extract the fat from both sides of the face and fill it to the temporal side to achieve the effect of removing wrinkles. The few of them looked at Xiao Tianhua's face after the anesthesia was over and couldn't help but sigh. To be able to achieve such an effect with such a face just by adjusting the eyes, it was really king genius. You have no choice but to admit it. Chen Song watched the whole process, so he went to prepare in advance. As for the other 3, they took the opportunity to wash their hands and change their clothes. Qin Xiang couldn't help but ask, how can this kind of talent be trained? It's the ability to discover the beauty of things and find miracles in the ordinary. Yang Tao sighed. If I knew, I wouldn't be like this today. Zhang Jixin thought for a long time. Maybe it's a kind of talent. At this moment, Zhang Jixin had a flash of inspiration and suddenly said, I think it might be a YY ability. Qin Xiang and Yang Tao were stunned. YY ability? What do you mean? Zhang Jixin said solemnly, YY is a magical ability. When I see you, I'll magnify your strengths, shrink them, and even take the initiative to make up for your flaws. I'll form the most suitable face for you in my mind. Yang Tao frowned. You mean, Qin Xiang, Xiaochen YY Xiao Tianhua? P.S. I admit my mistakes and reflect on myself. 3 things. First, I didn't update on time. The reason is that there are too many things to do at home. I'm really exhausted these few days. I'll be fine tomorrow and return to normal. Second, I didn't update enough. Third, I didn't update enough. As for the above 3 mistakes, I'm determined to write seriously in the future without any distractions and become a good author. At the same time, I'll promote a book to express my sincerity. The Excellent Youth of the Great Ming Dynasty, a historical novel. The author used to have an old book with 10,000 copies. He's a 5th grade author, 1 level higher than me. If you like, go and read it. Actually, I'm promoting this book as a sacrifice to the heavens. I wish my fans good health, longevity, and wealth. Lastly, I'm ashamed of my fans' reward. Thank you for being the first protector of this book. Thank you for your red lips, high heels, black eyeshadow, and iron straight man go down. Epicanthotomy could effectively remove the epicanthus to change the shape of the corners of the eyes and clear the wrinkles. This kind of minor surgery was currently very popular, especially among middle-aged and elderly women. Before the surgery began, Xiao Tianhua lay there. Chen Song began to draw lines with a pen to remove the bilateral epicanthus. This step was the most difficult step. After Chen Song finished drawing, the supporting rolls appeared. Zhang Zhixin routinely disinfected with sterile towels and used an appropriate amount of 2% lidocaine to anesthetize the epicanthus. After the effect appeared, Yang Tao went to the right side and cut open the skin along the modified Z-shaped flap of the epicanthus, separating the subcutaneous tissue to form a flap. At this time, Xianxia was very cooperative. He used a 7-0 nylon suture to tighten the subcutaneous tissue and the epicanthus ligament. Appropriate trimming of the flap could effectively reduce the skin wrinkles, remove the epicanthus, and after anastomosis, use an 8-0 nylon suture to interrupt the suture. It was very simple. Chen Song felt that he would be able to understand it after seeing it once. However, that was not the case. This was because the distribution of facial nerves was extremely complicated. After all, it could be used as a pillow book, hypnosis book, for medical students. One could imagine how difficult and complicated it was. Chen Song's current knowledge of facial nerves only existed at the level of 1 sniff, 2 vision, and 3 eyesight. As for the epicanthotomy, he needed to pay more attention to the understanding of facial nerves. Chen Song watched and learned there. Qin Xiang and Yang Tao spoke as they operated. Xiao Chen, look here. The facial nerves sneak past here, so when you open the scalpel, you must do it steadily. Facial plastic surgery is not like abdomen surgery. The hand has to sink, and the scalpel has to float up. Take your time to feel it. The surgery lasted for nearly an hour and a half. It was very smooth, it was also very successful. The few of them cooperated very well. Chen Song also played a big role. In addition to drawing lines, he also participated in the surgery with his vision and played an indelible role in assisting. Don't underestimate assisting. Chen Song had passive skills. At this moment, a notification suddenly sounded, ding. The new operating theater passive skill learning has a 1% chance of triggering. Received Yang Tao skill, incision and double eyelid surgery. Incision and double eyelid surgery. Level, advanced. Special effect, rapid recovery. Congratulations on a minor double eyelid surgery. Satisfied. Double eyelid surgery was also a double eyelid surgery. There were 3 main methods. The first was the most commonly used entombment, the second was incision, and the last was suture. Among them, suturing was the simplest and most suitable for novices. But, simple things often had more flaws and shortcomings. Suturing had many side effects, so it was generally not recommended for people to try it. After the suture, the entire layer of the eyelid tissue was ligated, and the lymphatic reflux was impaired. Therefore, the postoperative reaction of the tissue to the suture depended on the tissue's reaction to the suture. An oblique fibrous adhesion was formed between the superior eyelid muscle aponeurosis and the skin from the inside up to the outside down. However, the number of fibrous adhesions formed was often different. Once the scar loosen, the folds become shallow or disappear. Excessive wrinkles often result in high wrinkles, making it difficult to lower them. Furthermore, if the position of the ligation was too high, it would limit the mobility of the levator palpebrae superioris and muller muscles, which could lead to drooping of the eyelids, fatigue in the eyes, and difficulty in opening the eyes. Therefore, the most common surgical methods now were thread embedding and incision. However, between the two, burying was the most commonly used method, while incision was the highest and most challenging method. It could be said that those who dared to cut open double eyelids were either black iron ranked or kings. These were 2 extremes. After the surgery, Xiao Tianhua was sent to rest. Chen Song looked at the 2 tasks that had not been completed. Could it be that he had to wait for Director Xiao to recover before it could be considered a success? It seemed that he would have to wait for a while, at least 7 days. However, he had obtained a good skill from Yang Tao today. He was still happy. It was a worthwhile trip. Just as Chen Song was about to rest, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Chen. What are you doing? It was Li Baoshan. What was going on? Director Li rarely called him. Could it be that there was an emergency patient in the hospital? Director, I'm fine. Chen Song hid the fact that he had come out to learn plastic surgery. Li Baoshan replied, Oh, come to my house. I have something to tell you. Li Baoshan's house was in a neighborhood near the hospital. It was only a 5-minute walk to the hospital. It was not cheap, but it was bought by the hospital. Li Baoshan was a talent who had been introduced to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. At that time, he was given a 100-square-meter house. After Chen Song knocked on the door, Li Baoshan opened the door. After entering, a few people were already sitting in the room. They were all familiar faces. And Yanjun, Chen Bingxing, An Qin Xiaoyuan? Hao Shuliang, what was the big deal? Chen Song muttered in his heart, but he smiled. After greeting them one by one, he found a place to sit down. In this occasion, it was obvious that he had to listen more and speak less. Qin Xiaoyuan said to Li Baoshan, Baoshan, tell us. Li Baoshan nodded and said to everyone, Today, I called you all to my house to discuss something with you. The development of the thoracic surgery department is not good. The hospital wants to remove the thoracic surgery department. Of course, this is only a plan and has not been implemented. However, although the thoracic surgery department is not big, there is a special operating theater. The original operating theater 8 is also empty. Therefore, after discussing with Director Qin, we want to set up an emergency operating theater. What do you think? As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions became interesting. An independent operating theater, this meant that it was of a higher grade, there was no need to arrange surgeries with other departments. Generally speaking, the hospital's operating theater was an independent department. However, some departments with large businesses basically had their own operating theaters. For example, the obstetrics and gynecology department, general surgery department, orthopedics department, and neurosurgery department only needed to arrange surgeries within the department. There was no need for the entire operating theater to participate. Although the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital had many surgeries, they really did not have an independent operating theater. They all cooperated with the relevant departments and sent the relevant diseases to the relevant operating theaters for treatment. To put it bluntly, they were like a son-in-law who delivered goods to the door and helped with the materials. The emergency department became a middleman. After dealing with the patient slightly and identifying the cause, they were directly sent to the corresponding department or the morgue. This meant that they might not have autonomy, however, with an independent operating theater, the meaning was different. The serfs had turned over and become the landlords. Of course, there were pros and cons. At the very least, all the expenses of the operating theater in the future, including rent, utilities, consumables, nurses, and expenses, all of them would go to the emergency department. After all, the hospital was like a large commercial building. The department was like the tenants in the commercial building. They had to pay rent, utilities, and so on every month. Then, after paying and deducting everything, their money would be transferred to the department's account. Therefore, the hospital was also a small shopping mall. The polarization was very serious. The emergency department was a poor and bitter department. They often could not even take care of themselves. If it were not for the support of special funds, they might have gone bankrupt long ago. Of course, the hospital naturally could not let the emergency department go bankrupt. However, if they did not let them go bankrupt, it would naturally be even more difficult to apply for an operating theater. P.S. You woke up early today. Are you very obedient? The news of the emergency department opening an independent operating theater shocked everyone, and Yanjun and Chen Bingxing looked at each other. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They had been in the emergency department for more than 10 years. Naturally, they had been through a lot and understood one thing. They were not afraid of hooligans, but they were afraid of leaders who had strong reasons. No matter how good your reasons were, they could always come up with a lot of messy reasons and high-sounding excuses to brush you off. Qin Xiaoyuan took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. The situation in the 2nd Provincial Hospital was more complicated. He and Tan Ligua had long passed the honeymoon period. The discord between the two of them was already on the surface. Many of the chief physicians in the hospital's surgical system were selected and promoted by Tan Ligua. When he thought of how Chen Song had interfered with Tan Ligua's selection last time, he felt a little uncomfortable. This time, what he wanted to do was to change the hospital's surgical structure. And the emergency department was the best place to start. Xianxia was a heavy smoker. After half a minute, he put out the cigarette butt and said, "Actually, the development of the emergency department is an inevitable trend. The emergency department is the line of defense for people's lives. The country has always encouraged and developed the emergency department." The last chemical explosion case also attracted the attention of the leaders and said that they want to encourage the development of the emergency department in the hospital. At this point, Xianxia chuckled and looked at Chen Song. "Speaking of which, it's still Chen Song who has made a contribution. Your performance last time was very eye-catching." Wang Xiangjuan communicated with the leaders after work. The leaders revealed that they want to increase the burden of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital and take on heavy responsibilities. They want to coordinate with the 120 Emergency Department. In this way, the workload of our emergency department will undoubtedly increase. However, the number and quality of doctors will have to be transferred from various departments to assist the emergency department in completing their daily work. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. It was often difficult to say when it came to meritorious service. Who had not made meritorious service in the emergency department? However, one had to make meritorious service. What did it mean to make meritorious service? It meant that one's meritorious service had to be seen by the leaders. Xianxia said, "Although the specific news hasn't been released yet, Baoshan, you should prepare well and coordinate the work during this period of time. It should be soon." Li Baoshan nodded and looked at Yanjun, Chen Song, and Chen Bingxing. He said, "This time, I called you here mainly to talk about the coordination of the work in the future. There may be some adjustments. You are also my old team. There are some things that we don't mind or avoid. Just sit down and talk about it face to face. Department Director, I think that your skills and abilities are reliable. What I want is for you to lead the hand surgery department in the emergency department." When Yanjun heard this, his eyes immediately lit up, and Yanjun was still young. He was in his 40s, and there was still room for improvement. He was originally from the hand surgery department, but the development of the hand surgery department in Danyang province was not good. Microscopic surgeries had not been developed yet, and suturing severed fingers was even more impossible. And Yanjun could not help but ask, "Director Li, the development of the hand surgery department doesn't just require skills. It also requires equipment. Moreover, I can't do it alone." Xianxia said, "The equipment is already on the way." Li Baoshan raised his eyebrows. "Xiaochen will be your assistant. The two of you will do it together." The two of them said almost at the same time. And Yanjun could not help but be stunned. Then, he clenched his fist. "I will definitely do it well." When Chen Bingxing heard that everyone wanted to take Chen Song away, to be honest, he refused at first. He could not bear to part with him. Chen Song had been with him for almost 3 years. In these 3 years, he could be considered half a disciple. The two of them got along very well. If Chen Song suddenly left, he would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. But, uncomfortable was uncomfortable. This was something that would happen sooner or later. It was also Chen Song's future. He could not delay it. Thinking of this, Chen Bingxing shook his head and smiled. Chen Song suddenly fell silent. To be honest, Chen Song had never thought of going into the hand surgery department, but it was also the most suitable at the moment. Because Chen Song's tendon suturing was already at master level, and his skin suturing was already at advanced level. If he did not go into the hand surgery department, it would be a waste of his talent. But Lao Chen sighed. Chen Song could not help but say, "But I am Boss Chen's man. If I leave, what will happen to Boss Chen?" This sentence made Chen Bingxing blush for a while. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was angry and amused at the same time. This kid was too naughty. But he still felt warm in his heart. Not bad, he had some conscience. He still had me in his heart. Li Baoshan glared at Chen Song. Don't talk. I haven't asked you yet. After saying that, he looked at Lao Chen. Lao Chen, don't worry about the ward. You'll be in charge of one of the 2 operating theaters. Specialize in all kinds of general and emergency surgeries. Since we're going to do it, let's be more decisive. In the future, for things like acute appendicitis, acute cholecystitis, you'll be in charge of it anyway. The emergency department was a department, but it could also be a hospital. Many large hospitals' emergency departments were a single building with detailed distribution of various kinds. Li Baoshan was experienced and knowledgeable. He had worked in many hospitals. Not to mention the current scale, even if the emergency department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital were to expand 3 times, there would be no problem. Chen Song, you don't have to worry about the ward in the future. Chen Song was stunned. What the hell was a ward? Li Baoshan continued, in the future, you'll specialize in surgeries. As long as you have time, you'll learn all the emergency surgeries. When Lao Chen performs surgeries, you'll be his assistant. When Chief Im performs surgeries, you'll also help. Of course, you can also start surgeries on your own. I hope that you'll become an excellent surgeon. When these words came out, who would not understand what he meant, it was obvious that he wanted to promote Chen Song. What surgeons were most afraid of was not being busy. Instead, it was being idle. Once they were idle, all kinds of martial arts would be useless. Li Baoshan's stance was to let Chen Song take on the responsibility alone. When Chen Bingxing saw this, he also smiled in relief. He knew Chen Song's talent better than anyone else. It could be said that he was a natural surgeon. His upper limit was very high. What he lacked was a stage. And Yanjun also smiled. He had seen Chen Song's tendon suture. He was a genius. With him joining, the development of the hand surgery department would be like adding wings to a tiger, and Chen Song would be transformed from a resident doctor to a doctor who lived in the operating theater all of a sudden. When Chen Song heard Li Baoshan entrusting him with an important task, his heart was also surging. He was a little excited. He was looking forward to it very much. The work in the ward was too complicated. There were too many things like writing medical records. Compared to these, Chen Song preferred surgeries. At this moment, Chen Bingxing suddenly said, "Chief, I have an idea." Li Baoshan nodded. "Go ahead." Chen Bingxing, I think that Chen Song can independently manage the patient, but we can assign him a junior doctor to write the patient's course and handle the miscellaneous tasks. After all, without personally managing the patient, he still can't grow. Li Baoshan's eyes also lit up. Good idea. This way, it would not affect the surgery, and it could also train people. But, who would be Chen Song's assistant? This was a problem. P.S. Thank you to Big Boss Livermills for your generous reward. You've added another leader to this book. Thank you. On Monday afternoon, a piece of news quickly spread in the hospital. Did you know? The cardiothoracic surgery department was abolished today, and Shi has been transferred to the breast surgery department as the associate chief physician. Qin Yu walked to Chen Song's side and said mysteriously, as if she had just received big news. Chen Song, who was writing medical records, was also slightly stunned. So soon? It had only been a day, and the thoracic surgery department was abolished just like that. At this moment, Wang Qian, one of the 3 people who stayed behind in the emergency office in the afternoon, also came over. Serves him right. That Shi doesn't know shit. Let me tell you, when my classmates gathered for dinner, I was too embarrassed to say that our hospital has thoracic surgery. Last time, there was a patient with emphysema. I gave a consultation, but Shi refused to come. I gave an urgent consultation before he came over. What did he say after he came? He said that the patient was not from their department and asked me to ask a doctor from the pulmonary department for a consultation. I don't have King know how this guy became the director of the thoracic surgery department. Chen Song also nodded. Shi was really an idiot. Everyone in the hospital knew that. However, it was also a good thing to return to his profession. After all, the cardiothoracic surgery department was an emergency department. If a breast surgeon went to the cardiothoracic surgery department, wouldn't it be obvious that it was nonsense? The development of the surgery department in the second provincial hospital was not very good to begin with. Many departments were set up for the sake of being a tertiary grade A hospital. One had to know that if a tertiary grade A hospital wanted to maintain its status as a tertiary grade A hospital, they had to have many departments, and all of them were carefully divided. To be honest, the second provincial hospital had spent a lot of money over the years and had also taken a lot of detours. The development of the surgery department was still a little behind. Not to mention the whole country, the entire Danyang province was not considered a big deal. However, these were not things that small fry like them cared about. At this moment, Wang Yong rushed in. When he saw that the three of them were there, he said with a hurried expression, "Something big is going to happen today." The three of them raised their heads in unison. "What do you mean?" Wang Yong said mysteriously. The director was just preparing for the surgery when the director suddenly had a meeting. "I heard that the higher-ups are all here. It seems to have something to do with our emergency department." In the hospital's meeting room, Xianxia sat there. Today, he was the main character. This might be the last time he would attend a meeting here. Director Shi's title would probably become Deputy Director Shi. Today's meeting was mainly about the ownership of the operating theater that originally belonged to the thoracic department, as well as the ownership of the vacant operating theater number 8. They all wanted it. Operating theaters were the same as hospital beds. They were strategic resources for each department. Having more hospital beds meant that the efficiency of the department would increase by a lot, and having an operating theater that belonged to the department was an opportunity for development for any surgical department. They would no longer have to look at other people's faces when performing surgeries, and they could even carry out many new surgeries. Zhang Youfu's face darkened. "I think the operating theater should be given to the departments that need it more. Our general surgery department is now preparing for a hepatobiliary and pancreatic team. If we give this operating theater to us, we can better develop the surgery department in our hospital. It will be an important contribution to improving the level and influence of the surgery department in the secondary hospital. As for the emergency department, as the pre-hospital deployment department, each of our departments can coordinate the treatment of patients. There's no need for the emergency department to have an operating theater. Because no emergency surgery can be completed independently, isn't it a waste to give it to the emergency operating theater?" After Zhang Youfu finished speaking, no one said a word. Li Baoshan did not bother to say or defend himself. He knew that there was no point in arguing. This was because the decision was made by the leader. It had already been written in black and white. This time, the results were announced and not discussed in a meeting. No matter how much he argued, there was no point in it. On the other hand, Tan Ligua said calmly, "I think this is a good attempt. As an important department, the emergency department should indeed give more help. Our departments should coordinate and cooperate with the emergency department to do a good job this time." Zhang Youfu was stunned. He raised his eyes and stared at Tan Ligua. When he saw the other party's expression, he did not say anything. To be honest, the change this time could be said to be swift and decisive. All the news was released in one day. Not to mention Zhang Youfu, even Tan Ligua was not prepared. Zhang Youfu looked at Tan Ligua thoughtfully. He naturally understood what he meant and cooperated with the emergency department to do a good job. There was a lot of story behind this cooperation. The next morning, during the shift change in the emergency department, Li Baoshan held the hospital's red document and said to everyone, "There's a meeting today. We're having a meeting today. Everyone, sit down." During the shift change, everyone in the emergency department was used to standing. Firstly, there were not enough seats. Secondly, it was to make them more energetic. Li Baoshan said, "From today onwards, the emergency department will have its own operating theater. Operating theaters 8 and 9 will belong to the emergency department. This way, the emergency department can arrange the surgeries independently. Head nurse, you have to pay attention to the arrangements and allocation of surgeries. Cooperate with the operating theater nurses and do a good job this time." With 2 additional operating theaters, it meant that the division of labor in the department would be rearranged. Everyone was looking forward to the changes in their work. Would there be too many changes? How good would it be if they could have their own operating theater? Li Baoshan continued, "There will also be some changes in everyone's work in the future. let me talk about it. Department Director and will be in charge of the Emergency Hand Surgery Department and Operating Theater 8 in the future. We will set up the hand surgery department as soon as possible. Wang Qian will take over Department Director An's previous job and start managing patients independently. Chen Song will be in charge of Operating Theater 9 in the future and perform the common surgeries in the emergency department. After this arrangement was announced, the people below began to feel envious. There were still a few temporary and contract workers in the emergency department. They used to cooperate with the work and do odd jobs. They did not expect Chen Song to be able to manage patients independently as a resident doctor. They could not help but feel envious and emotional. Sure na, your work will not change, but in the future, you will be in charge of the second-line security for all the hospitalized patients in the emergency department. You will be the team leader of Chen Song and Wang Qian. Wang Qian and Chen Song will consult Shurna if they have any problems in the future. When Shurna heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. Needless to say, Shurna was equivalent to being promoted. This was equivalent to being an associate chief physician in disguise. The department's performance and bonuses were distributed according to the coefficient. The more patients there were, the more income there would be. Now, she was directly in charge of 3 groups of people. How could she not be excited? At this time, Qin Yu was dumbfounded. What about me? What about me? Wang Qian has become the master. Even Chen Song is managing patients independently. What about me? Am I still doing odd jobs? Wang Yong also widened his eyes. So many people have mentioned it. What about me? Li Baoshan continued, Chen Song, you will be in charge of the surgery. Wang Yong will be in charge of the ward. Wang Yong, you will cooperate with Chen Song to manage the patients in the future. Qin Yu, in the future, you will not be in charge of the ward. Cooperate with Department Director in Chen Song and Chen Bingxing to perform the surgery well. Then, you will do a good job of collecting information. Your main job is to adjust the surgical data and do a good job of scientific research in the department. As soon as he said this, Qin Yu and Wang Yong immediately looked at each other. Both of us have become Chen Song's assistants? This was Li Baoshan's first attempt, that was to have someone do their job. Qin Yu's job was scientific research. If every doctor had to engage in both scientific research and clinical practice, they would not be able to do anything at the same time. He asked Qin Yu to leave the ward. At the same time, he summarized the surgical data and surgical methods to improve the emergency department's scientific research ability. This was what Li Baoshan had always wanted to do. The times were improving. Scientific research and clinical practice had to be combined. This bold move could be said to be a major reform of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, and the biggest change in the personnel transfer this time was Chen Song. He had become the backbone of the emergency department. Wang Yong's job was straightforward. To put it bluntly, it was Chen Song, Wang Qian, and the others' previous jobs. They were to write medical records and manage patients. Chen Song had become a senior doctor, and he had become Chen Song's junior doctor. With bitter tears, Wang Yong sighed. He was not even as good as Chen Song and the others. After all, they were still fine in the past. The senior doctors were at least senior attending physicians. At the very least, their standards were good and their skills were good. As for him, he had to write medical records for Chen Song and do odd jobs. To be honest, Wang Yong was really aggrieved. No matter how bad he was, he did not want to fall to such a state. Wang Yong was not only afraid of suffering and embarrassment, but he was also afraid of having no hope. How much better could Chen Song be than him? How much could he learn from Chen Song? He knew that Chen Song had some ability and was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to this strength. It would not surpass him by too much. How much could he change by following Chen Song? It was too limited, but this was life. If you did not have the ability, you could only be controlled. If you wanted to stay in the 2nd Provincial Hospital, you had to obey the arrangements. Wang Yong had even wavered in his desire to stay in the 2nd Provincial Hospital. After all, he could not learn much from Chen Song. Staying here would only be a waste of his youth. It would be good if he could sign a contract here. However, if it was still a temporary job, Wang Yong decided to leave. Sigh, who would be able to give up 2 or 3 years of time? Actually, Li Baoshan was not targeting anyone. This was just a reasonable arrangement. He reassigned some people based on different people's specialties. He actually wanted to use Xianxia to perform surgeries, but after taking into account Xianxia's words, he also felt that young people should have more experience. That was why he considered letting Wang Yong follow Xianxia. As a temporary worker, Wang Yong was most suitable to be Xianxia's assistant. Xianxia was also very satisfied with his work. After all, in the future, he only needed to perform surgeries, collect data, and write articles. The clinical pressure was much less, and the scientific research pressure was increased. However, scientific research work was probably the easiest place to achieve results in the entire emergency department. Xianxia was also very satisfied. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that he had to be Xianxia's assistant. The transfer of personnel had to be completed within 3 days. To be honest, Wang Yong was the one who had the most emotions and opinions in his heart. Everyone else had basically improved a little. And Yanjun became the person in charge of the hand surgery in the future. Chen Bingxing became the person in charge of the emergency gastrointestinal surgery. Shirna became the team leader of the resident doctors. Wang Qian and Chen Song had the right to prescribe. Xianxia became a scientific researcher and a surgical staff member. Chen Song suddenly became busy. He had to receive and deal with patients independently. He also had to perform surgeries and write medical records. Wang Yong was a little slack. After all, there was a big gap in his heart. The same batch of people became his superiors, and he was not happy to give it to anyone, let alone these young men in their 20s who were not willing to submit to anyone. Chen Song did not have time to comfort Wang Yong. The emergency department was not a kindergarten. If you cried or threw a tantrum, I would give you a lollipop to comfort you. On Wednesday afternoon, a patient came to the emergency department, and it gave this group of young doctors who had just taken up the post a show of strength. The weather was good in the afternoon of August. Chen Song had just come out of the operating theater when he heard a commotion outside. Another patient? Chen Song saw through the glass a young couple stumbling in. Behind them was a bald fat man who was more than 1.6 meters tall. He was sweating profusely. The man supported the woman. The woman was obviously unconscious, and her body was limp as she lay in the man's arms. The two of them staggered as if they were drunk. Seeing this, Tian Xianglan, who was at the nurse's station, quickly asked the nurses to push the cart over and help the woman up. At this time, Wang Yong also hurried out and pushed the woman into the emergency room. Chen Song was no longer the assistant he used to be. In such a situation, he had to deal with the patient independently. Chen Song said to the nurse, "Xiao Lin, put her on the monitor. Take her blood pressure and heart rate." After saying that, he put his hand on the woman's wrist. Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation. Her pulse was weak, and her palm was cold. At this time, the woman's eyes were closed, and her face was pale. She looked very serious. At this time, the man who helped the woman and pulled the fat man's arm and shouted, "You can't go. We became like this after eating at your house. You can't go. I'll call the police." The man was very thin and not very tall. He looked very honest and made people feel that he was weak at first glance. The fat man wiped his sweat. "Where am I going? I just want to go to the toilet. I'm already in the hospital. Let me go first." The young man hugged the fat man's arm and said loudly, "No. No, I can't let you go." At this time, Chen Song walked out and asked the man, "Who's the family member?" The young man pulled the fat man and walked over. "I am." Chen Song nodded. He didn't think too much and asked about the basic situation. The thin man's pitiful eyes were filled with tears. "My wife wasn't like this at first. She didn't faint. After eating at his house yesterday, she started to vomit when she went back. She vomited endlessly. Then, her consciousness became a little blurry and her reaction was slow. It was his restaurant. I didn't expect her to faint today." The skinny man kept emphasizing the fact that she had eaten at his house. Based on all the evidence, all the clues seemed to be pointing towards food poisoning. Chen Song frowned and thought about the reason. At this time, Wang Yong also walked over. After seeing the patient, he suddenly widened his eyes and kept winking at Chen Song. Chen Song was busy thinking about the patient's condition, so he didn't have time to look at Wang Yong. Generally speaking, there were a few aspects to consider when encountering a coma. The first was intracranial lesions, the second was metabolic encephalopathy, and the third was toxic encephalopathy. Let's check first. The woman was not old, about 20 or 30 years old. Chen Song asked, "Does she usually have any illness?" The man shook his head, "No." After eating at his house, she went home and slept. When she woke up, she became like this. At this time, the monitoring data was already out. HR, 120 minutes, BP, 9,655 millimeters of mercury, SpO2, 99%, medium flow oxygen inhalation, RP, 32 times per minute. The patient was still unconscious. Chen Song kept thinking about the reason. Her heart rate was a little fast. Did she have high blood pressure? Before Chen Song could say anything, the man emphasized, "My wife is usually good. She doesn't have any illness. She can eat and drink. She just had a meal at his restaurant and became like this." Chen Song knew what was going on. "Little Lin, urgently check the blood sugar, blood routine, liver and kidney function, blood sugar, serum ion, etc. Oh right, also analyze the lactic acid and blood gas. Also, give the patient oxygen inhalation and add a bottle of balancing fluid." After saying that, Chen Song said to Wang Yong, "Help me write the doctor's order just now and add an urgent brain CT scan to rule out cerebrovascular disease. I'll check her body." Before Chen Song finished speaking, Wang Yong winked at Chen Song and pulled Chen Song's arm out of the door. "This person is a blackmailer. I've seen them a few times. This couple is a habitual scammer," Wang Yong reminded. "They came once a few days ago. Lao Chen checked them." Chen Song was stunned. There was no shortage of such blackmailer patients in the emergency department. They came in all shapes and sizes, regardless of gender or age. But their goal was simple, to extort money. Chen Song had seen a mother and daughter. The mother pretended to be sick while the daughter pretended to be in mourning. The two of them were a perfect match. They often went to a small clinic for transfusions. Then, their whole body would convulse and they would be sent to the emergency department. After they arrived, they did not draw blood or treat them. The daughter was in charge of negotiating with the small clinic's doctor. Once they got the money, the mother's illness would be cured and disappear. Perhaps the next time they saw her, she would nod and smile. Chen Song did not want to provoke such people, but he would not cooperate. Generally speaking, he did not want to get into trouble. After all, he had seen a doctor who was sent to the emergency department because of a mistake. This time, he was a patient. But, Chen Song felt that this woman was really sick. Thinking of this, Chen Song urged, "Hurry up and send a doctor's order to check." Wang Yong widened his eyes. "Bro, don't you understand what I mean? He's here to extort money. You." Chen Song stared at Wang Yong and said, "You're a doctor, not Sherlock Holmes. Go and check the patient's signs. I suspect that it's hyperosmolar non-ketotic hyperglycemia coma." When Wang Yong heard this, he immediately snorted and turned to leave. He muttered, "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness." Chen Song sighed and shook his head. At this time, he suddenly heard a commotion inside. "P.S. I'm finally done with my work. The update time will be restored at midnight and noon every day. Veteran has been too busy recently, so the update time is unstable. It has caused a lot of inconvenience. I hope you can understand. Thank you." When Chen Song came in, he realized that the skinny man was already making a fuss. "What are you doing? Are you going to do a checkup without my signature? I have no money, let me tell you." When Chen Song saw this, he quickly said, "Don't be like this. Your wife is in danger now. This is a symptom of poisoning. We have to check it out as soon as possible. After 48 hours, the symptoms might worsen." Poison identification was a passive skill. Chen Song did not think that the woman was faking it. Some illnesses could be faked, but some illnesses could not be faked at all. Could you fake your hands and feet to be cold? Could you fake your blood pressure to 90/60? As a doctor, regardless of whether it was internal medicine or surgery, he had to have a pair of sharp eyes. Just like what Wang Yong said, the patient might be here to extort money. Yes. He did not rule out this possibility, but he still had to consider the patient's life first. No matter if he was a good or bad person, when he was sick and lying on the emergency bed, he might be a patient. A doctor's job was not so complicated. He just needed to treat and save people. Chen Song did not want to judge whether the patient was good or bad. However, whether she was sick or not, Chen Song had to make a good judgment. This was his responsibility. When the skinny man heard Chen Song say that his wife was in danger, his eyes rolled. He stopped jumping around and had an idea. He simply pulled the fat man to the toilet. When they entered the toilet, the skinny man looked around and saw that there was no one around. Then, he said to the fat man, "You heard that, right? My wife is in danger now. She has no medical insurance. You have to pay for everything." The fat man was a restaurant owner and often encountered such situations. He did not want to cause trouble and asked directly, "How much do you want?" The skinny man said, 5,000 yuan. Look at my wife. Her medical bills are at least 5,000 yuan. Chen Song could not see this transaction, but the nurse, little Lin, rushed over. She saw it clearly with the blood glucose monitor in her hand. Blood glucose 33. 3 millimoles per liter. Chen Song was stunned. He was stunned, it was really that high. Now, Chen Song was even more certain that it was hyperosmolar non-ketotic hyperglycemia. However, he still had to wait for the results of the follow-up examination, even though Wang Yong said that the other party was extorting money, and the man's behavior was very similar. Chen Song still didn't let down his guard. Now, it seemed that he was right, his blood glucose was 33. 3. Xiaolin added, "Dr. Chen, this electronic blood glucose meter can only measure a maximum of 33. 3, no matter how high it is. We'll have to wait for news from the laboratory." When Chen Song heard this, he immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, he quickly said, "Add a bottle of liquid." "What about Wang Yong?" "Doctor's orders and a bottle of liquid." Wang Yong's tone was obviously more evasive. "What liquid?" "Let me tell you, she was also 33 last time. Who knows how much sugar she drank to get here?" Chen Song's tone was resolute and decisive. 500 milliliters of 0.9% sodium chloride. Inject it. Quickly. Wang Yong clicked his tongue. Words were words, but Chen Song's words still had to be carried out. Not long after, Xiaolin quickly said, "Dr. Chen, the blood routine test results are out." Chen Song's eyes lit up. "How much?" Xiaolin, WBC 18. 4, neutral ratio 90%, HB, hemoglobin 135G. Chen Song turned around and continued, "Add 0.9% sodium chloride 250 milliliters and levofloxacin 0.4G, IBT. If the saline solution just now didn't matter, Wang Yong obviously felt that Chen Song had gone overboard with the levofloxacin now. He couldn't help but say, "Boss, they're obviously extorting money. Do you have to do this? Our department has a limit on levofloxacin." Ask Xiaolin, "This is really a hooligan who's here to extort money." There were 3 or 4 young nurses in the nurses' station in the emergency room. When they saw Wang Yong speak like this, they fell silent. Indeed, everyone had seen this couple a few times. Every time they came, they would act like this. Chen Song turned around and glared at Wang Yong. "I'm the doctor in charge. I'm responsible for everything that happens to the patient. If you're not coming down, go away. Xiaolin, help me give the doctor's orders." Wang Yong snorted coldly and got up. "Whoever wants to come down can come down." He left after saying that. Xiaolin sighed and explained to Chen Song, "Dr. Xiao Chen, don't be angry. Dr. Wang actually abhors evil. He doesn't like these people." Once, Dr. Wang pointed out someone who was extorting money. In the end, Dr. Wang was beaten up after the night shift. "I also think that these people are here to extort money." When Chen Song heard this, he sighed and didn't say much. After giving the doctor's orders and waiting for less than 20 minutes, the test results were all out. Blood glucose 35. 1 millimole per liter. The laboratory test is more accurate than the blood glucose meter. The blood glucose meter is at most 33. 3, and the computer blood glucose meter is only 23. 3. Blood sodium 182 millimoles per liter, blood potassium 4. 95, blood chlorine 100, urine routine, ketone body 3+, urine sugar 3+. This was a serious complication of diabetes, hyperosmolar hyperglycemia coma. Soon, the blood gas analysis and lactic acid analysis were all out. The more Chen Song looked at it, the more disappointed he felt. Fortunately, she was checked and treated in time. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. One had to know that this illness was life-threatening. At this moment, the fat and thin men walked over. It was unknown if they had reached a good agreement, but the two of them had a good chat. The fat man got up and left. The thin man pushed open the door of the emergency room and was about to enter. Just then, he saw Chen Song walking over. "Your wife's condition is very dangerous. She's in a critical period and needs to be hospitalized." The man turned a deaf ear. Instead, he sneered and patted the woman's shoulder. "Wife. Let's go home." However, after patting a few times, the woman still did not have any reaction. The man was stunned and chuckled. "You actually fell asleep. I'll carry you home." As he spoke, he was about to remove the liquid from the woman's body and carry her on his back. Chen Song saw this and quickly stopped him. "She's in a critical condition now. Don't move." Chen Song quickly walked over. The man was stunned. "What do you mean?" Chen Song said, "She's in a critical period now. She's in a hyperosmolar hyperglycemia coma. She's in a critical condition. You're her husband, right? You need to sign." When the man heard this, he was dumbfounded. "What the hell? You're trying to extort money, right? Did you inject her with sedatives?" "Don't think I don't know." When Chen Song heard the man's words, he knew that this man was obviously a habitual offender. He had even used sedatives before. He was really gauging the stature of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Such logical thinking skills were admirable. Chen Song took the test report over. "This is her test report. Take a look. You might not understand it, but I'll tell you directly that her condition is very critical. If you leave rashly, her life might be in danger. She needs to be hospitalized for treatment now." When the thin man heard this, his expression changed. His mind turned, and he got up and ran. As he ran, he said, "I have no money. She's not my wife. We don't know each other." His running was very similar to love. It was also very similar to life. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. A few young nurses could not help but say, "Scumbag. Trash." Chen Song sighed helplessly. Perhaps, husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but when disaster struck, they flew away separately. At this moment, the surrounding nurses were extremely convinced of Chen Song's abilities. Chen Song could distinguish right from wrong in such a situation. It was obvious that his ability was extraordinary. His bearing and aura, especially his decisiveness when diagnosing a disease, that kind of confidence. He was very similar to Chief Li Baoshan. Perhaps all-powerful people looked the same. Seeing this, little Lin asked, "Dr. Chen, what should we do?" Chen Song sighed. "Use the emergency treatment funds first. Treat her first. I'll give the doctor's orders. You carry them out." Little Lin nodded. "Dr. Chen, is she really not faking it?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, no. No one is willing to fake this disease. It's too dangerous. It's a life-or-death disease." Little Lin also sighed when he heard this. Thinking of the scumbag who ran away, he felt that the woman was a little pitiful. He could not help but ask, "All right. Dr. Chen, will this disease kill people?" Chen Song shook his head and did not say anything. No matter how dangerous the disease was, could it be compared to the cruelty of the human heart? No matter how cruel the disease was, could it be compared to the determination of the man when he left just now? Sigh. What tested humans was ultimately the human heart, not the disease. After half a minute, Chen Song had already skillfully given the doctor's orders. The most difficult thing to do with this kind of poisoning disease was to find the cause. Once the cause was found, it would be fine to treat it according to the symptoms. Chen Song suddenly realized how powerful the master-level, poison identification, that he had obtained from Director Li was. After seeing the patient, Chen Song's logical thinking ability became clear. Classifying the types of poisoning and clinical symptoms allowed Chen Song to directly find the cause of the disease and find a treatment strategy. Wang Yong was nowhere to be found. Chen Song sighed. Perhaps there were some problems with the way he handled things. He should find time to communicate with Wang Yong. 2 days later, the woman with hyperosmolar non-ketotic hyperglycemia had woken up. Her body was recovering well. The follow-up treatment would be carried out in the endocrine department. The woman was called Qing Fang. She only had a few hundred yuan on her. She was an outsider and had stayed in Ammoniang City for 3 years. Ever since the woman was hospitalized, the man never came again. Qing Fang did not make a sound. She did not speak from beginning to end, let alone pay the money. It was not until she transferred to another department that the woman secretly left the hospital. For this, Chen Song was criticized. Just when everyone thought that this matter was over, Qing Fang came when it was time to get off work on Friday night. After finding Chen Song, she knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Song in front of everyone in the office. Then, she got up and left. At that time, everyone in the office was dumbfounded. When Chen Song chased after her, he realized that Qing Fang had already run far away. The head nurse called Chen Song and told him that Qing Fang's medical fees had been paid. Wang Yong was a little absent-minded when he was working for the past 2 days. After work, Chen Song was about to leave when Wang Yong called out to Chen Song. "Are you busy tonight?" Wang Yong scratched his head as he spoke. His gaze was a little unnatural. Chen Song smiled, "Nothing much." "What's wrong?" Wang Yong quickly said, "That. Let's have dinner together tonight?" Chen Song nodded and smiled, "Okay." The two of them did not go to a high-end place. They found a barbecue stall near Dema village, ordered a box of beer, and ordered a bunch of barbecue. Wang Yong poured Chen Song a full glass of beer and said, "Come, Chen Song, let's drink." After drinking a glass and taking a bite of the tiger pepper, his whole body felt comfortable. With the spiciness, Chen Song drank another mouthful. When the two men drank, they either talked too much or drank too much. Wang Yong obviously had something on his mind. After a few drinks, he started to talk a lot and became tongue-tied. "Song, what do you think of me?" Wang Yong stared at Chen Song and asked. Chen Song nodded and made a toast. "Sunny, cheerful, and motivated. Shaolin said that you would be a hero in ancient times, the kind that abhors evil and upholds justice." When Wang Yong heard this, he laughed and said self-deprecatingly, "Bullshit. I'm still far from being a hero. To be honest, Song, to be honest, I envy you sometimes. I'm so envious. We went to the hospital together, right? After I came in, I felt that my performance was quite good. I followed the chief physician to perform the surgery, and usually, I often participate in the department's activities. To be honest, I think that I'm quite motivated. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a competition between colleagues? I'm also competing with you. Only now do I realize that you're really amazing. It's just that you don't usually show off. Song, you're the most down-to-earth and low-key in our batch. If it wasn't for the explosion at the chemical factory, I wouldn't have known how good you are. Really? I only realized at that time that I was so far away from you unknowingly." Chen Song sighed. "Our personalities are different. I'm not very sociable. I like to read when I'm free. You're different. Wang Yong, go out and see how many people in our hospital don't know you, Wang Yong. So don't think too much. This time, work harder and pass the exam well. Now, equal pay for equal work, the gap between the contract and the establishment is not big." Chen Song's comfort also had some effect. Wang Yong sighed. "Sigh. I also want to be like you. I want to be successful and work in a big hospital. My parents will be happy and proud if they know. My studies are not as good as yours. I can't pass the postgraduate exam. When I enter the hospital, I can only work as a contract worker until I'm old. I don't dare to think about being a director. I just want to learn some skills so that I won't be unemployed in the future. When I first heard that the director asked me to give you a share, I was a little angry and wanted to resign. Really? I think you're better than me, but how much better can you be than me? How much can I learn from you? I, Wang Yong, will say whatever I want. Don't laugh at me. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. However, during this period of time, I realized that I was too short-sighted and ambitious. The gap between you and me is too big. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about Qingfang's matter. If something really happened to Qingfang in our hospital, I would be lucky if I didn't get fired, let alone be promoted. So, I called you out today to apologize to you. Please don't despise me. Really, I'll be convinced by you in the future. Song Air, I'll be your junior doctor in the future. I'll listen to you. Come, let's drink. 9 bottles of beer. Chen Song drank 4 and Wang Yong drank 5. They drank too much. They talked too much, but they also spoke too much truth. After drinking, some people liked to brag, some liked to cry, some liked to speak from the bottom of their heart, and some liked to remain silent. Chen Song liked to pee. When he came back, Wang Yong had already paid the bill. Chen Song saw a question mark rising above Wang Yong's head. There's a mission, ding. Help Wang Yong complete the mission, successfully become a contract worker. After the mission is completed, you will receive the following rewards. 1. Receive a random skill training. 2. Level +1. 3. Activate the mentorship system. Chen Song was stunned. There's actually such a generous reward. In fact, Wang Yong was a good person. Although he was a little scheming, who wouldn't be scheming? Who wouldn't think for their own future? At least this person was honest and said whatever he wanted to say. He was frank and easy to get along with. Chen Song casually chose to accept the mission. Tomorrow was Saturday again. Chen Song had to be on duty at the hospital and couldn't go to the plastic surgery hospital. He called Zhang Jixin and asked for leave. Zhang Jixin told Chen Song, the results of your sister Zhao's plastic surgery will be out tomorrow. Chen Song's eyes lit up when he heard it. That's right, it would be almost a week tomorrow. She should be recovering soon. The swelling should also go down. As for the recovery, everything was still uncertain. Chen Song smiled after he heard it. Take a photo for me tomorrow. Zhang Jixin nodded, no problem. After that, Zhang Jixin suddenly said, Xiao Chen, I have something to tell you. Our department director talked to our department's doctor 2 days ago. It's about the emergency department. Director Zhang is not satisfied with the way the emergency department handled things this time, so he gave us a mission. In the future, if the emergency department receives any diseases from the general surgery department, as long as you can't treat them, you can invite us for a consultation or surgery. All of them will be counted as our department's surgeries. You have to go through the procedures to transfer to another department. Otherwise, you can't do it. When Chen Song heard that, he thought, this Zhang Youfu is really a villain. He's able to do what he says. He actually thought of this. He's really good. Chen Song nodded. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I'll be there the day after tomorrow. Zhang Jixin smiled. What's with our relationship? You don't have to thank me. Come over the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhang Jixin also smiled. Putting other things aside, Chen Song's ability was enough to move Zhang Jixin. After all, having a top designer was definitely a big deal for the development of their plastic surgery hospital. When the results of Xiao Tianhua's surgery were out, he would talk to a few bosses and negotiate with them. He would give Chen Song a generous cooperation contract or even shares. It would be best if he could be in the same boat as Chen Song. The long day shift on Saturday was even more tiring than the night shift. Chen Song arrived at the hospital early and skillfully received the daily mission. Ding. Completed communication with 10 patients. Mission completion reward, 1, experience plus 100, 2, RMB plus 100. It was a mission that was better than nothing. It was easy to complete. It could be done with a simple word check. Medical work itself was to communicate with patients. As the saying goes, sometimes to heal, often to help, and always to comfort. Actually, a doctor's job was to communicate with patients, from the heart to the body to communicate and treat the patients. But now, this kind of comfort was not in place. The medical resources were not distributed evenly. The high-quality medical resources were concentrated in the big cities and big hospitals, while the basic medical resources were relatively scarce. This led to a result: the big hospitals were overcrowded. It was difficult to see a doctor and register. Even if you registered, you had to wait for the whole morning and wait for 3 minutes. Could you see a doctor in 3 minutes? It was possible, but it was also impossible. Xianxia did not have the ability to change this situation. He could only be himself and communicate with the patients more to eliminate misunderstandings and suspicions. After all, most medical disputes could be caused by the lack of communication and understanding between the two parties. When he went to the ward check, the patients were watching television. Xianxia glanced at the television and was stunned. Yesterday, the police of Ammoniang City arrested a group of people who committed fraud, extortion, and blackmail. They appeared in hotels, small clinics, restaurants, and other places, and the group had 31 people, and the amount of fraud was as high as 3.2 million yuan. The situation was very bad, and the reason why there was such a big breakthrough this time was because the gang member XX, pseudonym, took the initiative to cooperate with the police. They found the gang stronghold and a large amount of stolen money, and helped the police in our city to solve some cases over the past few years. They tried to reduce the sentence of XX, pseudonym. Xianxia was stunned, because he realized that the woman on the television was Qingfeng. Although her face was pixelated, Xianxia was still very familiar with her figure. He did not expect Qingfeng to turn herself in. Moreover, she would cooperate with the police to arrest this group of people who were like a cancer to society. Was this considered putting righteousness before family? Xianxia didn't understand why Qingfeng did this. Maybe it was because of guilt, or maybe it was revenge for the man who abandoned her. Seeing this, Xianxia felt a little happy. This might be the thing that Xianxia wanted to see the most. There should be order and law in this society as well as morality. However, some people always like to walk on the edge of the knife, touching the edge of law and morality. Was Qingfeng a good person? He was definitely not a good person. For such an outcome to occur, it was probably because he had found his conscience. At this moment, a reporter was interviewing Qingfeng on TV. The reporter asked, "Why are you doing this?" Qingfeng's voice was a little low. Because when everyone thought that I was a liar, there was one person who didn't think I was a liar. He saved me. At that time, I realized how many mistakes and bad things I had done. I repented. My actions had a very bad influence on society, causing people to no longer believe in each other. I was wrong. After I'm discharged from the hospital, I will use my life to do good deeds and help others. If the person in front of the TV can hear me, I wish to thank you. The reporter was momentarily dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Is it convenient to ask what kind of person that person is? Qingfeng didn't say anything else. She shook her head. Some things couldn't be said carelessly. Xianxia smiled. Sometimes, a good deed didn't matter. However, when good deeds spread, the whole world would change. Doctors were benevolent, and their skills required benevolence. As the ancient saying went, if one's virtue isn't close to Buddha, one can't be a doctor. If one's talent isn't close to immortals, one can't be a doctor. Xianxia didn't have such noble virtues, but he also hoped to be a good doctor. He wanted to do more good deeds in his position. At this moment, the old granny in bed 9, who was watching TV, suddenly sighed. These people should be arrested. They are simply a cancer to society. They have destroyed the image of the entire city. After I fell on the road, I was forced to lie on the ground for more than an hour. No one cared about me. It was such a hot day, and I almost fainted. Xianxia agreed with the old woman's words. Nowadays, there were fewer and fewer people who were willing to take the initiative to send the elderly to the hospital. At this moment, Dr. Hu was on duty in the internal medicine department, was also doing his ward rounds. When he heard the old woman's words, he smiled. When I started working in 1998, people back then were different from now. When they saw people fall on the road, they basically came over to help them and send them to the hospital. Speaking of which, the times are improving. The human heart also needs to keep up with the pace of technology. Chen Song greeted Doctor Who. Old Who had a medium build. He had a round face and thick eyebrows. He had big eyes and a small mouth. When he smiled, he looked just like Guo Di Gang. However, Old Who's temper was really good. He was famous for being a good person when it came to emergency treatment. Even Chen Song had never seen him lose his temper. Chen Song became the doctor in charge. Now, there were 6 patients, which wasn't a lot. Bed 12 was an old lady in her 70s. Her face was covered in wrinkles. She had worked hard in the countryside all her life and raised 3 university students. It wasn't easy, the children had already been raised into adults. Now, she had retired and was living in the village. Last month, her right abdomen biliary colic repeated several times. She took a bunch of painkillers, but they didn't work. Only then did she call her eldest son in the provincial capital. When the 3 children heard that, they hurriedly sent them to the 2nd provincial hospital. After Chen Song came in, the old lady was very nervous. After all, it was the first time in her life that she was hospitalized. In the countryside, the villagers were all afraid when they heard that she was hospitalized, not to mention that she was sent here in an ambulance. The old lady was also very nervous, she was afraid that she would get a serious illness. She wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to live for a few days. The only thing she was worried about was, if she got a bad illness, it would cause trouble for the children. "Doctor, am I in danger?" the old woman asked carefully in her hometown's dialect. Chen Song smiled. "Grandma, you're fine. It's just a little gallstone. Don't be afraid." When the old woman heard that, she hurriedly dragged her voice. "Ayayaya. Young man, don't lie to me. I've seen everything. Gallstones? I'm still strong even though I'm sick. Don't hide it from me. Tell me, what illness do I have?" Chen Song was stunned and did not react. "It's really gallstones. I'm not lying to you." After the old woman heard that, she sighed and shook her head. "Young man, I know my body. I'm already 70 or 80 years old. If it were in the past, I would have gone to the old cemetery outside the village to sit and wait for death. It's not strong." Chen Song finally understood, this old woman had heard gallstones as strong gallstones, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The patients around him who had just finished suturing suddenly laughed out loud. The suture broke again, as they laughed, they wailed, "Doctor, this suture is not strong." The surrounding patients wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. They held back their laughter and wailed. However, Chen Song still patiently explained, after all, the old woman had never been educated. She had lived in the countryside all her life and was uncultured. How would she know about gallstones? The ward rounds took about an hour. Chen Song was more patient and communicated more carefully with the patients. "P.S. Let me tell everyone a piece of news. I've just received news that this book will be published on October 25th at noon, which is next Friday. It's a very sudden news that caught everyone off guard. I'll let everyone know in advance. When the time comes, you won't have to wait for 2 chapters a day like now. Once it's published, you'll be able to release a lot of chapters. Sigh. It's the end of the month. Everyone doesn't have any monthly votes, so I won't ask for it. Let's wait until the beginning of next month to fight again. I originally wanted us brothers to compete for the popularity chart. Sigh. There's no chance. But I hope everyone is prepared to subscribe with Chidian coins. Actually, this book is more troublesome than other books. Although Veteran is a doctor, he has to check a lot of information every day. In order to make medical knowledge not so dry, he has to work hard to write professional terms in a way that everyone can understand. Then, he has to think of some jokes to make everyone happy, including self-composed songs and so on. Haha, although it's not good to listen to, he has really thought about it for a long time, hee. Actually, I'm happy as long as everyone is happy. I hope that through this book, everyone can understand the life of a real doctor. I sincerely hope that everyone can support Veteran. Thank you, October 25th, be there or be square. Everyone, hold on for another week. Finally, I'd like to thank the 2 brothers, Red Lips High and Black Eyeshadow, and QQ Readings you for their generous rewards. Veteran promises that he will release at least 10 chapters on the day it's published. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, 120 sent a patient. A child in his 30s pushed an old man in and shouted, "Doctor, my father has a heart attack." Chen Song quickly ran out. The 120 doctor who followed the car walked up and said, "It shouldn't be a heart attack. The electrocardiogram is normal." The man was obviously unhappy. "My father is not feeling well here. He's flustered, and his back is hurting. If it's not a heart attack, then what is it? Also, I searched on Baidu. Sometimes, the electrocardiogram of a heart attack is normal. It's only when it attacks that." The man rambled on, as if he was very cultured. "Don't lie to me." Chen Song walked forward. "Don't be anxious. Little Lin, push the patient to the resuscitation room first and put on a monitor." 120 walked over with Dr. Che. After handing over the procedures to the nurse's station, he gave Chen Song a look and left. Chen Song understood that look. It was to tell him to be careful of the patient's family. He was difficult to deal with. The man was in his 30s. He was dressed in a proper manner and wore glasses. When he saw Chen Song, he said, "Doctor, you must carefully consider my suggestion. Myocardial infarction is very dangerous. You can't treat it wrongly." Chen Song nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to us. You can rest at the door." After saying that, Chen Song pushed the door open and entered. The man paced back and forth at the door, looking very worried. Little Lin said, "Dr. Chen, the electrocardiogram and blood pressure are normal. His heart rate is a little fast." Chen Song pondered for a moment. "Urgent blood routine check. Call the ultrasound room and urgently check the abdominal ultrasound beside the bed." While waiting, Chen Song took this opportunity to talk to the family about the patient's medical history. He learned that the father did have a history of heart disease and high blood pressure. Heart problems could not be ruled out or ignored, but various signs indicated that it was not a heart disease, but more like cholecystitis. The ultrasound room was very fast. When they heard that the emergency department needed an abdominal ultrasound, they arrived not long after. When the patient's family saw the ultrasound, they quietly followed in. When they saw that they were going to do an abdominal ultrasound, they were stunned for a moment and quickly waved their hands. "What are you doing? My father's heart is not feeling well. Why are you checking his stomach? Even if he wanted to do a heart transplant, it should be a heart transplant. Wasn't this messing around? How expensive was the inspection? If you can make one less, then make one less." Chen Song turned around and looked at the man. "Don't disturb the patient. You can't just enter the resuscitation room. Also, your father might not have a heart problem. I suspect that it's cholecystitis." When the man heard Chen Song's words, he didn't say another word. He went out and picked up his phone. It seemed like he was using Baidu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the results of the color ultrasound were displayed. The length and width of the gallbladder were slightly larger, and it was oval in shape. The gallbladder wall was thickened, and its outline was blurred. It was double ring-shaped, and its thickness was more than 3 millimeters. The sound permeability of the gallbladder contents was reduced, and there were echoing light spots in the form of mist. The enhancement effect of the lower margin of the gallbladder weakened or disappeared. It was proven, the patient had acute cholecystitis. The blood routine examination also came back. The total number of white blood cells and neutrophils was about 80%. The patient's white blood cell count increased. Now, there was no problem in determining the diagnosis of cholecystitis. If he waited for the bilirubin and aminotransferase to come out, it would be more direct. At this time, the man pushed the door open and came in again. "Doctor, you're amazing. It's cholecystitis." Baidu said that cholecystitis does have radiation pain. The man was a little embarrassed and apologized to Chen Song. Chen Song smiled and said nothing. It was normal for family members to be worried. After all, they would be confused if they were too concerned. However, Baidu could not be used to diagnose patients because the information on Baidu was not very comprehensive. A few days ago, a patient came in with blood in his stool and said that he had colon cancer. Such cases were everywhere. Moreover, cholecystitis was a common disease in the emergency department. It was frequently seen in the clinic. Many diseases were very uncomfortable when they flared up, such as acute cholecystitis, delayed cholecystitis, cholelithiasis, and so on. Moreover, when this disease flared up, it was easy to confuse it with myocardial infarction. The textbooks clearly wrote that there were epigastric pain, nausea, vomiting, and fever. It spread to the shoulders and back, and the episodes intensified. However, this disease was stubborn. Every time it flared up, it would not listen to the textbooks. Every time it flared up, it would do whatever it wanted. Most of the time, it was often confused with myocardial infarction. There were many patients like this, and Xianxia was already used to it. In the past few days, there were more patients sent to the emergency department. Perhaps the hospital had informed the emergency department about it. After the emergency department's operating theater was opened, it was much more convenient to arrange surgeries. Taking in patients also became bolder. There were many patients in the emergency department these few days. They did not need to go to the operating theater to arrange surgeries. They could arrange it themselves. This way, many patients would not be sent to the general surgery department. With their own operating theater, the income of the emergency department could also increase by a lot. To the emergency department, it was as if spring was coming after the harsh winter. On the other hand, the director of the general surgery department, Comrade Xianxia, was a little depressed. According to previous years, the surgery department was full of people in August and September. One had to know that this was the season when cholecystitis, appendicitis, and cholelithiasis were high incidence. In summer, people's diet was not balanced, and it was very easy to cause digestive diseases. But this year, the surgery department was suddenly deserted, after all. These acute diseases were all sent to the surgery department through the emergency department. After the conflict with the emergency department, the number of patients in the general surgery department suddenly decreased by a lot. The second Chengdu Provincial Hospital was not considered a top-notch hospital. It was not to the point where there was no shortage of patients. The patients in the general surgery department were still those with minor diseases. However, Li Baoshan's actions had made a fool out of Xianxia. Xianxia was so angry that his teeth itched. There was nothing he could do. The operation of the department still depended on him. What should he do? He could not do without patience. Xianxia thought about it and picked up the phone to call Tan Ligua. He had to report the situation. After Tan Ligua heard it, he frowned slightly. Is it that serious? Xianxia shook his head. It's not very serious, but, if this continues, the department will definitely have a lot fewer patients. The efficiency of the department will also be a lot worse. After all, there are still a lot of mainstream patients. Tan Ligua deliberated for a moment. How about this? Take a break. On Monday, I'll call the health program of Dongyang Satellite TV station and do a scientific popularization of diseases. When the time comes, you can promote your department. Prepare well. Don't waste this opportunity. When Xianxia heard it, he was suddenly happy. This was a good thing. The health program was a very good publicity channel. Although it was a health promotion, when he promoted the general surgery department, patients would naturally come to him. Then I'll have to trouble Secretary Tan. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia directly called Duanbua in the department. Little Duan, come to my house. I have something to tell you. Duanbua was Xianxia's confidant. Xianxia also treated him well. After receiving the call, Duanbua did not ask why. He directly got up and went to Xianxia's house without saying anything. After the two of them sat down, Xianxia said faintly, Little Duan, I might be going on Dongyang Satellite TV's health channel soon. You can sort out my resume and honor recently. All my information is with you. When Duanbua heard it, he flattered, Director, you're amazing. You're going on TV. Dongyang Satellite TV's ratings are not low. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. It was as if he did not care about going on TV at all. By the way, I'm not going to talk about anything. What do you think we should promote this time? Duanbua thought for a while and said seriously, naturally, it's the most common disease in this season. Diseases of the gallbladder system. Maybe Duanbua could become Zhang Youfu's confidant. He had the ability to do that too. He could guess what the leader was thinking, and he could even say what was on the leader's mind. First of all, Zhang Youfu came from the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. His skills were all related to the hepatobiliary and pancreatic system, and diseases of the gallbladder system were the most common in the hepatobiliary and pancreatic system. Zhang Youfu was the best at picking this disease. Secondly, there were many patients with gallbladder system diseases, and this was the season when cholecystitis was the most common disease. Therefore, he could take advantage of the situation to talk about this and have a lot of audience. Finally, their department was especially short of such patients now. Since the emergency operating theater was built, the number of patients sent to the Department of Surgery had decreased in less than a week. Talking about this could completely solve the urgent problem. Therefore, after Duanbua said it, Zhang Youfu was immediately satisfied. Not only was he satisfied with the content, but he was also even more satisfied with Duanbua. Zhang Youfu looked at Duanbua with a smile and pretended to be puzzled. Why? Duanbua also pretended to be serious. Department director, think about it. Now. After Duanbua explained the reason, Zhang Youfu suddenly laughed. You know me well. Duanbua also laughed. Department director, we hit it off. We're the same kind of people. After laughing, Duanbua gave Zhang Youfu a cigarette and lit it. Zhang Youfu took a deep breath. Sigh. This Li Baoshan is really amazing. He actually took away 2 operating theaters. After the operating theaters were built, our department suddenly had fewer patients. Duanbua nodded. Actually. Department director, I have an idea. We can make them send all the patients here and slap themselves. Zhang Youfu's eyes lit up when he heard it. What idea? Duanbua said, the current emergency department is just a bluff. Zhang Youfu frowned. What do you mean? Duanbua smiled mysteriously. Department director, don't you know the current situation of the emergency department? The emergency department was just an empty shell, a bluff. Think about it. There are only a few surgeons in the emergency department, and there are less than 9 people in the emergency department. Li Baoshan is busy with major surgeries all day long. He doesn't have time to perform minor surgeries like gallbladder surgeries. Secondly, Yanjun has been transferred to perform hand surgeries. Can Chen Bingxing handle so many surgeries alone? Xianxia has so many patients every day that she doesn't have time to perform surgeries. Moreover, Xianxia's surgical skills are average. You don't know, do you? I was her classmate when I was in school. She was originally in the orthopedics department. How could she know how to perform hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery? If that's the case, it's just a few junior doctors and small fries. Do they even know how to perform surgeries in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery? Cholecystectomy had always been risky. How could they know how to do it? Would Li Baoshan let them do it? That's simply unrealistic. When Zhang Youfu heard Duanbua's words, his eyes lit up. That's right, what was he afraid of? They only had a few useless soldiers and crab generals. Did they really think that they could do anything just because they had an operating theater? They must be kidding. Forget about not giving him any patients. Even if they gave him all the patients, would he be able to do it? When the time came, the patients would not be able to perform surgeries, and delaying the patient's condition would be a big problem. When that time came, no matter how capable Li Baoshan was, what could he do? Duanbua's idea was brilliant, it was great. If Li Baoshan did not want to be punished, he would definitely ask the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery to perform surgeries. Wouldn't the patients be sent to the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery? When that time came, everything would be easier if they had more evidence against him. Duanbua looked at Zhang Youfu, who was beaming with joy, and suddenly said, if you ask me, Department Director, you should help him. Zhang Youfu asked, how can I help? Duanbua smiled mysteriously. You have a lot of outpatients on Saturday, right? We can send a few more to the emergency department. When Zhang Youfu heard that, he immediately laughed. The shift on Saturday was busier because there were not many people in the department. Chen Song had to be both a mother and a father. He had to write medical records and deal with the emergency department. He also had to be prepared to receive patients at any time. Dr. Xiaochen. There's a patient here. After half an hour, when he had just asked about the patient's condition, he was urged again. Dr. Xiaochen, this patient has gallstones and gallbladder colic. Chen Song hurriedly settled him down. The emergency department was not an ordinary inpatient ward. He just had to take his time. The condition of the patients in the emergency department could change at any time. So he did not dare to be careless. When it was 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Song was about to get off work. However, he could not finish his work at all. He received 8 cases of gallbladder diseases in one afternoon. Was this a miracle? God knew that the emergency department had established an operating theater and called a few people to support it. When it was 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Song finally dealt with all the patients properly and selected a day for surgery. So far, there were more and more patients for surgery. Including the original 6 patients, there were now a total of 14 to 15 patients scheduled for surgery on Monday. It was impossible to arrange all of them in one day. After work, Chen Song was so sleepy that he went straight to bed. He did not care about anything else. When he woke up, it was already 7 o'clock. He hurriedly packed up and went to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. After Zhang Jixin saw her yesterday, the swelling was completely gone today. Chen Song also wanted to see the results of the surgery. Xiao Tianhua's face had basically recovered, and the swelling had already subsided. Zhang Jixin had also arrived at the hospital early to witness this glorious moment together. To be honest, Zhang Jixin was not confident. After all, who could guarantee this kind of prognosis? When it was around 8 o'clock, even Yang Tao and Xianxia came in. To be honest, the two of them were also looking forward to seeing how Xiao Tianhua would recover. After all, a design drawing was a design drawing, just like a concept painting. No one could guarantee the reality. Just like a buyer's show and a seller's show, there was always a two-dimensional difference. The 4 of them walked to Xiao Tianhua's room full of anticipation. This was an independent VIP ward. There were professional nurses and caregivers to take care of her daily life. In order to ensure the recovery of her eyes, Xiao Tianhua basically stayed in the hospital these days. Xiao Tianhua, I'm a little nervous. Zhang Jixin thought to himself, you're nervous? I'm more nervous than you are. Anyway, your poop is free, Chen Song, take it off. She should be almost recovered. Yang Tao and Qin Xiang silently followed behind him, waiting for a miracle to happen. One had to know that plastic surgery was like this. Every time the gauze was taken off, it was like taking off a bride's veil in ancient times. It was full of excitement and surprise. Of course, there were also occasional scares. As the gauze was slowly taken off until there was nothing left on the face, a clean face suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When everyone saw this face, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. How beautiful was it? Of course not. In fact, the biggest shock was not how beautiful it was. It was the comparison before and after the surgery. Everyone present had personally performed the surgery on Xiao Tianhua. Naturally, they were extremely familiar with the original face. But now, compared to before, it could be said that this face had undergone an earth-shattering change. Zhang Jixin was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. It's great. A masterpiece. It's a classic. When Xiao Tianhua heard this, her heart itched. She couldn't care about anything else and wanted to take the mirror. Give me the mirror. P.S. Cough cough, I'm a little excited. The first leader of this book is my old friend Unambitious. He tipped me with 50,000 Qidin coins. I'm really grateful. After it's published, try to update as much as possible. On the first day, I'll update 11 chapters. When the time comes, I might be able to update more. To be honest, Xiao Tianhua was already mentally prepared for all kinds of things. When the nurse passed the mirror to her, she hesitated for a few seconds. In those few seconds, she also thought about a lot of things. She thought about the good reputation of the brand, and she thought about whether the feces at home was enough. However, when she mustered the courage to look at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman in the mirror, all her thoughts disappeared. At this moment, her mind was completely blank. Gradually, tears fell from the corners of her eyes unconsciously. She raised her trembling hand and looked at herself in the mirror. She gently touched her face, afraid that everything was a fantasy or a dream. When beauty came, she was afraid that it would disappear if she was not careful. However, these 2 drops of tears were like 2 grenades that directly exploded in Zhang Jixin's heart. He was really frightened. Are you still not satisfied? If you're still not satisfied, then it's not our problem. You pointed out that you have too much pig feces at home and you don't know where to put them. You just have to find fault with me. Chen Song smiled and asked, Sister Xiao, are you satisfied? Xiao Tianhua touched the tears on her face and smiled at Chen Song. She kept nodding. Satisfied. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Xiao Chen, thank you. Your sister Zhao's second parent. Well, Xiao Tianhua's cultural level was limited. She really could not think of any high-end words. The word second parent raised Chen Song's seniority by a level. It also expressed Xiao Tianhua's happiness and excitement at that moment. Ding. Completed Xiao Tianhua's expectations and helped her to make a satisfied face. Mission completion score, 60 points. Chen Song was stunned when he heard that. Only 60 points? What the F asterisk CK, so low, I'm already a second parent, and you gave me 60 points, however, Chen Song carefully analyzed it. Perhaps it was because he did not participate in the surgery and only participated in the design, so the score was actually not low. Indeed, there was still some distance from perfectly solving this problem. If he did the surgery himself from the beginning to the end, he might get a very high score. Mission completion reward, 1. Xiao Tianhua's trust, plus 50 favorability, 2. Obtained inner and outer canthus microsurgery, advanced, internal and external canthus microplastic surgery, advanced. Special effect, natural, make your internal and external canthus look natural after plastic surgery, without any traces of modification. Chen Song looked at the mission reward and frowned slightly. He really didn't know what the use of these 50 points of favorability was. What was the use of favorable impression points? Moreover, wasn't this increase in favorability a little too much, 100 all of a sudden? It was really, a little frightening. Chen Song was in a dilemma. The second skill was still okay. It was a high-level skill that came with a natural special effect. It was a pretty good skill. This was the second skill that he could use in the plastic surgery industry. In addition, the first incision was an advanced double eyelid surgery. He could be considered to be quite good at plastic surgery. I'll study it when I get back. Seeing that Xiao Tianhua was so satisfied, Zhang Jixin naturally heaved a sigh of relief. It's fine as long as you're not crying because of yourself. You scared me. Is President Xiao satisfied? Zhang Jixin continued to ask. Xiao Tianhua nodded and turned to look at Zhang Jixin. I'm satisfied. Dr. Zhang, you've worked hard this time. I'm very satisfied. There are also a few doctors who participated in the surgery. After saying that, Xiao Tianhua picked up the phone and called a man in. Hello, President Xiao. Xiao Tianhua nodded. Give me the things. The man took a bag. Xiao Tianhua waved her hand and the man went out. Xiao Tianhua looked at everyone and took out cell-phone-sized packages. She handed them to Zhang Jixin, Yang Tao, Xianxia, and Chen Song one by one. This is a token of my sincerity. Please don't reject it. I'm very satisfied with today's surgery. Take this as a reward for your hard work. Then, Xiao Tianhua took out a card and handed it to Zhang Jixin. President Zhang, the fees this time will be based on the previous time. Please calculate the money and let's go settle the bill. Zhang Jixin quickly waved his hand. President Xiao, we're giving it to you this time. Because of our mistakes last time, we caused you a lot of inconvenience. I'm deeply sorry. Xiao Tianhua shook her head. That's that. I've already taken revenge for the previous time. This time, it's calculated separately. Let's go settle the bill. After the two of them went out, Chen Song, Yang Tao, and Qin Xiang looked at the heavy things in their hands. It seemed to be tens of thousands of yuan. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, the two of them wanted to help Chen Song. In the end, they earned some extra money. Ding. Successfully helped Zhang Jixin solve the problem. Mission score, 80 points. Mission completion reward, 1. Zhangji Xin's favorability plus 20. 2. Receive a master teacher guide card, 10 days. 3. Triple experience pill * 5. Chen Song's eyes widened. This reward was quite rich. Master teacher guide card. After use, your actions will be automatically regulated and pointed out. Triple experience pill. After use, your experience will be tripled for the next 10 hours, including skill experience plus normal experience. 2 consumables, but it looked very tempting. As expected, the difference between 60 points and 80 points was still very big. Yang Tao and Qin Xiang looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, your design standards are really good. Chen Song smiled modestly. Yang Tao stared at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, I also have a plastic surgery hospital called Xia Plastic Surgery. I want to invite you to be a special expert there. What do you think? After Chen Song heard this, he smiled. President Yang, you think too highly of me. There's no need for a special expert. When the time comes, if President Yang needs me, just give me a call. The more friends one had, the more options one would have. Chen Song naturally couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Moreover, this time, Yang Tao also helped Chen Song a lot. That was why the mission could be completed. When Yang Tao heard this, his eyes lit up. He quickly said with a smile, no problem, then it's settled. Don't worry about the treatment. I naturally won't treat Xiao Chen badly. The design fee will be paid according to 30% of the plastic surgery fee. What do you think? After Chen Song heard this, he was dumbfounded. 30% as long as the design was done, isn't this a bit exaggerated? Qin Xiang saw this and smiled. Xiao Chen, don't be embarrassed. This price is not high at all. Do you know how much the famous plastic surgery designers in the country cost? For example, a certain celebrity cost 1.3 million yuan for plastic surgery and 800,000 yuan for the design fee. Because you don't have a plastic surgeon's license now, if the ratio is too high, it will be too ostentatious. How about this? I'm the president of the Plastic Surgeon Association in Danyang Province. At the end of September, there will be a plastic surgery industry conference in Korea. There will be a surgery exhibition. I'll take you there and help you get a license. Qin Xiang was determined to pull Chen Song into the Plastic Surgeon Association of Danyang Province. Moreover, what about the medical beauty license? It was difficult to say it was difficult, but it was also not difficult to say it was not difficult. Moreover, Chen Song had a clinical practitioner's license. With Qin Xiang's help, getting a license was really not a big deal. What's more, the medical beauty industry was now in a mess. Small workshops were everywhere, and many people who didn't have a medical practitioner were doing it. P.S. Thank you to my old friend Red Lips High Heels and Black Eyeshadow for the reward of becoming a guardian of this book. Thank you. 12 updates on the day of publication. In the afternoon, Chen Song received a call and was called to the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital. Xianxia worked during the day on Sundays. When she was making ward rounds today, she suddenly found that there were more than 20 patients in the emergency department who needed cholecystectomy. Some of them had obvious indications for surgery and would not be delayed for long. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She knew the emergency department better than anyone else. How could it accommodate so many patients who needed cholecystectomy? Even if there were not enough hospital beds, these patients who needed ordinary cholecystectomies could be discharged the next day if they used laparoscopy. However, there was a serious problem to consider, that was, who could perform the surgery, who could perform cholecystectomy in the emergency department. In Xianxia's impression, there was only one person who could do it, Lao Chen. Could Lao Chen handle it alone? There were more than 40 people. Even if Lao Chen was made of steel, he could not rest. Moreover, cholecystectomy took at least 1 or 2 hours. Even if he did not rest, he could not finish it. If the surgery was delayed for too long and missed the best treatment period, it would delay the patient's condition. Who could bear the responsibility? When she thought of this, Xianxia was a little anxious. The operating theater had just been built. It could not withstand such a big commotion. Fortunately, they found out about it early. Otherwise, if something happened on Monday, the responsibility would be huge. When she asked the nurse, she found out that Chen Song had received many patients who needed cholecystectomy yesterday. Therefore, Xianxia directly called Chen Song's phone and asked him to come to the emergency department. Chen Song thought that something had happened. He ran in while panting and asked anxiously, "Teacher Shi, what happened?" Xianxia sat in the office and looked at Chen Song. "Did you receive all the patients yesterday?" Chen Song was stunned. "What patients?" Xianxia picked up the registration form from the nursing station. "Take a look. Did you receive these patients?" Chen Song took it and looked at it. He immediately frowned. "Why are there so many? I received 6 patients who needed cholecystectomy yesterday. Together with the original patients in the department, there are only about 10 patients in total, right? But, why are there almost 30 of them up there?" Chen Song abruptly realized that something was amiss. If there were more than 10 patients and 8 surgeries were arranged every day, the problem would be solved in 2 days. But now, there were nearly 30 patients, and all of them needed surgery. Some of the surgery dates could not be delayed. If the surgery could not be completed on time, there would definitely be problems. Xianxia frowned. "You mean? Weren't there so many patients yesterday?" Chen Song nodded. Xianxia looked at the shift schedule. Yuan Fan was on duty in the surgery department last night. Thinking of this, she directly picked up the phone and dialed Yuan Fan's number. The phone rang several times before it was picked up. "Hello? Teacher Shi?" Xianxia went straight to the point. "How many patients with gallbladder disease did you receive yesterday?" The other party did not hesitate. "Yes, I was on duty last night, and the patients who came were actually gallbladder patients. I was wondering if there was a problem with the barbecue stall last night." "What's wrong?" Xianxia was a little angry. "Don't you see that there are already more than 10 patients in the department who need surgery now? If you take them in like this, we won't be able to handle it at all. If the surgery time is prolonged, won't there be problems?" Yuan Fan was slightly stunned. "Teacher Shi, we're just a transfer station. The patients can be handed over to the surgery department, right? Wasn't it like this before?" This sentence made Xianxia so angry that she hung up the phone. What was the relationship between the surgery department and the emergency department now? Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Asking the surgery department for a consultation, wasn't this clearly looking for trouble? However, there was no other way. The patients' lives could not be delayed. If there was a big problem after a long delay, who could be responsible? Xianxia sat there and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, she stood up and said to Chen Song, "Xiao Chen, go and call the general surgery department. See who's on duty today and ask him to come down for a consultation." Chen Song nodded, picked up the phone, and called the surgery department. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, General Surgery Department." Chen Song said, "Hello, I'm in the emergency department. We have a patient who needs the surgery department's assistance." When Duanbo heard this, he immediately smiled. His reaction was quite fast. He found out so quickly, however. Duanbo said, "Okay, wait a moment. I'll go down immediately." The consultation still needed to be done. This was the hospital's rule. If you didn't come, you had to be responsible. Duanbo hung up the phone and went downstairs. After going downstairs, Xianxia saw Duanbo. Her expression changed slightly. She said seriously, "Hello, Dr. Duan. We received a few patients today. Can you take a look at their situation?" "Xiao Chen, take the medical records." "Dr. Duan, this way." Chen Song picked up the medical records and followed behind. Duanbo was also very serious. Surprisingly, he did not find fault. Instead, he was very patient. After analyzing the medical records, he said to the patient, "You have acute cholecystitis. I'm worried that if it continues to be delayed, it may become suppurative. You'll need surgery." When the patient heard this, he quickly nodded. "Yes. Doctor, please do me a favor and perform the surgery in advance." Duanbo smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry. There are 2 operating theaters in the emergency department. There's no problem with arranging the surgery, but it can't be delayed. The sooner the better. After suppuration, the difficulty of the surgery will be greatly increased." When the patient heard this, he immediately felt relieved. There were 2 operating theaters in the emergency department. However, he immediately became nervous again. He had to perform the surgery as soon as possible. He had to talk to the doctor about this. If the surgery was delayed, it would be a big deal. After walking around, Duanbo was very serious and responsible. He patiently and carefully explained the patient's situation. Basically, he said everything he knew. What he said was also the truth. After seeing a few patients, Duanbo smiled and looked at Xianxia. Dr. Shi, you have so many patients, more than the general surgery department. I heard that Dr. Shi has become a team leader. Congratulations. Xianxia nodded with a fake smile. I can't compare to Dr. Duan. By the way, you're going to be the deputy director soon, right? When we meet in the future, I'll have to call you Director Duan. Duanbo was very enthusiastic. Those who did not know would think that they were good friends. Duanbo quickly waved his hand. The types of diseases in the general surgery department are relatively simple. Unlike the emergency department, there are too many types of diseases and they're critical. Without real skills, you can't stop the work. This must be Chen Song. Dr. Chen, you're so dedicated. You even come to work on the weekend. Chen Song smiled. Hello, Dr. Duan. Duanbo nodded. Yes, I heard about you last time. You can beat little Zhou in the surgery in our department. You must have real skills. You're amazing. The younger generation will surpass us in time. In this day and age, you can be promoted to the staff of the 2nd Provincial Hospital after graduating from an undergraduate degree. You're really good. Chen Song shook his head. I was lucky. I happened to have an appendectomy. If it were other surgeries, I would definitely not be as good as Dr. Zhou. After all, everyone has their own strengths. Chen Song did not miss anything when he spoke. He did not let Duanbo have any evidence against him, but to him, it was another piece of information. Chen Song was inexperienced. He only had one skill. After all, according to his information, Chen Song basically wrote medical records in the 2 years in the emergency department. He only performed retractors and knots occasionally during surgeries. He only started to learn about appendectomies this year. He basically did not perform other surgeries. Suddenly, Duanbo smiled and said, young people need to practice more and learn more. The emergency department is the best platform. There are many patients, so you need to try more. Surgeries are actually not that simple. You can learn it after practicing a few times. Surgeons need to be bold. Dr. Xiaochen, you can do it. I have faith in you. Duanbo was really good at talking. No one could find fault with him. Most importantly, he could hit the nail on the head. What were young people most afraid of? Fanning the flames. Give him a little sunshine and he would want to shine brightly. Give him a little flood and he would want to flood. What was Duanbo trying to do? Cause trouble. There were a lot of patients in the emergency department now. It must be because there were not enough senior doctors and junior doctors were not very good at this surgery. Chen Song was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He would definitely be ambitious enough to give it a try if he was encouraged. Laymen might not understand, but professionals knew. The appendix was different from the gallbladder. How many sequelae would be caused by cholecystectomy every year? If there was a bile leak during the surgery, the emergency department would be in trouble. At that time, no matter how many people you had, they would not be able to protect you. Duanbo was about to leave when he said that. He stood up and said to Xianxia, Dr. Shi, I still have a lot of things to do in the department. I'm leaving. Dr. Xiaochen, do your best. I have faith in you. Xianxia heard and quickly stood up. Wait, Dr. Duan. Duanbo turned around. What's wrong? Xianxia organized her words. There are limited beds in the emergency department, and the number of doctors is also limited. Generally speaking, after the patients are triaged in the emergency department, they will be sent to the specialist department for treatment. The specialized patients will be sent to the relevant departments for treatment. I want to transfer the patients you made your ward round to the general surgery department. After all, you are more professional. Duanbo frowned when he heard that. It's not impossible. It's reasonable to say so. It's just that our department is full now. and the surgery schedule is full. After these patients are transferred, there's no way to arrange for surgery. But if we don't arrange for surgery in a short period of time, these patients' conditions might change. I really can't bear this responsibility. So really, there's nothing I can do. Xianxia's expression changed when she heard that. Duanbua's words could be said to have left her with no way out. How about? Dr. Duan, we have an operating theater that can be vacated. Please see how many doctors in the Department of Surgery can come over for surgery. The emergency department will actively cooperate. What do you think? Xianxia was already trying her best to think of a solution. However, Duanbua sighed, I'm on duty and can't leave. Other doctors. I can't contact them. How about this, Dr. Shi, I'll give you their numbers and you can contact them. After that, Duanbua enthusiastically sent the doctor's phone number to Xianxia on WeChat. After Duanbua left, Xianxia had no choice but to call them one by one. As expected, everyone was very busy and had something to do. How could he do that? All of a sudden, Xianxia was extremely anxious. Should he find someone from another hospital to perform the surgery? No way. Xianxia dispelled the idea as soon as it came to her mind. If so, things would become more troublesome. Should I ask the ambulance to transfer the patient to another hospital? Would he be scolded by the patient's family if he transferred to another hospital at this time? This was no longer important. Even if he was scolded, he could only be scolded. After all, the patient's health was more important than anything else. If something happened, it would implicate the entire emergency department and all the doctors. Thinking of this, Xianxia turned to Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, prepare to contact the patient's family and talk to them. Ask them to contact the ambulance or transfer the patient directly. As soon as she said this, Chen Song was stunned. Teacher Shi, don't we have a spare operating theater? We can do it ourselves. Besides, the patient is already in the hospital. What's the point of calling the ambulance to transfer the patient? It'll be so embarrassing if this gets out. Xianxia widened her eyes. There are 6 patients who need surgery today and more than 10 tomorrow. How are you going to do it? Who's going to do it? There are operating theaters, there are. But do you have a doctor to do it? In our department, only Director Li and Lao Chen can do it. Director Li went to a meeting today and Lao Chen is not here. Who's going to do it? You can do it. And now is not the time to be embarrassed. The patient's safety is the most important thing. No matter what, we must ensure the patient's health and safety. There can't be any mistakes. This is not a matter of making mistakes, but a matter of principle. Xianxia's attitude was very firm. If they could not do it, they had to transfer the patient to another hospital immediately to ensure the patient's health. As for embarrassment or other things, did it mean anything when it came to the patient's health? Hearing Xianxia's resolute tone, Chen Song looked up and said with certainty, yes. I'll do it. I can do it. Xianxia was so angry at Chen Song that she laughed. Haha, Xiao Chen, you've forgotten who you are after being instigated by Duanbua? At this point, Xianxia got up and looked at the door, then closed it. Xiao Chen, I'm telling you, don't think that Duanbua is a good person. He wasn't praising you just now. He's harming you. Cholecystectomy and appendectomy are 2 completely different operations. The difficulty is also much higher because after the gallbladder disease, the gallbladder triangle adhesion will be serious, and separation will be difficult. In addition, the surgical requirements are very high. Without enough experience and steady hands, it's easy to have a surgical accident. The treatment of post-cholecystectomy syndrome is more troublesome than cholecystectomy. To put it bluntly, if you have to spend 10,000 yuan for a surgery, you may have to spend 100,000 yuan to treat the complications in the future. If you damage the bile duct or cause bile to leak into the abdominal cavity, it will be biliary peritonitis. If you damage the hepatic artery, it will cause massive bleeding. Don't you remember that there was a patient in the surgery department last year who had cholelithiasis? He was cured after the cholecystectomy, but the bile leaked and caused a large area of peritonitis. He was hospitalized for 2 months. Not to mention how much money was spent, the patient directly sued the chief surgeon after he was discharged. Duanbua saw that you were young and impetuous, so he wanted to provoke you and make you act like a hothead. The more Xianxia said, the angrier she became. She did not have a good impression of Duanbua. Others did not know him well, but Xianxia knew Duanbua very well. The two of them studied in the same master's class. She knew that Duanbua was full of evil intentions. Moreover, he was Zhang Youfu's loyal bootlicker. What good intentions could he have? Xianxia said so much for Chen Song's sake. She did not want Chen Song to be used as a tool at such a young age. Chen Song understood that Xianxia was also afraid that something would happen to him. However, he could perform surgery. Not only could he do it, but he was also good at it. Teacher, sure, I understand what you mean, but I really know how to perform cholecystectomy. And I'm very good at it. Xianxia heard Chen Song's words and turned around. She had a good impression of Chen Song. This young man was honest and not the kind of person who bluffed. Seeing that he repeatedly emphasized that he knew how to do it, could it be that he really knew how to do it? If this was said by Wang Yong, there was a 90% chance that Xianxia would not believe it. However, when she saw Chen Song's confidence, she hesitated. Chen Song, this is not a joke. Do you understand? This is a big matter that concerns the patient's life and health. There is no room for carelessness. Chen Song nodded. Teacher, sure, I know what to do. I won't joke about my career, let alone my patients. Xianxia was not a hesitant girl. As the team leader of the emergency surgery department, she had to be decisive at this time. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, pack up and prepare for the surgery. Chen Song's face lit up when he heard this. He immediately nodded. There were 6 patients who needed surgery today. Chen Song would not be able to perform the surgery alone. He had to find a helper. When he thought of this, Chen Song dialed Wang Yong's number. There are a few surgeries in the afternoon. Are you free? Wang Yong was holding his 98K and aiming at the enemy's head. If he were to shoot, the airdrop that the enemy had just picked up would probably be his, right? Just as he was about to shoot, Chen Song's phone call came in. Surgery? What surgery? Wang Yong sat up straight and quickly asked. What he lacked the most now was the opportunity to perform surgeries. The exam was coming soon, so he had to perform as many surgeries as possible. Chen Song said, cholecystectomy. Wang Yong was stunned. Chen Song could perform such an amazing surgery? Chen Song thought for a while and called Xianxia, the little bootlicker. After all, it was also a pleasant thing to have someone who was pleasing to the eye and who would flaunt their prowess when performing surgery. Of course, Xianxia was a graduate student in Xianxia University, and he was quite skilled. If it was just Wang Yong, it would be boring. Actually, could Chen Song do it alone? Yes, he could. However, when he thought about how Wang Yong was an important clue to activate the master-disciple mission, Chen Song still wanted to give him a chance to train and guide him. As for Xianxia, Chen Song was not that bored. He was not that bored. It was mainly because of Xianxia's work. He was now engaged in the research of surgical methods. Chen Song reckoned that he should communicate with Xianxia more to see if he could summarize his surgical experience and write a research paper. The operating theater was ready. The first patient was not very troublesome. It was an ordinary case of calculus cholecystitis. The B scan showed that the gallbladder was enlarged. Because she was worried, Xianxia decided to follow Chen Song for the first surgery. Xianxia came early to take over Xianxia's shift. Xianxia came to the office curiously. Xianxia had already followed Chen Song into the operating theater. Xianxia could not help but ask the nurse on duty, what surgery did Chen Song go for? The nurse was stunned. It should be a cholecystectomy. I saw the case of bed 12. Just now. When Xianxia heard that, he ran into the office and logged into the computer to open the case of bed 12. The preoperative record was done, laparoscopic cholecystectomy. Preoperative diagnosis, calculus cholecystitis. Large gallbladder. Chen Song knows how to perform cholecystectomy. What the hell, is this for real? At this moment, Wang Yong also rushed in. When he saw Xianxia sitting in the office, he was puzzled. Where's Chen Song? Wang Yong asked while panting. Xianxia said, he went to perform surgery with teacher Shi. Why are you here? Wang Yong sighed helplessly. I'm Master Chen's little follower now. When Master Chen calls, I have to run over. When Qinyu heard that, he chuckled. Wang Yong glared at Qinyu. How are you laughing at me? Are you different from me? I'm also, Chen Song's follower. Qinyu was so angry that her chest swelled up by a cup. Wang Yong smiled. See, I told you, you look much better when you're angry than when you're smiling. Qinyu was so angry that he wanted to hit him. Wang Yong could not help but ask, what surgery did Chen Song perform? He didn't say it clearly over the phone. Qinyu said angrily, see for yourself. After Wang Yong saw it, he was stunned. Oh my god, cholecystectomy? Chen Song knows how to perform this surgery? Did he do it with Teacher Sure? Qinyu shook his head. Teacher Sure is an orthopedist, okay? She never performs cholecystectomy. I've been with her for so long, but I've never seen her perform cholecystectomy. When Wang Yong heard that, his eyes widened. Then, you're saying that Teacher Sure is Chen Song's assistant? Chen Song is the chief surgeon? Qinyu also reacted quickly. His eyes, which were already big, became even bigger. He looked like a cartoon character. Chen Song is so awesome? In an instant, the two of them became gossipy. In the operating theater, the anesthesiologist had already anesthetized the patient. Cholecystectomy was more troublesome and took a long time. Moreover, it was a laparoscopic cholecystectomy. To be honest, Xianxia was a little flustered and short of breath. After all, she did not know how to perform the surgery. She was still a little scared. After all, surgery was not like killing a pig. You just had to stab it to death. Surgery was to save people. You could not be careless. Standing in the operating theater, Xianxia looked at Chen Song and was a little worried. Why did the operating theater feel so small today? In short, Xianxia felt uncomfortable. When Chen Song saw that, he smiled. Teacher Sure, don't be nervous. Xianxia's face immediately turned red. Who was nervous? Nonsense, besides, it was the first time. Who wouldn't be nervous? I, an orthopedist, was here to watch you perform cholecystectomy. Xianxia adjusted her state of mind and said in a low voice, let's start. The skin of the surgical field was disinfected according to the usual procedure. Sterile drape was placed on the skin and a single-hole blanket. Next, it was time to pump up the well. During laparoscopic surgery, the well had to be pumped up to facilitate observation of the surgical field and surgery. Everyone should still remember the pump-up song, so there's no need to sing it here. Chen Song made a 1.5 cm arc incision on the umbilical cord. Through the incision, he inserted the pneumoperitoneum needle into the abdominal cavity and began to inject carbon dioxide. The pump-up was also particular about strength. As the saying went, unfamiliar at first, familiar at second. When the pressure on the screen reached 13 mm of water column, the pneumoperitoneum was successfully established, the pneumoperitoneum needle was pulled out and the 10 mm cone sheath was inserted into the abdominal cavity at the puncture point. The internal organs were operated through the auxiliary hole. At this time, the surgical field was fully exposed, and the organs in the abdominal cavity were shown on the television. Liver, green, no abnormalities. Peritoneum, green, no infection or exudation. Stomach, green, normal. When the red gallbladder appeared, some information appeared in Chen Song's mind. Cholecystitis, level 28, size, 50 by 21 by 18 mm, grayish-white, wall thickness, 4 mm, hyperemia, edema, high tension, stone incarceration at the neck of the gallbladder, stone size. Chen Song was surprised to find that the information this time was much more than before. The detailed data was directly fed back into Chen Song's mind, and his grasp of the disease was more detailed and substantial. After Chen Song checked, he said to Xianxia, Teacher Sure, hold it well. It's within this field of vision. Xianxia nodded, and Chen Song began the next step. Chen Song chose 3 abdominal punctures, 1 for observation, 1 for main operation, and 1 for auxiliary operation. Xianxia was a little nervous because the next step was to dissect the triangle of the gallbladder, which was the so-called triangle of death of the gallbladder. Fortunately, the triangle of the gallbladder was clear and easy to separate. Chen Song held the forceps with his left hand and pulled the bottom of the gallbladder to the side of the head. The electrocoagulation hook approached the gallbladder flask and separated the bile duct. This set of movements seemed simple, but it required countless practice to master because one careless mistake could damage the triangle of the gallbladder. Dissecting and separating the triangle of the gallbladder was the most difficult part of difficult cholecystectomy. This was also the most difficult part of difficult cholecystectomy because the adhesion of the triangle of the gallbladder was very strong and difficult to separate. When Xianxia was performing the surgery, he suddenly discovered something very surprising. It was a red stone. Xianxia found that when he dissected the triangle of the gallbladder, he could see a red stone. To Xianxia, this piece of news was undoubtedly an extremely good thing. Why were there so many postoperative complications after cholecystectomy? It was because there were many small stones left behind, and there were even stones left in the liver or extrahepatic bile duct, which caused the surgery to fail directly. If the situation was more serious, what if there were not only stones left behind, but also tumors? One had to know that these things were not so easy to discover. The fact that he could discover these hidden diseases was a blessing to the patients. Thinking of this, Xianxia realized that his pair of eyes was a treasure. Perhaps there were still many uses that he had not discovered yet. However, it was definitely a sharp tool to save lives and treat diseases. It was very important for a surgeon to be able to discover diseases that were easily overlooked. After the excitement, Xianxia continued the surgery. After clamping the cystic duct and the cystic artery, he used the electrocoagulation hook and transducer to remove the gallbladder. At this moment, Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it was cut open. It was fine as long as it was cut open. The next step was to remove the gallbladder and clamp it with a medium-sized vascular forceps. A small incision was made with a sharp knife to wash away the bile. At this moment, the surgery was about to come to an end. At this moment, the stones were removed and the gallbladder was pulled out. The entire surgery was very smooth, so smooth that Xianxia felt that everything was not so real. After washing and checking, the patient needed to be sutured. Xianxia took the suture needle and carefully sutured layer by layer. When the skin was sutured, Xianxia suddenly thought of a problem. Could he change the patient's satisfaction with the surgery through suturing? The main advantage of minimally invasive surgery was minimally invasive surgery. If he put in more effort and made it non-invasive, would it be more popular? Thinking of this, Xianxia calmed down and observed the wound. He suddenly thought that this kind of puncture suture could be different from ordinary incision suture. If it was an open abdominal surgery, he needed to consider the firmness of the wound to prevent the wound from opening. If the patient had a few more friends like Xianxia around, wouldn't they suffer? Therefore, he needed to consider the firmness of the wound and prevent infection. Puncture was different. The possibility of opening was very low. Moreover, the wound was narrow and small, and the contact area was not large, so the infection was very low. In this way, he only needed to focus on one aspect, and that was the aesthetics. Thinking of this, Xianxia began to think. Soon, Xianxia came up with a suture method that was more conducive to recovery and hiding the wound. With the special effect of his skin suture, there would be no scar by using absorbable thread. Thinking of this, Xianxia said to the nurse, "Use absorbable thread." Xianxia had already seen Xianxia staring at the patient's belly for a while. What was so good about the belly? At this time, when she heard Xianxia wanted to use absorbable thread, she was stunned. Use absorbable thread on the belly? Xianxia nodded. I have a way to make the patient unable to find the wound at all. This sentence stunned Xianxia. Make the patient unable to find the wound. This meant that, forget the pain after the scar healed. How was that possible? Although laparoscopy was said to be minimally invasive, how could the hole in the well not be sutured? After suturing, there would definitely be a scar. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Young people like to fiddle with messy things and indulge in wild fantasies. However, the operation was completed smoothly. Xianxia was not worried. Xianxia could do whatever he wanted. Xianxia began to suture the wound. He held a needle holder in his hand and continuously outlined the wound. Not long after, a beautiful surgical knot was tied and the thread was cut off. When Xianxia came back to her senses and was about to say that Xianxia was indulging in fantasy, she was suddenly dumbfounded. Where is the wound? Why can't I find it? Xianxia was shocked. She took a closer look and saw a faint surgical thread. Instantly, she was stunned. How could this be possible? Thinking of this, Xianxia hurriedly lowered her body and stared at the wound carefully. Finally, she noticed the difference. When Chen Song was suturing, the method of anastomosis and the placement of the stitches faintly combined the texture of the skin. This suture method and angle, as well as the choice of foot placement, was too awesome, right? It looked good, but this was too difficult, right? He had turned a normal suture into a high-level surgical method that she did not know. Suddenly, Xianxia realized that the young Chen Song in front of her had only been in surgery for 2 years. He had improved so much in just 2 years. How old was he? Her mind kept replaying Chen Song's operation just now. Skillful, smooth, confident, this was the temperament that only an excellent surgeon had. Even Chen Bingxing might not be at this level, right? Although Xianxia had not performed a cholecystectomy personally, she had never seen a pig run, but she had at least eaten pork before. Just now, Chen Song's every step could be said to be very smooth and unobstructed. There was almost nothing to nitpick about. The separation of the gallbladder triangle was originally Xianxia's biggest concern. However, during the operation, Chen Song did not seem to be stuck at all and completed the surgery in one go. This young man was not simple. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but sigh with emotion. No wonder he dared to say that he could perform the surgery just now. It turned out that he was very confident. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. That was right, since Chen Song could perform a cholecystectomy well, those patients did not need to be transferred to other hospitals. There was also no need to flatter the people in the surgery department. Thinking of this, Xianxia was also happy. Patients who underwent surgery were charged more than ordinary patients. For the patient just now, the surgery cost was estimated to be about 10,000 yuan. The relatively expensive titanium clips and other consumables were quite valuable. Moreover, the surgery was performed under a laparoscope. The more the patient spent, the higher the medical expenses. As the team leader, Xianxia naturally earned more money. For a moment, Xianxia looked at Chen Song with a very friendly gaze. Xiao Chen. Where did you learn this surgery? Did Lao Chen teach you? Chen Song smiled and evaded the question. Yes. Did Chen Bingxing teach Chen Song? Yes, he did. He told Chen Song that cholecystectomy was very difficult, and it was very easy for problems to arise. He told Chen Song not to move around recklessly and to observe more. After Xianxia heard this, she smiled. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the emergency department would be in trouble. Chen Song smiled faintly. Teacher sure, you're being too polite. The emergency department is everyone's home. I'm just doing my job. After I go back, I'll need you to check the patient's medical records and other things. Chen Song was telling the truth. In the future, Chen Song would naturally not be able to write medical records every day. He did not have the time at all. As for Xianxia, as the team leader of Chen Song and Wan Chen's team, with her checking, there would be fewer problems with the medical records. After all, for a resident doctor, it was common to deduct money from medical records. It was a lucky thing for everyone to have a strict and serious senior doctor. Xianxia nodded. Sure. In the future, you should think about surgeries carefully. Xiao Chen, I think you're really talented in the field of surgery. In the future, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. The two of them praised each other and reached an agreement. In fact, it was a mutually beneficial agreement. Xianxia smiled and left. I'll ask Qingyu and Wang Yong to come down and be assistants. I still have to be on duty. After she finished speaking, Xianxia left. At this time, Qingyu and Wang Yong had been gossiping for more than an hour in the office. After Xianxia entered, she saw the two of them lying on the table. What are you doing? Hurry up and help Xiao Chen. There are 6 surgeries today. You should learn more. Qingyu looked curious. Teacher, can Chen Song really perform cholecystectomy? Even Wang Yong looked doubtful. After all, he knew everything. It made them look like fools. Xianxia was deep in thought. After thinking carefully, she commented seriously, how should I say this? He should be better and more detailed than Lao Chen. I think you should learn from Xiao Chen. When she said that, the two of them were dumbfounded. What the heck, Chen Song, you mother****. You're farming behind our backs again. You're growing stronger in secret. Qinyu's face was full of disbelief and disbelief. Lao Chen's skill was obvious to all. He was definitely at the level of an associate senior doctor. He had a solid foundation in surgery and could perform all kinds of surgeries. How old was Chen Song? He was actually better than Lao Chen. Isn't this a joke? When he thought of this, Qin Yu could not help but laugh. Teacher, you're too humorous. Xianxia was stunned. Humorous? What humorous? Let me tell you, little Qin. You're a top student in Xianxia University, and you're indeed very outstanding. But to be honest, Xiao Chen has unknowingly taken a big step ahead of you. And you, little Wang, don't be unconvinced by Xiao Chen. I'll say this today. If the two of you can keep up with Chen Song's footsteps and not fall behind, your future will be limitless. In short, she had a very high opinion of Chen Song, Qin Yu and Wang Yong looked at each other. After Duanbo returned to the department, he entered the on-call room and closed the door. Then, he dialed Zhang Youfu's number. Chief, the other party can't hold on anymore, Duanbo said with a smile. When Zhang Youfu heard this, he said, oh? Hee, so fast? I haven't made a move yet. Tell me more about the situation. Duanbo said, today, Xianxia asked me to go for a consultation. After I went, I found out that there are nearly 30 gallbladder diseases in the emergency department now. I really have to admire Chief Li Baoshan's ability. Zhang Youfu nodded. He understood what Duanbo meant. In fact, the 120 Emergency Center also had arrangements for the distribution of patients. Different diseases would also be sent to different hospitals. They would inform each hospital in advance and make arrangements before the distribution would be carried out. For example, for myocardial infarction, the priority might be given to the Provincial Cardiovascular Hospital and the Provincial People's Hospital. For cerebral hemorrhage, the best priority would be the First People's Hospital of Eastern University, and so on. Zhang Youfu felt that it might be because the emergency department had just opened the operating theater recently. In order to have more people, Li Baoshan had informed the 120 Emergency Center. Duanbo continued, of course, Chief, didn't you also go out to see patients yesterday? I think those patients also went to the emergency department. Now, there are 6 or 7 patients in the emergency department requesting surgery in a short period of time. These 30 people have to be completed in 3 days. Even if Chen Bingxing doesn't eat or drink, he won't be able to finish it all. I'll see how he ends up. Zhang Youfu immediately laughed. After a while, he stopped smiling and said seriously, well, this. Little Duan, competition is competition, but you have to be careful. We're doctors. If the other party can't hold on, we have to protect the patient in time and complete the surgery in time. We can't let any accidents happen. Duanbo nodded. Don't worry, department director. But, now is not the time yet. We still have to give the other party more responsibilities and give them more patience. When the hospital meeting is held, you can talk to the hospital management again. Tell them that there is a shortage of people in the emergency department, and that it is a waste to have so many operating theaters that are useless. Why don't you give them to the emergency department and let us assist them in the surgery work in the emergency department? This way, not only can the resources be used effectively, but it can also improve the ability of the emergency department. After Zhang Youfu heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He had the most patients on Monday morning, so he would send the patients to the emergency department. Everything would be fine during the third hospital's meeting. Meanwhile, in the emergency operating theater, Chen Song suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! 10 consecutive kills in the operating theater completed. The title Operating Theater Newcomer has been upgraded to Operating Theater Newcomer. Operating Theater Newcomer. 1. There is a 5% chance of obtaining the skills of a chief surgeon when you are an assistant. 2. Experience doubled when you are a chief surgeon, can be stacked with other experience bonus items. Ding! Follow-up mission triggered, complete 100 surgeries to obtain a follow-up title. Chen Song looked at the reward and was a little flattered. A 5% chance was increased by 5 times, moreover, this new operating theater rookie had an additional heaven-defying attribute compared to the previous operating theater rookie. His surgical experience had been doubled, this was too good. He still had 5 triple experience pills, and now he had a double privilege. This was the rhythm of reaching the peak of life. Not bad, Chen Song was more and more satisfied with the benefits of the title system. He should hurry up and complete the 100 kills. At this time, Qin Yu and Wang Yong came down together. When they saw Chen Song, they greeted him. Chen Song smiled. "You're here. Hurry up and wash your hands and change your clothes. The next surgery is about to start. We need to complete 6 surgeries today. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Everyone, hurry up." A laparoscopic cholecystectomy took more than an hour at the fastest. It was almost 3 o'clock, and there were 5 more surgeries. It was obvious that he was greedy. When Qin Yu heard this, he rolled his eyes. "Sigh, my weekend is gone again." Wang Yong, on the other hand, was a little excited. After all, he was about to be assessed. It would probably be next week or the week after that. It wouldn't take long. Therefore, it was a good thing to participate in more surgeries. If he could learn cholecystectomy, he would definitely be able to pass the assessment. Chen Song suddenly remembered that there were surgeries in the afternoon. He used a triple experience pill and got ready to start the surgery. Ding. Triple experience pill activated. Time remaining, 9 hours and 59 minutes. You are currently the chief surgeon. Experience bonus for surgical skills, plus 6 times. Experience bonus for medical skills, plus 3 times. Oh. It turned out that the rookie in the operating theater title only added experience for surgical skills. It did not apply to general medical skills. But it was enough. The surgery began. The patient had acute cholecystitis. Chen Song was the chief surgeon, and it was still a laparoscopic surgery. This time, when Chen Song made the incision, he deliberately chose an angle and strength that was more convenient for the suture when he made the incision. Next was the pump. Chen Song looked at Wang Yong. During laparoscopic surgery, you must pay attention to the strength of the puncture. Don't hurt the organs in the abdominal cavity. Also, the speed of the pump is important to prevent pneumoperitoneum and other syndromes. There are many complications in laparoscopic surgery. When we perform it, we must try our best to avoid them. The moment Chen Song finished speaking, he suddenly had an idea. He remembered something. That was the modified appendectomy with a small incision. Appendectomy with a small incision was a new surgical method that improved the shortcomings of laparoscopic surgery and traditional laparotomy. Could he use it as a reference and improve the surgical method of cholecystectomy with a small incision? When he thought of this, Chen Song had an idea in his mind. After some time, he needed to think about this carefully. Now, he still needed to perform the surgery according to the rules. The A hole was used to insert a mirror. The B and C holes were the main operating holes, and the C hole was the auxiliary hole. Originally, he wanted Wang Yong to hold the mirror, but Chen Song thought about it and said to Qin Yu, "Hold the mirror." After he said that, he asked Wang Yong to perform the examination. Actually, if Chen Song did it himself, it would be faster. But Wang Yong needed practice, after all, so Chen Song decided to give him a chance. When Wang Yong heard that, his eyes lit up. He held the forceps with his left hand and began to perform the examination. Chen Song looked at the image on the television and knew the situation in the abdomen like the back of his hand. He said to Wang Yong, "Clamp the gallbladder with the forceps and push it to the top of the diaphragm. Lift it up. Yes, that's it. Expose the hepatic portal. Do you see that? That's the triangular region of the gallbladder." Wang Yong was very careful. He did whatever Chen Song told him to do, just like how he did when he was facing his teacher in school. Most importantly, he realized that Chen Song's method was straightforward. It was very concise. It was not as troublesome and boring as those video tutorials online. There were more than 100 sentences in each step, and none of them were important. It made people feel sleepy just by watching it. Of course, he did not know that this was Chen Song's summary of his experience in advanced cholecystectomy, and every sentence was the essence. At that moment, Qin Yu pursed his lips under the mask. "Why should I hold the scope? I want to perform the surgery too, okay?" After complaining, he glared at Chen Song, who was watching the television. Chen Song was puzzled. He thought that Xianxia was secretly flirting with him. After thinking about it, he thought that it would be impolite not to reciprocate, so he returned the gaze. Then, he sighed and advised earnestly, "Hold the scope properly. Don't think too much in the operating theater." When Xianxia heard that, he was instantly furious. When Xianxia saw that, his eyes lit up. If all women had such a skill, Zhang Zhixin would definitely lose his job if this continued. P.S. Thank you for the 20,000 tip from red lips, high heels, and black eyeshadow for becoming the sect leader of this book. Thank you very much. I'll update 13 chapters on the 25th, this Friday. As the surgery continued, everyone gradually got into the zone. Xianxia was basically talking as he operated, and he was not affected at all. With the help of the images on the television, they did not have to worry about the lack of surgical field. Everyone could clearly see the entire surgery process. Wang Yong listened very seriously and was almost meticulous. Xianxia was also very careful and kept thinking. The surgery lasted for more than an hour. Xianxia performed it very seriously, and he explained it very carefully. The two of them could be said to have benefited a lot. After all, they were of the same age, and it was easy for them to communicate. They also dared to ask questions casually. They did not have a sense of restraint like the senior doctors. In this way, both of them benefited a lot. Teaching was not only a good way to improve the students, but also a good training for the teachers. Because the students' questions were more complicated, there were even some angles and details that the teachers might not notice. The things that the teachers did not notice were the things that could be improved. Therefore, Xianxia also learned something from their questions. The moment the surgery ended, a notification sounded. Ding! Acute cholecystitis eliminated level 28. Cholecystectomy experience plus 600, 6 times the experience. Cholecystectomy experience points plus 300, 3 times the experience. To be honest, Xianxia was shocked by the sudden increase in experience points. Xianxia was dumbfounded when he opened his attribute pane to take a look. Cholecystectomy, advanced. Experience points, 700, 4000, with an increase of 600 experience points and 7 patients. Would he be able to upgrade to master level today? That was too fast. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more excited he became. Xianxia went out to wash his hands and change his clothes, while Wang Yong packed up the discarded items. Xianxia stood there thoughtfully. To be honest, the surgery today gave the two of them a great shock. It completely refreshed their understanding of Xianxia, because Xianxia performed the surgery very well. It was very smooth, it was very textbook. Moreover, Xianxia could answer the doubts raised by the two of them fluently. The comparison made the two of them stunned. Unknowingly, this kind of gap had appeared. When a person has $1 more than you may be disdainful. When someone has 100,000 more than you may be jealous or envious. When someone has 10 million more than you will lose the heart to compete. This was the same meaning. At this moment, the two of them no longer had the heart to compete with each other. Wang Yong was more self-aware. He had already sold Dolan a few days ago to buy a full set of support equipment and a pair of glasses. He was prepared to assist Xianxia in carrying the entire battle. Wang Yong had already realized that Xianxia was a powerful backer. Regardless of anything else, he decided to get in the car first. Therefore, Wang Yong didn't have so much time to think about those miscellaneous things at this time. He just had to study hard and be obedient every day. To put it bluntly, his mind was filled with thoughts of gallbladders. Gallbladder wall, common bile duct, common hepatic duct, and gallbladder triangle. For no reason, the song gallbladder version of Aries suddenly formed in his mind. What a complicated gallbladder. How twisted and abstract. So many evil-doing stones. Their whereabouts were always unknown. He was so flustered, he was about to lose his shape. The adhesion of the triangle was ridiculous. He vowed to resist tenaciously. Wang Yong hummed this little song and packed his things. His heart was full of excitement and excitement. All along, when he followed the chief physician during surgery, he could not let go. He was careful for fear of making mistakes and did not dare to ask. He was often confused. When he was performing surgery, he was even a little absent-minded. However, today's laparoscopic abdominal exploration before the surgery could be said to have made him eager to give it a try. He felt that he had grasped a clue. He suddenly realized that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. The chief physician's original arrangement was very wise. Perhaps Xianxia was the one who could help him take off. When there was no one in the operating theater, Wang Yong found Xianxia and said a little embarrassedly, "Xianxia, I have something to tell you." Xianxia was stunned and blushed. "There are surveillance cameras." Wang Yong was instantly stunned. He was completely defeated by this two-dimensional fujoshi. "What are you thinking about?" "I want to ask you for a favor. How about you help me hold the laparoscope in the surgery later?" I think it's almost time for the assessment. I want to train more." When Xianxia heard this, she said, "Okay." After all, she also wanted to give it a try. However, when she considered that Wang Yong was still a temporary worker, Xianxia also agreed. After changing and washing up, the third surgery began as usual. This time, everyone had a tacit understanding. Xianxia held the laparoscope, Wang Yong probed, and Xianxia performed the surgery. The smoothness of the surgery was beyond Xianxia's expectations. The speed also increased a little. As expected, it was better to have an assistant. At this time, Xianxia looked at the two of them thoughtfully. Perhaps in the future, he should train a group of his own subordinates. When he went out, he would bring 2 people with him. One would shout 666, and the other would buy and insert eyes. It was not a bad choice. After the third surgery in the afternoon, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Did you notice how I sutured the wound just now?" Xianxia shook her head, but Wang Yong suddenly said, "I saw it." Xianxia was stunned. He was a little curious. "Oh? Tell me about it." Wang Yong said, "When I saw you suture the wound after the surgery for the first time, I noticed that the suture was very subtle. It was as if there were no traces at all. Moreover, you used an absorbable suture. During the second surgery, I carefully watched the details when you used the scalpel to make an incision. Your incision was very light, and the strength was very uniform. These were all for the later sutures. It can be said that you had already thought about how to suture the wound when you made the incision." Wang Yong was a little excited. In the end, even the word "you" became "you." This was because he realized that Xianxia was really good. He could take care of every little detail. Forget about other people. Even chief physician Li Baoshan might not have this kind of operation and meticulousness. If he played support for such a person, there was no need to worry about not being a MVP. After thinking about it, he glanced at Xianxia and found that Xianxia was not looking at him at all. Instead, he seemed to be thinking about something. Xianxia smiled slightly. He did not expect that Wang Yong, who was usually inconspicuous, would have such an ability. He had a good grasp of the details. This was an advantage. When he thought of this, Xianxia looked at Wang Yong and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, this is indeed my intention. I was thinking, since one of the advantages of laparoscopic surgery is minimally invasive surgery, can we make better use of this advantage and make minimally invasive surgery even less invasive?" When he said this, Xianxia glanced at Xianxia. "Do you think this topic has any research value?" Xianxia finally spoke. "I have been thinking about this question just now. It has value. It has a lot of research value. Laparoscopic surgery is mainstream now, but I don't seem to have heard of the research on wound improvement. Because the wound of laparoscopic surgery is already very small, no one has done research in this area anymore. However, it is precisely because of this that we can completely magnify the advantages of this thing. Make it into a research topic." Xianxia smiled. "Okay, then go down and check the information, especially the literature and summaries of foreign materials." He was not afraid that he did not know how to write a thesis, as long as there was someone who knew how to write it. After all, there were several authors in the thesis. The value of a corresponding author was not inferior to the value of the first author. In some fields, the corresponding author was even more persuasive. Popular science, the corresponding author was generally the person in charge of the entire research topic. He was responsible for the research topic's funding, design, writing of the article, and so on. He was also the contact person for the article and research materials. Most importantly, he was responsible for the reliability of the article. The advantage of being a corresponding author was that he could establish a wider connection with the outside world. Some magazines would ask you to submit articles and write summaries. These would greatly improve your status in the scientific community. The first author was generally the researcher who contributed the most to the work of the article. Not only did this author have the most important charts, i.e., physical contribution, but he was also the one who wrote the first draft of the article, i.e., intellectual contribution to the article. In terms of intellectual property rights, the research results were considered the corresponding author. The three of them worked until 11 o'clock at night before they finally completed all the surgeries for the day. Xianxia's next task was no longer to hold the laparoscope. Instead, he handed over the laparoscope to Wang Yong. She began to take photos and record the surgery process. The main purpose of the three of them this time was not simply to study cholecystectomy, but to further study the laparoscopic well drilling and suturing process and how to design a better non-invasive suture technique. The three of them each performed their own tasks, and they all had a small goal in mind. Xianxia wanted to fight monsters, level up, get equipment, and upgrade the new surgical method. Wang Yong, on the other hand, focused on learning the surgery and worked hard to assist Xianxia in completing the three-piece set. Xianxia, on the other hand, collected information and recorded it in a case file to prepare for the research topic. The three of them had a clear division of labor, and the work was carried out very smoothly. After 11 o'clock, everyone remembered that they had not eaten yet. At this time, the restaurants were basically closed, but the night market was still open. Xianxia treated everyone to a good meal and served them well. It was already 12 o'clock when they reached home. The next day, Xianxia went to the department full of anticipation after he woke up. Because now frowny face cholecystectomy, advanced, experience, 39004000, he only needed 100 experience points to upgrade his cholecystectomy, master level. Just thinking about it made Xianxia feel a little excited. When he was changing shifts today, Li Baoshan immediately frowned when he heard the nurse on duty report the income and hospitalization for the past 2 days. There were more than 30 cholecystectomy patients. He could tell at a glance where the problem was. As an experienced surgeon, Li Baoshan suddenly asked Xianxia, "Isn't it a little too much for more than 30 cholecystectomies? Can you handle it?" Xianxia was currently in charge of the ward outside the emergency department, so the first person Li Baoshan asked was Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. "The surgery has been arranged in an orderly manner. You can rest assured, Director." Li Baoshan nodded. "Okay, you should be more careful. The emergency department is different from other departments. You must reserve enough hospital beds to save patients. Patients who need cholecystectomy will be arranged according to the surgical capacity of the department. Don't overdo it. After all, some cholecystectomy surgeries cannot be delayed." Chen Bingxing frowned slightly as well. More than 30 surgeries. That's quite a lot. One laparoscopic cholecystectomy requires more than an hour of preparation time. It's not easy. Even if he didn't eat or drink for a day, he wouldn't be able to finish it, right? This is a little too much. For a moment, everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. Yesterday, Xiaochen performed 6 surgeries. Today, Laochen will perform 8 surgeries, and Xiaochen will perform 8 surgeries. Basically, there won't be any problems. As soon as he said that, the office fell silent. Li Baoshan was a little surprised. "Xiaochen, you know how to perform cholecystectomy?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes." Xianxia said directly, "There were a few very urgent surgeries yesterday. Department Director, you and Laochen were not around, so I went to the surgeon for a consultation. In the end, Duanbua also refused and said that he did not have time. At that time, I was preparing to transfer the patient to another hospital, and then, after Xianxia told them about Xianxia's surgery yesterday, everyone was stunned. Xianxia took on a heavy responsibility again. Looking at everyone's praises, Xianxia quickly declined. "It's all because Teacher Chen usually teaches me well." As soon as he said that, the people around him immediately looked at Laochen. Li Baoshan turned and looked at Laochen. He said in a very friendly manner, "Bingxing, good job." Xianxia also nodded and smiled. "Yes. Lao Chen, good job. A good teacher produces a good student. Looking at everyone's praises, Lao Chen blushed for the first time in his life. Am I really that good? Am I really that good? Did I unknowingly teach a genius? If I'm that good, why didn't I know before? But, what did I teach Chen Song? Lao Chen really could not remember what he taught Chen Song. Forget it, I won't think about it if I can't remember. I taught him anyway. When he thought of this, Lao Chen stood in a different posture. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. He was even bigger than Qinyu. Xianxia continued, most of the patients who have undergone laparoscopic cholecystectomy can go home on the day after the surgery. They can eat and move normally. They just need to go to the clinic regularly. There's no need to go through too much trouble. So, department director, our ward will be empty soon. You don't have to worry about this. After Li Baoshan heard that, he immediately nodded. Good. Our emergency operating theater has such results even though it has just been established. Not bad. However, we must ensure the safety of the patients. We can't pursue quantity and neglect quality. Qinyu, you should pay more attention and do your research. After the simple shift change, Chen Song had to go back to the surgeries for the day. Lao Chen arranged 8 surgeries for the day, and Chen Song also arranged 8 surgeries. In the operating theater, Qinyu suddenly thought of something. He said to Chen Song, I think, we can do a control group and an experimental group. The control group will use traditional laparoscopic surgery, and the experimental group will use your laparoscopic surgery. Finally, we will do a set of data analysis, and a simple research paper will be produced. Chen Song heard it and thought it was feasible. That's a good idea, but where are you going to find a control group? Qinyu rolled his eyes and said with his big eyes, next door. Chen Song was stunned. Next door? Lao Chen? Chen Song suddenly understood and smiled awkwardly. Is this okay? If Lao Chen knew that his surgery was used as a control group to set him off, would he be angry and hit me? Qinyu rolled his big eyes. What's wrong with it? I think it's quite good. I'll be in charge of the surgical research, okay? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. You can discuss it with Lao Chen. Wang Yong was more familiar with today's surgery compared to yesterday. Their cooperation was more seamless, and they used less time than yesterday. However, Chen Song noticed something. Cholecystectomy, advanced. Experience, 42004000. The experience points were there, but it did not level up. Why? This was really a difficult question. Chen Song pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered Lao Chen's incident. His experience points were also stuck and he did not level up. What should he do next? It was not a big deal to fight monsters without leveling up. It seemed that leveling up was not just a matter of experience points. There might be a deeper level of research involved. Ding! Your surgery has reached a bottleneck. You need to solve a variety of cholecystectomies with different types and difficulties. Simple ordinary surgery cannot satisfy your understanding of cholecystectomy. Please work hard. Chen Song heard this, he suddenly realized that this was the problem. Since he could not level up, Chen Song looked at Wang Yong and suddenly asked, do you want to give it a try? Wang Yong was stunned, he was instantly overjoyed and a little surprised. Can I? You. He had followed Li Baoshan for more than 2 years and was basically an assistant. Now that he had the chance to act independently, how could he not be excited? Chen Song smiled. Of course. Why not? I'll watch you from the side. You can do it. Ding. Wang Yong's affinity plus 20. P.S. Thank you for your reward, my old friend Brother Machu. Thank you. Wang Yong benefited a lot from the 2 days of surgery. He had never felt so fulfilled and motivated like he did in the past 2 days. Wang Yong could now complete a cholecystectomy independently with Chen Song's help. Although he was not as smooth as Chen Song, he could still complete it relatively smoothly. Practice makes perfect. Chen Song seemed to have a pair of sharp eyes and could always find Wang Yong's shortcomings. Gradually, the third doctor in the emergency department who could perform cholecystectomy was born. Wang Yong's addition made the surgical arrangements more orderly. More than 40 surgeries were carried out in an orderly manner. Before Wednesday, all the emergency patients were treated. Now, there were only a dozen patients in the inpatient department waiting for surgery and recovery. But now, everyone suddenly felt. Why did the number of cholecystectomy patients suddenly decrease? As the department director, Li Baoshan felt even more proud. After all, the addition of Chen Song and Wang Yong made the emergency department have 2 more generals. The entire emergency department's operating theater began to get on the right track. On Wednesday, the hospital meeting began. The department directors of the relevant departments all participated. Comrade Zhang, the department director of the general surgery department, had been waiting for this day for a long time. The meeting had to summarize some of the important things that happened last week, and this time, the most important thing was the establishment of the emergency department's operating theater. At this time, Li Baoshan reported the progress of the work after the establishment of the operating theater in the emergency department. During the report, Zhang Youfu suddenly interrupted. Director Li's report doesn't seem to be true. As soon as he said that, the people around him immediately looked up. Zhang Youfu said, "As far as I know, the emergency ward is now overloaded. A lot of emergency treatment resources have been diverted. People who don't know the situation would think that the emergency department has become an inpatient department." Li Baoshan said, "The emergency department always maintains the characteristics of the emergency department. There are enough emergency treatment resources, and they can take on the mission of emergency treatment." I don't know what Department Director Zhang is talking about. Zhang Youfu heard that Li Baoshan was still stubbornly refusing to admit it. I heard that the emergency department has received nearly 40 cholecystectomy patients, including acute cholecystitis, cholelithiasis, and many other surgical indications. Am I right? Won't the normal operation of the emergency department be affected if more than 40 patients stay in the emergency ward? Li Baoshan was stunned for a moment. There are only 15 people in the emergency ward right now? How could there be so many hospitalized patients? All of them had been discharged. Li Baoshan nodded. That's right. I was just about to report that the emergency department has received nearly 40 to 50 cholecystectomy patients over the past few days, but all of them have been properly handled. Zhang Youfu chuckled when he heard Li Baoshan's words. Many of these patients need to be operated on within 3 days. Director Li, as a senior director in the field of emergency treatment, you should know better than us. What I want to ask is, does the emergency department have the ability to complete more than 40 surgeries in 3 days? As far as I know, Director Li is busy every day and often has to participate in various large-scale surgeries. Within the emergency department, only Chen Bingxing can complete cholecystectomies. Can one person complete more than 40 surgeries? If the emergency department doesn't have the ability to complete more than 40 surgeries, why did they take in so many patients? Not only is this not conducive to the emergency department's performance in emergency treatment, but it's also not conducive to the patient's recovery. So, I think that the emergency department just needs to do a good job in pre-hospital care and take on the emergency treatment work. The surgery can be handed over to the relevant surgical departments. As for the operating theater, even if the general surgery department doesn't give it to us, it should be under the unified management of the operating theater. I don't mean that the emergency department should not give the operating theater to the emergency department, but it's not the right time. I think we should wait until the emergency department's surgical team is established and can handle it well before we give the operating theater to the emergency department. The department directors present understood. At the end of the day, they still needed to fight for the operating theater. The operating theater should not be underestimated. An operating theater was very important to a department's profit. This was a place that every military strategist would fight for. Li Baoshan suddenly smiled. It seems that Department Director Zhang is quite concerned about the development of our department. I only made a report here, and it's the work report of the emergency department since it was established a week ago. Since the emergency department's operating theater was established a week ago, we've performed a total of 67 surgeries in 4 days after the equipment was put in place. Among them, there are 45 laparoscopic cholecystectomies, 5 appendectomies, and 8 tendon sutures. When Li Baoshan said this, everyone present could not help but be stunned. 67 surgeries in 4 days, it would be very impressive to have such a record in any other department. When Zhang Youfu heard this, he sneered. Do you need to prepare a draft when you're bragging? Director Lee, this is the hospital, not a place for jokes. Your data is impossible. The emergency department doesn't have this kind of ability at all. Li Baoshan smiled faintly. There's a surgical record for every surgery. By the way, Department Director Zhang, you might not know much about the emergency department. There are 3 people in our department who can perform cholecystectomies, and one of them is Chen Song, whom you mentioned. Other than that, we also have 2 young comrades. One of them is Chen Song, who has just been authorized, and the other is Wang Yong. 3 people, and they can't complete more than 40 surgeries in 3 days? Moreover, we have quite a lot of patients, not just 40. Our operating theaters have never been idle. On the other hand, I heard that there are not many people in the general surgery department, but there are quite a lot of operating theaters. If Department Director Zhang is interested, we can work together. When he said this, Zhang Youfu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Since when did Chen Song know how to perform cholecystectomies? Isn't he a young man who has just been promoted, and who is Wang Yong? Why haven't I heard of these people before? When he thought of this, Zhang Youfu's face instantly darkened. How could this kid, Duanbua, make such a low-level mistake? The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhang Youfu became. How could he show his face when such a thing happened in an event like the hospital meeting? Most importantly, why do you have so many patients? Isn't it because I gave you all of them? Why did I give you patients? Is there something wrong with my brain? The more Zhang Youfu thought about it, the more aggrieved and angry he felt. It was as if he could see Li Baoshan shouting in the live broadcast room, "Thank you, Department Director of the Surgery Department, Zhang Youfu, for sending another patient with acute cholecystitis." Bro, 666. When he thought about his own foolish actions, Zhang Youfu felt a surge of anger in his heart. He took a deep breath. Zhang Youfu tried his best to calm down. At this moment, the entire meeting room became lively. The emergency operating theater had been established for less than a week, and they had already performed more than 60 surgeries. How could this number not be exaggerated? It was not easy to gather so many patients, let alone perform so many surgeries. Everyone could not help but praise, Director Lee is amazing. That's right. The emergency department will definitely do better under Director Lee's leadership. Yes, after all, it's not easy to receive so many cholecystectomy patients in just a few days, let alone whether they can perform it or not. Director Lee has to share his experience with everyone. When Zhang Youfu heard this, his heart, which had just calmed down, almost exploded with anger. Isn't it because I gave you all of them? Otherwise, why would you have so many patients? It's because of our Department Director Zhang's hard work and Department Director Zhang Youfu's painstaking help that you're able to get so many patients. What a joke. The scolding session that Department Director Zhang had planned had suddenly turned into a commendation session. After that, the meeting became a session for Li Baoshan to share his experience. After all, he needed to be praised for completing such a large workload. As the director of the hospital, Xianxia was the happiest. He clapped and cheered. Secretary Tan Ligua's face darkened, and he smiled bitterly. His hands hurt a little when he clapped, and a little numb. After the meeting ended, everyone got off the elevator. Li Baoshan happened to bump into Zhang Youfu, and he smiled. Department Director Zhang, I heard from a patient in my department that he came to the emergency department from your clinic. Is that true? When Zhang Youfu heard this, he immediately blushed. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned, and no one could see any change in his expression. However, when he saw Li Baoshan's teasing expression, he seemed to be saying, "Thank you, buddy, for sending 10 cholecystectomy patients to me." Zhang Youfu took a deep breath and forced a smile. Now that the operating theater of the emergency department has been established, I'm afraid that you won't have any patients. When Li Baoshan heard this, he could not help but shake his head. This Zhang Youfu is really thick-skinned. When they sat in the same elevator, Zhang Youfu felt uncomfortable. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. When they finally reached the 6th floor, he hurriedly ran away without even saying goodbye. When they got off the elevator, the group of nurses, doctors, and interns saw Department Director Zhang storming toward the department director's office with a gloomy face. His constipated face had the words "I'm very fierce" written all over it. He entered the office and closed the door. Zhang Youfu sat there for a long time and did not come back to his senses. He felt as if he was a retard who had been sold off and was still counting the money. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he was. He had worked so hard for half a day, but it was all for someone else. When he thought of this, he called Duanbua. Duanbua was very obedient and quickly walked into the department director's office. When he saw Zhang Youfu suppressing his anger, Duanbua was a little worried that he would get angry and hurt someone. After hesitating for a while, he closed the door. P.S. Thank you, unambitious you, for becoming the first chief of this book. Thank you very much. The chief was like a book's face. Really, it was very impressive to see. Tomorrow, I'll add more chapters for my brothers. Tomorrow, I'll update 15 chapters. Also, this is the last chapter for the public. It will be released at around noon tomorrow. I might be able to release it at around 12:06. I hope that everyone can subscribe and support me. Please. Oh, right, there might be a chapter to write. I'll write it when I'm feeling better tonight. Haha. It was time to put it on the shelves again. This was my second book. The specific time to put it on the shelves was Friday at noon. It might be a few minutes later. The first book was A Top Student Also Cheats. It was about a medical student's scientific research. This book was A Doctor Also Cheats. It was about a medical student's clinical work. I remember very clearly that the first book was put on the shelves on October 19, 2018. Collections, 36,000, initial subscription, 3,200. It was a premium product on the first day. To be honest, it gave me too many surprises. I never thought that I would have such good results. I also wrote it very diligently. However, because of my busy clinical work and my lack of experience, my ability as a veteran was limited. I gradually went downhill in the middle and later stages, and my results became worse and worse. During the downturn, I summarized my experience and reflected on my shortcomings and wrote this book. This book couldn't be said to be very good, but I really wrote it very diligently. I looked up a lot of information and consulted many colleagues. I didn't want to write something that would be laughed at by my peers. At the same time, I also dug out my heart and wrote something that belonged to me. The time when I started the book was the most rare period of time for me. Those who were familiar with me knew that I was unemployed. That's right, sigh, just like what was written in the book, the collapse of adults started from nothing more than borrowing money. Lying in bed with moldy dreams hidden in the pillow. During this period of unemployment, I thought a lot. I was preparing to take the PhD exam. Writing books became my only source of income, and it was really my only hope. I wasn't crying about being poor, nor was I acting pitiful. I was not pitiful. I had been working hard to change myself and make myself better. Whether it was studying or writing books, I worked hard to improve myself. I knew that I could work hard, I was just telling the truth. Before the new book was put on the shelves, I happened to attend an interview. I was first in the beginning and second in the interview, but I was still eliminated. No matter what, I failed. That day, my new book was going to be put on the shelves. What I was most afraid of at that time was that it would be for naught and that my work and novel would be gone. While I was worried, I borrowed a chapter from Brother Xiong, the author of Surgery Live Broadcast Room. Brother Xiong was a generous person and gave me the chapter directly. I was very touched. That night, I published a single chapter to express my feelings. I deleted it the next day. Very few people might have seen it. After being sad, I put all my energy into this book. A Doctor Also Cheats became my spiritual support. He did not let me down. Every step of the way was great, really great. Now, he had 58,000 favorites. It was inseparable from editor Maple Leaf's great recommendation and support, and even more inseparable from the silent votes and rewards of every book friend. After all, everyone was the one who provided for their livelihood. Minimum 15 chapters on the same day. In the following period of time, I will try my best to update at least 4 chapters a day. I beg of everyone, please support Old Hand, subscription tipping, we worked our way up. I won't say how many subscriptions and updates I will add, because I will definitely do my best to update. I don't know how many subscriptions there will be, but I sincerely hope that everyone can give me a chance. But, even if the results aren't good, I will do my best to write well. Zhang Youfu's face darkened as he looked at Duanbua. He did not say anything for a long time. Duanbua kept reflecting on his actions. Department director, it's my fault. I didn't find out the other party's background. This is my negligence. After a long time, after Zhang Youfu finished smoking, he sighed. Alright, I'm not blaming you. Since this has already happened, let's think about how to deal with it. There are 3 patients in the emergency department who can receive cholecystectomy, and this is not a good thing. Acute cholecystitis usually flares up suddenly, and everyone goes to the emergency department. Very few of them go to the general surgery department. This can't go on. Cholecystectomy is one of the most common diseases in our hospital, and all the patients go to the emergency department. How can there be so many patients in the department? If this goes on, it will be a huge loss. Moreover, the emergency department is the superior department. If we become enemies with the emergency department, it will be very disadvantageous for us to take in patients in the future. Zhang Youfu was telling the truth. It was not rare for departments to fight for patients, and it was always done openly. Before Zhang Youfu came to the general surgery department, there were no patients at all. At that time, the old department director would send all the surgeries that could be removed to the general surgery department, whether it was breast surgery, dermal bract surgery, or hemorrhoid surgery. There was no other way. The development of the department needed money, and the doctors also needed money for bonuses. Where would the money come from? Without patients, how could they earn money? Therefore, how could Zhang Youfu not fight for it? He was the department director, and he had to work for the development of the department. If he had an operating theater that belonged to his department, he would be able to increase the income of the general surgery department by a conservative estimate. Forget about Zhang Youfu, even if it was another department director, he would fight for it. Now, not only did he not get an operating theater, but he also sent a bunch of cholecystectomy patients to the general surgery department. He really suffered a double loss. The hospital was like an enterprise, and the departments in it were also competing openly and secretly. If you wanted to be a good doctor, you did not need to think so much. You just needed to study medicine seriously and be benevolent. But if you wanted to be a department director, you would definitely not be a good department director if you did not have the means. Did you think that all the department directors were good doctors? Definitely not. Let's put it this way. If you want to be in an administrative position, it's better for you to stay away if you don't have any tricks up your sleeve. After all, as the director, you have a lot of resources in your hands and a lot of money in your wallet. Who doesn't put in a lot of effort? Zhang Youfu suddenly said, let's do this first. You go down and plan a free medical consultation activity. The topic is the healthcare work of hepatobiliary system diseases. When I go on TV, you take the people in the department to the community and the hospital's outpatient hall for free medical consultation. Let's take in more patients ourselves. The emergency department, let's stop for a while. Duanbua nodded in agreement. This was a serious matter, and he had to do it well. For the past few days, Chen Song performed surgeries until 11 o'clock at night. Qinyu followed Chen Song until 11 o'clock at night. Needless to say, this was an amazing girl. Qinyu had been following Chen Song to collect information and help with the surgeries. Wang Yong was busier. After the surgeries, he had to go to the ward. Qinyu had become Chen Song's right-hand man. Chen Song came out and leaned against the wall. He smiled and said, aren't you tired? Qinyu hugged his notebook and said, I'm tired. But I'm excited when I think that I can publish an SCI paper. Chen Song smiled and said, it's not that easy. This is just a small idea. There might not be any results. Qinyu smiled mysteriously and said, research is about the details. As long as you pay attention to the details, you can make real science. Both of them were about to leave when the door of operating theater 6 suddenly opened. An older nurse ran out in a hurry. Her face was full of panic and she looked very nervous. Chen Song looked through the door of the operating theater and saw a tall man looking at the operating table at a loss. Zhou Xiaodong was stunned. He never thought that he would encounter such a situation. Working overtime and encountering such a difficult surgery was a difficult task for anyone. The cholecystolithiasis in the neck of the cystic duct caused inflammation and pressure on the common hepatic duct. The triangle of the gallbladder was rotting. There was a serious infiltration of inflammatory cells and even pus. What? Should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Zhou Xiaodong felt his hands trembling. Call, ask for help. He picked up the phone and dialed Duanbua's number. However, the phone was turned off. What should I do? What should I do? Who should I look for? Zhou Xiaodong's hands began to tremble. It was very difficult for him to dial the number on his phone. The nurse who ran out just now turned back and said with a frightened face, Dr. Zhou, there's no one. They're all off work. There's no senior doctor here. Why don't we do it tomorrow? Zhou Xiaodong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar when he heard this. The surgery was halfway through. How could they stop just like that? It was not that simple. Zhou Xiaodong's voice trembled. If we stop now, things will be more troublesome. It might cause a more serious peritoneal infection. Zhou Xiaodong, who was more than 1.8 meters tall and strong, realized for the first time how weak and useless he was. The nurse urged, call the department director, call the emergency department. Call the emergency department and see who's there. Zhou Xiaodong's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to make the call, Chen Song came in. What happened? Zhou Xiaodong was so frightened that his phone fell to the ground. However, he was not in the mood to pick it up at this time. Chen Song? Chen Song nodded and said to the nurse, help me put on the surgical gown. The nurse nodded as if she had seen her savior. She quickly helped Chen Song change into the surgical gown. Fortunately, she had not touched anything after washing her hands. She put on the gloves. Chen Song walked straight to the operating table. When he saw the image on the television, he was stunned. The name of the gallbladder was as red as blood. Gallbladder, Lord, level 45. Due to the strangulation of the gallbladder's neck duct, it has caused severe inflammation, chronic attacks, and delayed healing, resulting in compression of the common hepatic duct, causing obstructive jaundice, biliary colic, cholangitis, liver cell damage. Not only the gallbladder, but even the liver, common hepatic duct, and portal vein, were all red. This time, Chen Song was also stunned. What the F***ck is going on? He had no way to solve it. This level of gallbladder was not something Chen Song could deal with. Not to mention Chen Song, even Zhang Zhixin, Duanbua, and Chen Bingxing might not be able to handle it, a level 45 lord. Just by looking at the large number of casualties, it was clear that it was not to be trifled with. What should he do? Suddenly, Chen Song had an idea. He remembered that he had just received a special reward, guide by a famous teacher, activated, ding. Guide by a famous teacher activated. Remaining time, 9 days 23 hours, PS, a group has been created. In the introduction, a veteran has prepared food and wine for everyone. After the activation of Great Teacher Guidance, Chen Song saw a huge change before his eyes. A lot of notifications appeared on the transparent virtual screen in front of him, even the sound of notifications rang in his ears. Great Teacher Guidance mode activated. Detected, the patient has Morizi syndrome. The procedure is as follows. First, the gallbladder is cut open at the Hartmann pouch of the gallbladder, the bile is sucked clean, and the incarcerated stones are removed. Do you want to start the demonstration? Chen Song was stunned. Along with the sound, a virtual screen started operating the human body. It was so amazing. This was Great Teacher Guidance mode, wasn't it too amazing? At this moment, Zhou Xiaodong and Qin Yu stared at the mess of the abdominal gallbladder on the screen. They did not know what to do. This was because they had never seen such a situation before. What was this? Zhou Xiaodong was even more helpless. Who knew that chronic cholecystitis would develop into something like this? Qin Yu could not help but ask, Chen Song, do you know, what kind of patient is this? What kind of disease is this? Chen Song sighed and looked up at the two of them. I'm afraid we're in trouble. This is a rare and difficult gallbladder complication called Morizi syndrome. Before the surgery, no abnormalities can be detected. It's not much different from normal chronic cholecystitis or cholelithiasis. In fact, it's not as obvious as those. The moment he said that, the two of them were stunned. Putting everything else aside, just the English alphabet alone was amazing. Zhou Xiaodong suddenly realized that he had heard of this before. So this is Morizi syndrome? However, Zhou Xiaodong could only vaguely remember instructor Qian Liang mentioning this disease when he was in school. It was one of the most difficult cholecystectomies. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaodong's heart sank. Qin Yu could not help but ask, "What is this?" Chen Song nodded calmly. "This is a rare disease. It's an extremely rare complication that occurs in chronic cholecystitis and cholelithiasis. It's a type of syndrome. Miritzi syndrome refers to a clinical syndrome characterized by cholangitis and obstructive jaundice caused by cholecystolithiasis or cholelithiasis at the neck of the gallbladder compressing the cholecticus or hepatic duct. This disease is relatively rare in the clinic. The pathological basis is cystic duct or neck calculus incarceration and inflammation. The patient's history is often prolonged. Continuous incarceration and compression of the large stones in the abdomen and neck of the gallbladder can cause common hepatic duct stenosis or cholecystic bile duct fistula, as well as recurrent cholecystitis and obstructive jaundice. As soon as Chen Song finished speaking, Zhou Xiaodong quickly nodded. That's right. The patient does indeed have chronic cholecystitis, and the liver function shows that the serum bilirubin has increased significantly. Even the ALT and ALP levels have increased significantly. For a moment, Chen Song's position in their hearts had obviously risen. Even the scrub nurse was dumbfounded. This was an expert, an absolute expert. At a glance, he could tell what kind of illness it was. He could tell, but would he know how to do it? At this time, Chen Song had already watched the demonstration several times and knew it by heart. He said to the two of them, "Dr. Zhou, help me hold the laparoscope. I'll do the surgery. Let's start. The patient can't be delayed like this." Zhou Xiaodong quickly nodded. It would be great if Chen Song could do it. The feeling of despair just now was too scary. But, would Chen Song know how to do it? Zhou Xiaodong himself was a little scared. Can you do it? This is Miritzi syndrome. It was not that he did not believe in Chen Song, but this surgery was really dangerous and difficult. It was definitely not that easy. Chen Song turned around. Is there any other way? Zhou Xiaodong was dumbfounded by this sentence. Right, was there any other way? However, Zhou Xiaodong still reminded him, can you do it? If you can't do it, you should find someone else. If there's an accident, you can't bear the responsibility. Hearing Zhou Xiaodong say this, Chen Song could not help but smile. Don't worry, I can do it. Chen Song looked at the complicated abdominal cavity. If he did not have the guidance of a famous teacher, he would definitely tremble and not know what to do. The first thing to do was to separate the terrible gallbladder triangle. At this time, the callo triangle was edematous, fibrotic, and thickened. It was easy to bleed. In this situation, ordinary people could not dissect the boundary between the bile duct, the cystic artery, and the common bile duct. This was the main reason why Zhou Xiaodong did not dare to do it. If it caused bleeding, it would be a big problem. Zhou Xiaodong asked carefully, can the gallbladder triangle be separated? No. Chen Song shook his head. And said directly, give me the electric hook. Zhou Xiaodong was uneasy. He was a little doubtful, but also a little expectant. After struggling for a while, he passed the electric hook to Chen Song. Chen Song took the electric hook and carefully opened the cystic serosa of the anterior and posterior triangles of the gallbladder for fear of damaging the cystic duct. Give me the aspirator. Chen Song used the aspirator to push and scrape. At this time, the cystic duct, cystic artery, and common hepatic duct were still very blurry and could not be seen clearly. Chen Song's operation was already very difficult. After trying so hard for such a long time, was there still no way? Zhou Xiaodong's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Qin Yu's eyes were fixed on the television. Although he did not say anything, he was also secretly anxious. The gallbladder triangle was too terrible. It was not easy to separate it. Even the group of teachers in Xianxia University-affiliated University of China might not be able to do it, right? Chen Song was too reckless, wasn't he? He dared to accept this kind of surgery. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Chen Song was not discouraged. Instead, he had an idea. He picked up the electric hook and started from the liver bed to separate the gallbladder first, then, he continued to dissect the area of the triangle. After separating the gallbladder from the liver bed, he carefully dealt with the cystic duct and cystic artery in the triangle. Zhou Xiaodong was a little nervous at this time. Even the hand that was holding the mirror started to sweat. It was too dangerous. Zhou Xiaodong could not help but turn to look at Chen Song. He did not seem to be nervous at all. He was calm and composed. His movements were very light. The push, pull, coagulation, and separation were just right. The technique was very ingenious. Zhou Xiaodong was amazed by it. Finally, after about 20 minutes, the gallbladder triangle was successfully separated. It was a success. After separating the gallbladder triangle, the surgery was actually half done. It was too difficult. Zhou Xiaodong raised his head and looked at Chen Song. His eyes were full of disbelief. He could even separate it. That was too amazing. Zhou Xiaodong stared at Chen Song, who was meticulously starting the next step of the surgery. He was actually a little distracted. Because, at this time, Chen Song seemed to have transformed into the chief physician. Whether it was the nurse, Zhou Xiaodong, or even Qin Yu, they were all stunned by Chen Song's calm and composed demeanor. Qin Yu blinked his big eyes. His eyes were flickering, and it was written all over them, Chen Song is awesome. The process seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. Chen Song's every movement was very jerky. If it were not for the constant prompts from the system, he would not have been able to do it. The gallbladder was a level 45 Lord monster, and he was just a level 15 resident doctor. It was not that easy, they were not on the same level at all. If he was not careful, it might cause the patient to be injured again. Normal doctors in tertiary grade A hospitals could not deal with Merizi syndrome. At the very least, they had to be at the level of Zhang Youfu to deal with it. Next, it was the most important work. Chen Song first cut open the gallbladder at the Hartmann pocket of the gallbladder and sucked the bile. Then, he removed the embedded stone. The stone was very big and was stuck in the neck. It was 20 millimeters in size. When he saw the stone removed, Zhou Xiaodong's heart finally went into his stomach with a thump. The next step was to remove the gallbladder. When dissecting the right side of the common hepatic duct, if the Hartmann pocket was densely adhered to the right wall of the common hepatic duct, the gallbladder wall was preserved, and the gallbladder mucosa was electrocoagulated. The surgery was carried out in an orderly manner. The most difficult step had been passed, and the follow-up work was very simple. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed a level 45 Lord Gallbladder monster. Obtained EXP plus 3000, cholecystectomy EXP plus 5000, level up to master to continue leveling up, obtained RMB plus 3000, obtained, stern gloves. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. Obtained skill point plus 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 17. Obtained skill point plus 1. Chen Song was dumbfounded. He had leveled up twice at once. The main reason was that he was about to level up. The 3000 EXP had directly raised him to level 17, now, he had 7 skill points. The surgery was completed. It was daunting but not dangerous. Zhou Xiaodong suddenly felt as if he had collapsed. This feeling of surviving a disaster made him really speechless. No words could express the excitement in his heart. If it was not for Chen Song, he could not imagine what the outcome would have been. The patient would have been doomed. He would definitely have to bear the responsibility, even for the rest of his life. Ding. Zhou Xiaodong's favorability plus 20. Raising his head and looking at Chen Song, Zhou Xiaodong held Chen Song's hand with both hands. His eyes were meticulous as he stared at Chen Song and said sincerely, Dr. Chen. Thank you very much, really. You saved the patient, you saved me, and you saved my career. This time, I'm really grateful. I can't thank you enough. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaodong was cultured and said a lot of things. If it were Sister Xiao, she would have directly said that she was a reincarnated parent and it would have been over. Chen Song smiled. It's okay. We're all colleagues. Hurry up and wash up and get off work. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. If it were not for the excitement of the surgery, they would have been sleepy. Chen Song waved his hand and said goodbye to Zhou Xiaodong. I'll be leaving first. Qin Yu followed behind Chen Song like a little tail and walked out. In the operating theater, the nurse looked at Zhou Xiaodong in surprise. Dr. Zhou, who is this? I think he's amazing. Zhou Xiaodong was about to say the name when he suddenly remembered that the department director was not interested in the emergency department recently. He smiled and said, a friend. Xiaohe, don't talk about what happened tonight. Nurse Xiaohe nodded. Okay, don't worry, Dr. Zhou. But, this doctor is amazing and handsome. Zhou Xiaodong nodded and recalled his teacher Qian Liang's evaluation of Chen Song. He took a deep breath and said, yes. Yes, he's really amazing. Sometimes, I can't help but admire him. He's so amazing that you can't feel jealous. Xiao He, do you believe that there are geniuses in this world? Xiao He nodded. Of course. Isn't there a lot of them on the strongest brain? Zhou Xiaodong smiled and said, actually, sometimes I feel that some people are born to do that. That person just now is a genius. A real surgical genius. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaodong sighed deeply. He had been with Chen Song twice, and both times, he was full of frustration. This person was really a freak. He should stay away from him in the future and not make things difficult for himself. He could even handle such a complicated Merizi syndrome with ease. It was hard to imagine that he was just a junior doctor who graduated 2 years ago. Thinking of the surgery just now, Zhou Xiaodong felt that it was a little unbelievable. Thinking of this, he copied the surgery video on the TV. He had to watch it carefully when he went back at night. The surgery video of an expert was the most precious secret book for a surgeon. Chen Song sent Qingyu home. Along the way, Qingyu kept blabbering on and on. Chen Song, you're so amazing. Chen Song, how did you do it? Chen Song, are you a genius? Chen Song, did you cheat? Chen Song, after finally sending the little puppy home, Chen Song also walked home tiredly. The night was very quiet. There was no one around. Chen Song walked on the road casually. Suddenly, he heard the system beep. Teacher's advice, your gait is irregular, and your walking posture will affect your health. In the long run, your lumbar spine might be affected. Follow the instructions and walk. Left foot, right foot. 121, Chen Song was stunned, what the heck? It's good enough that a great master is guiding you in surgery, but why do you have to guide me in walking? On the way, Chen Song constantly corrected his gait and posture according to the guidance of a great teacher. She went home and went to the toilet. Under the guidance of a great teacher, your urination method is correct, the mirror holding style, Chen Song, and %yen hashtag at yen she didn't even have the strength to complain. Why do you care when I pee? Can you turn it off? Unfortunately, after a long time, he still could not turn it off. This was King bad news. If he could not turn it off, he should not waste it. After all, the guidance of a great teacher only lasted for 10 days. It would be a pity if he wasted it. It seemed that he would start to perform more surgeries tomorrow, especially the difficult ones. After lying on the bed and competing with the guidance of a great teacher for a long time, Chen Song finally adjusted his lying posture. When he turned on the virtual screen, Chen Song suddenly found a problem. That was because there was a progress bar behind his cholecystectomy. The progress bar showed 1/10 of the progress. Chen Song quickly got up. Could it be that he had to come into contact with more difficult surgeries if he wanted to reach master level? When he thought of this, Chen Song felt that it made sense. After all, repeating low-level surgeries would never really improve his skill level. Right, he killed a boss monster today and it dropped a piece of equipment. It seemed to be a glove, however. Chen Song found something different. The glove actually had a name. It was called Stern Gloves. After seeing the attributes, Chen Song was instantly dumbfounded. Stern Gloves, blue. After wearing the gloves, dexterity +2, durability +2, strength +2, was it a divine weapon? This was definitely one of the bosses in the novice village. It actually dropped a blue equipment. It had 3 attributes, and each attribute was +2. It was indeed a small piece of equipment. However, after Chen Song seriously analyzed the attributes, he became greedy. Could it be that this item could only be worn on the hand? Could it not be worn on other places? After all, it had such good attributes: dexterity, durability, strength. How good was that? After a quiet night, Chen Song had a dream. In the dream, he was playing with his girlfriend. However, the guidance of a great teacher kept telling him that his posture, speed, frequency, and so on were all wrong. He spent the whole night learning because of this. When he woke up the next day, Chen Song was very tired. Wang Yong was as if he had been injected with chicken blood these few days. He came to the hospital early in the morning to work. When Chen Song arrived, he said flatteringly, "Teacher Song, the work is done. Can I go for surgery?" Chen Song was stunned. "What did you call me?" Wang Yong said matter-of-factly, "Teacher Song?" Chen Song was embarrassed. "Change it. This. It's easy to be ambiguous." When Li Baoshan was doing his ward rounds, his expression was more complicated. "Our cholecystectomy has been done very well these few days, especially Chen Song. He played an indelible role. Wang Yong is also very good, but there seem to be fewer cholecystectomies these 2 days. There are not as many cholecystectomies as there were 2 days ago. If Zhang Youfu was here, he would definitely curse in anger. You're so shameless, right?" Li Baoshan continued, "So, after I negotiated with the person in charge of the 120 Emergency Medical Center this time, I decided to open our emergency operating theater and provide a green hospital transfer service for those hospitals who can't complete cholecystectomy. Everyone, cheer up these few days. We must show the style of our second Chengdu Provincial Hospital's emergency department." When Wang Yong and Chen Song heard this, their eyes immediately lit up, and they were a little excited. After all, Wang Yong had been addicted to cholecystectomy recently, and he seemed to have endless energy. He wished that he could stay at the operating table 24 hours a day. These few days, he went to work to perform surgeries, and after work to catch up on his illness, he went home to read books and watch videos. He was very fulfilling. He even rarely touched the PUBG on his phone and the website he saved in his browser. It seemed that the surgery was quite effective. At least he could get rid of his addiction to games and sex. Chen Song was also happy. He only had 10 days of guidance from a famous teacher, and he wished that he could stay at the operating table for every minute. He did not want to waste a second. There were 3 surgeries in the morning. Chen Song and Lao Chen were performing one. Lao Chen looked very tired these few days. After all, he was in his 40s. How could he be compared to a strong young man in his 20s? Chen Song looked at Lao Chen's dispirited appearance. "What's wrong? Teacher Chen? Are you not feeling well?" Chen Song raised his head and glanced at Chen Song. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm just tired. I haven't had a good rest recently. Are you preparing for the surgery? Let's go." As he spoke, he took the lead and walked toward the operating theater. Lao Chen fainted during the surgery. When the news reached Chen Song's ears, Chen Song did not react at all. He ran straight to the operating theater. Lao Chen's surgery was the first. Department director and was also performing surgery next door. There were 3 surgeries scheduled in operating theater 8 in the morning. Chen Song was helping department director and to suture the tendon. Department director and did not react to the sudden news of Lao Chen fainting. He continued to suture the severed finger in his hand. Chen Song's expression changed. He turned around and ran outside. Chen Song was an assistant, so it was fine if he left. However, Yanjun was the chief surgeon. At this time, even if there was a fight outside, he had to finish the surgery. He could not be distracted. Chen Song's expression was flustered. His mind was filled with anxiety. When he reached the operating theater next door, he saw Lao Chen lying on the ground. His face was pale, and even his breathing was weak. He quickly went over to check the situation. At this time, guide from a famous teacher began to scan Lao Chen from all angles. Examination completed. The cause of the patient's fainting was analyzed to be cardiogenic fainting. The patient's long-term fatigue caused insufficient blood supply to the heart, leading to transient cerebral ischemia. Recommendations: improve circulation, increase blood supply, oxygen intake, oral administration, flunarizine. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Song finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a big deal. However, the nurses in charge of the emergency surgery were already panicking. After all, the emergency surgery department had just been established a few days ago. These nurses had encountered such situations before. They were suddenly flustered. Chen Song quickly got up and began to assign tasks. He called for the nurses who were free outside to carry Lao Chen to the bed. At this time, Lao Chen's body was limp on the ground. He seemed to have no strength at all. The nurses were also clumsy. A trolley was pushed over. Chen Song felt concern and panic for the first time. Lao Chen. Lao Chen. Are you all right? Lao Chen opened his eyes weakly and took a look. It was Chen Song. He suddenly grabbed Chen Song's hand and said, "Hurry up and do the surgery. When I fainted just now, there seemed to be a small problem. Hurry up and take a look." Lao Chen's voice was very soft. Even the nurse did not know what was wrong. Only Chen Song heard it clearly. Chen Song hurriedly called Wang Yong from the emergency department. "Wang Yong, Professor Chen has fainted. Come down quickly. It might be a cardiogenic lack of blood supply, causing temporary cerebral ischemia." After the call, Chen Song turned around and saw the scene on the big screen. His expression changed and he quickly got up. "The nurses who did the surgery just now, don't leave. Wait for Wang Yong to come down and send Lao Chen to the intensive care unit. You guys cooperate with me to continue the surgery." Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone seemed to have found their backbone and quickly nodded. Lao Chen was lifted up and laid flat on the bed. The oxygen bag in the operating room was also put on Lao Chen. The surgery had to be carried out quickly. Otherwise, the patient would have problems. Even his clothes and gloves had to be changed. A group of people hurriedly changed into new clothes in the corner and continued the surgery. Wang Yong panted as he ran into the operating room with his shoes on. The head nurse of the operating room shouted behind him, "Which department are you from? Who allowed you to run in with your shoes on?" Wang Yong did not care about anything else. When he entered the operating room, he saw Lao Chen lying on the gurney. Chen Song saw this and turned around. "Hurry up and send him to the emergency room. Give him tropicalin and do an emergency blood test. Also, take flunarizine orally." Wang Yong nodded and pushed Lao Chen away. As for Chen Song, he was about to face the most difficult step. Lao Chen had left him with a mess. At this time, the news of Lao Chen fainting had spread to every operating room. Everyone came out to join in the fun. Doctors from other departments also wanted to enter the operating room to take a look. Chen Song saw this and turned to the nurse. "Close the door. Don't let anyone in." The nurse was slightly stunned. Seeing Chen Song's serious expression, she nodded. The people outside saw this and immediately narrowed their eyes. The general surgery department was also outside. Duanbua had just finished the surgery when he suddenly heard that Lao Chen had fainted. When he walked out, he saw that the operating room door was already closed. "Open the door. Hurry up and open the door." At this time, the director of the anorectal department and Duanbua from the general surgery department shouted at the nurse. Chen Song ignored them and focused on the surgery. Because Lao Chen fainted just now, there was almost a big problem. If this matter was known by others, Lao Chen would be finished. Chen Song had to perform the surgery well and not let others know. The matter was very urgent. If it fell into the hands of others, it would be a joke. Lao Chen was only 40 years old. He was young and strong with a bright future. If he was caught by others, he would be finished in the future. Chen Song said to the nurse, "Tell them that Lao Chen has already passed the work to me. Tell them not to worry." The nurse nodded and turned to the crowd. "Dr. Chen Song has already passed the surgery to Dr. Chen Bingxing. Everyone, don't affect the surgery." Looking at the patient's situation in the operating field, Chen Song took a deep breath. He took out the laparoscope and said to the nurse, "Give me the scalpel," and switched to open surgery. The patient had acute gallbladder inflammation and chronic atrophy. The triangle of the gallbladder was not clear, and the relationship between the cystic duct and the common bile duct could not be distinguished. The cystic duct opened in the right hepatic duct, and the cystic duct opened on the left side of the common bile duct. The left and right hepatic ducts converged at a low level. The cystic duct was thick and short, and it was very easy to accidentally damage the common bile duct or the right hepatic duct during severe inflammation. When Lao Chen fainted, although he tried his best, the electric hook still accidentally damaged the bile duct. At this time, the surgery had to be switched to open surgery. After the laparotomy, Chen Song carefully dissected the normal upper and lower bile ducts on the injured plane. The next step was to perform an opposite end anastomosis. The bile duct had to be reconstructed. Chen Song whispered, "Number 5 Primus suture." The nurse quickly nodded and handed it over. Chen Song carefully sutured. He had to ensure the patient's safety. Not only was he responsible for the patient, but he was also responsible for Lao Chen. After the suture was completed, the follow-up surgery could be carried out. In the operating theater, the atmosphere was oppressive and serious. Everyone was not as relaxed as before. This was the scariest thing. The operating theater was a serious place, but when everyone was quiet, it might mean that the surgery was very difficult and no one could guarantee anything. Instead of this, it was better to have the atmosphere relaxed. The machine beeped. Chen Song finally completed the follow-up surgery. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chui Rongrong, the nurse beside him, could not help but ask, "Doctor Chen, are you okay?" Chen Song was stunned. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chui Rongrong said, "The surgery, just now, are you okay?" Chen Song suddenly smiled. "Nothing's wrong. Lao Chen has already done most of the surgery. I just finished the aftermath." The nurses did not know the surgery process. Chen Song did not want too many people to know, so he simply lied. The news of Lao Chen fainting in the operating room spread throughout the operating room and every department. The operating room was always the place with the most gossip in the hospital. If Lao Chen had an accident during the operation, even if it was an accident due to fainting, he might not be able to make a comeback for the rest of his life. This was also the reason why Chen Song tried so hard to protect him. Fortunately, Chen Song was prepared. The nurses were also from the emergency department. Everyone tacitly resolved the matter. Li Baoshan explained to the patient on the same day that Comrade Chen Bingxing persevered on the operating table for 42 hours and 3 days and completed nearly 20 surgeries. He was so tired that he collapsed on the operating table. Even if he was tired, he still persevered and completed the surgeries without causing any accidents. Everyone sighed. It was not easy to work 42 hours and 3 days, let alone persevered on the operating table for 42 hours. How could he not rest, eat, or go to the toilet? Lao Chen might be really tired. When Chen Song came back, Lao Chen was already awake. He asked carefully, "Did anything happen?" Chen Song suddenly smiled. "Boss, you're too nervous. Nothing happened. You've already finished the surgery. I only stitched up my stomach." Chen Bingxing was puzzled. "Really?" Chen Song smiled and nodded. "What's there to lie about?" "Of course, it's true." Chen Bingxing heaved a sigh of relief. "By the way, boss, why are you so tired?" Chen Song did not think that Lao Chen was tired because of the operation. Chen Bingxing sighed and smiled bitterly. He shook his head. "I haven't slept well this week. I don't get enough sleep every day. I only have 3 to 4 hours. I didn't expect this to happen." Chen Song immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" Chen Bingxing wanted to say, but he sighed and smiled. "I've been suffering from insomnia recently. The stress caused anxiety and depression. I'll buy some medicine after work. I'll be fine after taking some." Chen Song felt that Lao Chen was lying to him, so he said, "How about I call my sister-in-law to inform her?" Chen Bingxing quickly stopped him. No. Your sister-in-law is busier than me. Don't make trouble for her." Li Baoshan gave Lao Chen 3 days off to let him have a good rest. Lao Chen did not refuse this time. He was also scared out of his wits this time. Fortunately, it was not a particularly critical surgery. Otherwise, there might be a big problem. It was better to have a good rest. Lao Chen went to rest, but the emergency department did not. What's more, Li Baoshan had just established a cooperative relationship with the 120 Emergency Medical Center, and they had to deal with difficult cases of gallbladder cancer. If Lao Chen fell sick at this critical moment, who would do it? Li Baoshan was also very anxious. He could not stay in the department every day to perform cholecystectomy. He was more courageous, and he had to preside over many of the important and difficult surgeries in the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Should we cancel the cooperation with 120 Center? If we cancel it, how can we cooperate in the future? Do you think that 120 Center is easy to talk to if you go back on your word? But what will you do if you don't cancel it? How will you deal with difficult cases? A dilemma appeared in front of Li Baoshan. When he thought of this, Li Baoshan was a little noisy. What should he do? Why don't I communicate with the staff of 120 Center first? After all, special circumstances require special treatment. I believe that they will understand. In the morning, Li Baoshan stood there and looked at everyone. Now, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Lao Chen is our current leader in hepatobiliary and pancreatic diseases in the general surgery department. Now that Lao Chen is resting, the 120 Center is not resting, and the emergency department will not rest either. However, when these diseases come, I will definitely not be able to handle it alone. So, does anyone have any suggestions? After Li Baoshan said the problem, everyone sighed. Before one wave subsided, another wave arose. It was not easy for the emergency department to get on the right track, but Lao Chen fell sick again. And Yanjun nodded. Let's cancel the cooperation for the time being. We can't delay the patient's treatment. The 120 Center will be deployed together. If they come to our hospital and we don't have enough medical resources, we will only delay the patient's treatment. Instead of this, it's better to cancel the cooperation. Zhang Shu from the internal medicine department suddenly said, if we go back on our words like this, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to cooperate with the emergency department in the future. Lao Chen is resting for 3 days. Why don't we find some support and get through these 3 days? I think we should communicate with the general surgery department. In the face of major problems, we should put down our prejudices. I believe that Chief Zhang Youfu is not the kind of person who can't understand the situation. Zhang Shu's words made everyone fall silent. Zhang Shu continued, if the emergency department can get through this difficult situation, it will definitely usher in an improvement. In the future, there will be more cooperation with the 120 Center. We should still think of a way. How about this? I'll look for Zhang Youfu later and talk to him about this. If he's not willing, I'll go directly to the hospital director. Li Baoshan sighed. He did not care. The key was that Zhang Youfu was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. He had embarrassed Zhang Youfu so much during the last hospital meeting. This time, it was going to be difficult. If they went to the hospital director, he would say that they were willing but not capable. There was nothing they could do. Now, Zhang Youfu could not wait to laugh at them. Chen Song stood there and saw a question mark above Li Baoshan's head. Ding! Li Baoshan's troubles and the emergency department's dilemma. Mission hint, during Lao Chen's rest, take on the burden of emergency surgery. At the critical moment, face the difficulties and provide treatment for the difficult patients sent by the 120 Center. Mission reward, designated advanced surgical skill, you will receive a designated surgical skill. Hint, limited to level 1 and level 2 surgeries. That was amazing, designated surgical skill. Chen Song took a deep breath and said solemnly, Chief, I can do it. Everyone looked for the source of the sound and stared at Chen Song. This time, Chen Song did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he said frankly, Chief, I can perform cholecystectomy for the patients sent by the 120 Center. Wang Yong was a little shocked for a moment, he did not know why, but he felt a sense of mission in his heart. It even made his nose ache. He blurted out, Chief, I can help Chen Song and cooperate with him to complete the surgery. Qin Yu also said directly, yes. Chen Song can do it. I can do it too. The 3 people's statements made the shift change fall into silence. Everyone looked at the 3 young people. These 3 young faces were full of unwillingness to admit defeat and I can do it. This made Wang Qian very envious. This was what young people should do. Face difficulties head-on, overcome difficulties, stand at the forefront of the times, strive to be the pioneers of the times. To be honest, Wang Qian was encouraged at this moment, however, envy was envy. He also wanted to say it, but he could not say it because he did not know how to do it at all. It was already very good for him to come to the hand surgery department as an orthopedic student. It was okay to occasionally perform appendectomies, but how could he perform cholecystectomy? Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song, Qin Yu, and Wang Yong, and his heart trembled slightly. This was the spirit and appearance that young people should have. It was great, they were just like how they were in the past. However, there were some things that could not be done with passion alone. This was not a war, where one had to be brave enough to charge and break through enemy lines. This was not a task that could be completed with passion. Li Baoshan looked at the three of them and said, "Good job. All of you are good, but the patients sent by the 120 Emergency Medical Center are not ordinary patients. All of them are difficult cholecystectomy surgeries. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent here. So, don't get involved in this matter. I'll handle it." He had made it very clear that they were not capable enough and should not be hot-blooded. Chen Song said, "Department Director, I can do it. I've done a lot of research on cholecystectomy, and I've also been studying difficult cholecystectomy. I can handle it well this time." While everyone was silent, Xianxia suddenly stood up and said, "Department Director, Xiaochen is indeed very knowledgeable in cholecystectomy. I've seen it with my own eyes. Maybe, we can give him a chance to try." Xianxia was a very low-key person. She rarely took the initiative to speak and was considered a conservative. Li Baoshan looked at Xianxia curiously. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was Chen Song's cheerleader, quickly said, "Yes. Department Director, Chen Song didn't lie to you. He's really good. He can even perform Merizi syndrome." "He's not lying." Li Baoshan was stunned by Ling Ran's words. "You can complete a cholecystectomy with Merizi syndrome?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes." This sentence stunned Li Baoshan. He knew better than anyone what Merizi syndrome was. He also knew better than anyone what this syndrome represented. It was the most difficult cholecystectomy in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. How old was Chen Song? Had he seen Merizi syndrome before? "You can do it?" Looking at Qin Yu's solemn nod, Li Baoshan was honestly a little shocked. Li Baoshan hesitated for a moment. "Xiao Chen, this is not the time to be hot-blooded. The patient's life is more important than anything else. In comparison, honor is the least worth mentioning. Do you understand?" Chen Song nodded resolutely. "Director, I can do it." Everyone in the office looked at Chen Song. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was admiration, envy, admiration, and appreciation. He stood out once again. When the chemical plant exploded, Chen Song turned the tide and saved the lives of the patients. And this time, when the emergency department was lacking manpower and needed talents the most, he stood up once again. You really have no reason to hate such a person. Wang Yong was much more well-behaved now. He sat there and looked at Chen Song. It was as if he saw his future self in his eyes. How could he be jealous now? He had only been by Chen Song's side for a short time, but he had already learned cholecystectomy. He helped the department solve its problems, and he also felt that he was needed and respected. Every time he thought of the young nurse in the operating theater affectionately calling him young Dr. Wang, Wang Yong felt endless energy. Li Baoshan pondered for a moment. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. He decided to accompany Chen Song for the surgery. If Chen Song could really do it, it would be the best. Li Baoshan nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the nurse on duty suddenly rushed in. "Director, there's a patient transferred from the 8th City Hospital. After laparoscopy, we found that there was a cholecystoduodenal fistula. He'll be transferred to our hospital soon. Let's get the operating theater ready." As soon as she said that, Li Baoshan's expression changed. "Okay, the meeting is over. Chen Song, get ready for the surgery. Qin Yu, come too." After that, Li Baoshan said to Chen Song, "Let's go." "Do you know how to perform cholecystoduodenal fistula?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes." Cholecystoduodenal fistula was not a small matter. It was also one of the typical difficult cholecystectomies. Li Baoshan could use this opportunity to observe Chen Song's skills. In the operating theater, Director Guoqing of the General Surgery Department in the 8th City Hospital looked anxious. He pushed the patient into the operating theater. "Hello, Director Li." Li Baoshan nodded. "Director Guo, how's the patient's condition?" Guoqing said as he walked, "It's not good. I thought it was just a common cholecystitis, but after the laparoscopy went in, I was dumbfounded. The entire right upper abdomen was adhered, but the inflammatory index was not high. It's a mixed cholecystoduodenal fistula with upper gastrointestinal bleeding. If we didn't prepare for surgery, we wouldn't have found it." Li Baoshan nodded. It was true. Mixed cholecystoduodenal fistula had no specific symptoms and signs. Moreover, it was often covered up by the clinical symptoms of the primary disease. The rate of clinical misdiagnosis and misdiagnosis was very high. Guiqing handed the medical record over. "Director, this is the medical record." Li Baoshan flipped through it and handed it to Chen Song. "This is Dr. Chen, the chief surgeon of this surgery. Xiao Chen, please take the medical record first." Chen Song nodded and took the medical record. Guiqing's eyes widened. "Director. This is cholecystodduodenal fistula surgery. It's such a major surgery, and you're letting a junior doctor do it? Is this appropriate?" Guiqing was also thinking for the patient. It was not that he looked down on Chen Song. Chen Song was too young. He was just a young man in his early 20s. He brought the patient all the way here because he was worried that he was not good enough to perform this surgery. Li Baoshan patted Guiqing's arm. "I'm here. Don't worry." Guiqing was relieved after he heard that. However, he was still a little worried. He looked at Li Baoshan nervously. "Director, it's not that I'm worried. It's just that the patient's condition is a little special. I'm also worried. If something goes wrong, we'll be responsible." Chen Song looked through the examination carefully. There was nothing special, so he said, "Let's take a look at the laparoscope on the operating table. The medical record doesn't show any effect." Qin Yu also walked over. Chen Song walked over and said to Qin Yu, "You don't have to help. Help me make a record." Qin Yu was slightly stunned. "What record?" Chen Song said in a low voice, "I want to summarize the experience of difficult cholecystectomy. Help me record the surgical process. I'll do a postoperative analysis later, mainly taking photos." Qin Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. This Chen Song is a little stupid. He actually wants to summarize the experience. This was Chen Song's attempt. After all, he had to perform many difficult cholecystectomies. These surgeries were very rare. It would be a pity if he did not record them. If he could analyze and summarize these records and write a summary of the experience, it would be helpful to many people. Moreover, he also realized that if he wanted to convince others, he had to produce results. The best results for young people were none other than research results. The surgery soon began. Chen Song began to explore with the laparoscope. Guiqing suddenly reminded him, "The safety factor of laparoscopy is not high. Why don't we perform an open laparotomy?" Before Li Baoshan could say anything, Chen Song said faintly, "Chief Physician Gua, the patient's abdominal infection is very serious, and there are obvious adhesions. It's indeed safer to perform an open laparotomy. But the main cause of adhesions may be internal duodenal fistula. Moreover, an open laparotomy will increase the risk of infection and even cause the wound to expand. It's very bad for the patient's later recovery. The establishment of a pneumoperitoneum under laparoscopy can be effective. So, I suggest that we use laparoscopy first." Guiqing suddenly blushed. "But this will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of laparoscopy. Moreover, whether it's suturing and repairing the duodenum, cholecystectomy, or even separation of the gallbladder triangle, these are all very difficult. Can you guarantee the patient's safety?" Chen Song did not say much. He just nodded. "Yes, I can." Guiqing was suddenly speechless. Li Baoshan said gently, "Okay, let's start. Chief Physician Gua, don't worry. Since Dr. Chen can complete a cholecystectomy with Merizi syndrome, duodenal fistula should not be a big problem." As soon as he said that, Guiqing was instantly dumbfounded. P.S. The title of the last chapter is wrong. Don't worry about the name, it won't affect your reading. The chapter title was wrong. It should be, Chapter 107. Don't care about the name. As the department director of the General Surgery Department, Guiqing had attended many meetings. He had heard a lot about the Merizi syndrome. This was probably one of the most difficult surgeries in cholecystectomy, and this young man in front of him could do it. It was unbelievable. He would not believe it if someone else told him about it. However, Li Baoshan was a person who rarely joked. He was known as a black-faced person in the circle, and he rarely smiled. To be praised by Li Baoshan like that, he must be quite capable. Therefore, he believed it a little. Guiqing looked at Chen Song's youthful side profile in disbelief. How old was he? Could he be an overseas graduate from a famous school? Thinking of this, Guiqing stopped looking down on him. The surgery began. Chen Song followed the advice of guide from a master teacher and started to explore the changes in the abdomen again. Not long after, Chen Song found the focus of the disease, duodenal fistula, level 30, elite monster, 12 mm fistula, content flowing out, gallbladder, level 30, elite monster, chronic cholecystitis, recurrent attacks. Multiple gallstones, these were 2 level 30 elite monsters. The 2 surgeries had to be carried out separately. However, the first thing to be done was to separate the severe adhesions on the right upper abdomen. Li Baoshan held the mirror. Chen Song carefully took the electric hook and started to separate the adhesions. First, the duodenum had to be separated from the hepatic portal and the gallbladder. Although this step seemed very simple, the blood vessels and gallbladder wall after the adhesions were very thin and fragile. It would be damaged if he was not careful. This was also the reason why Guiqing suggested a laparotomy. At this moment, Guiqing and Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song nervously, afraid that Chen Song would make a big mistake. Chen Song started from the left hepatic portal. He followed the instructions of guide from a master teacher and performed step by step carefully. At this moment, Chen Song had to admit that the guidance of a master teacher was amazing. Any operation would be prompted, including how to deal with the results and what might happen. Moreover, after you were done, the video would be replayed over and over again, allowing you to discover the shortcomings of the surgery. Qingyu took the photo to prove that his thesis wasn't fabricated. Otherwise, Chen Song would be able to use great teacher's guidance to reconstruct it. The atmosphere in the operating theater became tense again, but Chen Song was very relaxed. Guiqing's little heart was connected to the patient's gallbladder, and he was deeply afraid that Chen Song would suddenly break it. Fortunately, Chen Song's hands were steady and skillful. Moreover, the electric hook was very nimble in Chen Song's hands. It was as nimble and light as his own fingers. What was going on? Chen Song was also stunned. How could this be? Why is there so much activity today? After seeing the glove, Chen Song suddenly realized that it was his glove. These were the attributes that the gloves brought: dexterity +2, stability +2, strength +2. Aren't these 3 attributes too awesome? Chen Song felt that his hands were like small electric motors, especially his fingers. Hook, push, condense, push. Li Baoshan inadvertently turned around and saw Chen Song's fingers constantly moving skillfully. He was stunned for a moment. His fingers were so nimble. Why did the electric hook seem to be attractive in his hands? Guiqing didn't have the leisure to observe Chen Song's hands. Instead, he stared at the television without moving. Finally, the duodenum was successfully separated and the internal fistula was sutured. These were all routine operations, but Chen Song was a little clumsy as it was his first time suturing the intestines under a laparoscope. Fortunately, there was a great teacher's guidance, so it didn't affect the operation. The next step was to separate the gallbladder and retrograde resection. The gallbladder triangle wasn't cleaner than the abdominal cavity. It was as messy as a hornet's nest. However, it was only a level 30 elite. Even a level 45 lord couldn't fight back under great teacher's guidance. How long could you struggle? The surgery took more than 2 hours. Guiqing watched the television for more than 2 hours. It was thrilling. Li Baoshan watched Chen Song's hands for more than an hour. He was envious. Qingyu watched Chen Song's face for half an hour. Wishful thinking. The young nurse couldn't understand the big screen, but she had a new understanding and definition of Chen Song's hand speed. She was both happy and surprised. Especially when the middle finger was prying the forceps. The force, angle, and speed were all very tricky. The surgery was complete. Ding. Suturing a level 30 elite duodenal fistula. Obtained a skill book. Ding. Removing a level 30 elite gallbladder. Obtained a white surgical gown. Chen Song was dumbfounded. A skill book and a piece of white equipment dropped. A big drop. Thinking of this, Chen Song was a little excited. It seemed that his luck today was really good. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song with satisfaction. To be honest, this surgery was very difficult. It also required a lot of skill from the surgeon, especially since the internal fistula suture had to be done under a laparoscope. This required the surgeon to have a good foundation in laparoscopy. Chen Song was more stable in the separation of the duodenum and the separation of the gallbladder triangle. Overall, it was very good. Li Baoshan nodded at Chen Song with satisfaction. Not bad. Very good, Chief Gua. You can rest assured now, right? Guiqing was no longer worried. The surgery just now was a classic. Guiqing had nothing to complain about. He quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm very relieved. Director Li really has a lot of hidden dragons and crouching tigers under him." Dr. Chen, how old are you? You already have such amazing surgical skills. In the future, you will be a famous surgeon in Dongyang province. Guiqing didn't mean to flatter. He was just telling the truth. Today, Chen Song could be said to have refreshed his worldview. He had never seen a young man who could perform such a difficult surgery at such a young age. Even compared to the elite students in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, he was not inferior. Thinking of this, Guiqing thanked Chen Song again. Li Baoshan had a lot of things to do, so he left with peace of mind after answering the call. However, he looked back at Chen Song's hand deeply. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. Guiqing casually asked while washing his hands, "Dr. Chen, your cholecystectomy is really amazing. The Second People's Hospital is indeed a provincial hospital. When the Eighth People's Hospital was a hospital for veterans, it was still a little famous. However, after it changed its name, it became worse day by day. Now, when we want to bring in talents, they are not willing to come. However, there are still many veterans in the old district. The old people's illnesses are more complicated. No one dares to perform surgery, and no one can do it." After complaining for a while, Guiqing suddenly asked, "Dr. Chen, I have a presumptuous request. It's like this. There are a few old people in our hospital. They all have cholelithiasis and need to undergo cholecystectomy. They are all retired veterans. I was thinking that if you have time, you can help us check on them. There are only 3 or 4 people. The old people don't want to go through the trouble. What I mean is, you can check your time and help us keep an eye on them. We know what to do. As for the money, we will pay according to the market price. What do you think?" Chen Song wasn't worried about the money. The main thing was that the surgery for the old people was more risky, and Chen Song couldn't guarantee it. The old people had a lot of diseases, and their bodies were more complicated. They often had all kinds of complications during the surgery. Most people were not willing to operate on the old people. Many hospitals and surgeons didn't even want to accept the old people. The Eighth People's Hospital used to be a veteran hospital. However, some departments in the veteran hospital were developing well. For example, the Department of Geriatrics, the Department of Neurology, the Department of Cardiology, and the Department of Endocrinology were developing well. They were also a little famous in Ammoniac City. However, the Department of Surgery, the veteran hospital, was not at ease. The children of the veterans were also capable. They basically brought their surgeries to the big hospitals in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. The worst hospitals were hospitals like the Provincial People's Hospital and the affiliated hospital of Eastern University. Very few people were willing to stay in the veteran hospital to perform surgery. Therefore, the Department of Surgery in the veteran hospital was getting worse and worse. The hospital leaders also didn't pay attention to it. Now, Guiqing had to personally come to the Second People's Hospital for a cholecystectomy. Thinking about it made him feel helpless. Ding. Triggered mission, Guiqing's plea. Help Guiqing complete 3 cholecystectomies. Reward, improved laparoscopic cholecystectomy. Chen Song was stunned. Another surgical method improvement. It was too tempting. Should he accept it? With the guidance of a famous teacher, even if he encountered some problems, he would be able to solve them. When he thought of this, Chen Song nodded. "Okay, Chief Physician Gua. Let's discuss the time." Guiqing was elated when he heard that. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chen. I'll ask Dr. Corey to prepare the time. You can come over directly." When he returned to the office, Chen Song noticed that the progress bar for cholecystectomy had increased by 1 bar. According to this step, he should only need to perform 7 more surgeries. This was Chen Song's first time working hard to become a master. Although he had the help of a famous teacher, he still did it by himself. He was deeply moved. Sitting there, Chen Song watched the process of his surgery as the famous teacher guided him and gave him pointers. He kept standardizing his thoughts and summarizing his experience. After reading it a few times, Chen Song tapped on the equipment that he had just dropped. It was a skill book and a surgical gown. They were both of white quality. It did not look good. Skill book, laparoscopic intestinal anastomosis, level 2 surgery, surgical gown, white. Attribute, stamina +1, laparoscopic intestinal anastomosis? Not bad. The skill book for intestinal anastomosis dropped after he performed one. He clicked to learn it. At first, Chen Song thought that he would be able to learn it naturally after learning it. However, he realized that his scene had changed. He was now in the operating theater. Ding. You will need to practice surgical skill books above level 2. You will obtain the skill level through practice in the simulation space. The specific level will be evaluated after you finish learning. Please begin. Countdown, 99 hours, 59 minutes. Chen Song was instantly dumbfounded. Was there such an ordinary operation? Did that mean that he would have to practice to obtain level 2 surgical skill books in the future? Looking at the countdown, Chen Song began the surgery. Suture completed. Evaluation, 29 points. Insufficient. Chen Song was speechless. Only 29 points. However, at this moment, Chen Song suddenly realized that master teacher guidance was still active, still guiding and regulating his actions. Chen Song was instantly overjoyed. Did this mean that the learning space was also using hacks? Thinking of this, Chen Song immersed himself in training. With the guidance of a great teacher, Chen Song improved very quickly. He did it better and better each time. 39 points. 50 points. 70 points. 30 points. Chen Song was improving every time. However, as Chen Song's score got higher and higher, he realized that the intestinal environment that needed to be matched was getting more and more complicated. All kinds of scenarios began to appear. His score dropped again. In this cycle, Chen Song began to come into contact with all kinds of environments. For example, today's basic internal fistula test, Chen Song could achieve more than 90 points. Unknowingly, 100 hours had passed, a patient appeared in front of Chen Song, and a notification sounded. This simulation is a test. The final result of the test will determine your skill level. Please take it seriously. Chen Song sighed and began to operate. The system was never merciful. The patient's condition was very bad. This time, he was doing a biliary and intestinal anastomosis. The difficulty increased again. Chen Song began to suture carefully. The spatial perception under the mirror allowed Chen Song to have a good spatial awareness. Through watching the television, he could better adjust this feeling and make the suture more realistic. Ding. The test has ended. Score, 78 points. Congratulations on obtaining laparoscopic intestinal anastomosis, advanced, special effect, firm. It was finally over, advanced, not bad. Chen Song's vision changed and he returned to the office again. It was like a dream. At this moment, Xianxia walked over and sat beside Chen Song. He poked Chen Song with his elbow and said, "Chen Song, let me show you something good." Chen Song was stunned. What is it? Xianxia mysteriously put his hands behind his back and puffed out his chest. His eyes were full of pride. Take a guess? Chen Song immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia, who was as calm as a startled swan even when he puffed out his chest. He sighed. No change? Xianxia was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted. He was so angry that his chest expanded. He took out the script hidden behind his back and wrote it on Chen Song's head. Shallow, what are you thinking? However, Xianxia did not care about Chen Song's ridicule. After all, he had been mocked for decades. Ever since puberty, little Qin's mother realized that little Qin was very thrifty. He could wear a single piece of underwear for a few years. He could still wear the ones he bought in high school. He basically did not need to change his size every once in a while like other students. Moreover, little Qin's mother had always been in charge of buying underwear from high school until he graduated from graduate school. She never worried about whether the size of the underwear would be suitable. Xianxia glanced at Chen Song. What do you know? Big boobs are brainless, okay? I'm a dignified graduate student from Xianxia University. My brain capacity has been squeezed out of my lower body. Chen Song suddenly thought of Zhang Dalong's theory of 1 drop x 10 drops of blood. It seemed to coincide with Qin Yu's theory of big boobs being brainless. They were both talents. Qin Yu handed Chen Song a copy of the script in his hand. Take a look. Chen Song smiled and took the script from Qin Yu's hand. He read it seriously. However, when he saw the name, Chen Song was so scared that his hands trembled. Grandma Qin, are you trying to cause trouble? Clinical exploration and analysis of minimally invasive wounds in Chen's laparoscopic surgery. This name was too domineering. Minimally invasive wounds in Chen's laparoscopic surgery. Can you keep a low profile? Even a Xiaochen like me can use the Chen family's surgical method. If others knew that the so-called Chen family was actually a small doctor living in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, wouldn't they be laughed to death? How can I be called the Chen family now? Thinking of this, Chen Song blushed and looked at Qin Yu. This name, isn't it a little too explicit? Qin Yu smiled. You're thinking too much. Every day, there are all kinds of Chen family, Li family, Zhang family. There are so many. Yours is nothing. Besides, our surgery is effective. There's detailed data at the back, okay? Chen Song flipped it open and read it carefully. In recent years, the research on laparoscopic surgery has become more and more detailed. Compared to traditional surgery, laparoscopic surgery has obvious advantages. First, the postoperative recovery is fast and the hospitalization time is short. Second, the trauma is small, the incision is more hidden, the scar is smaller, the part is beautiful, and the quality of life is high. Third, laparoscopy has a magnifying effect and can clearly show the subtle structure of the tissue in the body. The Chen family's laparoscopic surgery's minimally invasive wounds is based on the traditional laparoscopic surgery method. It further standardizes the suture of the wound. It chooses the PDS absorbable suture and uses the hybrid suture method. Based on the special texture of the abdominal skin, it is an innovative way to treat the wound. There were various data analyses and comparisons at the back, including scar color rendering, color contrast, wound recovery speed, and several other aspects of data analysis and comparison. The results showed that the Chen family's laparoscopic surgery's minimally invasive wound treatment method could better improve the scar of the patient's wound and speed up the wound healing speed. It had a significant effect on improving the patient's quality of life. At the end, there were photos, as well as raw data of various surgical data and SPSS statistical software tables. Needless to say, it really looked like it. Chen Song turned around and looked at Qin Yu. He saw this guy's smug expression as if he was saying, praise me, praise me. I'm waiting for you. Although he did not want to admit it, the level of this thesis was really good. At least, Chen Song could not see any problems with it. Of course, it might be because Chen Song had never written a thesis before. There was no need to write a thesis after graduating from a clinical medicine university. Although Chen Song had downloaded some of Qin Yu's thesis online, he felt that Qin Yu's thesis was quite good. The only flaw was that the name was too explicit, which did not match his low-key, luxurious, and meaningful temperament. Chen Song asked, which journal are you going to publish it in? Qin Yu thought for a moment. I haven't thought about it yet. I have to look for my teacher again and see if he wants to edit it. Chen Song asked curiously, who's your teacher? Qin Yu said proudly, Su Mo. After that, Qin Yu waited for Chen Song to praise him. Chen Song was slightly stunned. After thinking for a long time, he asked slowly, who's Su Mo? Qin Yu was so angry that he got up and left. Chen Song had an innocent look on his face. He really had no idea. In the morning, Chen Song continued to perform a few surgeries with Wang Yong. This time, Chen Song did not do it himself. Instead, he guided him from the side. Chen Song really found many good points in Wang Yong. This person was very good at doing things and paid attention to details. He was also a fast learner. This really surprised Chen Song. This was especially true when Chen Song performed minimally invasive laparoscopic wound management during this period. Under his guidance, Wang Yong actually learned about 70 to 80%. Wang Yong's skin suturing skills were very good, which was a characteristic of temporary workers. Chen Song and Wang Yong were different from Wang Qian and the others. They graduated from specialized courses and came into contact with surgeries very early on. After they came to the hospital, the doctors in the department were relatively more at ease. On the other hand, this ragtag group of soldiers only had to do the most basic work after they arrived. It was hard work, dirty work, and unskilled work. Therefore, these people's basic skills were actually higher than Wang Qian's. For example, when it came to suturing the skin, Wang Yong was better than Wang Qian and the others. After the surgery was completed, Wang Yong carefully sutured the wound. Chen Song nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Hearing Chen Song's praise, Wang Yong was even more excited, because this skill came from Chen Song. Wang Yong chuckled and flattered, "It's all thanks to your good teaching, Teacher Song. The way you treat the wound is really amazing. Not only does it help the wound recover faster, but it also makes the scar basically invisible. I guess this is our specialty. Song when you become famous, I'll be your first proud student, right?" Chen Song was already speechless when it came to Teacher Song. He had said it 100 times, but it did not change. Now, after hearing it so many times, he felt that it was quite nice. He smiled. The two of them had been performing surgeries together recently, and their relationship had become more harmonious. After all, Zhang Youfu was an expert in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. Naturally, he had a lot of connections and resources. Since the last time he sent a bunch of patients to the emergency department, Zhang Youfu put in more effort and took in more than 10 patients. Many of these patients were sent from the hospitals in the counties around Ammoniac City. They were either too difficult to do in the local hospitals, or patients who wanted laparoscopic surgery were sent to the provincial capital. In fact, it was easy to take in patients in the general surgery department, and they had a lot of resources. However, Zhang Youfu was very picky when it came to patients. What did that mean? He would definitely not be willing to perform surgeries for patients with higher risk factors, or if the diagnosis of the disease was not clear, he would not be willing to accept them. Now that there were fewer patients in the department, he was not so picky. He would fill up the beds first. He could not let others laugh at him, right? The beds were full, but there were also many kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. The standard of the doctors was uneven, and a normal cholecystectomy was found to have gallbladder cancer. This was also something that no one would have thought of. Zhou Xiaodong basically did not touch cholecystectomy for the past few days. After all, he was really shocked that night. It was a coincidence that he met Chen Song. What if something happened that night? What should he do? Therefore, Zhou Xiaodong would rather have fewer patients than take the risk to perform too many surgeries with more risk factors or unclear diagnoses. In fact, the level of surgery in the general surgery department was still relatively high. This was especially so for Zhang Youfu, who was an expert in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. He was not inferior to the veteran expert Qian Liang. At that time, he came to the second Qingdu Provincial Hospital because he was a talent. His purpose was to promote the development of the general surgery department. Zhang Youfu had indeed done it, and he even improved the surgical skills of the doctors in the department. However, distant water could not cure a nearby thirst. Moreover, patients who were supported by other hospitals could not solve the problem in the long run. The interview with the television station had been decided. It would be held next week, but before that, Zhang Youfu asked Duanbua to bring a few interns to the outpatient hall and the community for free consultation. They wanted to spread the word about diseases of the gallbladder system and the benefits of laparoscopic cholecystectomy. Zhang Qiaoling was a swimming coach. She was only 27 years old this year. After her acute cholecystitis flared up, she was sent to the nearest hospital for treatment. However, the hospital said that they wanted an open abdominal surgery, and Zhang Qiaoling immediately refused. This was because she had to wear a swimsuit every day for work, and such a big wound on her stomach affected her greatly. Zhang Qiaoling's mother also quickly stopped her. "No, my girl is not married yet. How can she leave such a long scar on her stomach? People will think that she did a cesarean section and that she is a promiscuous person. No, we want to transfer to another hospital." The doctor also did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Sis, don't worry. The wound from a cholecystectomy is not the same as the wound from a cesarean section. There won't be any misunderstanding. Zhang Qiaoling's mother smiled. Doctor, these people are not doctors. How would they know where the gallbladder, uterus, or appendix are? What if they see such a big scar on the stomach? What if they think badly of it? My girl is so good, and she is not married yet. What if people talk about her? It won't be good. No, no, no. Therefore, the family was sent to the emergency department of the 2nd Qingdu Provincial Hospital. At that time, Chen Song performed the surgery using the new surgical method modified by the Chen family's minimally invasive surgery. After the surgery, Zhang Qiaoling's mother was stunned when she saw the wound. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Zhang Qiaoling's mother was so happy that she insisted on giving Chen Song red packets. After the surgery, she was discharged the next day. A few days later, Zhang Qiaoling's mother was surprised to find that the wound had healed quite quickly. Most importantly, there was no scar on her stomach at all. Her daughter's flat and smooth stomach was not much different from before. The neighbor next door, 6th aunt, had also undergone laparoscopic surgery. When the two of them were compared, the difference was immediately obvious. 6th aunt's stomach had 3 holes, and there were a few scar marks on her eyes. It was obvious at a glance. However, her daughter's stomach was not visible at all. This made Zhang Qiaoling's mother very happy. She thought that she had met a good doctor. After discussing it with her husband, she decided to thank him properly. The doctor did not want to give her a red packet. He had rejected it last time. Why don't they just give him a silk banner? Therefore, the old couple found someone to make a silk banner and sent it to the emergency department early the next morning. There were many people like Zhang Qiaoling's mother. Over the past few days, the emergency department had received many silk banners. On the silk banners were written in golden letters, "Thank you, Dr. Chen Song. Miraculous hands and elixir, benevolent heart and benevolent skills." These 8 words were hung beautifully. However, even Li Baoshan was a little puzzled. After all, there were people who gave silk banners in the past, but there were not so many of them, and they were not so frequent. Could it be that the quality of this batch of patients was higher? Their family conditions were better? They liked to give silk banners. However, after taking a closer look, these silk banners were all thanking Dr. Chen Song. There was not even a single one thanking him or Chen Bingxing. What was going on? Could it be that Xiao Chen deliberately got someone to do it, but it was completely unnecessary? Then why? Comrade Baoshan was puzzled. Why did this group of people give Xiao Chen silk banners? Scratching his head and touching the few remaining spirit roots on his head, Li Baoshan could not help but be stunned. The image of himself, Lao Chen, and Xiao Chen appeared in his mind. Could it be? P.S. The title of the last chapter is wrong. Don't worry about it, the content is fine. Chapter 110, Questions don't affect after the morning shift. Li Baoshan looked at everyone and said slowly, "Everyone has been doing well recently. Our emergency department has also received many silk banners and thank you letters. It's all thanks to everyone. Here, I'd like to highlight Xiao Chen. He's been well received by the patients. Everyone should learn from Xiao Chen." After that, Li Baoshan asked thoughtfully, "Xiao Chen, how did you get everyone to send the silk banners? We're all doing cholecystectomy, so why didn't anyone send any for Bingxing?" Lao Chen's face darkened. "You can praise Chen Song all you want, but why do you have to drag me into it?" Before Chen Song could say anything, head nurse Tian Shenlan smiled and said, "You guys still don't know? Dr. Xiao Chen has developed a kind of cosmetic laparoscopic surgery. It's been well received by the patients. I bring the nurses to do ward rounds every day, and the patients are all praising Xiao Chen." Hearing this, Li Baoshan and the other doctors were dumbfounded. What was going on? Laparoscopic surgery? Laparoscopic surgery could be used for cosmetic surgery. Everyone was confused. Li Baoshan asked curiously, "What laparoscopic surgery? Why haven't I heard of it before?" "Xiao Chen, tell me what's going on." Chen Song said, "It was purely an unintentional move. When I was operating, I suddenly thought that since laparoscopic surgery could make the wound smaller, could it be done by changing the traditional incision and using suturing techniques to conceal the wound? I tried it at that time, and the results were pretty good." Shernal was the first witness. She smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I'm still the first witness. At that time I thought Xiao Chen had some fancy ideas. I didn't expect such a small change to be so effective. Hearing this, Li Baoshan became even more curious. Really? I'll go take a look at the patient. When Li Baoshan was about to get up, Qin Yu hurriedly said, Director, don't bother. I have detailed photos and raw data here. After that, Qin Yu opened the USB drive and played it on the projector. Qin Yu explained as she worked, after the surgery started, I collected some raw data. In fact, I made more than 10 comparisons between Xianxia's modified wound design and the traditional laparoscopic wound design, including preoperative incisions, postoperative sutures, postoperative photographs, 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 postoperative photographs. Postoperative photographs, 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 postoperative. This is a comparison of the two sets of photos before the suture. This is after the suture. This is after the recovery. When the photo was released, everyone was dumbfounded, even Li Baoshan was stunned. He never thought that such a small change would really make the wound look as if it was not injured at all. Wasn't this too creative? In fact, scientific research was nothing more than paying attention to the details of life and starting from the details to make changes. The more Li Baoshan looked at it, the more excited and surprised he was. If this was carried out, it could be made into a specialty of the department. Li Baoshan asked, what's the recovery period? Qin Yu held the form and said, ordinary patients can recover in 5 to 7 days. The average recovery time is about 6-1 days. However, the modified surgical method only needs about 5-2 days. After the data analysis and comparison, the difference is statistically significant. Li Baoshan sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Using a modified surgical method to shorten the recovery period and reduce scars. Such an idea was really amazing. Li Baoshan suddenly realized that this was a very valuable and meaningful research topic. It could be published in some high-quality papers. Li Baoshan looked up and asked, Little Qin, what's the progress now? Your research? When Qin Yu heard this, he said, the paper has been written and is being revised. Li Baoshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Good. Not bad, you have ideas. Everyone should learn from this and take the initiative to improve and cultivate your own research ability. You also have to find and pay attention to the details in the clinic to do something meaningful. Li Baoshan held the remote control and kept looking at the photos. He found that there were actually 4 participants. Chen Song, Chen Bingxing, Qin Yu, and Wang Yong. This group of children was really good, and Lao Chen, he was still a treasure and could keep up with the pace. Li Baoshan was very pleased. He did not blame them for not writing his name. It did not matter. At Li Baoshan's age, he did not think about anything else. He did not know how many papers he had published and how many research topics he had chaired. He did not care about this small topic. The most important thing was that he saw that this group of young junior doctors had the spirit and ability to do research. This was the most important thing. Chen Bingxing suddenly asked curiously, right, Little Qin, why is my name on the PowerPoint? I did not participate? Qin Yu suddenly blushed. This? Teacher Chen, you did participate. Chen Bingxing was stunned. I participated? Really? Chen Song nodded and said, that's right. Teacher Chen, you were in the control group. Didn't you realize that the photos in the control group were all of your patients? When this was said, Chen Bingxing was stunned, F***ck. I was wondering why those patients looked so familiar. The pair of hands that were being sutured looked so familiar. So it was me. After understanding this, Lao Chen was even more confused. You used me as the control group, to compare your good. The key was that you did not tell me the truth and kept me in the dark. You were too much. No wonder Qin you went to my operating room every day last week to take photos. So that was it. When the truth was revealed, Lao Chen was enlightened. But, why do I feel a little wronged? Chen Song looked at Lao Chen's expression and could not help but say, Teacher Chen, I asked Qin you to tell you. Qin Yu smiled awkwardly and explained, Teacher Chen, I chose a double-blind controlled trial to ensure the effectiveness of the experiment. Ahem, so I did not tell you. When everyone heard this, they suddenly laughed out loud. The entire office was in a state of joy. The emergency department had not been so happy in a long time. Lao Chen also laughed. In fact, just as Qin Yu said, the double-blind trial meant that the researcher and the patient did not know which group each patient was in, nor did they know which group received the experimental treatment. The advantage of this method was that it could avoid bias from the researcher and the subject. The results of the research this time were very successful. Li Baoshan suddenly had an idea and asked, Xiao Chen, who knows how to do this kind of surgery? Wang Yong quickly stood up and said, I know how to do it. Chen Song nodded. Right now, only Wang Yong and I know how to do it, but I can teach it to Teacher Chen. I think with Teacher Chen's talent, he will learn it in a few days. When Lao Chen heard this, he felt that this was strange. It did not sound like a compliment. When Li Baoshan heard this, he immediately made a decision. Very good. Bingxing, learn from Xiao Chen these few days. Master this surgery as soon as possible and apply it in the clinic. Qin Yu, continue your research and strive to publish a good paper. Head nurse, please work hard and make some brochures to publicize the characteristics and advantages of our non-invasive surgery. We will advertise it in the lobby on the first floor. We must make sure that the characteristics of our emergency department are well described. Also, Yuan Fan, Wang Yong, bring a few interns and organize a free clinic in the community. Carry out a special activity to prevent diseases of the gallbladder system. At the same time, tell the patients about our characteristics. When you go, head nurse, make Qin Yu's photo into a brochure. Laparoscopic surgery was not limited to laparoscopy, there was also hysteroscopy, thoracoscopy. All of these required a well to be dug, and Chen Song's unintentional action had no idea how far-reaching the effects would be. Of course, the results of the suture would be different for different people. It was unrealistic to want to achieve a non-invasive appearance like Chen Song. After work, Chen Song went to the 8th City Hospital to contact the other party for the surgery. He took a taxi and rushed there. Guoqing came out early to welcome him. Actually, the difficulty of the surgery was not high. However, they were all retired veterans and were relatively old. Guoqing was still worried that the patient's condition was not stable. He hoped that Chen Song would come over to help. If anything unexpected happened, there would be room to maneuver. Life was full of coincidences. The first surgery had just started, and many doctors were already in their place. The old man was in his 80s. At this age, few hospitals were willing to operate on patients. However, the old man's health was good and there were not many complications. The only illness he had was chronic gastroenteritis. The old man was called Jin Donglai. He was always smiling. Even when the surgery was about to start, he would comfort the doctors. Young people should work more. Don't be afraid and don't be nervous. The old man had a good mentality. It was said that he had been in the army when he was young. Later on, he worked in the police. At that time, he was still riding horses. However, because he was often on duty, he did not eat regularly. When he was young, he had problems with his digestive system. Cholecystitis had flared up several times, but he did not have any surgery. According to Guoqing, the old man's children were very capable. The eldest son opened a company in the United States, the second son was in the administrative system, and the daughter was married to a company president. They were all busy and rarely came home. His wife waited at the door for him to finish the surgery and took care of him. There was a nanny at home who was half a relative. She took care of their daily lives. When the surgery started, Guiqing performed it himself. Chen Song was his assistant. There was a young junior doctor beside him. He should have just graduated a few days ago. He was still young and inexperienced. He stood on the operating table and did not know what to do. Guiqing did not expect to run into trouble as soon as the laparoscopy was inserted. The abdominal adhesion was very serious. When the laparoscope was inserted, it was discovered that there was a large internal fistula in the duodenum due to ulcers. The colon was also suffering from chronic inflammatory adhesion. If left alone, it might cause delayed rupture in the near future. This gave Guiqing a fright. Chen Song said decisively, "Prepare to open the abdomen." Guiqing was a little flustered, but he still took a deep breath and changed the equipment to prepare for the laparotomy. Seeing that Guiqing was a little nervous, Chen Song said, "Let me do it." Guiqing hurriedly nodded. The development of the surgery department in the 8th City Hospital was really too poor. Even the department director was like this. Chen Song could not help but feel a little regretful. The equipment in the operating theater was very new. When he held it in his hand, he could feel that it was very expensive, but it was such a hospital with luxurious facilities. But the standard and quality of the doctors were unbearable. Guiqing should be less than 40 years old. He was not even as old as Lao Chen. His standard was even worse. Chen Song really did not know how he became the department director. No wonder the family members wanted to go out for surgery. If you were to cause trouble, who would go out? However, this had nothing to do with Chen Song. He was here to perform surgery. At this time, Jing Donglai's wife, Feng Laihua, was sitting in the waiting area outside the operating theater. She was anxious. Her niece, Nanny, Yang Yani, was beside her and comforted her. "Auntie, it's okay. My uncle Boji is blessed by God. Don't worry." Feng Laihua sighed and smiled. She patted Yang Yani's hand and said slowly, "Yani, you don't understand. When people get old, the people they care about the most are their spouses. At my age, I don't want to rely on my children. I rely on your uncle to live. If your uncle is gone, there's no point in me living. Your uncle is just like me. His children and grandchildren have their own blessings. You can't control them. I just want your uncle to live peacefully. Sometimes, I think that it's good that he's gone first. Otherwise, if I'm gone too early, he won't have the energy to live alone. He may have been a soldier his whole life and caught many bad guys, but he's very soft-hearted. I'm better than him." Old people tended to be long-winded. Feng Laihua only had Yang Yani by her side. Since her child wasn't by her side, she would always be long-winded with this distant niece of hers. It was also thanks to Yang Yani doing the laundry and cooking that Feng Laihua was able to come out clean. Feng Laihua was also a businesswoman. She wanted to be presentable and clean. However, when one was old, it was no longer up to her. Even if it was her children, they might not necessarily be like Yang Yani, who cleaned and tidied up neatly inside and out. At this time, Yang Yani's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Jean Qingji. Yang Yani said, "Auntie, it's brother Qingji." Feng Laihua saw that it was her boss and said, "Pick it up." As soon as she picked up the phone, she scolded, "Yang Yani, my father is old and confused." "Are you also confused?" "My father is so old. You let him go to the old cadre's hospital for surgery. Can you be responsible if something goes wrong? Why don't you take a look at what the old cadre's institute has become? Why don't you listen to the elders? The elders are old and useless. You have to help me persuade them. Their generation's thinking is already backward." "What era is this?" Yang Yani was scolded for a long time, but she did not talk back. She was used to this. Feng Laihua could not stand it anymore. She took the phone and said, "Jean Qingji, say something if you know how to talk. If you don't know how to talk, don't talk." After that, Feng Laihua hung up the phone. Not long after, the phone rang again. Yang Yani was embarrassed and quickly picked up the phone. "Brother." Jean Qingji did not dare to be presumptuous this time, but he still said in an unfriendly tone, "Yani, don't give the phone to my mother. I'm talking to you about something serious. After I found out about the surgery, I invited a specialist from Beijing to perform the surgery on my father. I'm at the hospital now. Where are you? When Yang Yani heard this, she quickly told Feng Aihua, Auntie, brother Qingji brought the specialist from Beijing to the hospital. Jin Qingji brought his old classmate, who was now the deputy director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of 301 Hospital. This time, he was specially invited to Ammoniac City for his father's surgery. The two of them were now sitting in the director's office. Director Sun, we really have to trouble you with this matter, Jin Qingji said with a smile. Sun Jingwei said, You're welcome. We are also very concerned about old Master Jin's surgery. Director Gua is the chief surgeon and he even invited a doctor from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He is already performing the surgery. Let's hurry over and take a look. Qingji, you are filial. You invited the specialist from Beijing, Director Li, from so far away. This Director Li is a big shot in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. Amazing. The three of them politely walked towards the operating theater. When the head nurse heard that the director was here, she quickly went to welcome them. Sun Jingwei asked, Has Director Gua's surgery started? The head nurse nodded and said, It just started. When the three of them heard this, they were overjoyed. Fortunately, they came early, Jin Qingji asked carefully, Can I follow you in? Sun Jingwei nodded and said, Come in. Guiqing looked at the nurse. The director is here? The nurse nodded. Yes, not only the director, but there are also two people. It's said that they are family members. Guiqing frowned. Chen Song did not say a word and continued the surgery. The patient's condition was not optimistic. Although it did not seem to be a big problem on the surface, if it was delayed, there would definitely be a big problem. At that time, it would be too late for the surgery, Guiqing said to Chen Song, Dr. Chen, perform the surgery well. I'll see what's the matter. After Guiqing said that, he went to the door of the operating theater and happened to see three fully armed people walking in. Sun Jingwei looked at Guiqing. Did the surgery go smoothly? Guiqing shook his head. The situation is very bad. I was going to do a laparoscopy, but the laparoscopy showed that the patient's condition was very bad. The gastrointestinal tract's condition is very bad. The duodenum has an internal fistula because of an ulcer. The colon, duodenum, and stomach are all adhered to the abdominal cavity. It's very obvious. The gallbladder triangle can't be seen at all, let alone the surgery. As soon as Guiqing said that, Jin Qingji could not help but become nervous. However, he knew that he could not behave atrociously in the operating theater, let alone cause trouble. He looked at his old classmate nervously. Li He waved his hand. It's fine. Don't worry, I'm here. You can wait outside. It's easy for you to cause trouble inside. Director Sun, you and Qingji can rest for a while. Sun Jingwei nodded. Guiqing, who is that doctor? Why is he so young? Guiqing's eyes lit up slightly. His name is Chen Song. He's an expert I invited from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Sun Jingwei muttered, so young, he's the expert Guiqing invited from the 2nd Provincial Hospital? This Guiqing, how could an expert be so young, Chen Song? Chen Song, Sun Jingwei muttered a few times, but he had never heard of him. No matter how good he was? How could an expert from the 2nd Provincial Hospital compare to an expert from 301 Hospital? Sun Jingwei nodded. Ask that Dr. Chen to move aside. This is an expert from 301 Hospital in the capital, Department Director Li He. Guiqing was embarrassed. He was the one who invited Chen Song. Now that Chen Song had come from the capital, how embarrassing would that be? Snatching a knife from an operating table was a big taboo. Guiqing was a little unsightly. Director Sun, this Dr. Chen Song is an expert that I invited with great difficulty. This isn't good. Jin Qingji hurriedly said, Director Gua, don't worry. I'll deal with it after this matter is over. Don't worry, I'll explain it. My dad's health is very important. Let's do the surgery first. We'll talk after we're done. Compared to the others, Li He made a decision. I'll perform the surgery with Dr. Chen later. You guys go out first. The surgery can't be delayed. Without any explanation, he walked toward the operating table. Guiqing braced himself and followed Li He over. Compared to Li He, Guiqing actually wanted to befriend Chen Song more. After all, no matter how good Li He was far away in the capital and had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Chen Song had such extraordinary surgical ability at such a young age. In addition, he was humble and amiable. He was in the second provincial hospital, so their cooperation would only be more frequent in the future. Thinking of this, Guiqing couldn't help but sigh. Chen Song couldn't be distracted by other things at this moment because the surgery had reached a critical moment. The peritoneum adhered the stomach, duodenum and colon together. Moreover, there was an internal fistula on the duodenum and damage on the colon. It was very difficult to separate them now. Li He could see the problem at a glance. He saw Chen Song pick up the ultrasonic knife and face up. He held the blunt separating forceps in his right hand and carefully peeled it off bit by bit. Li He couldn't help but be stunned. This young man was quite skilled. The adhesion of the peritoneum was very high, and the duodenum and colon were also in very bad condition. If he wanted to separate them, he couldn't use blunt separation because if he used too much strength, regardless of whether he used blunt separation or not, he would definitely destroy the damaged colon. Now, he had to cleverly use the back of the ultrasonic knife to peel off the adhesion bit by bit. This process, it seemed simple, it was actually extremely dangerous. Li He didn't dare to disturb Chen Song. Because if his hands trembled, there would be a problem. This required the surgeon's hands to have absolute strength, stability, and endurance. Because his hands had to be in this state for more than 30 minutes, and his hands had to work. Could Li He do it? Li He couldn't guarantee it, because this kind of surgery was usually destined to be performed by 2 to 3 people from the beginning. Li He was waiting for Chen Song to get tired and his hands to tremble. He wanted to take over. But, Chen Song's hands were very, very steady. The ultrasonic knife moved bit by bit, and the forceps were also carefully peeled off bit by bit. Time passed by minute by minute. It seemed that Chen Song's hands were as steady as before. They were very solid and firm. Guiqing was dumbfounded. One had to know that surgery was not only a technical job, but also a physical one. Bending his body and lowering his head like this while holding the instruments with both hands was much more tiring than moving bricks. But Chen Song still did not make a sound. It seemed that the speed of the separation did not slow down at all. He was in excellent condition. Li He wanted to say something countless times, but he stopped himself. He really did not know how this young man trained his hands. Finally, the separation was completed. Li He breathed a sigh of relief. Guiqing glanced at the two of them and breathed 2 sighs of relief. Chen Song did not even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before he had to start the next step. He had to suture the duodenal fistula and repair the colon and intestine. Li He finally could not hold it in anymore. "Dr. Chen, let me do it." "You're tired too." Chen Song blinked to indicate that he was fine. As he spoke, Chen Song put down the ultrasonic knife, picked up the needle holder, and began to carefully suture the wound. Chen Song's intestinal anastomosis was very close to being a master, and his operation was very delicate. More importantly, his intestinal anastomosis was very firm. This old man's duodenum and colon were damaged. If they were not repaired, it would easily lead to delayed postoperative rupture. Chen Song's suture at this time was the best choice, and it was also the most important attribute. Firm was an attribute, but it was also a skill. The most important thing was that the intestinal anastomosis had to be delicate. Generally speaking, the suture of blood vessels was especially delicate. More than 30 stitches could be sutured on a 6 mm blood vessel. This required the spacing between the stitches to be very stable. At the same time, it required a very delicate operation to maintain the smoothness of the suture. At this time, firm sutures were also very important and difficult to repair and suture the intestines. To be honest, even Li He himself did not dare to guarantee that he could suture well. But, Chen Song had trained for 100 hours, and he was suturing under a laparoscope. Now, he did not need to watch TV and could do it directly. The difficulty was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. This way, it was much easier. But in Li He's eyes, it was different. Chen Song's suturing speed was very fast, and each stitch was very rhythmic. The distance between the stitches was very fine and dense, and the speed was very uniform. The whole process was very smooth. Awesome. Where did this young man come from? He had such achievements at such a young age. This kind of intestinal anastomosis was for the Department of Gastroenterology, and cholecystectomy was for the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Did he know both? God knows why an ancient poem appeared in Guicheng's mind: the medial line of the compassionate physician's hand, the patient's intestine needle, the tight seam before the departure. The intention is afraid of being damaged again. 5 minutes later, Xianxia used 3 threads and finally finished repairing the duodenum and colon. At this time, Li He no longer dared to underestimate Xianxia. He realized that this young man's skill level was not below his. In fact, the intestinal anastomosis technique just now was definitely better than his. What kind of young man was this? In the following surgery, Li He was no longer worried about whether Xianxia would succeed or not, because he knew that this young doctor's standard was very good, especially the handling of details. It always made his eyes light up, and even some of the operations would give him some inspiration. Moreover, what surprised Li He was, Xianxia's operation was too standard. It made Li He unable to find any faults or problems. If Li He had to evaluate this surgery, he would say that it was a textbook operation. How could it not be standard? With "guide by a famous teacher," it was difficult for Xianxia not to be standard. However, Li He could understand that his skills were high. After all, this was a doctor's job. It was just practice making perfect. But he was very curious about another thing. How did this young doctor train to have such strength and stability? The key was that he did not lack flexibility. How did he do it? This surgery had already lasted for 3 hours, and it was high intensity. Xianxia's hands did not tremble at all. They were as steady as a bell. How much strength and endurance did he have? What kind of a pair of Kirin arms was this? The surgery was finally over. Li He could not help but applaud. After all, the intensity and precision of today's surgery were definitely up to standard. It was real hard work. It could not be done without a diamond. And this young doctor did not rest throughout the entire process. Moreover, every surgery was handled very exquisitely. Especially the repair and suturing of the duodenum and colon. It was very firm. He could not help but want to praise it when he saw it. Although Guicheng's standard was not good, his eyesight was still good. He also began to applaud with Li He. Xianxia pulled down his mask and looked at the two of them. He nodded and smiled. He turned to look at Guicheng. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Guicheng's face was full of joy. "That's great. You did it too well. By the way, let me introduce you. This is an expert from the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of 301 Hospital in Beijing, Department Director Li He." Actually, Li He was not old. He was only in his early 40s. Li He quickly shook his hand. "Hello, Dr. Chen. I'm Li He. Today's surgery has benefited me a lot." Xianxia quickly smiled and unconsciously used a little force. Li He suddenly felt a heavy force pass through his body. His heart was shocked. This Dr. Chen has a lot of strength. "Hello, Director Li. I'm Xianxia from the Emergency Department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital." After Xianxia took off his mask, Li He realized that he was really young. Dr. Chen is so young. He's really young and promising. Li He praised sincerely. Surgeries were different from internal medicine. They depended on one's youth. The younger one entered the industry, the better. Of course, the premise was that one had to enter the industry first. If you were an ordinary junior doctor, even if you were admitted to a county hospital, you might not be able to enter the field for a long time. This line was a circle. In Li He's eyes, a person like Xianxia was definitely a rising star in the industry. Even if he hadn't heard of him today, he would definitely have a bright future ahead of him. Everyone took off their clothes, washed their hands, and exchanged contact information. There was a feeling of mutual appreciation. After pushing the patient out of the operating theater, Xianxia, Li He, and Guicheng walked together. At this moment, Sun Jingwei, Jin Qingji, and their family members had been waiting outside for a long time. When they saw everyone come out, Yang Yani also hurriedly went up to them. "Doctor, how is it?" Guicheng said calmly, "The surgery was successful, but the old man's condition isn't good. After the laparotomy, we found many serious complications. Fortunately, there are experts here today. The surgery went very smoothly and was surprisingly successful. Don't worry. When everyone heard the first half of Guicheng's sentence, they were so scared that they trembled. However, the second half of his sentence made everyone feel relieved. Sun Jingwei smiled and said to Feng Aihua, "Auntie Feng, your son is promising. It's all thanks to him that he was able to get an expert from the capital to perform the surgery." Sun Jingwei wanted to build a relationship with Jin Qingji and Li He. Jin Qingji also looked at Feng Aihua and couldn't help but say, "Mom, look, my dad and you are old. If it weren't for Li He, something would definitely have happened today. You guys are old and can't keep up with the times. Can't you listen to us? Do you think we'll harm you? I've discussed with second brother and third sister. We're going to let you guys go to the capital. We'll buy a house together." At that time, Jin Qingji was right. After all, the old people were stubborn sometimes. However, the old people were used to their own lives and didn't want to change. The neighbors were friends, neighbors, and colleagues. Moreover, the people who took medicine and injections here were all acquaintances. A phone call could get the doctor to come home. These were all family matters. Chen Song didn't want to care. He looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He said goodbye to Guicheng and Li He and got up to leave. When Li He saw this, he quickly pulled Jin Qingji and said, "Qingji, you have to thank Dr. Chen properly today. Today's surgery was done by Dr. Chen from the beginning to the end. I didn't even help. Dr. Chen's skills are better than mine. Moreover, your father's condition was quite serious today. It wasn't just a simple gallbladder. The entire abdominal cavity was badly adhered. The duodenal fistula and the colon were damaged. All of these needed to be repaired. Dr. Chen's surgery was very delicate and very good. Therefore, you have to thank Dr. Chen properly for today's surgery." Li He's words directly stunned everyone. It turned out that the surgery was done by the young man just now. Guicheng also nodded. Yes, today's surgery was done by Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen's skills are very high. The new postgraduate students behind him were envious. They looked at Chen Song as if they were looking at their idol. They watched as Chen Song left. When Jin Qingji heard this, his expression changed. He quickly chased after him. Li He also followed. Guicheng also followed. Jin Qingji panicked and pulled Chen Song. He took out a stack of money from his bag. It was at least 10,000 yuan. "Dr. Chen, I'm sorry. I don't mean anything else. This is the fee for your hard work, the specialist fee. Thank you for your hard work today." Chen Song quickly declined. He came today because he accepted Guicheng's invitation. He had already paid the specialist fee. It wasn't a small sum. It was 1,000 yuan. Although it wasn't much compared to the surgery, it was still negotiated. Moreover, Chen Song's biggest profit was given by the system. Today's reward was very generous. Chen Song didn't have the time to look at it. After hearing this, Jin Qingji was also embarrassed and at a loss. "This? Dr. Chen, you. This is making me feel very embarrassed." Chen Song smiled. "You don't have to be like this. This is my job. Also, I've already discussed it with Director Gua. Mr. Jin, you can go back and take care of the old man. You don't have to worry about me." After saying that, Chen Song walked out. Li He suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked his question. He quickly chased after him and asked softly, "Dr. Chen, I have a question. I don't know if it's convenient for you to ask." Chen Song was stunned. "Go ahead." Li He smiled awkwardly. His face was filled with hope. "When I saw you performing the surgery, your hands were strong for a long time, flexible, stable, and powerful. I wanted to ask, how did you train your hands to have such strength and stability?" Chen Song was stunned. "Can I tell you the attributes of my gloves?" Moreover, he felt that this question wasn't a question at all. Thinking of this, Chen Song took a deep breath. "I've been single for 27 years. After saying that, Chen Song turned around and left suavely. He left everyone looking at his back. Li He was dumbfounded. He didn't know what this was about. He followed his father to the United States to study when he was 12. He had his first girlfriend when he was 15. She was a passionate and beautiful French girl. He had never been single for more than a month. How could he understand Xianxia's sadness? Even Xianxia, who was standing at the side, was at a loss. He took a deep breath. He felt that when he returned to the hospital this time, he should discuss this question with his doctoral student. Could being single really improve the stability and strength of the hands during surgery? After all, his doctoral student had been single for more than 30 years. Xianxia quickly stood up. Dr. Chen, I have a car. I'll send you to work. Xianxia insisted on sending him. Xianxia could not refuse his kindness, so he could only agree. The car came from the capital and had a Beijing plate. Xianxia sat in the back seat and could not wait to check the items he had just obtained. Xianxia could vaguely see a blue item being revealed. Ding! Successful suturing of duodenal fistula from a level 38 rare monster. 1. Special effects training X1. 2. Intestinal anastomosis experience plus 300. 3. Clinical experience plus 150. RMB plus 300. Ding! Successful removal of a level 35 rare gallstone gallbladder. Acute abdomen diagnosis and treatment X1. 2. Cholecystectomy experience plus 300. 3. Clinical experience plus 150. RMB plus 300. The special effects skill book glowed blue, while the acute abdomen diagnosis and treatment training was green. According to Xianxia's experience over the past few days, blue items were definitely better than green items, and green items were better than white items. He opened the special effects skill book excitedly. Ding! Special effects training, limited to intestinal anastomosis. After using it, you will receive a random special effects training. After the training ends and you pass the assessment, your intestinal anastomosis will have this special effect. Xianxia was delighted and quickly chose to activate it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining adhesion reduction special effects training. Do you want to start training? Xianxia was dumbfounded. System, what happened to reaping without sowing? What happened to gaining skills all at once? Why did it become training and exams now? Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. There were two things that medical students could not get rid of in their lives. One was the required credits every year, the other was to let you take exams from time to time. Why did it not persuade people to study medicine? Because it was not only tiring to go to university for 5 years, but it was even more tiring to go to graduate school for 3 years. It was even more tiring to go to work after graduation. Third year of high school, you just read and learn. At least you did not have to create anything. But what about studying medicine? You had to do research, do experiments, and write papers. If you said that you were tired and did not want to do it, it was fine. At most, you would not be promoted. If you were unlucky, it was not impossible for you to be promoted to a resident doctor for 10,000 years. Oh, system, it was definitely the biological system of medicine. Wasn't it great to be able to cultivate through enlightenment? Now, it had all become training and training. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Xianxia had obtained 2 good things today, but he didn't expect that they were both training. The other was special effects training. One was the diagnosis and treatment of acute abdomen. Thinking of this, Xianxia took a deep breath. Anyway, it was boring to sit in the car. Rather than having nothing to say to Xianxia, the big boss, he might as well go in and train. Thinking of this, Xianxia casually chose to activate it. The scene in front of Xianxia changed. He appeared on the operating table again. Ding! Special effect adhesion reduction training for intestinal anastomosis. After each suture, a score will be given and the reason will be analyzed. Please begin. Countdown, 100 hours. Another 100 hours passed. Let's train. Intestinal adhesion is an abnormal adhesion between the intestines and the peritoneum, and between the intestines and the organs in the abdominal cavity. In clinical practice, intestinal surgery was the most common cause of adhesions. After many abdominal surgeries, there would be adhesions more or less. If the intestinal adhesion was serious, it would cause a more serious intestinal adhesion obstruction in acute abdomen, and it could even be life-threatening. Therefore, this training was still very necessary. Although the patient might not be able to notice the difference, Xianxia didn't mind learning more about this kind of thing that would benefit the patient. After all, a great doctor would serve the country and the people. Yes, it was quite appropriate. In fact, in many cases, patients might not be able to see the difference between doctors. Some doctors could win over a large number of patients in pursuit of short-term results, but in the long run, this kind of treatment might not be good for the patient's health. And some doctors did a lot of work during the surgery, but the patient might not be able to see it. For example, Xianxia's adhesion reduction might not be able to feel any difference in a short time or a few years, and the patient might feel that it was natural. The training began, and Xianxia began his first suture. Ding! Suture complete, score minus 20 points. Bleeding occurred during the surgery, aggravating adhesion. Xianxia almost vomited blood. There was a negative score. Continue. Ding. Suture complete, score minus 10 points. Congestive edema occurred during the surgery, aggravating adhesion. Xianxia realized that he was so disdainful. He was too weak. Actually, Xianxia could not be blamed. Intestinal anastomosis was different from skin. As an internal environment, once there was damage, it would be on both sides. One side was in the intestine, and the other was outside the intestine. Moreover, there were various nerves and blood vessels in the intestine, and it was not as simple as skin, muscles, and tendons. Time ticked by, and Xianxia's suturing score became higher and higher. His suturing speed also became faster. His score also continued to increase. However, the environment in the field was too special. Xianxia did not know how many scenes he had seen, big and small. There was also a lot of feces in the abdominal cavity. Xianxia had to learn how to deal with the various environments well and complete the intestinal anastomosis before finally completing the surgery. 100 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was also considered to be more intelligent. His final score was 80 points. Ding. Passed the assessment. Your intestinal anastomosis technique received special effect +1, alleviating adhesion. Intestinal anastomosis technique, advanced. Special effect, 1, firm, 2, alleviating adhesion. Looking at the two special effects, Xianxia sighed in satisfaction. His efforts were not in vain. When Xianxia saw this, he thought that Xianxia was tired. He could not help but say gratefully, Dr. Chen, thank you for your hard work. Xianxia smiled. It's nothing. I'll have to trouble you to send me to work, Mr. Jin. Xianxia quickly shook his head. That's what I should do. Dr. Chen, you performed the surgery on my father. To put it bluntly, you saved my father's life. Don't even mention sending you to work, I can even give you a car. Xianxia joked, if you give me a car, I won't dare to accept it. The two of them laughed, and the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Xianxia suddenly took out a name card from his pocket. Mr. Chen, this is my name card. If you need anything in the future, remember to call me. Xianxia took it and looked at it. It was a very exquisite name card. On it was written, Qingyun Culture Media, Xianxia. So he was in the cultural media business? Xianxia looked at it. Needless to say, he might really have to deal with him. His younger brother, Chen Luo, was still working as an extra in Hengdian. When he thought of this, Xianxia could not help but sigh. His parents had always been worried about Chen Luo. Chen Luo was 8 years younger than Xianxia. He was 19 this year and had just been admitted to university. Compared to Xianxia, Chen Luo had never been easy to worry about. He did not like to study since he was young. He was influenced by Hong Kong and Taiwan movies and caused a lot of trouble in school. Later, when he entered high school, he suddenly heard that he could be an art student if his grades were not good enough. Needless to say, Xianxia was very attentive in this aspect. He watched television performances every day and went to Hengdian to work as an extra during the holidays. If this dream of becoming a celebrity was mentioned in the countryside, it would be a joke. However, Chen Luo was more stubborn than Xianxia. Once he had decided on something, it was hard to turn back. In a family, there would always be one obedient and one disobedient. Xianxia was the obedient one, while Chen Luo was a little rebellious. After working hard for a while, Chen Luo suddenly realized that it was impossible for him to go to places like the Chinese Academy of Arts and Drama. However, he applied for Dongyang Media College, a school that was between a junior college and a bachelor's degree. He could be considered to have entered university. After the college entrance examination, he packed his luggage and went straight to Hengdian. Chen Dehai was so angry that he gritted his teeth. After the results were announced, Chen Luo scored 300 points. The school's performing arts department only scored 250 points. He was considered to have been admitted. School would start on September 10th. He did not know if his family had enough money for the tuition. Thinking of this, Chen Song decided to call Chen Luo that night. This kid had not called him for a while. With plenty of time, Chen Song directly learned the training for acute abdomen in one go. Compared to surgical training, the training for acute abdomen was actually a diagnosis and treatment based on the patient's various signs, physiological and biochemical impact indicators, as well as imaging data, to classify the acute abdomen and provide a diagnosis and treatment plan. The diagnosis of acute abdomen was an ability that emergency doctors needed to have. It was also a very difficult skill. This was because acute abdomen was very difficult to identify through the patient's performance. It had to rely on various tests. When faced with this kind of disease, the most important thing was to make a clear diagnosis as soon as possible and treat the cause of the disease. When necessary, surgical exploration was performed. This was a test of the emergency doctor's ability. This time, it was not 100 hours. Instead, there was a teacher who explained and helped Chen Song identify the acute abdomen. Ding. Received diagnosis and treatment of acute abdomen, advanced, passive skill. As soon as Chen Song entered the emergency room, he saw Qin Yu sneakily following him. He followed Chen Song directly into the men's changing room. Chen Song was speechless. This is the men's changing room. Sister, don't think that you can pretend to be a man just because your chest is flat. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Chen Song. TSK. It's not like I haven't brought you to the women's section before. Look at you. Chen Song was also speechless at Qin Yu's words. Chen Song, don't forget me when you're rich. Qin Yu closed the door and stared at him maliciously. Chen Song immediately sneered. What do you mean by seek riches and honor? My surname is Chen, and my name is Chen Fugue. My ancestors were landlords. What's wrong with having 8 big tile-roofed houses in the village? Are you interested in my family's real estate? Do you want to be the daughter-in-law of a landlord's family? Qin Yu looked at him with disdain. TSK, still pretending. Don't think that I didn't see you get off a Trident CEO just now. Chen Song, did you hook up with a rich woman? Studying medicine can't save a rich woman? Do you have to take a kidney transplant? Chen Song wanted to spit at Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu was getting more and more rotten. Do I look like that kind of person? TSK. Qin Yu nodded seriously and curled his lips. You don't look like you are. Chen Song felt that it was meaningless to talk to Qin Yu except for wasting his saliva. Chen Song put on his white coat and looked at Qin Yu. Hurry up and find a partner. Otherwise, no one will want you. Qin Yu snorted. Don't worry. If no one wants me, I won't pester you. Tell me honestly, did you go on a date with a rich woman this afternoon? Chen Song sighed and said, I operated on the patient who was transferred from the 8th City Hospital yesterday. The director asked me to help with the surgery today, so I went over at noon. When Qin Yu heard this, he immediately widened his eyes and said, Holy sh*t, Chen Song, you can even perform freelance surgeries? Really? Tell me, how do you feel? Is there a nurse accompanying you when you go out? Chen Song quickly covered Qin Yu's mouth. Sister, can you lower your voice? Do you have to let everyone know? It's not like it's something honorable. At this moment, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Wang Qian came in just in time to see Chen Song pressing Qin Yu's mouth against the wall. The changing room was very narrow. It was similar to an aisle, with a row of cabinets and a hook to hang clothes. Wang Qian was instantly blinded by the scene in front of him. He reacted quickly. Oh sh*t, why am I blind? Why can't I see anything? He turned around and closed the door. Then, he took out the key and locked the door of the changing room. His operation was smooth and sharp. He did not disgrace the style of an emergency surgeon. After he went out, Wang Qian thought about it and decided that he should make this pair of alone in the emergency room. When he stood at the door, Wang Yong happened to come over. "Brother Qian, why are you standing here? Isn't the air conditioning in the office cool?" Wang Yong saw Wang Qian blocking the door. Wang Qian shook his head. No, there's no one inside. That. Chen Song and Qin, you are not inside." When Wang Yong heard that, he was a little confused. He immediately reacted and stood at the door. "Yes, it's cool here. Brother Qian, what are they doing inside?" Wang Yong asked in a low voice with a gossipy expression. Wang Qian said righteously, "I don't know. I didn't see them hugging each other, and I didn't see Chen Song touching Qin Yu's face either." At this moment, the female nurses had just changed and stood at the door. They asked in surprise, "What are they doing here?" Wang Yong smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing. It's cool here." Wang Qian shushed them. "Lower your voice. Chen Song and Qin, you are not inside." When the young nurses heard that, they became even more gossipy. They leaned against the door and wanted to find out what was going on. Suddenly, the door opened. Chen Song and Qin Yu stood at the door and looked at the group of people outside. Wang Qian suddenly coughed. "Oh, what a coincidence." Wang Yong and the others also smiled awkwardly. Yes. What a coincidence. There were more surgeries in the afternoon, so Wang Yong continued to organize the medical records. Chen Song suddenly heard the head nurse rushing him. "Dr. Xiao Chen, there's a patient in the emergency department. Come and take a look." Chen Song walked out. He saw an old man being pushed into the emergency department in a wheelchair. The person pushing the old man was a well-dressed woman with her hair tied up in a bun. The woman wore glasses and carried a bag. She was in her 40s and looked quite cultured. There was a calm look on her face. On the other hand, the old man in the wheelchair looked to be in his 80s. He looked like he was in pain and his face was flushed. He bent over and held his stomach with both hands. He was a little restless, but he could not stand up. In short, he was a little irritated. Chen Song quickly asked, "What's wrong with the old man?" The old man opened his mouth. The woman smiled. "My father has Alzheimer's. He can't speak clearly." Chen Song nodded and asked the woman, "What's wrong with the patient?" The woman explained, "He ate dumplings last night. There were leftovers. When he woke up this morning, my father ate the cold dumplings, and his stomach started to hurt in the morning." As she spoke, the woman scolded, "I told him not to eat leftovers, but he couldn't bear to. He doesn't listen when he's old." After the woman finished speaking, she said, "I'm here to buy some medicine for stomach pain." Chen Song was stunned. "You're here to buy medicine in the emergency department?" Chen Song looked at the old man and felt that he did not look like a patient with gastroenteritis. Chen Song said, "Shall I take a look at the old man?" The woman looked at her watch and urged, "Okay, please hurry up and prescribe some medicine. There are too many people for me to go to the clinic. I have a meeting later." Chen Song understood. This woman treated the emergency department as a clinic. However, there were not many people now, so it did not matter. Chen Song nodded. "Little Lin, help the old man to the bed with me." Little Lin was a nurse in her early 20s. She rarely put on makeup and did not know how to put on makeup. However, she was very down-to-earth and her skills were solid. She could also endure hardships. She was the kind of nurse who could resist the nurses. The two of them helped the old man to the bed. After Chen Song checked, he frowned a little. This was because the old man did not show any signs of having a stomach ache. "Does the old man have diarrhea?" Chen Song asked. The woman shook her head. "No, but he vomited a few times in the morning." Chen Song's heart sank. He asked a lot of questions one after another. The woman was a little impatient, but she still held back her patience. Perhaps it was because of her good manners. Pain, vomiting, bloating, shut up. A name appeared in Chen Song's mind. It should have nothing to do with eating cold dumplings. Not to mention cold dumplings, you would feel uncomfortable even if you ate anything. Chen Song even felt that the old man's condition was not the same as it was today. The dumplings only worsened his condition. The sound of the intestines was obviously hyperactive, coupled with the fact that the old man's intestines had always been not good, and he had even undergone colon surgery 3 years ago. Chen Song had just been trained in acute abdomen in the morning. All the clues were telling Chen Song that the most likely culprit was about to be revealed. Acute intestinal obstruction. It was a very common but fatal disease. P.S. I've updated too much at once. There's a problem with the order of the chapters. The content is not affected. Sorry. Also, thank you to Miss Green Group for the 100000 tip. Green Group Mo Alliance is mighty. I'll add more chapters for you tomorrow. I'll add 15 chapters for today. Hearing Chen Song's consideration, the woman frowned. Doctor, are you kidding? My father is fine except for his gastrointestinal problems. 3 years ago, when he had a colon operation, the specialist from the province said that my father was in good health. Impossible, I know about intestinal obstruction. How can it be so serious? The woman was in disbelief. She even looked at Chen Song unprofessionally. There was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. I was also a medical student. Now I'm working in a pharmaceutical company. I know medicine too. By the way, is your director here? He's Li Baoshan, Director Li. I know him. The woman's words were very straightforward. It was obvious that she didn't believe Chen Song. Perhaps she didn't really know Li Baoshan. She just mentioned it to scare Chen Song. However, what she meant was that she wanted to find the director. You can't do it. Go away. I don't believe you. As soon as she said that, Chen Song sighed. Looking at the woman's ignorant and self-righteous expression and tone, Chen Song understood that it was impossible for him to continue communicating with her in a deeper way. Chen Song shook his head. The director went for surgery, but... Miss, the patient has a history of open surgery, so we have to consider acute intestinal obstruction. The woman looked at Chen Song and a smile on her face disappeared. Impossible. Didn't he just eat a few dumplings? How can it be so serious? Does he have to consider bowel cancer because of blood in his stool? What kind of logic is that? At this moment, the situation was awkward. On one side was the anxious and serious Chen Song, and on the other side was the doubtful and blindly confident family members. After Chen Song fought for a while, he immediately checked the old man's vital signs and electrocardiogram. Chen Song said, "Now, let's not argue about whether it's intestinal obstruction or not. I suggest that we do an abdominal CT scan first. We'll know the result by then." In fact, the famous teacher had already given the diagnosis. It was acute intestinal obstruction. However, Chen Song couldn't say anything. He could only say that he wanted to do a CT scan. Moreover, an abdominal CT scan was very necessary, especially under the premise of a high degree of consideration for acute intestinal obstruction. In fact, for such an elderly with unclear body position and signs, an abdominal CT scan could also rule out acute cholecystitis, acute pancreatitis, acute appendicitis, and other diseases. It was a pity that he had met such an exquisite and cultured daughter. Moreover, she was a medical student. Sometimes, doctors were especially afraid of medical patients. Because they knew a little about everything, but also didn't know anything. You don't know what you should know, but if you don't change, you know what you should know. This was very disobedient. When the woman heard that they were going to do a CT scan, she immediately frowned. She did not even call for a doctor and directly said, "Young man, he just ate something bad." You, on the other hand, checked the electrocardiogram, the monitor. Everything was checked, but nothing was wrong. Now you want to do a CT scan. Are we going to do an MRI later? Do you want to do a PET CT? It's just a simple case of gastroenteritis. Just give me some medicine. Chen Song frowned. Acute intestinal obstruction is very dangerous. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? The woman raised her eyebrows and suddenly became angry. I'm his daughter. If I can't take responsibility, who will? Chen Song repeatedly explained in a serious manner, but the other party was still the same. She did not change her mind and even said directly, "Come, come, come, I'll sign. I'll take responsibility for all the consequences. I'll bear them myself. You young people are really getting worse day by day. You don't know how to treat patients after leaving the machine, do you? No wonder the patient scolds you for doing this and that. At that time, we didn't have so many things to do. When I became a doctor, you were still in primary school. Actually, the profession of a doctor was very strange. When others were in their own home ground, they were very imposing. However, when a doctor was in his own hospital and wore a white coat, he had to be humble even though it was his own territory." Xianxia shook his head and did not say anything. Although the family was willing to sign and bear all the responsibilities, and even said that Xianxia was not capable, no matter what, Xianxia still tried his best to persuade them to stay. After all, the old man was innocent. His life was innocent. Moreover, there was one more thing. Once there was a problem, many patients' family members had a reason to say, "We don't understand, so we came to the hospital." You're a doctor. Don't you understand? Similar things happened often. Xianxia even met family members who said, "You're a doctor. You have professional knowledge. Why didn't you insist that we do a checkup?" The woman did not pester him anymore. She got up and did not even say a word of profanity throughout the whole process. Even her voice was not loud. Everything was very restrained. The woman turned around and pushed the old man away. "Let's go to the emergency department of Eastern University First Hospital." After saying that, she left. Xianxia was relieved. As long as they went to the hospital, it would be fine. Perhaps after going to the Eastern University First Hospital and seeing the expert, they would listen to the expert's advice. After an episode, Xianxia continued to work. In the afternoon, the 120 sent a few patients with acute abdominal and acute cholecystitis one after another. Xianxia also went to the surgery. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Xianxia finished the surgery and came out. At this time, the progress bar of cholecystectomy was more than half gone. Perhaps he would be able to upgrade it to master level after a few more surgeries. Now that Xianxia had the guidance of a famous teacher, everything was fine. However, without the guidance of a famous teacher, Xianxia felt that when he faced these difficult patients again, just advanced cholecystectomy alone would not be able to cope with them. The difference between a master level and an advanced level was definitely not a simple difference in special effects. Even when facing special patients, the calmness, the way of thinking, and the choice made. After the surgery, Xianxia returned to the emergency department with a mask. It was Wang Qian's night shift at night. After saying goodbye, Xianxia returned home. These few days, he had moved one after another, and there was nothing left in the old house. Tomorrow was Saturday. Xianxia was ready to pack up and leave Dama village. He also wanted to say goodbye to the landlady. This might be the last night he slept here. Xianxia still had some nostalgia. It was not because of the house and the bed here. Instead, it was because of the difficult 2 years. People who came out of hard times were all like this. After washing up, he went down to eat something. At this time, Dama village was no longer as lively as it used to be. Everyone moved away one after another, and the small restaurants were not open for business. Even Old He's house, where he often went to eat kung pao chicken, was closed. The originally dilapidated village in the city suddenly aged even more. It was very similar to the old man who was pushed to the hospital by the woman in gorgeous clothes today. Perhaps this aging self-built house would bring wealth to many of his descendants, allowing them to be refined and well off. But, in the end, they were drowned in this bustling city. In the night, the street lamps were broken. The road was still full of trash. There were old mattresses and blankets, broken wooden beds and cabinets, and the children's dolls and toys. There was no place for them in the brand new buildings, and there were even more brand new items in the clean elevator rooms. The family members who were about to become rich did not want these old furniture. Xianxia found that there were a lot more stray dogs here today. Perhaps they were the abandoned lives. It seemed that they were going to disappear here with the memories of their old owners. Perhaps they could persist until the houses in Dama village fell and new buildings were built. Xianxia left the village. It was a brand new world outside. It was very lively, people came and went, and there was an endless stream of traffic. P.S. Today I added more chapters. Everyone's support is too great. My updates have to be good, readers. I really don't have any chapters left. If you don't believe me, you can try. By the way, I saw that the 10th place on the new book monthly votes list has 2,800 votes. We got 800 votes in one day. You guys are awesome. I am convinced. I am thinking, can we get rid of the 10th place? Let's go to the new book monthly votes list. The veteran boldly asks for monthly votes. Let's go to the new book monthly votes list. May I ask if the readers can do it? If you can, I will thank you. Tomorrow at noon, I will post the results and a reward to thank you. The newly rented house was not as spacious as before. It was smaller, but the lighting and ventilation were good. He spent the whole morning tidying it up. He still had to go to Zhang Zhixin's place in the afternoon. At noon, Chen Song's phone rang. Brother, have you eaten? It was Chen Luo, his younger brother. Chen Luo's voice always carried a hint of lightness. Chen Song and Chen Luo had inherited their mother's looks. They were very delicate and handsome. I just ate. How long will it be before you get home? Chen Luo smiled. Let's wait a little longer. I've been following a group chat for the past few days. There are scenes every day. Yesterday, I even had a scene where I said a line. I asked around and it's a movie for this year's New Year. It's a big production called Pugilistic People. I don't know if my scene can be released. Chen Luo never told anyone about his troubles. Even when he was beaten up in school, he would go home with a smile and say that he won. Chen Song, you must be tired, right? Do you have enough money to spend? You're still growing. Don't be stingy with your food. Chen Luo laughed out loud. Bro, don't you know me? I mingle with people wherever I go. That logistics auntie thinks I'm not bad. She often eats boxed lunches and sometimes gives me a drumstick. I feel like I've gained weight. Also, my luck has been good recently. I've earned a lot in the past 2 months. I just checked. I've saved more than 5,000 yuan. I won't ask mom and dad for my living expenses this year. Oh right, brother, I wanted to ask you something today. It's about the student aid loan. Chen Luo was independent from a young age. He started doing odd jobs in high school. Although he was a troublemaker, he rarely asked his parents for money. In terms of finances, Chen Luo was more mature than Chen Song. The school fees of the media school were expensive. Chen Luo could only use the holidays to earn more money. Then, he could rely on the student aid loan to reduce the burden on his family. Chen Song immediately said, "Don't take the loan. I have money here." Chen Song had a lot of cash now. It was about 30 to 50,000 yuan. Most of it was given by Big Boss Xiao. President Zheng's money was still in the stock market. Chen Song did not know how the system worked, but there would be some profits from time to time. These earnings were basically the same as Chen Song's rewards, not a single cent or a single cent more. Chen Song thought about it carefully and felt a little emotional. He even felt that it was a little unreal. In just 1 month, he had earned more money than he could earn in 2 or 3 years. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. Brother, don't try to show off. With your meager salary, hurry up and find a sister-in-law. When I become a big star, I'll buy you a big house. Chen Song, no, I'm serious. I became a full-time employee some time ago, and the 2nd Provincial Hospital gave me a permanent position. I told my parents a few days ago that my income has increased. I went out for surgery a few days ago, and they gave me tens of thousands of yuan. It was for that Su Ruoyan's stitches. Upon hearing Su Ruoyan's name, Chen Luo's eyes widened, and the two of them started gossiping. She transferred 10,000 yuan to Chen Luo, but Chen Luo returned the money. Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid was really stubborn. She took a nap at noon and went to the plastic surgery hospital in the afternoon. After Xiao Tianhua's plastic surgery, she quickly found someone to make a logo with her face. Xiao Tianhua's family business was not only a pig farm, but also a surrounding factory that made cooked pork products. Her products were selling very well in Danyang province. Looking at the logo on her product packaging, Xiao Tianhua's worries were finally put to rest. In the past few days, the news of Xiao Tianhua's plastic surgery spread like wildfire. Her friends and best friends were envious when they saw it. Xiao Tianhua couldn't help but feel proud. After all, it was such an honor to be envied by women. The relationship between women was good, but no matter how good it was, there were inevitably some comparisons. Being especially beautiful was something that women always cared about. Everyone was jealous when they saw how beautiful Xiao Tianhua was. Xiao Tianhua didn't idle these 2 days. After the logo was done, she had to promote it. She did advertisements on Dongyang TV station every day. The reporters also went to Xiao Tianhua's factory every few days. Xiao Tianhua's plastic surgery was paired with an elegant cheongsam. Her hair was also styled generously. With a little makeup, her temperament was highlighted. The reporter was a young lady in her 20s. She couldn't help but praise, "Director Xiao is really a winner in life. She has a happy family, a successful career, and is so beautiful and classy." If these words were said half a month ago, Xiao Tianhua would definitely think that it was flattery, or even the kind of flattery that was lying through his teeth. But it was different now. She felt that what others said was true. Praising her as a fairy was the truth. Even Xiao Tianhua felt like she was dreaming when she looked in the mirror every day. The reporter continued, "Director Xiao, I think it's better to advertise yourself than anyone else. After your temperament is enhanced, the people will feel relieved when they see you." This made Xiao Tianhua's heart blossom with flowers. Moreover, she was really moved by his words. Hiring a celebrity would cost hundreds of thousands. Her plastic surgery only cost hundreds of thousands. This time, Xiao Tianhua suddenly felt that she didn't lose anything. After the advertisement was filmed, the logo was changed. Xiao Tianhua found a problem. The sales volume was up, there were more orders. This made Xiao Tianhua overjoyed. She wanted to find Chen Song and thank him properly. But when she thought about it, Xiao Chen was a principled person. He definitely wouldn't ask for money. After thinking about it, Xiao Tianhua suddenly had an idea. She thought of a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The next day, she organized a gathering among her best friends and invited a lot of rich sisters. Everyone gathered together to eat, drink, sing, and have a sauna massage. A large group of people looked at Xiao Tianhua enviously. "Sister Xiao? Who did you get for this? It's really good. Introduce it to everyone. I want to try it too." Xiao Tianhua was delighted when she heard this. However, she only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She definitely had to say it, but it wasn't the time to say it. If she said it too early, they wouldn't take it seriously. Did they know what hunger marketing was? Xiao Tianhua smiled. "That's my younger brother. He happens to be in this business. But he's busy recently. If you want to do it, I can help you contact him. But, the price isn't cheap." How could this group of rich women tolerate this? Who were they looking down on? Which family didn't know how to earn money? Naturally, they didn't lack money. At this point, Xiao Tianhua smiled. "I'll tell everyone the truth. Everyone saw my plastic surgery failure some time ago. It was a waste. After my younger brother knew about it, he specially designed a design for me. Did everyone see it? This is tailor-made. It's different from the mass-produced designs on the market. You know my face in the past. I just slightly adjusted my eyes and my appearance changed instantly. People don't call it plastic surgery. It's called microsurgery. It's to magnify your strengths and adjust your weaknesses. It balances out the flaws on your face and allows your features to be expressed. That's what celebrities do." Speaking up to this point, Xiao Tianhua smiled and looked at everyone. "Actually, I think everyone looks quite good. It's just that there are some flaws. But at our age, what's the most important thing? Temperament. Plastic surgery. I finally understand. Back then, when I did Wang Zuxian's eyes, it didn't work. We have to have our own unique features and polish our temperament. That's the only way." These words resonated with everyone. Which woman would think that they were ugly? In their hearts, they were like little princesses. They would only think that they weren't good-looking and weren't perfect enough. Xiao Tianhua's words could be said to have struck a chord in their hearts. Xiao Tianhua continued, this requires a very good designer to tailor-make designs for us, eliminating the crudeness and picking out the essence. My younger brother is a top-notch designer. He often travels overseas and flies here and there. I can help everyone get my brother to design a design. But, there are only 1 or 2 people a week. After all, he's quite busy. He even has to design for celebrities. When everyone heard this, the sense of mystery multiplied. Experts were all like this. They had to make an appointment. At this moment, someone asked, Sister Xiao? Is it really as good as you say? Xiao Tianhua smiled mysteriously and didn't speak. After a while, she slowly said, actually, everyone can see the changes on my face. I won't talk about it. Let me say something. A few days ago, after I finished my plastic surgery, I went to Mount Ju. When these words came out, everyone frowned slightly. One of the women quickly asked, you went to see Master Zhang? Xiao Tianhua nodded, yes, but, this time, I went to fulfill a vow. Rich people liked to burn incense and pray to Buddha for fortune-telling. This wasn't a rare thing. There was a Mount Ju near Monyang City. There was a Taoist temple there, and there was a master in the Taoist temple who was good at fortune-telling. He was quite famous in the upper class of Monyang City. Everyone liked to burn incense there when they were free. So, when they heard Xiao Tianhua say this, everyone was curious. It undoubtedly added a lot of mystery to the story. Xiao Tianhua cleared her throat and continued, when I went this time, I sent a lot of pigs. I wasn't going to see Master Zhang, but after I fulfilled my vow, I was about to leave. But Master Zhang saw me. He stopped me and asked, who changed my face? When I heard that, I was also stunned. I said that I went to do some eye surgery, but what did the master say? He said that I did a good job. This plastic surgery will help my career. After Xiao Tianhua said this, she lowered her voice and said, I didn't think much of it at that time. Then, after I changed the logo, I suddenly found that the sales suddenly increased. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. There was such a thing. Xiao Tianhua saw everyone's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the effect was good. But, this matter still needed to be discussed with Chen Song. Xiao Tianhua did not lie. Apart from some exaggerations about Chen Song, everything else was true. Including going to Mount Ju was true. Making a wish was also true. He had made a wish before the new year and was going to fulfill it this time. Xiao Tianhua was not a superstitious master or anything. She was just fearful. She treated sending some pigs as doing good deeds. Regarding Master Zhang, Xiao Tianhua only smiled. Was that old Taoist capable? She did not know, but sometimes, there were people who believed in him. That old Taoist did not know anything else, but he was very good at talking. Every time she went, she could not help but want to pay for it. This made Xiao Tianhua admire him. Actually, she had said so much just to add fuel to the fire and advertise for Chen Song. That was why she had wasted so much effort. Was this the same as Master Zhang? How powerful could he be? Wasn't it just a rumor that he was mysterious? This hype and advertisement was very important. It was true that you were capable, but there were many capable people in this society. If you did not perform well, you would not have a chance. The richer a person was, the more they would be superstitious about things that were hard to fathom. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, when you said that to her, the other party would feel that you were impressive. This matter had been exaggerated to such an extent that she naturally had to discuss it with Chen Song. She could not let the cat out of the bag. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianhua hurriedly contacted Chen Song. Chen Song had just finished a call with his brother. When he saw that the caller ID showed that it was Xiao Tianhua, he hesitated for 3 seconds. In these 3 seconds, he thought of many things and thought very far ahead. He thought of the name of his future child. The good thought was that he would definitely not have to spend money to eat pork in the future. The bad thought was that he might have to take a pig-dung bath to his heart's content. He picked up and was a little nervous and uneasy. Hello? Sister Xiao? What's the matter? Xiao Tianhua smiled. Xiao Chen, I have something to tell you. Xiao Tianhua told the whole story to Chen Song. After saying that, Chen Song was completely dumbfounded. After all, there was too much information. He had to digest it properly. Xiao Tianhua's explanation was so magical that even Chen Song himself believed 70% to 80%. How come I didn't know that I was so awesome? After a long time, Chen Song finally said, Sister Xiao, you. Xiao Tianhua smiled, it's okay, you don't have to worry about anything else. Just focus on the design. I'll take care of everything else. I'll talk to Zhang Jixin tomorrow. Oh right, about the price, I thought about it. The design fee is 100,000 yuan. As for the surgery fee, you can get someone else to do it, or do it yourself. Those old women have a lot of money at home. Xiao Chen, you have to work harder. Don't show any mercy. Hearing Xiao Tianhua's tone, Chen Song couldn't help but feel sorry for those rich women. He thought of a saying in his mind, born from the same roots, they become best friends. However, Chen Song's heart was warmed by Xiao Tianhua's words. After all, Xiao Tianhua was doing this to help him. He thought about it, Sister Xiao, thank you. Xiao Tianhua quickly smiled and said, Xiao Chen, why are you thanking me? I'm doing this for my own benefit. I'm the one who brought them here for the surgery. Think about it, how can they not thank me? That's how business is. Thanks to you, I can get a few favors. If you have any problems in the future, you can tell me. Ammoniang City isn't a big place. Your sister Xiao still has some ability. Chen Song believed her, if she didn't have some ability, she wouldn't have dared to pour feces on Zhang Jixin. Chen Song nodded, thank you, Sister Xiao. Let's meet in the afternoon. I'll go there directly. The two agreed to meet at Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital in the afternoon. Xiao Tianhua was still worried. She called Zhang Jixin and told him about the situation. However, she didn't say much. She just told Zhang Jixin to support Chen Song and help him with this matter. She also told him to introduce more clients to him in the future. When Zhang Jixin heard this, he would be very happy. After all, who would reject such a good thing? Don't talk about supporting Chen Song. I'm even willing to support him like a little ancestor. Zhang Jixin thought about it and came up with a character design for Chen Song. He even brought Su Ro to buy an expensive outfit for Chen Song. In the afternoon, when Chen Song entered the plastic surgery hospital, Su Ro quickly brought him to the second floor. Dr. Chen, Dr. Zhang is waiting for you. Chen Song was confused. When Zhang Jixin saw Chen Song, he was overjoyed. You're finally here, my little ancestor. Chen Song quickly distanced himself from Zhang Xian. With a wary expression, he said, Zhang Laosher, we are not related in any way. Don't randomly acknowledge me as your ancestor. If I die, you won't get a single cent. You won't be able to inherit my flowers either. Zhang Jixin was so angry that he slapped Chen Song's back. You brat. Let me tell you, you're going to be rich. Chen Song was curious, rich? What do you mean? Zhang Jixin smiled and said, are you still playing dumb with me? I'm your sister Xiao. Only then did Chen Song smile awkwardly. Zhang Jixin handed over the paper in his hand. This is the character I designed for you. Don't expose it later. Chen Song took the paper. After reading it, he was dumbfounded. What the F***ck, this is too fake, there's even a character. Chen Song, male, 27 years old, has been in the plastic surgery industry for 6 years. He went to Korea's Garland, JK, Ruby, and other plastic surgery hospitals for further studies. He has participated in many celebrity mini plastic surgery design events. After Chen Song read it, he felt a little proud. I almost believed it myself. Zhang Jixin smiled. Remember it? Chen Song nodded. Yes, I remember it. At this time, Zhang Jixin said, come with me, change your clothes. After saying that, Zhang Jixin got up and took out a set of clothes. A short-sleeved shirt, suit pants, and leather shoes. These were all branded. It seemed that Zhang Jixin had spent a lot of money. Around 3 to 4 p.m., Xiao Tianhua called to say that she would be there soon. After 10 minutes, Su Ro brought Xiao Tianhua and the other two into the office. After Xiao Tianhua came in, she introduced him to her two best friends. This is my brother that I told you about, Chen Song. When the two of them looked up and saw Chen Song, they were stunned. Their eyes were blurred, like trachoma. Chen Song smiled. Hello, I'm Chen Song. Chen Song had been tortured by a famous teacher, for the past few days. He stood and sat, looking very classy. Xiao Tianhua turned to the two of them and whispered, "How is it? Is it handsome? This is also his own plastic surgery. It looks better than a celebrity, right?" The two of them nodded blankly. They couldn't help but believe it. Xiao Tianhua sat down and said, "Xiao Chen, I told you that these two are my best friends. You have to design for them well." When the two of them heard that Xiao Tianhua was so familiar with them, they quickly nodded, "Yes. Xiao Chen, we're best friends with your sister, Sister Xiao. We'll have to trouble you this time." Fu Yufeng nodded. "Yes, Xiao Chen, you have to design well for us. It's okay if it's a little expensive, but it must look good. My son gives tips to those streamers every day. With that kind of money, I'll be able to look beautiful." Actually, Fu Yufeng was not ugly. In fact, she had a good figure. She often exercised and did yoga, so her curves were very obvious. Wearing a tight dress in the summer made her look very charming. It was just that she was old, and there were traces of age on her face. In addition, there were some flaws on her face. Zhang Jixin asked everyone to wait outside while Chen Song and Fu Yufeng waited in the office. Chen Song stared at Fu Yufeng for a long time. His eyes of beauty was constantly looking for flaws. Being stared at by Chen Song like this, Fu Yufeng was not shy. Instead, she was very bold and passionate. Her eyes were sparkling. However, the falling flowers were interested, but the heartless flowing water was heartless. Chen Song did not have any woman in his eyes at this time. There were only numbers and angles. Time ticked by. Fu Yufeng was not tired at all. Instead, she felt that it was pleasing to the eye. She realized that Xiao Chen was really good-looking. At first glance, he looked good. The more she looked, the better he looked. His eyes were good-looking, his nose was good-looking, his mouth was good-looking, his ears were good-looking. He looked good everywhere. Chen Song sighed again and again. His eyes had to be fixed. His mouth had to be fixed. His nose had to be fixed too. Thinking of this, Chen Song asked directly, "Miss Fu, I have a few ideas for you to listen to. One is minor surgery. We need to adjust the details of your face slightly so that your overall appearance will not change. However, there will be a big change. The other is major surgery. We need to change some parts. It will be different from the original, but it will look much better." Fu Yufeng smiled charmingly. "Xiao Chen, what do you think I should do? How do you like it?" Chen Song was speechless. "My suggestion is that you do some minor adjustments first. After all, the difference will be bigger after major adjustments. This will undoubtedly affect your life. Moreover, the side effects after minor adjustments are small. We can slowly adjust. Major adjustments will require bone removal and filler in some areas. This will be very troublesome. Moreover, minor adjustments already look very good. How about this? I'll draw a picture for you to take a look." Fu Yufeng's eyes lit up. Painting is good. Jack was the one who drew for Ross. Fu Yufeng immediately teased, "Where are we going to draw?" Chen Song took a deep breath. He suddenly felt that he had to stay away from Xiao Tianhua in the future. These women were too wild. He was afraid that one day, he would not be able to resist. Chen Song spent more than half an hour drawing out the rough outline of the face with a pencil. He also carefully drew the details that needed to be adjusted and adjusted. Fu Yufeng took the drawing paper. He sighed with emotion, as expected of a professional. This Xiao Tianhua really didn't lie to me. The money spent was worth it. If I could really make her look like this, there wouldn't be any problems. So beautiful. Can I become like this? Chen Song nodded. Yes, it's even better than the drawing on paper. After all, your face shape is more three-dimensional, and it's not easy to show it in the drawing. When Fu Yufeng heard this, she suddenly felt a rush of excitement. Xiao Chen, how long do you want? How much is it? It's all negotiable. Before Chen Song could say anything, Fu Yufeng handed over a bank card. There's 100,000 yuan here. It's the design fee. I'll pay you after I'm done. If it's done well, I'll give you more. Fu Yufeng stood up and suddenly said, "By the way, Xiao Chen, when are you free?" Chen Song was very firm in his stance. "I'm usually quite busy." Fu Yufeng sighed. Oh. Alright. It's like this. I want to make a rumbling bear, and then we'll do it together. Can you help me design it? I keep feeling that it's a little saggy. I'm getting old. Fu Yufeng was only 35 or 36 years old. She was in the prime of her life. Even Su Rou could not compare to her in terms of appearance and temperament. As Fu Yufeng spoke, she stood up and was about to take off her clothes. Chen Song was so scared that he trembled. He quickly stood up and stopped her. Sister Fu, don't be anxious. We'll talk about this in the future. First, let's do your face. We'll design a bear shape according to your face shape. The human body is particular about coordination. The design now may not be suitable for you. When Fu Yufeng heard this, she immediately gave him a coquettish look. Alright, Xiao Chen. Then, I'll look for you after I'm done with my face. You must help me. Chen Song was very anxious. The second patient was much better than Fu Yufeng. Chen Song also had a lot less to worry about. After spending more than an hour designing 2 or 3 drawings, the patient chose one. The next step was the plastic surgery. They had to wait for the patient to be ready. Chen Song and Zhang Jixing would look for her. Before leaving, Fu Yufeng smiled at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, remember our agreement? Chen Song responded with a helpless smile. After they got into the car, Xiao Tianhua sent a message. Did Fu Yufeng flirt with you? Chen Song looked at this message and did not know how to reply. After a while, Xiao Tianhua continued to send a WeChat message. Xiao Chen, I think I should also be a bear. Help me design someday. Chen Song wanted to cry but had no tears. What was going on? Before the first wave subsided, another wave came. Before the first wave subsided, another wave came to attack. A storm. It seemed that in the future, being a cosmetic surgeon would not only require skills, he still needed to have a calm heart. Chen Song turned around and looked at the luxury car that was driving away affectionately. His eyes were filled with joy. Xiao Chen, you have to do me a favor. Chen Song was stunned. What favor? Zhang Jixin laughed and said, you know what teacher Zhang is good at? Chen Song, sucking up to rich women? Zhang Jixin's expression changed. I'm serious. Chen Song, me too. Thinking of how Zhang Jixin and Xiao Tianhua regretted not meeting Fu Yufeng earlier, Chen Song nodded seriously. Zhang Jixin was stunned and continued to patiently guide Chen Song. That was charisma just now. I'm talking about professional expertise. You also know that teacher Zhang is good at bear surgery. You said that we have to let others do the face surgery. We can't make much money. Oh. You have the design fee. I said that I can't make much money either. You have to help me. Can you bear to see me starve to death? So. Xiao Chen, as the saying goes, rich women don't belong to outsiders. Can you persuade those sisters? Say that you can design a few good bear models for them? Chen Song's eyes widened. Good idea. He was still worried about how to solve this problem. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that Zhang Jixin's words were very reasonable. When the time came, he could just let Zhang Jixin do it. After all, he was good at it. The surgery was temporarily scheduled for tomorrow morning. Zhang Jixin pulled Chen Song back to the office to discuss the details of the surgery tomorrow. The focus of Fu Yufeng's plastic surgery was also around the eyes. Chen Song did not plan to hire someone to do it, but decided to do it himself. With the internal and external canthus surgery, Chen Song had not tried it himself, and his hands were itching for it. Most importantly, he was not at ease to let others do the plastic surgery this time, because the angle of Fu Yufeng's eyes was very important, especially when the fissure was slightly smaller. She needed to open the fissure and increase the distance between the eyes through the internal canthus surgery. The most important thing was that the eye's horizontal axis was slightly lower, and Chen Song needed to tilt it slightly upwards. The angle of the eyes was very important, and Chen Song was not at ease to let others do it. Most importantly, Fu Yufeng's plasticity was strong, and it would be a good work after modification. It would be very useful for him to make a name for himself in the future. Xiao Tianhua could help him once, but it was impossible for her to help him every time. If Chen Song wanted to make a name for himself in Ammoniang City, he had to make a finished product to show it. Fu Yufeng was a very good example, her condition was good, and her figure was good. As long as it was done according to his design, there would definitely be a good response. Moreover, Chen Song had taken her money, so he naturally had to be responsible for her. All in all, the focus of Fu Yufeng's plastic surgery was on the eyes, and the corners of the mouth and the wrinkles were very simple. Zhang Jixin should be able to do it well. Sometimes, a pair of beautiful eyes could save a face. Returning to the office, Zhang Jixin smiled and asked, "Who are you looking for the surgery?" "A famous designer." Chen Song smiled, "The two of us, do it ourselves." When Zhang Jixin heard it, his face changed. "Are you crazy? Xiao Tianhua's bloody lesson still hasn't made you sober enough? Why don't you look for Yang Tao and Qin Xiang? These rich women might be easy to talk to now, but when there's a problem, it's hard to deal with them." Chen Song shook his head. It wasn't because he had a problem with the two of them, but any surgery had to be done by oneself to improve. Chen Song had designed it himself, and no one knew his plan better than him. There were some things that were inconvenient for Chen Song to say. Chen Song was somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Tianhua's surgery last time. Although it had improved a lot, it was still far from Chen Song's requirements and the original set goal. This made Chen Song realize that many things had to be done by himself in order to be able to grasp and control them more precisely. Chen Song suddenly raised his head. "So, you plan to keep looking for people to perform surgeries?" This sentence directly made Zhang Jixin's face turn red. After a few minutes, Zhang Jixin suddenly sighed. "When I first came out, there were only 3 people in the plastic surgery hospital. At that time, I didn't do anything. Now, there are more people, the hospital is bigger, and my courage is smaller. I'm afraid that something will happen, so I don't dare to do anything." "What are you afraid of? Just do it." Zhang Jixin encouraged himself with all his might. Then, Zhang Jixin picked up the blueprint and looked at it for a long time. However, the more he looked at it, the more worried and disheartened he became. This was because the plastic surgery markings on the blueprint were too fine. What a fine operation! After looking at the blueprint, Zhang Jixin, who was full of confidence just now, suddenly gave up. "Xiao Chen, I'm afraid I can't do it. There are too many modifications to your eyes, and the fine details are too fine. With my skills, I'm afraid that the design will be ruined by you." Chen Song shook his head. "You don't need to do the eyes. I'll do the eyes. You only need to be responsible for the nose and mouth." Hearing this, Zhang Jixin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't seem to have reacted. However, immediately after, Zhang Jixin was so angry that he almost laughed at Chen Song. "You're not as good as me. You brat, design is different from plastic surgery. Plastic surgery is not as simple as painting. Moreover, the distribution of facial nerves and blood vessels is more dense. Don't cause a big problem. You're talented in design, but plastic surgery doesn't only require talent. It also requires the accumulation of professional knowledge and daily practice. Talent alone isn't enough. To put it bluntly, how long have you been learning? No, it's better to look for Qin Xiang. It'll be more convenient if we work together." After saying that, Zhang Jixin picked up the phone. Chen Song was determined. After all, if he didn't use the great teacher system to train and learn more, where would he get such a chance in the future? Chen Song shook his head. "I designed it myself. I know the patient better, and the surgery effect will be the best." Zhang Jixin was dumbfounded. "But, have you done it before?" Chen Song shook his head. "No, but who doesn't have a first time?" Zhang Jixin fell silent. "This isn't a joke." Chen Song was very firm. "I'm confident." After thinking for a long time, Zhang Jixin suddenly asked, "Xiao Chen, Chen Song? Zhang Jixin, is it really not good to live peacefully?" The next day, Zhang Jixin realized for the first time that the feeling of going to the operating table was the same as going to the execution ground. He glanced at Chen Song. He was full of energy. He glanced at Fu Yufeng. She was also quite full. He sighed. He was the only one who was listless. The operation began. Chen Song began to draw lines on Fu Yufeng's face. This was his own operation, so naturally, he had to draw more carefully. There were even many places that needed to be carefully considered. Fu Yufeng felt this large hand. It was nimble, strong, warm, and reliable. The more she thought about it, the more her face became hot and red. Chen Song immediately frowned. Is she having a fever? Zhang Jixin also frowned when he heard that. The routine preoperative checkup is normal. When Fu Yufeng felt Chen Song's breath on her face, she had an indescribable feeling. No, I'm just a little nervous. Hearing the two of them say this, even Fu Yufeng felt embarrassed at this time. Chen Song nodded and smiled as he comforted her. Everyone is nervous for the first time. Zhang Jixin glanced sideways at Chen Song. You should be the one who is the most nervous here, this is your first time. Soon, after the anesthesia, the operation began. In fact, there were mainly two types of eye surgery. One was thread embedding. It was suitable for both double eyelid surgery and canthus surgery. However, this method was suitable for newbies. It was simple to operate, but its shortcomings were also very obvious. After the entire layer of eyelid tissue was ligated, lymphatic reflux would be obstructed, and adhesion would form between the upper margin of the tarsus and the upper eyelid muscle aponeurosis and the skin. Therefore, Chen Song only performed incisions. This was because the incision method made use of a good scalpel and suture to achieve an art called sculpting. Of course, another reason was that Chen Song's current plastic surgery skills were only good at these two basic skills. One was the incision method for double eyelid surgery, special effect, rapid recovery, and the other was the internal and external canthus microsurgery, special effect, natural. Chen Song was very serious. His technique was very stable and light. He cut open the skin bit by bit and formed an angle between the canthus of the eye. After the angle was stabilized, the axis of the eye could be shifted through the subsequent suture. In fact, this was the same principle as the double eyelid surgery. It was just that the horizontal axis of the eyelid was shifted to form a microsurgery effect. This was what Chen Song wanted to do. Zhang Jixin was so nervous that the sweat on his head did not stop. The air conditioner in the room was very cool, but even so, Zhang Jixin still felt very hot. However, he gradually realized that Chen Song's surgery seemed to be very stable, especially in the area of the canthus and canthus. His technique was old-fashioned and could even be said to be very accurate. This made Zhang Jixin a little surprised. He quickly stared at Chen Song carefully. He would not have known if he did not look, but when he looked, Zhang Jixin was really dumbfounded. One had to know that the most important thing in microsurgery was the subtle changes. It combined the human muscle shape and skin texture to choose the best treatment plan to make a layout that was more suitable for the facial structure. Therefore, microsurgery focused on precision, but it was difficult to be precise. Every detail had to be grasped in detail. A deviation of a few degrees or millimeters could bring about a completely different effect. With the guidance of a famous teacher, Chen Song also perfected and repaired many of the deficiencies in the eye. It was a simple eye repair surgery, but Chen Song took more than an hour. Next was Zhang Jixin's turn. It seemed that Chen Song encouraged him. Zhang Jixin's surgery did not fail. Instead, it was very successful. The surgery was over. Fu Yufeng suddenly began to feel uneasy. Plastic surgery was actually a risk for a woman, and she needed to muster up courage. Not everyone could make this decision. In the beginning, Fu Yufeng was driven, but now that it was over, she became uneasy. Are you done? Chen Song nodded. It was very successful. You should rest well for the next few days. For the second surgery, Zhang Jixin let go. He no longer had the doubts about Chen Song. However, without doubts, he was a little shocked. He did not know much about Chen Song, but in terms of medical aesthetics, Zhang Jixin was Chen Song's guide. He was the one who brought Chen Song into this circle step by step. How long had it been? He could not guarantee that he could do it for 2 days a week. When he came, he would only be an assistant. Basically, he did not do much core work. It was not that he did not want Chen Song to do it, but he was worried. Who else could be at ease, let alone himself? But now it seemed that Zhang Jixin seemed to have judged the ability of a genius with the heart of a mediocre person. From the beginning to the end, Chen Song had only seen a few surgeries. How could he do it himself? When he thought of this, he felt that it was Impossible. However, no matter how much he doubted and guessed, when the truth was in front of him, what was the use of those doubts? Looking at Chen Song, who was operating on the second surgery, Zhang Zhixin took a deep breath. He found it hard to believe that this young man had only been in the industry for a few days. It was even harder to imagine how bright his future would be if he was given some time. Perhaps, this was what a genius was. He could not be looked at with the eyes of ordinary people. Zhang Zhixin suddenly felt that no matter what he did now, it was more practical to hug Chen Song's thigh because the speed of his progress was far behind Chen Song's speed. As long as he followed Chen Song's footsteps, he could drink and eat to his heart's content. After thinking it through, Zhang Zhixin took a deep breath and considered whether to buy auxiliary equipment. Monday was the busiest day in the hospital. Whether it was the outpatient department or the inpatient department, there would be many patients on that day. The outpatient hall of the second provincial hospital was bustling with activity. There were people registering, buying medicine, and checking in. The outpatient hall was especially crowded, and the customer base was more targeted. It was actually a very suitable place for advertising. Many businesses had contacted the hospital to see if they could place a huge screen in the outpatient hall of the hospital as a billboard. They promised to give the hospital a lot of money. However, this was obviously wishful thinking and was rejected. After all, everyone came to the hospital to see a doctor. Advertisements would give the patients a wrong direction. They might even think that it was the hospital's recommendation, which was not good for the patient's health. Moreover, the hospital was a public institution. This kind of situation was not allowed at all. However, this also inspired the hospital's leaders. Therefore, some departments would regularly hold free medical consultations in the outpatient hall on the first floor. Firstly, it was to serve the patients, and secondly, it was to publicize the department's characteristics. Head nurse Tian followed the secret of yin and yang feng shui and checked the almanac. She decided to choose a place with good feng shui in the southeast of the outpatient hall. She set up a few tables there and called the doctors in the department to come out for free medical consultations. Today's theme was care for the digestive system and some common digestive system surgery consultations. After all, many patients did not necessarily come to the hospital to see a doctor. They might be here for consultation or to understand the situation. The free medical consultation would be very convenient to serve the public. Tian Shanlan asked someone to print the photos that Qin Yu had arranged into a book and piled it on the table. A few junior doctors were arranged to provide consultation services for the patients. Tian Shanlan suddenly realized that there was also a table set up in the northwest corner. She sneaked a glance and realized that it was the general surgery department. The other party also set up health care and prevention for the gallbladder and appendix, including surgery, and so on. There was a collision. At this moment, not only did Tian Shanlan notice it, but the other party also saw the emergency department and was also stunned. The young nurse from the general surgery department ran over. Dr. Duan, the emergency department, is the same as us. When Duanbo heard this, he immediately frowned and suddenly smiled in relief. It's okay, don't worry. After all, we're a specialist. It's the general surgery department, and they're the emergency department. If you want to perform surgery, how will you choose between these two departments? The nurse nodded. Of course it's the general surgery department. Duanbo smiled. That's right. Don't worry, patients aren't fools. They all have their own opinions. Duanbo looked at the busy emergency department in the distance and could not help but laugh. It seemed that there were not many surgeries in the emergency department recently. They had even started to come out and look for patients. If this had happened during normal times, it would have been easy to get some patients. But coming out today, isn't it too unlucky, to be able to clash with us for a day? Thinking of this, Duanbo wanted to laugh. For the past 2 days, the Department of Surgery had been a little depressed because of the emergency department. They thought that they could finally vent their frustrations today. Duanbo felt both physically and mentally refreshed. He felt that he could write a few more medical records after work. There were a lot of patients in the morning. The patients who were at the back of the queue had to wait anyway, so they decided to come down and take a walk. When they saw the general surgery department and the emergency department providing free medical consultation, they went up to ask around. Yang Ming's wife had cholelithiasis. She often acted up and didn't recover. The two of them pondered for a while and took some time to come to the hospital this morning to consult the doctor. Yang Ming booked the number of the Department of Surgery's chief physician, Xianxia, on the 25th. When it was around 10 o'clock, the two of them anxiously wanted to leave and come back at 10 o'clock. When they went downstairs, they saw the general surgery department providing free medical consultation in the lobby on the first floor. Their eyes immediately lit up, and they went over to consult. Duanbo was more professional, and his explanation was more straightforward. Yang Ming and his wife were also convinced. The two of them also had an idea. They even registered with Duanbo and agreed on a time. However, when the two of them were about to leave, they suddenly saw another free medical consultation there. It seemed to be the same thing. Out of curiosity, the two of them walked over. "Hello, doctor. I want to ask, aren't you with the other side?" Yang Ming asked curiously. Wang Yong smiled. "We're from the same hospital, but we're not in the same department. The other side is the general surgery department, and we're the emergency department." Yang Ming and his wife looked at each other. "Oh. What's the difference?" Wang Yong thought for a while. It should be said that each has its own merits. The general surgery department specializes in the field of surgery, and they have a deeper understanding of specialized diseases. The emergency department mainly deals with critical cases. But our operating theater, Wang Yong explained impartially. After all, he could not smear the reputation of the doctors and departments in the hospital in front of the patients. When Yang Ming heard this, the two of them sat down. Then, "I'd like to ask about something. My wife has cholelithiasis. She's also busy with work, and she wants to do laparoscopic cholecystectomy. Can you do it here?" Wang Yong nodded and handed over the brochure. "Laparoscopic cholecystectomy is the specialty of our department, and we've made some improvements to the surgical method. You can take a look. These photos are a comparison between our department's special surgical method and the traditional method. In terms of recovery time, we've also shortened it by 1 day compared to the traditional laparoscopic surgery." Wang Yong explained in detail. Yang Ming and his wife looked at the brochure and could not help but be stunned. Yang Ming's wife took out the brochure they took from the general surgery department and compared it with the one from the emergency department. Indeed, she found the difference. Laparoscopic surgery was much better than traditional laparotomy, and the wound was smaller. However, when she compared the photos from the general surgery department and the photos from the emergency department, there was a huge difference. Yang Ming's wife quickly asked, "Huh? Doctor, let me ask you, have these photos been embellished?" Wang Yong smiled. "No, this is the result of Dr. Chen's research in our department. He's a modified version of the traditional laparoscopic surgery. The wound is treated in a special way, and it's hard to find scars. Oh, by the way, you can go to the emergency department to have a look and ask about it." Yang Ming's wife was immediately tempted. "Is this expensive?" Wang Yong shook his head. "Our hospital has a fixed price for all the surgeries. It's set by the Bureau of Commodity Prices of Ammonium City and the Health Commission. Moreover, the price of this specialty surgery is the same as the price of a normal surgery." Yang Ming hesitated for a while. "Honey, I think the general surgery department is more reliable, right?" After his wife heard this, she pondered for a long time. To be honest, not many women would want to leave scars on their bodies. Moreover, she recovered quickly from this surgery. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she glared at him. "Are you the one doing the surgery or am I the one doing the surgery? Moreover, didn't you hear what the doctor said? This is just a small surgery. What's the difference between the two hospitals?" The two of them decided to go to the emergency department. In the afternoon, the free clinic ended. Duanbo brought the nurse back to the department and bumped into Zhang Youfu, who had just returned from the clinic. Zhang Youfu asked, "How's the free clinic?" Duanbo smiled. "It's not bad. We registered a lot of patients today. There are 7 or 8 of them who want laparoscopic surgery." When Zhang Youfu heard this, he was instantly happy. "Well, little Duan, thank you for your hard work. You can talk to the patients and tell them about it tomorrow." Duanbo smiled. Finally, he could show off in front of the department director. Not bad, he could regain some of his image. He happily packed up. When he got off work, he happened to pass by the emergency department. He glanced at them and suddenly felt that a few of them looked familiar. He took a closer look. Weren't they the patients who had agreed to perform surgery in the morning? Why were they hospitalized in the emergency department? What the F***ck is going on? When he thought of this, he quickly took out his phone and contacted the patients. However, after the call went through, when Duanbo asked about the surgery, the other party directly rejected him. This time, Duanbo felt as if his heart had fallen into an ice cellar. When he thought of the department director asking him to make arrangements for the surgery tomorrow, Duanbo's heart sank. God, am I at odds with the emergency department this year? When Duanbo thought of what he had been through recently, he felt a chill down his spine. It seemed that everything related to the emergency department had not been going well recently. Even the trust and ability he had gained from Zhang Youfu with great difficulty had severely shrunk. It was getting worse by the day. When he thought of the shift tomorrow, Duanbo felt a little pain in his kidneys. There was no such thing as mealtime in the emergency department. Seeing that it was 12 o'clock, the nurse's station called for a message. 120 sent a patient in shock and coma. Get ready for resuscitation. Chen Song was about to get off work and have some food when he heard the nurse's station summon him. He was not in the mood to eat. After putting on his white coat again, he hurriedly walked out to wait for the arrival of 120. Not long after, the 120 ambulance stopped at the entrance of the emergency department and the patient was pushed out of the ambulance. Chen Song hurriedly went up and asked the 120 emergency doctor who followed the ambulance, "What's the patient's condition?" Before the young doctor could speak, he heard a sobbing voice behind him, "Doctor. I beg you, please save my dad." Chen Song was about to comfort the lady when he was suddenly stunned, because this woman was very familiar. She looked very familiar. Chen Song slapped his head. It was the gorgeous and extraordinary cultured lady who pushed his father to the emergency department to buy medicine last Friday. Yes, it was the one who used to study medicine. When Chen Song thought of this, his expression suddenly changed. This old man. Could it be that there was a big problem? After all, at that time, Chen Song was diagnosed with acute intestinal obstruction. At that time, the lady insisted on pushing his father to the first hospital of Eastern University. She even made a solemn vow and signed a guarantee. Chen Song still remembered it vividly. Did they not go to see a doctor? If they went, the other party would definitely find out, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song's heart sank to the bottom. The 120 doctor who followed the ambulance explained the situation to Chen Song and then reminded him, "The patient has been in a coma since I went. After he was put on the ICU, his blood pressure is very unstable and his breathing is weak. There has been sudden cardiac arrest." Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly called the nurse. "Shaolin, ventilator. Monitor." Shaolin was eating when she heard Chen Song calling her. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and ran out, pushing the patient into the resuscitation room. The lady seemed to recognize Chen Song and quickly said, "Doctor. It's you're right. I was wrong that day. I apologize to you. You must save my father. He's my only father." The woman's face was no longer as calm as before. Her face was covered with tears and snot, and her body was also in a sorry state. She directly knelt in front of Chen Song and hugged Chen Song's leg as she pleaded. Chen Song quickly helped the woman up. "Calm down. Let's go and rescue him first." The woman's voice was hoarse. "I was wrong, doctor. Please, save my dad. I'll do whatever you want." Chen Song sighed. He broke free from the woman and turned to enter the emergency room. The woman might not be kneeling for him, but for her father. She was repenting. After Chen Song entered the resuscitation room, he quickly adjusted the ventilator and made some arrangements for the treatment. But after a busy afternoon, at 2:30 p.m., all the test results were out. Master teacher guidance, which had been reminding Chen Song all this time, also fell silent. Chen Song and little Lin took the old man for a CT scan, an ultrasound, and all kinds of tests. After working until 2 or 3 p.m., the two of them were so tired that they sat on the ground. Little Lin's voice was weak. "Dr. Chen, can he still be saved?" This sentence made Chen Song's nose ache. He took a deep breath, stood up, and pulled little Lin up. "You've worked hard, little Lin. I didn't let you rest at noon. Little Lin shook his head, tears in his eyes. Can he still be saved? Dr. Chen, is there really no way? Little Lin clutched Chen Song's white coat tightly, his eyes full of pleading. The superior mesenteric artery embolism had been going on for a long time. At this moment, the old man lying next to the monitor already showed multiple organ failure. He was already in his 80s, and most of his family members had organ failure and mesenteric artery embolism. Chen Song sighed. The surgery can be done, but the survival rate is almost zero. This was the answer given by the master teacher guidance. Because the old man's overall condition was too poor, even if the intestinal obstruction was removed, it would not be of much significance. However, if he could have more 3 days ago, thinking of this, Chen Song sighed. In the end, he could not change the patient's family. Chen Song got up and walked out. When he saw the woman lying on the ground, crying at the top of her lungs, he said, "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, the woman suddenly raised her head and said with despair in her voice, "Is this the notice of critical illness?" Chen Song nodded silently. Yes. The woman used her hand to support herself against the wall and stood up shakily. How long can my father hold on? Chen Song, he can die at any time. He won't be able to hold on for long. It's hard to say exactly how long. If he can make it in time. Chen Song was about to speak when he suddenly saw the woman's tears flowing down uncontrollably again. After thinking for a while, he swallowed these words back into his stomach. After a long time, "Doctor, wait for me, I need to go to the bathroom." The woman wiped her tears with her clothes and got up to go to the bathroom. "I regret it so much now. I should have listened to you. I should have gone for a checkup. I should have listened to the doctor. I shouldn't have made the decision without permission." She held the pen and signed as she mumbled to herself. Her voice was very soft, probably for him to hear. Chen Song couldn't help but ask curiously, "Didn't you go to Eastern University First Hospital?" The woman said faintly, "After I left here, I didn't go to the hospital. I went to the nearby pharmacy to buy some medicine and put my father in the clinic to inject some anti-inflammatory and anti-infection medicine according to the gastroenteritis. After returning home at night, I thought he was better and fell asleep. In the end, I'm the one who hurt him. I'm the murderer. I thought it was just a stomachache and was worried that doing so many tests would not be good for him." The conversation could not go on. The woman had difficulty speaking. She was sobbing and even seemed to be hyperventilating. Less than an hour later, when the afterglow of the afternoon shone into the emergency room, the old man was gone. His heart and breathing had stopped. The woman refused cardiopulmonary resuscitation and defibrillation. She just sat quietly beside the old man. After a while, several family members hurried over. There were both men and women. However, none of them were as sad as the woman. They were all very calm, as if they had already expected the outcome. The woman did not say anything and nodded blankly. "It's my fault. It's all my fault. I killed Dad." Chen Song couldn't help but say, "This can be considered a relief." Chen Song didn't even know if he was saying this to the old man, the child next to him, or the woman. The moment the tracheal intubation was pulled out, Chen Song saw a glimmer of light reflected in the old man's dark pupils. It was the cold light of the resuscitation room. Chen Song turned around and gave the family time to say goodbye. However, he saw the woman lying limp on the ground with 2 streaks of tears on her face. Chen Song sighed and turned to leave. In the hospital, he had seen many parting of life and death. However, in the face of death, Chen Song's heart still couldn't turn cold. After going out, he saw little Lin crying in the corner like a child. Her mouth was pursed and her face was full of tears. If only she had listened to a word of advice and not made such a decision on her own. When it was almost time to get off work in the afternoon, little Lin had already walked out of his sadness. Little Lin's full name was Lin Ran. He had not been in the emergency department for a long time. Little Lin had seen the old man's entire process and felt a little regretful and heartbroken. Lin Ran did not know if he was crying because of the old man's innocence, because of his helplessness towards women, or because of his helplessness in the face of life. The emergency department did not believe in tears. Before Chen Song could feel sad, a surgery suddenly arrived. "Chen Song, come to the operating theater immediately. Hurry up." With just one sentence from Li Baoshan, Chen Song received the order in the face of danger. On the way to the operating theater, Chen Song was uneasy. What happened? Chen Song was a little puzzled. Without time to think too much, Chen Song rushed straight to the operating theater. The head nurse of the operating theater was already waiting outside. When she saw Chen Song come in, she said anxiously, "Hurry up and wash your hands and change your clothes." Operating Theater 3. When Chen Song heard Operating Theater 3, he became much more nervous for no reason. Operating Theater 3 of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was usually empty, waiting for emergency surgery to arrive at any time. For example, the patients who were sent to the emergency department after a sudden car accident were directly sent to Operating Theater 3 to prepare for surgery. Li Baoshan did these surgeries. Li Baoshan was the pillar of the 2nd Provincial Hospital's emergency department. He was the superstructure and height. With him around, he could support the large-scale surgeries of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Therefore, Chen Song became more and more nervous. After everything was prepared, the head nurse, Li Ying, looked at Chen Song and encouraged him, "Good luck." Chen Song nodded and entered the operating theater. In the operating theater, an extremely tense rescue was being carried out. The emergency department director, Li Baoshan, the cardiology department director, Tao Mi, the orthopedics department director, Li Jianwei, and the general surgery department director, Zhang Youfu. Car accident patients were more dangerous and often caused serious organ damage. At this moment, everyone was facing a chest and abdomen injury caused by a car accident. The patient's diaphragm was ruptured, his liver was punctured, his stomach was ruptured, his colon was penetrated, his sternum was fractured, and his pelvis was severely fractured. When he was sent to the hospital, he had a thoraco-abdominal wound above the navel, generalized peritonitis, and hemorrhagic shock. His blood pressure was only 70/40. All signs indicated that the patient's condition was extremely poor. The life of an 18-year-old boy was slipping away bit by bit. All the directors of the 2nd Provincial Hospital were mobilized to carry out this treatment: liver repair, liver needle suture, the diaphragm was repaired and the intestine was sutured. Large amounts of warm saline water and mydiling were used to wash the abdominal cavity. In the operating theater, only the beeping sound of machines and the intertwining of instruments could be heard. At this moment, no one dared to breathe loudly, because the patient's condition was very special. The operation time could not exceed 4 hours. Otherwise, the situation could easily change. In order to ensure the progress and efficiency of the surgery, they could only abandon some of the less serious or non-life-threatening surgeries and focus on the more dangerous ones. Furthermore, the surgery on the chest was being performed at the same time as the suturing of the liver. Zhang Youfu's eyes were solemn, and he did not dare to breathe loudly. The liver needle was sutured with thick catgut suture, and the surgery was thrilling. At this moment, the patient suddenly started bleeding. There had already been 2 bleeding, and the extracorporeal circulation had been established. What was the cause of the bleeding at this time? Suddenly, everyone realized that the patient's ruptured splenic artery. Everyone's scalps went numb, and the difficulty of the surgery continued to increase. The bleeding stopped. The cause was also found. However, soon, another big problem appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Youfu's eyes widened in panic. The patient's blood pressure is very low now, but there is not much blood circulation around. The main pressure is concentrated in the splenic artery area. Because the splenic aorta has been damaged, the blood vessel wall is very thin now. I'm afraid that it won't last long. There might even be massive bleeding. When that happens, the situation will be hard to say. Everyone's expression changed. Can't ligation and suture? Tao Mi shook her head. The patient's physical condition is too poor. If we ligate, we only have less than 90 seconds. According to his current situation, if the ligation time is too long, even if the suture is done, recovery later will be a problem. A difficult problem appeared in front of everyone. How could they complete the blood vessel anastomosis within 90 seconds? The splenic artery supplied blood to the stomach, pancreas, spleen, and other organs. If there was a large amount of blood loss, it was inevitable that many organs would be damaged. Splenic artery embolism could occur in some patients clinically, resulting in splenic infarction. Or when patients with splenic rupture underwent surgery, accurately finding the splenic artery was the key to controlling the bleeding. At this moment, a problem suddenly appeared. Stopping the bleeding required suturing the blood vessel, and ligation of the blood vessel could only take less than 90 seconds. Even if the external circulation was established, it could not guarantee the subsequent blood supply to many organs. Li Jianwei looked up. "Old Tao, can you do it?" Li Jianwei was the chief of the orthopedics department and also the deputy director of the hospital. At this moment, his words represented everyone's inner expectations and touched everyone's desire. Could he do it? Could he suture the splenic artery in 90 seconds? Tao Mi suddenly became nervous. After a long time, she took a deep breath. I may not be able to do it." Tao Mi's words immediately made everyone's hearts sink. Even the chief of the cardiology department, Tao Mi, could not do it. Who else could? Tao Mi's words were equivalent to a notice of critical illness for the patient, or even. Tao Mi took a deep breath and continued, "It's not that I'm not capable, nor is it that I'm old. It's just 90 seconds is basically unrealistic. The fastest I've seen is only this speed, but that person is still in the capital. It's impossible to make it in time. There may not be anyone in Dongyang province who can successfully anastomose the blood vessel in 90 seconds. Tao Mi shook his head. It was too difficult, it was really too difficult. This depends on the flexibility of the hand, and also requires the surgeon to have good vascular suturing skills and stability. This is an artery. While suturing quickly, it must be tight and firm. At least 30 stitches must be done on this blood vessel. This is too difficult." Indeed, it was difficult to suture blood vessels, and the requirements were extremely high. The suture must be tight and firm. Otherwise, it was easy to rupture or other problems after the surgery. Li Jianwei's expression changed when he heard that. "Chief Zhang, is there anyone in your department who is good at suturing blood vessels?" Zhang Youfu shook his head. It would be great if their department had such a talent. Everyone could not help but sigh. What should they do? What should they do? Li Jianwei was about to say, "Old Tao, you do it. Do your best. Just do your best." At this moment, there was no other way but to do his best. He could only trust Tao Mi. At this moment, Li Baoshan suddenly thought of someone. "I have a candidate. We can try." As soon as he said that, everyone immediately looked up at Li Baoshan. Li Jianwei's eyes lit up. "Who is it?" Li Baoshan said, "It's a junior doctor from our department. His name is Chen Song. I know that he's good at suturing, and his hands are very dexterous. I think we can let him try. It won't take more than a few minutes." Li Baoshan sighed. "Anyway, we don't have any other way now." Li Baoshan's words made everyone fall into a short silence. Li Jianwei nodded. "Let him do it." The moment Chen Song entered the operating theater, he instantly felt that his surroundings were surrounded by a solemn and dignified atmosphere. It was suffocating. Even the gazes of the few directors were mixed with seriousness and even a trace of fear. He walked toward the operating table with his hands in front of his chest. As soon as he walked over, he was instantly stunned. What kind of surgery was this? This was the first time Chen Song had encountered such a tragic surgery, and he had never seen such a ferocious scene. The internal organs in the abdominal cavity were clearly visible. All the organs were presented in front of him, and the blood vessels were exposed. Even the beating of the arteries could be clearly seen. Through the broken diaphragm, the beating of the heart could be faintly seen under the artificial chest that had just been propped up. It seemed to be a struggle for life, and it also seemed to be venting its fear. Chen Song could not help but hold his breath. His expression became serious. Li Baoshan said in a muffled voice through the mask, "Come over here." Chen Song nodded and walked over slowly. The chief physician stopped what they were doing and looked at the young eyes in front of him. The surgical gown, surgical cap, and mask made it so that only the eyes were exposed. However, even so, Chen Song could see hope and expectation in the chief physician's eyes. Even the chief physician of the Department of Surgery, Zhang Youfu, had hope shining on his big face and under his thick glasses. Tao Mi said, "Xiao Chen, I have a very important task for you now. Don't be nervous. Your job is very simple. Have you seen the splenic artery? It may rupture soon. The patient must undergo anastomosis, but time is limited. 90 seconds. In other words, you have to complete the suture within 90 seconds. If you can't complete it, the patient will be in danger. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly saw a question mark appear above Taomi's head. Ding. The high-level NPC, Taomi, issued a quest that required him to complete the splenic artery suture quest within 90 seconds. Mission completion reward, 1, vascular suture special effect, tight. Xianxia took a deep breath. The task was very difficult, 90 seconds, which was 1.5 minutes, and you had to complete the blood vessel suture. This was absolutely inconceivable to many people. Xianxia had seen that the time taken to suture the aorta at night was 2.5 minutes. 90 seconds, it was too difficult. At this moment, everyone was staring at Xianxia, their eyes filled with complex emotions. At this moment, the few chief physicians were silent. The scrub nurse at the side was also full of fear and uneasiness. Only the beeping sound of the extracorporeal circulatory machine and the monitoring device echoed in his ears. The sound was urging. It was incessant. At this moment, the famous guide had already written all the patient's injuries on the virtual screen. Xianxia also had a general understanding of the patient. However, sometimes, the ignorant were fearless. If it was simply handed over to Xianxia to suture the blood vessel, Xianxia might not be so nervous. However, at this moment, it was impossible for him not to be nervous. Whether he could succeed or not was directly related to the patient's recovery after the rescue. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly remembered that he still had 7 skill points. Vascular suture was now at the intermediate level. Xianxia did not even think about it and directly upgraded it, after spending 4 skill points. Ding! Congratulations, vascular suture has been upgraded to the advanced level. Special effect, rapid suture. This clear sound was like a savior to Xianxia. Rapid suture, rapid suture. Xianxia was excited. What a lucky bastard. Seeing Xianxia staring at the blood vessel in a daze, everyone was slightly stunned and sighed. It was too difficult. Such a burden should not be placed on this young man's shoulders. How old was he? Li Baoshan could not help but ask. Xiao Chen, how confident are you? Xianxia took a deep breath. I don't know, but I want to try. Indeed, even if he had obtained the rapid suture, Xianxia was very clear about his speed. How fast? How would he know if he did not try? At this moment, Taomi's eyes suddenly shrank. Hemostatic forceps. Ligate the blood vessel, it's going to burst. The scrub nurse quickly handed over the hemostatic forceps. Taomi clamped the splenic artery in time and turned to stare at Xianxia. It's too late. Can you do it? Xianxia nodded. Yes. He turned around and took the suture needle and thread from the nurse. At this moment, Li Jianwei had already prepared the hemostatic forceps and was ready to ligate at any time. Li Jianwei was a little nervous and his breathing was a little rapid. If you tell us to start, we will stop the bleeding. Hurry up. Xianxia's eyes quickly analyzed and gave a very accurate, fast, and effective suture plan. Xianxia nodded. Ligate. At his command, the two of them quickly stopped the bleeding. Xianxia picked up the needle and thread and quickly began to suture. In a flash, the needle and thread accurately chose the best landing point and began to insert the needle. He first made 3 fixed-point stitches of equal distance around the blood vessel's circumference and pulled the threads to form an equilateral triangle. Taomi's eyes lit up. 3-point suture method. The choice was good, but the 3-point suture method was more difficult than the 2-point suture method. It took more time, but the benefits were also very obvious. For this kind of damaged blood vessel wall, it could form an equilateral triangle after pulling. This way, it would undoubtedly increase the stability and firmness of the blood vessel wall. Xianxia's choice was very correct, but Taomi was not happy. Because this meant that there might not be enough time, right? For a moment, everyone looked at Xianxia. At this moment, he became the most anxious part of the operation. If there was a mistake, or even a delay, everyone's efforts would be wasted. Xianxia was focused and held his breath. The 90-second countdown began in his heart. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Xianxia lifted 2 fixed-point stitches with his little finger and used a non-invasive needle and thread to continuously suture the first 13 sides of the blood vessel between the fixed-point stitches. Then, he quickly aligned the 2 sides of the blood vessel's intima and quickly threaded the needle and thread. At this moment, the suture was especially important. The difficulty of blood vessel suture was relatively high. Xianxia's level was also the lowest because every stitch had to align the intima of the blood vessel at both ends and tighten the thread appropriately. However, it could not be too tight to avoid shrinking the lumen. Everyone was counting the time in their hearts. 70. 60. Xianxia had already completed part of the suture and tied the suture with the fixed point stitches. He used the same method to suture the other 13 sides. Finally, he flipped the 2 blood vessel clamps upward to expose the 13 sides of the blood vessel's back wall and did the same continuous suture. Finally, Xianxia ordered, "Let go of the hemostatic forceps." Li Jianwei and Tao Mi's hands were already trembling. For the first time, they felt that 90 seconds was so long and so short. Everyone looked at the blood gurgling and suddenly felt happy. It was a success. This young man really did it. It was too awesome. Li Jiwei immediately blurted out, "Awesome. Really awesome." The surrounding chief physicians finally breathed a sigh of relief. P.S. That's all for now. I have to sleep. Dear readers, please support me and monthly votes. Success, he really succeeded. Xianxia did it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling of surviving a calamity was simply too wonderful. It was like a cable car suddenly appeared when there was no way to go on a cliff. Suturing blood vessels was very simple, but it was very difficult to suture quickly. Not only did it require a pair of dexterous hands, but it also required a solid and stable foundation in suturing blood vessels. No one expected that the person who saved the day of the vascular suturing surgery that troubled all the chief physicians and hospital directors was a junior doctor. They were very emotional. They were also very glad. No matter what, the patient's safety was once again guaranteed. Tao Mi could not help but exclaim, "That's great. This suture is really good." Tao Mi was a professional who had worked in cardiac surgery for half his life. He was a professional in suturing blood vessels, especially cardiac arteries. He was very accomplished in suturing blood vessels, so he could see how beautiful Xianxia's operation was just now. Looking at Xianxia's slender and dexterous hands, Tao Mi was also envious. The surgery industry was really about talent. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. It was a success. He held his breath for 90 seconds and worked hard for 90 seconds in exchange for success. Xianxia smiled and nodded. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Everyone looked at Xianxia with satisfaction to show their affirmation. Even Zhang Youfu nodded and looked at Xianxia deeply. Li Baoshan was the happiest. Xianxia was a junior doctor in his department. In his eyes, he was like one of his people. His people were good, so he should be proud. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so it was not easy to be discovered. Li Jianwei admired Xianxia very much. He nodded and said, "Stay for the surgery. Watch more and learn more. This kind of major surgery may only be encountered a few times in a lifetime. It's very rare." Xianxia nodded and stood silently in the support position, occasionally helping. Indeed, as Li Jianwei said, this kind of surgery was very challenging because you never knew what would happen to the patient and what you needed to do at this time. What was experience? Experience was the lesson that others had learned from taking detours. Medicine required experience, but this experience could not be accumulated by oneself. Instead, it needed to be learned and used for reference. Because your mistake could cost someone else's life. At this moment, Tao Mi suddenly said, "Blood vessel spasm." Xianxia's expression changed. Seeing this, Tao Mi smiled. "Don't be nervous." After that, he said to the nurse, "Get a piece of gauze with warm saline. And 2.5% opium poppy excrement." Tao Mi had to admit that she was an experienced chief physician. She easily relieved the vasospasm, which made Xianxia excited and fascinated. Sometimes, fighting the disease was like mobilizing troops, finding the right time to treat it. And the scene just now was like a fight between experts. Xianxia's blood boiled with excitement as he countered each move. After a few hours, the operation was finally completed. Nurse, blood pressure, 11070. Heartbeat, 51 beats per minute. The patient's vital signs are stable. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Xianxia also breathed a sigh of relief. He had really benefited a lot. The things that leaked out from the chief physician's hands were enough to make him suffer. Ding. Taomi's task completed. Obtained reward, blood vessel suture special effect, strict. Chen Song was delighted. Fortunately, blood vessel suture was a basic skill. He did not have to practice it in the virtual space. After a few seconds of digestion and absorption, Chen Song felt a slight change in his condition. It seemed that blood vessel suture would be his specialty in the future. Strict plus rapid suture. These two special effects were really useful. Ding. Li Baoshan's affability plus 10, ding. Li Jianwei's affability plus 5, ding. Taomi's affability plus 10, ding. Zhang Youfu's affability plus 5, a few notifications sounded one after another, and another batch of affability points appeared. However, Chen Song was really puzzled. What was the use of his affability points? How did he use them? Now, there were two people whose affability points had reached 70. One was Zhang Zhixin, and the other was Xiao Tianhua. Chen Song decided. He had to find time to try out how to use affability points. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gain affability points without any benefits. After the surgery, Li Jianwei took off his gloves and mask. He looked at Chen Song and nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Chen, right? Not bad. Young and promising. Very talented. Old Li, you have to nurture him well. You'll be a sinner if you delay such a good seedling. Li Baoshan rarely smiled. Chen Song made him proud today. He was a little proud when he smiled. Yes, of course. Xiao Chen is our secret weapon. He's a new force that we've just nurtured. Taomi looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, if you feel that your chief has mistreated you, tell me. I'll take you away. Don't mistreat yourself in the emergency department, understand? After saying that, Taomi sighed regretfully. Sigh. Such a good seedling. Why did he go to the emergency department? Li Baoshan was not angry when he heard that. Instead, he laughed and was in a good mood. Chief Physician Tao, you don't have to worry. Even if I mistreat myself, I won't mistreat them. Zhang Youfu finally knew who Chen Song was. This name was still fresh in Chief Physician Zhang's memory. After all, he had stepped on his head to get to where he was now. Zhang Youfu still had some idea in his heart. The first time, he had slapped Zhou Xiaodong in the face and taken over the staff of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. The second time, he had slapped Duanboi in the face and made him the child of wealth. After seeing him today, he was indeed not an ordinary person. Zhou Xiaodong and Duanboi did not feel wronged when they lost. This kid had the ability. In fact, it was not Zhang Youfu who fought for a spot for Zhou Xiaodong. It was Secretary Tan Ligua who asked him to do so. After all, for Zhang Youfu, what was the difference between an organization and a contract? However, Secretary Tan was his superior. How could he not listen to him? Later, Chen Song won against Zhou Xiaodong and even helped the emergency department to get out of a crisis and support cholecystectomy. Zhang Youfu had long wanted to see who Chen Song was. When he saw this young doctor today, his eyes lit up. This kid was a genius. At the thought of this, Zhang Youfu had another thought. Li Baoshan was 55 years old and the sun was setting in the west. He, Zhang Youfu, was only 45 years old and full of vitality. His surgical path had just begun. Suddenly, he felt that he should poach Chen Song to his side. Time was of the essence and he had to be patient. However, it was fine as long as he did not leave a bad impression like he did in the past. Zhang Youfu was not a fool to be able to become a chief physician. He was the best at weighing the pros and cons. Moreover, everyone was an adult in a society ruled by law. There was no such thing as grudges. It was nothing more than some conflict of interest. However, there was one thing that Zhang Youfu did not understand. Were geniuses nowadays all brainless? Why did they not come to the emergency department when they were in the general surgery department? What could they do if they came to the emergency department? Did they not eat enough or drink enough? We have such a good environment and a good platform. It's so much better than the emergency department. However, all of them came to the emergency department. Chen Bingxing was one of them. Jing Ren and Ling Ran were the same. Now, there was Chen Song. Was the emergency department so magical? Was it because our surgical system was rotten and needed to be reformed, or was it because Zhang Youfu was cold and aloof and needed gentleness? Zhang Youfu frowned slightly. He felt that this matter needed to be carefully considered. He turned around and greeted everyone. Director Li, Chief Physician Tao, Director Li, I have to go. There are still things to do in the department. I'll go back first. After that, he deliberately turned around and glanced at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, come to the Department of Surgery more often in the future. Let's have more exchanges. After that, he turned around and left. Li Baoshan was left dumbfounded. Had Zhang Youfu changed? A few days ago, he insisted on taking away their quota. Now, he wanted Chen Song to visit the department. No, Zhang Youfu, this damn fatty, he was definitely up to no good and had ulterior motives. He must have his eyes on our Chen Song. When he thought of this, Li Baoshan glared at Zhang Youfu with a vigilant expression. P.S. Looking for monthly votes. Zhang Youfu was generally in a good mood. When he thought about Li Haitan's retirement 5 years later and Chen Song becoming one of his generals, he felt that everything was worth it. As for Chen Song working in the emergency department for the rest of his life, it was basically unrealistic. Which surgeon would not have any thoughts about it? What could the emergency department do? What's the point of not moving at all? A person moves, a tree moves, and a person dies. When he thought of this, Zhang Youfu hummed a tune as he returned to the department. Oh, right. Duanbua said that there should be a few hospitalized patients today. When he got out of the elevator, he saw Duanbua. Zhang Youfu smiled brightly. Little Duan, you're still at work? Just in time, come to my office. When Duanbua saw Zhang Youfu, to be honest, he was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. However, he still braced himself and followed Zhang Youfu into the office. Department Director, are you done with the surgery? Zhang Youfu nodded. Yes, sit down. Who did you give the patients we received today to? Give a few more to little Zhou. We should give the newcomers more opportunities to train. Duanbua thought, train my ass. We didn't even get a single one. Go home and train with pork. When he thought of this, Duanbua's heart sank. Forget it, I'll just tell you the truth, Duanbua sighed. Department Director, I originally made an appointment with the patients, but, when I called them in the afternoon, they all rejected me and refused to come to our department for surgery. When Zhang Youfu heard this, he was stunned. Why? Duanbua shook his head. I don't know either, Zhang Youfu was stunned. Alright, it's okay. It's not a big deal. After all, it's happened before. However, Duanbua said, when we were in the lobby yesterday, I saw that the emergency department was also doing volunteer medical consultations. Just like us, they were promoting laparoscopic surgery. When I got off work yesterday, I saw a few patients going to the emergency department. I reckon that there's a high chance that they went to the emergency department for surgery. When he said this, Zhang Youfu was stunned. It's fine if you don't mention it, but now that you mention it, I'm angry. The patient's escape was their own business, but what did you say? The emergency department stole our patients, how could he not be angry? You're a volunteer doctor, but you didn't manage to retain the patient and let the volunteer doctor from the emergency department take the patient away. Aren't you stupid? You let the emergency department snatch away surgical diseases? Where's your face? When he thought of this, he looked at Duanbua in disappointment. Dr. Duan, you've been a doctor for more than 10 years. You're also a senior attending physician, and you're about to become an associate chief physician. Are we not even as good as the emergency department when it comes to patients? I really. Sigh. I don't know what to say about you. I'm so disappointed. The more Zhang Youfu thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Wasn't this incompetent advisor doing well at the start? Why have you been so muddle-headed these past 2 days? Moreover, that kind of surgery is a surgery that our department specializes in. Even an outsider would choose to come to the general surgery department, right? Even if you didn't go through your volunteer medical consultation, I think you would still come to our department for surgery, right? Could the emergency department say that they were slandering the Department of Surgery? It's better if you don't volunteer to treat patients. When he thought of this, Zhang Youfu was furious. Indeed, there would be no difference if there was no comparison. It was thanks to Duanbois' very thorough and detailed explanation that the patient was so determined after the comparison. Zhang Youfu looked at Duanbois. The more he looked at him, the more disappointed he felt. The more he looked at him, the more regretful he felt. Why did I choose to promote this guy in the first place? Sigh, isn't it great that Xiaochen is from our department? I can still nurture him more. When he thought of this, Zhang Youfu felt a little regretful. However, he still had to talk about this during the hospital meeting tomorrow. After all, Li Baoshan could not snatch away their patients. This is not an emergency patient. The next day, the hospital meeting was held as scheduled. After the hospital leaders announced some precautions and work instructions. When it was time for the meeting to end, if there was nothing to report. However, at this moment, Zhang Youfu and Li Baoshan stood up at the same time. The atmosphere was awkward. Li Baoshan smiled awkwardly. Chief Zhang, you go first. Zhang Youfu nodded in a deep voice. I have something that I would like the leaders to judge. When everyone heard this, they could not help but laugh. During this period, there was a little friction between the surgery department and the emergency department every week. It became the topic of everyone's leisure conversation. When they saw that Zhang Youfu had another revelation today, they all pricked up their ears. Tan Ligua frowned slightly and did not say anything. Qin Xiaoyuan laughed in his heart, but his expression did not change. What happened? Zhang Youfu said, yesterday, our department held a volunteer medical consultation in the outpatient hall and took in a few hospitalized patients. They were supposed to be hospitalized, but the emergency department took them into the ward for surgery. I think that Director Li should give us an explanation for this. After all, this kind of patient snatching is really despicable. When everyone heard this, they thought, snatching patients again? When Li Baoshan heard this, he took the initiative to stand up and apologized without any hesitation. This is the emergency department's responsibility. I apologize to Chief Zhang. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. What was going on? The black-faced Li Baoshan actually apologized. Even Zhang Youfu was a little caught off guard. He apologized? Li Baoshan is not usually like this. What do you mean by apologizing? You won't return my patients if you apologize. When he thought of this, Zhang Youfu suddenly became dizzy with anger. Li Baoshan, you cunning person. You even said that I'm good at scheming. Who's the one who's good at scheming? You old fox. Zhang Youfu was so angry that his kidneys hurt. Director Li said it so easily. Do you think an apology is enough? Li Baoshan sighed. Actually, what I was going to say just now is also about this. When he said this, Li Baoshan took out a USB flash drive and said to the hospital director, "Can you give me a few minutes to introduce something good?" At this moment, Li Baoshan's words aroused everyone's curiosity. What exactly was it? Even Zhang Youfu stared at Li Baoshan and secretly put the power of nature and the armor of thorns on his body, afraid that this old fox would do something. After all, he had suffered twice, so Comrade Youfu still had lingering fears. Li Baoshan walked to the big TV in the conference room, inserted the USB flash drive into it, and opened a PowerPoint in the document. He said to everyone, "Next, I'll show everyone a research project on improving the surgical method of laparoscopic surgery." As soon as these words were said, everyone was instantly energized. Zhang Youfu stared intently at the cover of the PowerPoint presentation. Li Baoshan continued. This research topic is mainly aimed at improving the surgical method of laparoscopic surgery. The reason why I'm taking up everyone's precious time on this occasion is that I think this research topic is very valuable and meaningful. The research development of the Second People's Hospital has always been relatively backward. This is our shortcoming. I even think that through this topic, we can improve the competitiveness of the Second Provincial People's Hospital. All along, the people of the province, the First Hospital of Eastern University, and the people of the city have cooperated with universities. Moreover, they have also undertaken postgraduate training, housemen, and other work. As for us, we have only started to recruit housemen this year. The earliest batch was in October. Their scientific research ability is strong, and their clinical ability is also improving. Our scientific research ability is insufficient. This is something we need to improve and improve. Li Baoshan saw that the atmosphere was in place and said, "Everyone, please take a look. The topic of this topic is the clinical exploration and analysis of minimally invasive wounds in Chen's laparoscopic surgery. Alright, let me show everyone a few photos first. This is the reason why our emergency department can snatch away Chief Zhang's patient. Actually, it's not that we snatched it away. It's that the patient took the initiative to come to our department for surgery. That's the reason." As soon as these words were said, everyone was stunned. The patient took the initiative to go to the emergency department for surgery? How was this possible? Zhang Youfu did not believe it. How was this possible? Was Li Baoshan lying to him that he had never been to school? However, when Li Baoshan released the photos, everyone was stunned. That was because they could really kidnap the patient. Zhang Youfu was also dumbfounded. This? How was this possible? These photos, they had definitely been edited by Meitu Xiaoxiao. However, when the photos behind the PowerPoint began to be released, Zhang Youfu was really dumbfounded. The room fell into silence. Because the photos on the PowerPoint really shocked everyone, and it was terrifying. Everyone was a professional, and they could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. However, for some things, the more you understood, the more shocking it would be. Zhang Youfu's eyes were fixed on the photo. It was a comparison of the two photos, and the title was Postoperative Comparison. That's impossible, right? Zhang Youfu mumbled to himself. The first picture was a suture photo after an ordinary laparoscopic surgery. He was very familiar with this one. The second picture was a comparison of the so-called Chen's minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery. Zhang Youfu was almost stunned by this comparison. How did he do it? Because there was no trace of a well in the second picture. If he did not know the abdomen very well, he would not have felt the suture thread passing through. But, where did it stop? Zhang Youfu had done laparoscopic surgery for half his life. He did not know much about other things, but he was very familiar with this thing. It was because he was familiar with it that when he saw the difference between the two, he instinctively thought about the reason. However, just as he was studying it, Li Baoshan suddenly clicked on the second slide. This made Zhang Youfu depressed. Li Haitan, Baldy Li, you're slow when you need to be fast, but when it's time to slow down, you're faster than anything. However, Zhang Youfu learned his lesson this time. He took a photo with his phone and looked at it carefully. This time, he could see it clearly. The photo was a comparison of a week after the suture. With this comparison, it was obvious who was better. There was an obvious dark area in an ordinary surgery. It should be a postoperative trace, and it could be seen at a glance. Compared to the Chen's minimally invasive wound, there were no traces of suture at all. Mother****. Amazing. Laparoscopic surgery can be done like this? What af** king genius, how did he do it? He really wanted to see the first picture of the opening. Perhaps it would give him some inspiration. It took Li Baoshan 10 minutes to finish the PowerPoint presentation. During these 10 minutes, everyone was taking pictures with their phones, especially the surgeons. Li Baoshan closed the PowerPoint and turned to look at the crowd. He said, everyone has seen the core content of this project. The core of Chen's laparoscopic minimally invasive surgery lies in how to better utilize the advantages of laparoscopic minimally invasive surgery and even achieve an almost non-invasive effect. This is not a concept, but a real scientific research. Our emergency department has already carried out the research process of this topic, and there will be preliminary results in many cases. Li Baoshan's voice fell. No one spoke. Everyone was thinking about it. Nowadays, very few people were researching how to make the incision of laparoscopic surgery smaller. This was because laparoscopic surgery already had enough advantages. The wound was already very small, and everyone felt that it was not necessary at all. They even instinctively thought that this was the limit. This was a very good idea. Most importantly, it was applicable. This kind of laparoscopic minimally invasive surgery had an extraordinary meaning for tertiary grade A hospitals. In the overall environment, if you wanted to develop, you had to have a bright spot. The second provincial hospital was not considered a big hospital. It was just an ordinary tertiary grade A hospital in the province. Even the general surgery department here would be angry because there were no patients in the emergency department. How could this be considered a big hospital? Long before Zhang Youfu's arrival, the surgery department was still a department that could not take in enough patients and had to fight for them all day long. But now, it could take charge of a department on its own and become a big department with an annual income of tens of millions. But even so, it was not ranked in the province at all. Not only the general surgery department, but also the cardiac surgery department, breast surgery department, gynecology department. These were all the same. And this laparoscopic minimally invasive surgery had appeared at the right time. It was very likely that it would bring innovation and competitiveness to the surgery department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Li Jianwei was the executive deputy director and also the director of the orthopedics department. He was the real leader of the hospital. After seeing this, Li Jianwei suddenly said, "Baoshan, is this project real?" When he asked this question, even he himself felt that he was not good enough, but he still asked it. It was because he was worried that this was a gimmick of the emergency department. Li Baoshan nodded. Yes, this project has gone through the preliminary clinical evaluation. The effect is real and effective. All the photos, data, and diagrams have the original information. When Li Jianwei heard this, his expression changed. Okay. Suddenly, he knocked on the table to get everyone's attention. Then, he looked at everyone seriously and said slowly, "Wait a minute, everyone. Listen to me for a moment. I won't say much about the value of this PowerPoint. Everyone can see it. What I want to say today is one thing. That is, everyone, don't spread today's PowerPoint. This is an opportunity for the development of the surgery department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. I hope that everyone will be more careful." Everyone nodded. To put it bluntly, their fate was tied to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. If the 2nd Provincial Hospital developed well, they would develop well. Moreover, even if they spread it, they might not be able to learn it. After all, this kind of minimally invasive surgery was still in the emergency department. At this moment, Li Baoshan continued, "This is also the reason why I apologized to Chief Zhang. Actually, we didn't take the initiative to snatch it. It was the patients who took the initiative to come to us." Li Baoshan continued, "However, we have taken in more patients recently. The reason is that we want to do the second phase of research on this topic. We are improving and perfecting the surgical method. I believe that it won't be long before this surgical method is completed by Dr. Chen. We will design a more perfect laparoscopic minimally invasive surgery method. We were also forced to take in more patients. That's why today's incident happened. I apologize to Chief Zhang." At this point, Li Baoshan looked at Zhang Youfu with a smile. "However, I believe that with Chief Zhang's mindset and breadth of mind, he will definitely understand the core value and significance of this surgery. He will actively cooperate with the emergency department to complete the improvement of this surgical method, right?" Zhang Youfu, to your grandfather. "Pui, Li Haitan, Baldi Li, you traitor, king trick me every day, and you even say that I'm a scheming person." Zhang Youfu wanted to cry but had no tears. However, he still had to express his stance righteously. Yes. That's right. In the face of such a major issue, we must have a correct attitude and actively cooperate. Director Li, don't worry. I will participate fully in this matter. I will follow up on the whole process and do the relevant work well. At this moment, there was a question that everyone was very curious about. How did Li Baoshan come up with this innovative surgical method? Chen Clan, which expert was it? Li Jianwei also asked curiously. Baoshan, who developed this Chen Clan laparoscopic minimally invasive surgery method? Li Baoshan smiled slightly. Director Li has seen it before. It's Chen Song. As soon as this was said, there was a lot of discussion at the scene. Who is Chen Song? I don't know. Is it a talent brought in by the emergency department? It might be a master. Oh, however, Zhang Youfu, Tao Mi, and Li Jianwei were all stunned. It was actually him. Li Jianwei showed great interest when he thought of the young and somewhat humble doctor. What kind of young man was this? Why didn't he notice it before? It seemed that he would have to deal with this Xiaochen more in the future. Zhang Youfu's small eyes rolled at this moment. He had an idea in his mind. He raised his hand and said, Director Li, I think we should cooperate with the emergency department to complete this work. After all, we have rich experience in laparoscopic surgery and many cases. It is very necessary for the development of the topic. Li Jianwei nodded. Yes. That's good too. Li Baoshan saw the two small eyes on Zhang Youfu's fat face and suddenly became alert. This damn fat pig has his eyes on our Chen Song again. Zhang Youfu responded with a kind smile. Yes, I have my eyes on your Xiao Chen. You have to cover it well. Don't let me steal it. Li Baoshan's face suddenly darkened. This fat pig is really shameless. There were no surgeries in the morning. He had just made an appointment with Guoqing from the 8th hospital for a surgery at noon when Chen Song suddenly received a system notification. Ding. Li Jianwei's affinity. +5. Ding. Zhang Youfu's affinity +5. Ding. Taomi's affinity +5. Chen Song was a little confused. What were these important people talking about? The arrival of a wave of affinity made Chen Song a little dumbfounded. What's the use of this affinity? I'm so worried. At this moment, Chen Song's phone suddenly rang. He saw that the phone number was not saved, but it was a call from Ammoniang City. He simply picked it up. Hello? Hello? The moment the call was connected, the other party's voice sounded a little anxious. He said anxiously, Xiao Chen? I'm Tan Zhonglin. Chen Song finally remembered that it was Department Director Tan Zhonglin from the Provincial People's Hospital's Hand Surgery Department. Hello, Department Director Tan. Tan Zhonglin did not mind that Chen Song did not save his phone number. Instead, he said anxiously, Xiao Chen, hurry up and come to the Provincial People's Hospital. We have a surgery here that needs your help. It's a finger replantation surgery, but the tendon damage is very serious. I'm not sure. Come over and help. After Chen Song heard that, he immediately nodded. Okay, Department Director Tan. Please wait for a moment. I'll be there right away. Tan Zhonglin shook his head. No need. The police car will be here soon. You can just take the police car and come over. The patient is an old acquaintance, Zhang Kaqin. Ding. Rescue mission activated. Help Tan Zhonglin complete Zhang Kaqin's finger replantation surgery. The tendon suture standard has reached everyone's satisfaction. You can choose any of Tan Zhonglin's basic skills. Chen Song immediately reacted, the former captain of the criminal police team, Zhang Kaqin. Before Chen Song could hang up the phone, the police siren had already sounded. Chen Song turned around. There was no one in the office at this moment. Sherna had also gone to do her ward rounds. Wang Qian, who was on duty, was handling the patients. At this moment, a young man in a police uniform ran in anxiously. Dr. Chen. Where is Dr. Chen? Chen Song immediately ran out and said to Xiao Lin, I'm going to the Provincial People's Hospital. When I come back, say hello to the director. The young man's face was filled with fear and panic. Dr. Chen, our captain. I'll have to trouble you, Chen Song interrupted the young man and nodded. I got it. Let's go. You drive. The young man drove the car very fast. Both of his temples were full of sweat, but he still kept pleading with Chen Song. Dr. Chen, you must save our captain. I heard that Wu Gang's hand was cured by you. He was so badly injured, but he was cured by you. Captain, it took less than 20 minutes to reach the Provincial People's Hospital. Compared to the second Provincial People's Hospital, this place was much larger. Tan Zhonglin was already in the operating theater. Chen Song rushed straight to the operating theater, where a nurse greeted him at the door. After the nurse cooperated with Chen Song to get changed, she entered the operating room and saw that Zhang Kaqin was already on the operating table. Amputated limb replantation was a relatively typical surgery in microsurgery and hand surgery. Compared to other surgeries, finger replantation was actually one of the more advanced surgical techniques in China. It had been developing rapidly since the 50s and 60s. The most important part of finger replantation was the suturing of the tendons, blood vessels, and nerves. It could be understood that the finger bones of a severed finger ensured the recovery of the finger's shape, but in the end, the recovery depended on the blood vessels, nerves, and tendons. After all, blood supply was the energy to maintain survival. The flow of blood supply was directly related to the success rate of finger replantation. The suturing of the tendons and nerves was equivalent to the recovery of the finger's function. The higher the suturing of the tendons and nerves, the better the success rate. In the later stage, it might achieve a good recovery effect, and it might not even affect the normal life and work. When Tan Zhonglin saw Chen Song, his eyes immediately lit up. He's here. After he finished speaking, Tan Zhonglin said to everyone, "This is the doctor I showed you the surgery video last time." After everyone heard it, their eyes immediately lit up. They did not know who Chen Song was, but the video of him suturing the tendons had already become a classic teaching piece in the Provincial People's Hospital's hand surgery department. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Who was this person? He could complete the suturing of tendons with such low adhesion. Chen Song nodded slightly at everyone. When Zhang Keqin saw Chen Song, he actually grinned. "Dr. Xiao Chen, long time no see." Chen Song was speechless. He can still smile at this time. Zhang Keqin was still very conscious because he anesthetized the brachial plexus nerve. By the looks of it, he seemed to be very curious about his surgery and could not wait to get up and see how they performed the surgery. Zhang Keqin was a typical boorish man from the north. He was tall and strong, and his square face was very dignified. Chen Song turned around and was instantly stunned. His index finger was severed. How ruthless was that? Tan Zhonglin turned around and looked at Chen Song. "Are you ready? We're all waiting for you." Chen Song nodded. In finger replantation, the first thing to be sutured was the tendon, followed by the blood vessels, and then the nerves. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Song held a pair of forceps and carefully examined the situation. The severed end of the index finger was at the root, but it was not severed neatly. In fact, the fracture was not even neat. When the flexor tendon of the superficial finger was damaged, the flexor tendon of the deep finger was also damaged. At the same time, the extensor tendon of the finger was also severely damaged. The patient's condition was very bad. Tan Zhonglin could not help but ask, "How is it? Are you confident?" Zhang Keqin smiled. "It's okay. It's okay to lose a finger." Chen Song could not help but say, "It's okay." Everyone sighed. How could it be okay? The extension function of the finger was more complicated than the flexor function. It was related to the external muscles of the hand, and it also required the involvement of the tendon of the hand. Only when the two were distributed and coordinated in an extremely ingenious way could the finger be extended normally. Everyone thought that Chen Song was comforting Zhang Keqin. Even Tan Zhonglin could not help but sigh. The reason he was called Chen Song was because he could not suture well. He could not guarantee it. Tan Zhonglin believed that there was only one person in Danyang province who could surpass him in suturing, and that was little Chen. Chen Song, he placed his hopes on Chen Song this time. Even he felt a little ashamed. Chen Song turned around and said to the scrub nurse, "Surgical thread number 3. Everyone was stunned. Chen Song wanted to suture the extensor tendon first. This was more difficult than suturing the flexor tendon first. Chen Song took the surgical thread and took a deep breath. His eyes began to think about how to suture the patient. In this situation, he should suture the central part of the extensor tendon and the lateral cord at the same time. This way, the work would definitely be more difficult. Chen Song turned around and said to the doctor beside him, "Help me get the needle holder." The other party was a man in his 30s. He nodded. Chen Song first used the hemostatic forceps to tighten the severed end of the tendon. Then, he flipped the hemostatic forceps to reveal the severed end. He quickly said, "Give me the needle." Chen Song quickly adjusted the tendon axis. He chose a position corresponding to the suture point near the distal end and crossed the needle diagonally. The needle was drawn out 3 mm away from the severed end. Similarly, he crossed the needle diagonally and symmetrically 3 times. This set of movements stunned the doctor who was holding the needle holder. Almost without thinking, the whole suturing process was very fast. It was not that Chen Song did not want to slow down, but he wanted to use the tension when he pulled the needle closer to the tendon to minimize the loss of suturing the tendon. Tendons sutured from severed fingers were different from those sutured from ordinary tendons. This set of movements was smooth and there were almost no stoppages. This made Tan Zhonglin a little worried. Would the degree of fit not be enough? This was also a question that everyone was asking. Could you guarantee a fit so fast? Obviously, their worries were unnecessary. When a sutured tendon appeared in front of everyone, even Tan Zhonglin could not help but be a little dumbfounded. This is AF asterisk king acrobatic, right? No, this is magic, it is definitely not for surgery. There were 2 severed ends just now, and now there was a complete sutured tendon. Chen Song was very confident. His eyes were full of confidence. In fact, this kind of tendon did not need too many stitches at all, but you had to ensure that every stitch was just right to suture the tendon. This was very delicate. For example, Chen Song's set of movements just now had the effect of showing off. In fact, this was not showing off, but a special suturing technique for tendons. However, this suturing technique required a very solid and strict foundation in suturing. Coincidentally, Chen's tendon suturing was at master level. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Tan Zhonglin. The few people who participated in the surgery could not help but gulp. Damn, is he here to scare us? There was a complicated meaning in Tan Zhonglin's eyes. He has improved again, and improved again. Moreover, this kind of improvement was a qualitative breakthrough. Tan Zhonglin found it hard to believe that a junior doctor in his 20s could have such profound tendon suturing skills. Last time, he had already given them enough shock. And this time, their worldview was refreshed. Wasn't this too terrifying, compared to Tan Zhonglin? The surrounding junior doctors did not know how to describe their feelings at this moment. There was even a sense of frustration in his heart. What kind of monster did boss find? With the suture of the extensor tendon, no one seemed to be worried about the flexor tendon anymore. After all, the most difficult part had already been sutured. What was this? Not long after, the suture was completed. Ding. Your tendon suturing has convinced all the doctors present. You have obtained one of Tan Zhonglin's basic skills. Please choose. Ding. Since your performance just now has convinced everyone and you have completed the surgery perfectly, you have triggered the follow-up mission. Assist in the suturing of the blood vessels. Once the mission is completed, you can activate the finger replantation technique. Chen Song was stunned. He had actually triggered the follow-up mission, and he had actually obtained the finger replantation technique. No, was it activated? What was the difference between activating and obtaining? There shouldn't be much of a difference, right? When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but feel happy. Finger replantation technique was a high-level surgery. Some hospitals treated it as a level 3 surgery. Even the 2nd provincial hospital did not carry it out. This might be the first level 3 surgery he was about to have. Right now, the operating theaters in the emergency department mainly carried out 2 types of surgeries. One was the surgery in the field of general surgery, which Chen Bingxing was in charge of. It mainly focused on the surgery of the liver, gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, stomach, and intestines. The other was the hand surgery, which Department Director in Yanjun was in charge of. However, Department Director An's hand surgery had not been fully carried out yet. The main reason was that the equipment and instruments were still on the way. When everything was back, the hand surgery in the emergency department would become the only hand surgery base in the 2nd provincial hospital. In fact, it had always been Li Baoshan's idea to carry out hand surgery. However, it was more troublesome to apply for an operating theater. Even this time, Li Baoshan had to go through a lot of trouble and put in a lot of effort to apply for an operating theater. Now, it was time to receive the award. Tan Zhonglin stood in front of Chen Song. It was like a skill library, and Chen Song needed to choose one. However, only the basic skills could be chosen. Advanced blood vessel suturing. Pass. Advanced tendon suturing. No. Advanced debridement and dressing change. Pass. Advanced nerve suturing. Amazing, it's you. When Chen Song saw the advanced nerve suturing, he did not hesitate and chose to receive it. This skill was not easy to obtain. Moreover, the difficulty level of nerve suturing was much more subtle than tendon suturing. The difficulty level was also more complicated. If he could obtain this skill, it would be perfect. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained advanced nerve suturing. Special effect, precision. After the tendon suturing was completed, the most important step of finger replantation was about to arrive, that was the suturing of blood vessels. The most important thing in anastomosing small blood vessels was endurance and patience. In summary, endurance was required, because the surgery was carried out under a microscope. The entire surgery process was very delicate. Without great endurance and perseverance, it was very difficult to complete the work well. Chen Song was about to speak when he suddenly realized that the doctor who held the needle for him had already picked up the blood vessel suturing needle and was preparing to do it. This stunned Chen Song. How was he supposed to speak in this situation? Was he supposed to use a needle holder? That would not be good. They were all civilized people. Was there no way to complete the mission? When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but sigh as he looked at the man. At this moment, Zhou Yang had already noticed that Chen Song was staring at the needle holder in his hand for a long time. His gaze seemed to be filled with longing and "I'm awesome?" He thought of how Chen Song used a set of sharp, smooth, and perfect tendon suturing skills just now. Zhou Yang was moved. Should he allow this great god to ascend the throne? When he thought of this, Zhou Yang raised the needle holder and could not help but ask, "You?" Chen Song was stunned. He took the needle holder and smiled. "You're welcome." Zhou Yang froze. "Did I say that I wanted to thank you? Was I being courteous?" Tan Zhonglin could not help but ask, "Xiao Chen, you know how to suture blood vessels?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes. I'm about at the same level as suturing tendons." The moment he said this, the result was self-evident. As expected, Tan Zhonglin's eyes lit up. He instantly betrayed Zhou Yang and smiled happily. "Dr. Zhou, let Xiao Chen suture it." Zhou Yang nodded. "Who doesn't suture, but why do I feel so wronged?" When he watched Chen Song suture, he had already composed the song "My Needle Holder" in his heart. "You're the one who took my needle holder away." "It's okay, I still have my eyes." "You're the one who underestimated my skills." "But I will never surrender to you." To be honest, it was Chen Song's first time suturing a small blood vessel. If it were not for the guide from a famous teacher and the tempting mission reward, Chen Song would not have been willing to act like a boss. Chen Song adjusted the 8x scope. The microscope was adjusted to 8x. The wound was already very clean. Chen Song cut off the 2 mm epicardium at the fracture. Chen Song took the microforceps and did not know where to put the scissors. He looked at Zhou Yang, who was helping him with his gaze. He thought for a while and passed the small scissors in his hand to him. Zhou Yang was stunned and took it. He became an equipment dealer with an innocent look on his face. He was responsible for the bridge between the scrub nurse and Chen Song. Chen Song used the microforceps to clamp the epicardium and pulled it in the direction of the fracture slightly. Then, he took the small scissors in Zhou Yang's hand and neatly cut off a 0.2 mm section of the blood vessel. He made the epicardium retract slightly and the middle layer and intima protrude slightly. This way, the fracture of the blood vessel was smooth and flat, and the removal of the epicardium was appropriate. The stitch distance and edge distance of the finger vein and finger artery had to be uniform. Usually, the edge distance was 0.1 mm to 0.2 mm, and the stitch distance was 0.2 mm to 0.3 mm. Chen Song was very good at this. After all, his vascular suture skill had just gained a special effect, tight. Tight did not only mean that the suture was more compact, but also that the stitch distance was highly accurate, the pressure in the vein was lower, and the stitch distance was wider than the artery. The suture began. Chen Song's fingers were nimble. It did not take long for the finger vein to be sutured. This speed. Zhou Yang was stunned. "Are you kidding me? Are you suturing the blood vessel or did you just stick it with 502 glue? This is a small blood vessel, and it's an operation under a microscope. It's a suturing technique that requires patience and endurance. Are you *king cheating?" Tan Zhonglin was also dumbfounded. "Aren't you suturing the blood vessel a little too fast?" After that, Chen Song did not immediately start suturing the artery. Instead, he sutured the soft tissue or skin around the vein several times to protect the blood vessel from dryness and damage. This detail made everyone's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was an expert. Next was the suturing of the artery. The suturing of the artery had to be firm and tight. Naturally, Chen Song had to activate the compassionate doctor's hand suture mode. Just as Chen Song was about to take the scissors, he saw Zhou Yang hand it over with a smile on his face. Chen Song nodded in satisfaction to show his encouragement. After trimming the rupture of the artery with the adventitia, the vascular clamp was loosened. The proximal rupture should have a good spurt of blood before the artery could be sutured. Chen Song deliberately slowed down because the arterial insufficiency during the operation was mainly caused by spasticity of the digital artery or slight stenosis and irregularity of the anastomosis. If the suture was not smooth, the anastomosis would need to be cut off decisively and resutured. This would undoubtedly be detrimental to the recovery of the patient later on. Chen Song wanted to perform a delicate suture. Chen Song was very careful with every stitch and thread. Under the guidance of a great teacher's guidance, Chen Song could clearly see the sutured artery. The suture was complete. This meant that the blood vessel suture was nearing its end. The next step was to see how effective the suture was. Thinking of this, Chen Song said to Zhou Yang, "Let go of the vascular clamp." The surrounding people also began to look forward to it. After all, Chen Song's operation was too beautiful. It did not look like a surgery at all. It looked more like a performance. Tan Zhonglin could not help but be impressed. There was no one else who could perform the surgery so beautifully. After the vascular clamp was released, the artery distal to the anastomosis was filled and pulsated. The blood supply at the distal end of the replanted finger was good. The skin color turned from pale to rosy, and the skin temperature rose. This time, the surrounding people were happy. Tan Zhonglin was happy and said excitedly, "Dr. Zhou, let's do a blood strangulation test and see how the artery is patched." Zhou Yang nodded and gently strangled the finger. The blood supply immediately stopped. Department Director. Perfect. The blood strangulation test could prove whether the artery was patched or not. However, if the strangulation was too heavy, it would damage the blood vessels and cause embolization and anastomosis to fail later on. After a while, Tan Zhonglin took a needle and pricked the fingertip slightly. Immediately, blood flowed out. The blood circulation was successfully reconstructed. This time, everyone was happy. The blood vessel suture was successful. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Song had completed almost half of the finger suture technique. Chen Song was too embarrassed to perform the nerve suture next. Zhou Yang was very humble this time. "You're welcome. You can do it." Chen Song quickly moved to the support position. "You do it. I'll be your assistant." Zhou Yang was flattered. "A god is going to be my assistant. What should I do if my hand trembles a little?" Fortunately, Zhou Yang's skills were solid. His nerve suture was methodical. Chen Song did not continue with the last operation. Everyone did it one by one. However, Chen Song had completed half of the finger replantation technique. He had even completed the small blood vessel suture and tendon suture, which were the most challenging part of the technique. At this time, everyone looked at Chen Song in amazement. Indeed, this young doctor gave everyone a surgery performance to their heart's content. Zhou Yang, who was the closest to the audience, had a deeper understanding. This was an expert. If the needle holder was snatched away, so be it. It did not matter. If he was an expert, he should have the demeanor of an expert. The surgery ended. Tan Zhonglin looked at Zhang Keqin and smiled. The surgery was very successful. You have to thank Dr. Xiaochen. If it were not for him, today would not have gone so smoothly. Based on my experience with the surgery just now, your hand may be recovering very well. As long as you recover well in the future, your life will not be affected. Zhang Keqin's face lit up when he heard that. One had to know that when his finger was broken, his heart was broken. But, no matter what, he might have to retire to the second line in the future. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel sad. When Chen Song saw this, he could not help but sigh. Being a criminal police officer was really a high-risk profession. Chen Song looked at Zhang Keqin with eyes full of admiration and respect. This person was worthy of his respect. Some people carry the burden for us silently. Zhang Keqin looked at Chen Song. Thank you. Chen Song shook his head and looked at Zhang Keqin seriously. Captain Zhang, thank you. Tan Zhonglin and the others around them were also shocked for no reason. They said in unison, Captain Zhang, thank you. Zhang Keqin actually could not hold back his words. 2 lines of turbid tears flowed out of his eyes. A burly man in tears in the operating theater. It was worth it, it was all worth it. With their recognition, Zhang Keqin felt that all of this was worth it. He was a burly man made of iron and blood. Hot blood flowed through his veins, and hot tears gushed out of his eyes. How many people have sacrificed their youth for our lives? How many people have sacrificed their health for our peace? This chapter is dedicated to all the people who have silently worked hard for our lives. It is because of you that we can smile like the spring breeze and look calm. Captain Zhang, thank you. Ding. Vascular suture mission completed. Finger replantation activated. Chen Song was elated. Is it finally here? I'm already in position. So awesome, come. Finger replantation. Finger replantation, advanced, level 3 surgery, activation requirement, 1, level 20, 2, advanced vascular suture, 3, advanced nerve suture, 4, advanced tendon suture. Ding. Please activate finger replantation after reaching level 20. Chen Song looked at it coldly with a sorrowful expression. He took a deep breath. System, you're getting more and more arrogant. You gave me 2 or 3 rewards for a debridement and suture mission. Now, you're asking me to prepare 4 conditions for a surgical skill. Is it because I can't hold a scalpel anymore? I'm getting more and more arrogant. As the #1 fan in the audience, Zhou Yang watched the surgery from beginning to end. He was not willing to miss a single part of the surgery. When he saw Chen Song staring at Zhang Kachin's wound with a sorrowful expression, he could not help but feel a little sentimental. Specialist Chen is a sentimental person. He's virtuous and skillful, he's benevolent and virtuous enough to help the world. He also has superb medical skills that can bring people back to life. Such a person can be called a role model. When he thought of this, Zhou Yang took out his phone. He wanted to add Chen Song as a friend so that they could communicate more in the future. Chen Song happened to turn around. Zhou Yang was so shocked that he retracted his hand and almost dropped his phone. Chen Song looked at Zhou Yang and smiled. Thank you for just now. Zhou Yang quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Dr. Chen's operation just now has refreshed my understanding of tendon suturing, and the suturing of blood vessels was even more satisfying. You put on a visual feast for our eyes. The surrounding doctors also came over. Yes, Dr. Chen, you're amazing. Dr. A said, yes, Dr. Chen. Seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. We've admired you for a long time. Chen Song was speechless. Chen Song was stunned. This is my first time here, right? Can't you flatter me more sincerely? Dr. B said, it's true, Teacher Chen. We grew up watching your videos. Chen Song's scalp went numb. Why is he calling me Teacher Chen? I grew up watching videos of you. Why does it sound so weird, Chen Song, video? What video? When Tan Zhonglin heard that, he glared at them. If you have the resources, you can just secretly watch and learn. Do you have to say it out loud? Tan Zhonglin blushed and smiled awkwardly. Oh. Dr. Xiao Chen, it's like this. When I went to your hospital last time, I happened to see your surgery, so I took the surveillance camera away. There's a video of your surgery in it. I'm really sorry that I didn't get your permission. When Chen Song heard this, he understood. So it was about this. It's fine. We're all in the same industry. We'll have to communicate more in the future. Everyone nodded. Yes, 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 we must learn from Teacher Chen. Chen Song looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. He quickly said goodbye. I have to go back to the hospital. Director Tan, and everyone else, I'll see you again in the future. When Tan Zhonglin heard that, he quickly said, wait, Xiao Chen, I'll go to the 2nd Provincial Hospital with you. I have something to talk to your director about. Chen Song nodded. The young man had been waiting outside for a long time. Dr. Chen. You're out. Thank you very much. From now on, you'll be a family member of the criminal police team. If you need anything, you can call us directly. The young man really couldn't think of anything to thank Chen Song. Chen Song smiled. It's fine. This is our job. After saying that, Chen Song turned around and was about to leave. The young man quickly said, I'll send you off, Dr. Chen. Chen Song was stunned. This isn't considered a mission, right? Can you drive a police car? The young man shook his head. This is a mission. Li Jianwei and a few surgical directors discussed the problem of the minimally invasive wound for the entire morning in the office. After it was over, Li Jianwei suddenly said, Baoshan, let's go to the emergency department to take a look. Taomi nodded. Yes, I also want to see what that kid, Chen Song, is doing. Zhang Youfu didn't say anything and silently followed behind everyone. Li Baoshan was so angry that he glared at him, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't let him go. The few of them walked together and went to the emergency department on the first floor. Li Baoshan brought Li Jianwei and the others around to look around. The average number of patients in the emergency department has reached more than 100 per day. Although it can't be compared to the old hospitals like the First People's Hospital of Eastern University, the speed of development is still very good. Li Jianwei nodded. It's all thanks to Director Li. Although Zhang Youfu was a little prejudiced against Li Baoshan, he didn't doubt Li Baoshan's ability at all. Moreover, this result was real. The development of the emergency department was actually the most difficult among the many departments to develop, and its development speed was also the slowest. First of all, it was more difficult to cultivate talents in the emergency department. This was because the diseases in the emergency department were complicated and there were all kinds of things. As an emergency doctor, if you didn't have some ability, you wouldn't be confident at all. After seeing the patient, even if the patient didn't panic, you would panic. It was unlike the specialist departments, where there was only one type of disease and a fixed way of cultivating talents. It was very easy for a group of good or even excellent doctors to appear. After looking at it for a while, Li Jianwei found it boring. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he wanted to see Chen Song. By the way, where's Xiao Chen? Why don't I see Xiao Chen? Li Jianwei asked casually. Li Baoshan sighed. You guys only know that you're up to no good. You didn't come to the emergency department to look at the work in the emergency department. You're clearly here to see Chen Song. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan shook his head. I'll ask. Li Baoshan walked to the office. Where did Xiao Chen go? It was very difficult for doctors in the emergency department to sit in the office peacefully. They were all busy. They were either in the operating theater or in the treatment room. In any case, there was not much time to sit in the office peacefully. At this moment, only Yuan Fan was in the office. Yuan Fan was a postgraduate student. After graduating, he did not get into the establishment. He found some connections to sign a contract with the Second Provincial Hospital and was arranged to work in the emergency department. He was much better than temporary workers like Wang Yong and Chen Song in all aspects. After all, he also had a bonus. However, compared to Wang Qian and Qin Yu, he was slightly worse. After all, there were only 3 types of insurance, and the bonus was basically the same after 3 years. The Second Provincial Hospital treated contract workers very well. Therefore, many people were willing to work here as temporary workers. Basically, when they were almost done, the department would fight for an opportunity to ask the hospital for a few spots. Li Baoshan saw Yuan Fan. Little Yuan? Have you seen Chen Song? Yuan Fan hesitated for a moment. Director. Xiao Chen seems to have gone out. Li Baoshan was stunned. He went out? Where did he go? Yuan Fan shook his head. I'm not too sure. I didn't ask in detail. However, I saw him take off his white coat when he left. He shouldn't be in the hospital. He might have something to do and went out in a hurry. Didn't he call you? Li Baoshan was stunned. He picked up his phone and saw that there was a missed call. It was from Chen Song. Where did this kid go? Li Baoshan looked at Yuan Fan thoughtfully and said, All right, little Yuan, you can go back to your work. Li Baoshan picked up the phone and was about to call Chen Song when he suddenly saw a police car parked at the door through the glass window. Li Baoshan frowned. He put down the phone and hurriedly ran out. It was definitely not a small matter for the 110 to come to the emergency department. He would settle the score with Chen Song later for leaving his post during working hours. When Li Jianwei and the others who came with Li Baoshan saw Li Baoshan running out in a hurry, they also hurriedly followed him outside. But just as they went out, everyone was dumbfounded. P.S. There are still 4 chapters after 12 p.m. This chapter. I missed it. I originally planned to publish it at 12 p.m., but I clicked on it wrong. After Li Baoshan, Li Jianwei, and the others ran out of the emergency department, the police car stopped. Yuan Fan saw this scene through the window and muttered in his heart, "What happened?" Thinking of this, he quickly got up and ran out. He saw a young man in a police uniform running down and quickly opening the door for the back seat. When Li Baoshan saw this, he also pondered for a moment. Could it be some kind of leader? Why did he come to the hospital? After the police opened the door, a man came out. This person was actually Chen Song. This time, Li Baoshan was shocked. After all, there were only 2 possibilities for someone to open the door in a police car. One was a leader, and the other was a criminal. Chen Song was obviously not a leader. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan's expression changed. He was about to rush forward, but Li Jianwei pulled his arm. Wait. Li Baoshan saw that after Chen Song came down, he did not seem to be controlled. Did Xiaochen not commit a crime? Therefore, Li Baoshan walked straight up. However, he saw a person coming down from the back seat. Li Baoshan took a closer look. Tan Zhonglin, why is he in a police car with Chen Song? Li Baoshan was confused. Li Jianwei was also at a loss. The field of surgery in Ammoniang City was only so big, and there were only so many people coming and going. Moreover, Tan Zhonglin was quite special. Because in Dongyang province, there were not many departments that had developed the hand surgery department. The people of the province were one, and the second People's Hospital of Dongyang University was another. Tan Zhonglin was naturally very popular in the eyes of the major hospitals. He was often invited by the hospitals for consultations or surgeries. When he saw Tan Zhonglin come down, Li Jianwei took the initiative to go up and greet him. Chief Tan? Hee, long time no see. Why are you here? Tan Zhonglin smiled and went up to them. After shaking hands with Li Jianwei and Li Baoshan, Tan Zhonglin joked, "I'm here to apologize today." Li Baoshan was immediately curious. Ah? Apologize? Apologize for what? Everyone pricked up their ears and widened their eyes. Tan Zhonglin then explained, "In the morning, there was a surgery that was quite urgent, so I invited Xiaochen to go to the province to help out." Li Baoshan's eyes widened. Xiaochen? Go to your place and perform surgery for you? What could he do to help? The Provincial People's Hospital is full of talents. How could they be short of talents? When Tan Zhonglin heard that, he immediately shook his head. It seemed that Li Baoshan still did not know about Chen Song's tendon suturing technique, so he said, "That's right. I went to look for Xiaochen for help. Today's surgery is more difficult, and there are some small steps that even I am not sure about. I thought about it and there is only one person who can help me, and that is Xiaochen." This sentence stunned everyone present. How high of an evaluation was this? Tan Zhonglin, the head of the hand surgery department in Ammonium City, took the initiative to say that Chen Song did better than him. Who else could have such an honor? The surrounding chief physicians were also surprised. What kind of surgery was Chen Song proficient in? It actually made Tan Zhonglin praise him like this. Yuan Fan, who was still standing, widened his eyes in disbelief. This Chen Song. How? This was impossible, but the truth was right in front of everyone, and there was no room for doubt. Could it be that a person as famous as Tan Zhonglin was just acting along with Chen Song? At this moment, the young man in the police uniform sent Chen Song off. He stood up and walked to the front of Chen Song, and saluted seriously. "Dr. Chen. Thank you for saving our captain. I'll go back first, I still have things to do at the police station." Chen Song nodded. "Thank you very much. Be careful on the road." The young man drove away. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Is this real? At this moment, Li Baoshan saw that there were more and more people around to watch the show. "Xiaochen, follow me to the office." Everyone then returned to the director's office. After listening to Chen Song explain the whole story, Li Jianwei and the others could not accept it for a moment. Was this kid not too monstrous? Even Li Baoshan wanted to pull Chen Song aside and ask, "What else can you do?" The more Tan Zhonglin looked at Chen Song, the more satisfied he was. His eyes were full of admiration, and he could not wait to take him away. The Provincial People's Hospital's hand surgery department was short of manpower, and the new generation of young people had not grown up yet. If Chen Song could join and focus on training him, he might be able to bring the Provincial People's Hospital's hand surgery department back to glory. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin looked at Li Baoshan. Director Li, today I bypassed you and directly asked Xiaochen for help. The situation was really urgent, and I apologize to you. Then, he smiled and said to everyone, I came today mainly because I have something to discuss with Dean Qin. I won't disturb everyone. Xiaochen, let's talk when we're free. With that, Tan Zhonglin turned and left. Seeing this, Chen Song also quickly stood up. Director, I'm leaving too. You guys take your time. Li Baoshan was about to nod when Li Jianwei suddenly waved his hand. Don't rush, Xiaochen. I came today to discuss something with you. Chen Song nodded. Director Li, please go ahead. Li Jianwei smiled. It's not a big deal. It's about your modified laparoscopic surgery's minimally invasive wound research. The hospital attaches great importance to it and feels that this is a research with great potential. You can apply for a research project, and the hospital will support you and strive to promote this technology. So, I want you to be the person in charge of this research project. What do you think? When Chen Song heard this, he quickly shook his head. This? Director Li, I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me. I graduated from my undergraduate degree and started working. I've never been in contact with scientific research, so I'm not very good at scientific research. I only know how to treat patients and perform surgeries. It's fine if you want me to work hard to improve the surgical method, but if you want me to do scientific research, I'm afraid I'll mess it up. When Li Jianwei heard this, he suddenly smiled and shook his head. There's no need to worry about that. Director Li Baoshan will be the person in charge of the research project. You'll be the technical supporter and provider. You don't have to worry about anything else. Director Zhang Youfu will be in charge of the clinical work. As for your academic qualifications, this is not urgent. This year, our hospital and Dongyang Medical University are collaborating to cultivate postgraduate students. We'll contact the school and see if we can use this opportunity to get you a free student. This year, you can follow this batch of students and go straight to graduate school. Anyway, postgraduate students are now housemen in the hospital. We'll help you solve these problems. You'll be in charge of this research project with Director Li and Director Zhang. What do you think? When Chen Song heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. How could there be such a good thing? He could follow the postgraduate students directly. Chen Song did not refuse. He quickly said, Thank you, Director Li. Li Jianwei nodded. Go do your work. After Chen Song left, everyone looked at Li Jianwei with some curiosity in their eyes. After all, these things were not mentioned just now. This was not even the result of everyone's discussion. Not to mention the postgraduate students. Li Jianwei looked at everyone and sighed. You must be wondering why I promised so much? Everyone nodded. Li Jianwei smiled bitterly. I didn't think about this at first. Including promising Xiaochen a postgraduate student, this was all a last-minute idea. But, didn't you see the look in Tan Zhonglin's eyes just now? He wanted to kidnap Xiaochen. To put it bluntly, whether Xiaochen is in the emergency department, the cardiology department, or the general surgery department in the future, as long as it's in our hospital, it's fine. I won't even care about these things. However, Tan Zhonglin's arrival rang the alarm bell for me. As you can see, Xiaochen is only 27 years old. At such a young age, he already has so many specialties. Even Tan Zhonglin, who is from the province, has a heart of love for talent, let alone others. Then, here's the question. Can we keep Xiaochen? To put it bluntly, don't you know the standard of the 2nd Provincial Hospital's surgery department? The surgery department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital can only be said to be mid-tier in Ammonium City. Young people don't want a future more than you. At this point, everyone sighed one after another. Li Jianwei continued, therefore, whether it's hardware, funds, or even the upper limit of technology, or future development prospects, we don't have an advantage. If we want to keep Chen Song, we can only rely on one thing. That is to rely on the resources in our hands to nurture Xiao Chen. When he needs to develop the most, we can extend a helping hand and help him develop. In that case, even if Xiao Chen leaves our hospital in the future, this is still his route. When our hospital needs him, Xiao Chen will also extend a helping hand. These words caused everyone to fall silent. That might be the truth. After Li Jianwei finished speaking, he smiled. Of course, I might have overestimated him. After all, I can't see anything yet. However, he's our employee after all. We should still work hard to nurture him. P.S. F***CK. I originally wanted to update at 12 o'clock, but I posted a chapter in advance. Chen Song returned to his office, put on his white coat, and sat down. Qinyu ran over eagerly. Chen Song, you're awesome. You've become a freelance surgeon in the province. Amazing. How much did you pay? Chen Song was stunned. That's right, it seems like. Tan Zhonglin didn't give me a single cent. When he thought of this, Chen Song did not feel any heartache. Yes. He really did not feel any heartache. The most important thing was that he obtained two amazing skills. One was advanced nerve suturing. It was an advanced finger replantation skill waiting to be activated. The second skill was awesome. After all, it was a level 3 surgery. The second provincial hospital had not started it yet. When department director An's equipment arrived, Chen Song would be a new red flag. When he thought of this, Chen Song suddenly felt that he should hurry up and level up. He was only level 17 now. There was still a long way to go to level 20. He should hurry up and level up with the help of great teacher guidance. When Qinyu saw that Chen Song did not speak for a long time, he directly elbowed Chen Song. Hurry up and say it. You're so shy. Mondo thinks that you're an auntie. Chen Song turned around and looked at Qinyu with an aggrieved expression. Can I tell you that I forgot to ask him for it? When Qinyu saw Chen Song's expression, he instantly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Chen Song, you're too funny. Wang Qian also hurriedly came over. Song, what's it like to be a freelance surgeon? Tell us about it. Chen Song thought for a while. Actually, it's nothing much. When I reach the hospital, someone will serve me. When I enter the surgery, someone will put on my clothes. When I reach out, someone will pass me the equipment. When I lower my head, someone will pull the retractor. When I raise my head, someone will wipe my sweat. When I turn around, someone will shout 666, Wang Qian's eyes widened. They were filled with envy. F***CK. F***CK. This surgery feels so good. This is the ultimate dream of a surgeon. Song, let's discuss this. How about you bring me along next time? Chen Song rolled his eyes. If anything happens, you'll be responsible. I'll take you there. When Wang Qian heard this, he patted Chen Song's shoulder and said, Song, I've finally seen through you. Brother on the surface. Chen Song smiled and suddenly looked at Wang Qian thoughtfully. Wang Qian, favorability, 30. Qinyu, favorability, 32. Chen Song turned around and looked at the doctors in the department whom he usually interacted with. In fact, everyone knew who was close to them and who was not. Basically, they had a rough idea of who was close to them and who was not. Sure, favorability, 30. There were not many people in the department, but based on these few data, 30 should mean that their relationship was relatively good. At this moment, Chen Song saw Yuan Fan walk in. He smiled and glanced at Chen Song. Chen Song, you're amazing. You can even go out for freelance surgery. You have to treat me, right? Chen Song smiled and did not say anything. He had a thought. Yuan Fan, favorability -10. Chen Song was stunned. It turned out that there was really a negative favorability. In this case, 0 should be the favorability of an ordinary person. A positive number meant that their relationship with him was not bad. A negative number meant that their relationship was not good, or they did not like him. Chen Song thought about it and suddenly felt that this favorability was not bad. At least, this Yuan Fan in front of him, who seemed to be very close to him, actually did not like him. When Yuan Fan saw that Chen Song did not say anything, he smiled and walked over. He said enviously, "Chen Song, this trip will cost you at least 1,000 RMB, right? It's so comfortable to earn this money. We work so hard in the hospital, and we earn a few thousand RMB a month. You're going out a few times, and it's equivalent to our monthly income. You have to treat everyone to something good." Qingyu covered his mouth and said with a smile, "Haha." Chen Song said that he forgot to take the money. Yuan Fan was stunned, and he could not help but smile. How could he believe that? But, when he thought about how Chen Song could be a freelance surgeon, Yuan Fan felt very jealous. Chen Song smiled. "Dr. Yuan, you must be joking. I've been working as a temporary worker for 2 years, and I only earn a little more than 2,000 RMB a month. But Dr. Yuan, you earn a few thousand RMB a month. 1 month is half a year for me. Dr. Yuan, shouldn't you first make up for the food I've been working for the past 2 years?" When Yuan Fan heard that, he was stunned. His face darkened, and he smiled. "Xiao Chen, you have to change your stingy character. You're a regular worker, and you can still perform freelance surgery. It's not good to be so stingy." Chen Song smiled and ignored him. Ding. Yuan Fan's favorability -5. Chen Song shook his head. There were many people like this in life. When you were in dire straits, they would never help you. They would even look down on you. But when you were living well, they would be jealous. When they saw that you were earning money, they would ask you to treat them to a meal. Otherwise, they would find all kinds of reasons to borrow money from you. If you did not treat them or give them money, they would spread rumors about you. Anyway, they just could not stand seeing you doing well. They kept saying that you were stingy, but in the end, they never treated you to a meal. Qingyu was unhappy. He immediately said, "Yuan Fan, you said that Chen Song is stingy. We've been in the emergency department for 2 years, and Chen Song still treated us to a meal. I've never seen you treat us to a meal." Yuan Fan's face darkened when he heard that. Ding. Yuan Fan's favorability -5. Chen Song was stunned. What the F***CK? Is this even possible? Qingyu said that you're hurting me, but you're hurting me. Brother, isn't this a little too much? It seemed that this favorability was still very useful. After all, one could never judge a book by its cover. With this favorability, at least he did not have to worry about being attacked. Wang Qian patted Chen Song's shoulder and smiled faintly. When it was almost time to get off work, Chen Song received a call from Guoqing. "Xiao Chen, what time are you getting off work? I'll send someone to pick you up." "Let's have lunch together," Guoqing said with a smile on the phone. In fact, although Guoqing's skills were limited, he was still very good at handling matters. Otherwise, he would not have become the director of the 8th City Hospital at such a young age. Although the development of the 8th City Hospital's surgery department was not good, the relevant departments had always been very supportive. After all, it was an old hospital and was responsible for the health of many people here. Chen Song said, "Director Gua, I get off work at 12 o'clock. There's no need to eat. I'll go over directly in a while." Guoqing smiled. "It's not anyone else. It's Jin Donglai's son, Jin Qingji. His father has recovered very well these 2 days and is very grateful to you. He was afraid that you wouldn't come if he invited you, so he specially asked me to invite you over for a meal." Chen Song did not refuse again. He nodded and agreed. "All right then, I get off work at 12 o'clock. Let's meet at the west gate of the 2nd City Hospital." Guoqing smiled. Okay. People in this world could not be exempted from convention. Chen Song was the same. In the doctor's profession, it was relatively easy to accumulate connections. Your patients were all kinds of people. After interacting with them for more than 10 days, it was easy to get along with them. Chen Bingxing did this very well. After the patient was discharged from the hospital, he often kept in touch and got along like a friend. Chen Song still felt that he should participate in this kind of social interaction. Qingyu's house was in a nearby residential building. It was less than 10 minutes away, so he went home for lunch every day. Lao Chen was also quite strange recently. He went home early after his surgery every day. This was very rare. Only Wang Yong and Wang Qian accompanied him for lunch. Wang Qian patted Chen Song's shoulder skillfully. "Little Yong, Song, let's go for lunch." Wang Yong was also ready to get up after he finished packing. Chen Song said, "I have something to do in the afternoon. You can go first." The two nodded and left first. Chen Song changed his clothes and went to the west gate of the hospital. There was already a Maserati parked there. When the driver saw Chen Song coming over, he ran out of the car to welcome him. This should be Jin Qingji's driver. He was the one who drove Chen Song to the hospital last time. Ammoniang City was a second-tier city. Its economic development was average. A luxury car that cost 2 to 3 million was quite rare. It was inevitable that people would take a few more glances when it was parked at the hospital's entrance. Yuan Fan happened to pass by the west gate after he got off work. When he saw the Maserati from Beijing, he was envious and could not help but feel jealous. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the driver get out of the car to pick up Chen Song and take the initiative to open the back door for him. Yuan Fan was dumbfounded by this scene. Yuan Fan knew Chen Song's family and background very well. But, this scene was really hard for Yuan Fan to accept. Suddenly, Yuan Fan had a thought. Could it be, Chen Song might have gone to perform freelance surgery? When he thought of this, Yuan Fan was no longer in the mood to eat. He hurriedly took out his phone and took a few photos. He casually hailed a taxi and followed out. After Jin Qingji sent off Chen Song that day, he had a chat with Li He. At that time, Li He's words made him think back. He felt that he hadn't properly expressed his gratitude to Chen Song. Li He told him, "Your father's physical condition is not good, and he has been suffering from gastrointestinal disease for a long time, which has caused great damage to his digestive system." The surgery that day was not only a cholecystectomy, but also the repair of the duodenal fistula and the repair of the damaged colon. Most importantly, Chen Song's surgical technique was superb. Let's put it this way. Chen Song's repair can reduce the recurrence of your father's digestive system disease. It can even greatly reduce the damage and adhesions of his intestines. Unfortunately, I was too focused on his surgery at that time and forgot to take a video. Otherwise, this surgical video would be a classic case even in 301 hospital. After Jin Qingji heard this, he thought about it and decided to ask Chen Song out for a meal so that he could sincerely thank him. Chen Song's arrival made the dining table lively. It was obvious that Sun Jingwei, Guo Qing, and the others were regulars. However, Chen Song did not drink. After all, there was a surgery in the afternoon. The others drank less red wine, and it did not affect their work. When they left, Jin Qingji thanked Chen Song again. However, this time, he did not take out any money. Instead, he insisted on becoming friends with Chen Song. During the meal, Chen Song gained a few favorability points. This made Jin Qingji's favorability points reach 35. Chen Song estimated that this number was not low. After all, he was the one who saved Jin Qingji's father. This favorability point should include gratitude. Chen Song felt that it was good to befriend someone who might be able to help Chen Song in the future. However, this was a topic for another day. Chen Song still hoped that Chen Luo could take charge of things on his own. In Chen Dehai's words, if a man had a backer, he would lose the opportunity to become a mountain. Chen Song started the surgery at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, Chen Song performed a surgery in less than half an hour. After a little more than an hour, Chen Song removed 2 gallbladders. This brought him 300 clinical experience points. He was only 200 points away from reaching level 18. Chen Song was reluctant to use the experience pills. After all, his surgical experience was stuck and there was no way for him to break through. This caused Chen Song to be unable to level up. After the surgery, Chen Song hurried back to the hospital. This was because the few hospitalized patients who were admitted a few days ago had a full schedule of surgeries in the afternoon. It was time to level up. Chen Song did not want to waste time. Level 20 was a turning point. The system notified him that he would become an attending physician after level 20. The attending physician mentioned here meant that his ability had reached the level of an attending physician. Chen Song wanted to know what would happen. After reaching level 20, Could it be, like in the game, there would be a profession change? When he thought of this, Chen Song was filled with anticipation. What would this profession change be like? Just as he entered the hospital, Chen Song suddenly heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed Guo Cheng's request and completed 3 surgeries. Reward, improved laparoscopic cholecystectomy surgical method. Chen Song was delighted, he almost forgot about this mission. He opened the reward and heard a ding. Chen Song felt a large number of surgical images and the anatomical structure of the gallbladder appear in his mind. After some time, Chen Song opened his eyes, his face was filled with joy. As expected of an improved surgical method, through these little tricks, it could effectively reduce the cholecystectomy syndrome. The more Chen Song thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. These tricks not only gave Chen Song an additional surgical method, but most importantly, it also gave Chen Song a better understanding of cholecystectomy. Only with sufficient understanding could one be flexible and adaptable. At this moment, when a large number of surgical images and videos flooded Chen Song's mind, Chen Song combined them with his own surgical experience and suddenly gained a lot of understanding of cholecystectomy. Actually, speaking of which, cholecystectomy was not a major surgery, nor was it a particularly complicated surgery. Compared to appendectomy, it was indeed much more difficult. The main reason why it was difficult was that the physiological structure of the gallbladder was more complicated than that of the appendix. This caused one to be a level 2 surgery, while the other could only be a level 1 surgery in the novice village. The gallbladder region had the gallbladder triangle. Only by separating the gallbladder triangle could one attack the gallbladder. This was equivalent to giving the gallbladder a wall, making it more difficult to kill the gallbladder. As for those difficult cholecystectomies, it was nothing more than a more complicated barrier, a moat outside the wall, and a defensive barrier. The appendix, on the other hand, was pitiful. As the overlord of the novice village, it was only separated from the appendix. In other words, it was just a bluff by building a fence outside the appendix. As his understanding deepened, Chen Song suddenly felt enlightened. Ding! Congratulations, your cholecystectomy has been upgraded to master level. Cholecystectomy, master level. Special effect: 1. Laparoscopic cholecystectomy. 2. Reduce the post-cholecystectomy syndrome. Chen Song was elated, he actually achieved a breakthrough. He did not expect that this improved cholecystectomy could actually break through the shackles and achieve master level. It really surprised and delighted Chen Song. This was good news. This improved surgical method also became Chen Song's special effect too, reduce the post-cholecystectomy syndrome. This series of breakthroughs enlightened Chen Song, he finally understood what special effects were. He also finally understood the difference between master and advanced. The difference between master and advanced was that the surgeon had to have a sufficient understanding of the surgical skill on the basis of advanced, especially the key points, difficulties, and complications. Moreover, the surgeon had to solve these problems on such a basis, only then could the surgeon break through advanced, break through the shackles, and reach master. The improved laparoscopic cholecystectomy that Chen Song had just obtained was actually a further improvement on the basis of traditional laparoscopic cholecystectomy. The purpose of the improvement was to reduce post-cholecystectomy syndrome. Chen Song actually obtained this special effect after he achieved a breakthrough with this new surgical method. In other words, these special effects were actually surgical effects obtained through surgical techniques. For example, the special effect of intestinal anastomosis was firm. In fact, this special effect was the result of Chen Song's continuous practice. By learning and using various intestinal suture techniques, he could make the intestinal suture more firm and achieve the final effect of firm suture. If a surgeon knew how to perform surgery, but his surgery was mediocre and he could only complete the surgery without any special characteristics, he would only be mediocre, which was the so-called intermediate level. This feeling of enlightenment was great. Chen Song could not help but feel happy. He had gained a lot today. Moreover, the special effect of reducing post-cholecystectomy syndrome was very useful. Although cholecystectomy was simple, there would be a very obvious sequelae after the removal of the gallbladder. This sequelae was called post-cholecystectomy syndrome. More than 50% of the patients had this syndrome. Basically, anyone who had undergone this surgery would more or less know about it. Those who were interested could ask the people around them. Post-cholecystectomy syndrome was a general term for abdominal symptoms such as abdominal pain and dyspepsia in patients who had a history of cholecystectomy. It was not exactly a disease as there were many causes, and the clinical manifestations were different as well. Many diseases had nothing to do with cholecystectomy at all. This disease was jokingly called the unsolved mystery after cholecystectomy. Scientists and medical experts had conducted various studies, but the cause was unknown, and they could not find an accurate explanation. Therefore, Xianxia was extremely satisfied with this special effect. Xianxia went to the office, put on his white coat, and went straight to the operating theater. Now, Xianxia's schedule was more random. He did not need to stay in the office every day to write medical records. Every day, he would go to the operating theater to perform surgeries. When they entered the operating theater, Wang Yong had already started the first surgery. After Xianxia entered the operating theater, he was too lazy to change into a surgical gown. He just stood by the side and watched. It had to be said that Wang Yong had improved very quickly these days. Of course, this was also because Xianxia had given him enough opportunities to practice. In order to improve any surgical skill, it was necessary to train. Wang Yong saw Xianxia and nodded. Xianxia waved his hand. Continue. Wang Yong continued the operation. Xianxia glanced at Wang Yong. Ding. Wang Yong. Favorability, 50/50 favorability. It seemed that his teaching these days was not in vain. Wang Yong was the key to activating the master-disciple system, and Xianxia was more concerned about this. Seeing that the day of the assessment was approaching, Xianxia also hoped to teach Wang Yong more things. Xianxia was beside him and occasionally gave him some pointers. After the first surgery, Xianxia decided to try it out. He had just obtained an improved surgical method, and Xianxia wanted to try it out. There were 6 surgeries in the afternoon. Other than this one, there were 5 more. Xianxia planned to do these 5 surgeries himself. After the second surgery began, Xianxia said to Wang Yong, "Look carefully and see if there's any difference. This is a new surgical method that I've been researching recently. The specific effect is not bad. Look carefully." After Wang Yong heard this, he suddenly felt very emotional. Sometimes, he had to admit that the difference between people was too big. He did not understand what he did in the past, but others were starting to play new tricks. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash. Wang Yong immediately changed to a humble and sincere attitude to learn. Xianxia's surgery began. The first step was still to open the mouth and dig a well. Minimally invasive wound incision, digging a well, insertion of the pneumoperitoneum needle. The surgery was carried out in an orderly manner. This time, when Xianxia inserted the pneumoperitoneum needle, he deliberately shifted the angle. This way, it could reduce the risk of the pneumoperitoneum needle hurting the abdominal organs. During the abdominal puncture, the needle could cause various complications. It could seriously damage the internal organs, cause organ perforation, or even rupture of the aorta. If there was adhesion in the abdomen, it could cause emphysema in the omentum, mesentery, or peritoneum. More seriously, if the needle was inserted into the blood vessel and injected with carbon dioxide, it could cause embolism of carbon dioxide. Xianxia's improvement was based on his experience. He tried his best to avoid damaging the important tissues and organs through his surgical techniques and clinical experience. Wang Yong was dumbfounded. He did not know what Xianxia meant by doing this. However, as the surgery continued, Wang Yong realized that he seemed to have some misunderstandings about cholecystectomy. Xianxia's cholecystectomy technique, method, and even procedure were different from usual. This method of dissociation of the cystic duct seemed to be quite useful, but what was the point? Why did he do this? Also, why did he place the laparoscope? Xianxia placed the laparoscope in different positions, and the image of the gallbladder appeared on the television. At this moment, suddenly, a gallstone appeared in the abdominal cavity under the gallbladder triangle. This time, Wang Yong could not sit still. How? How did he discover this? One had to know that if a gallstone was left in the abdominal cavity, it could easily cause the disease to recur or even worsen. The remaining gallstones in the incision could even cause infection, which would be detrimental to the recovery later on. How did Xianxia come up with this idea? By changing the angle of the laparoscope, he could see a lot of things that could not be seen before. This made Wang Yong's imagination run wild. He even felt that his train of thought had been opened up by Chen Song. Laparoscopic cholecystectomy could be done this way. The surgery did not take long, however, Wang Yong was at a loss when he saw this. After Chen Song finished the surgery, he changed his clothes, washed his hands, and prepared for the next surgery. Wang Yong stood there for a long time, savoring the aftertaste. After a long time, Wang Yong muttered to himself, "The cholecystectomy I performed in the past must be fake. This is the real cholecystectomy. P.S. Us readers are really awesome. We're impressed by you guys. We used 2 days to rush into the new monthly votes list and get 10th place. You guys are so awesome. I'm a little scared. If we go on the first page, will we get 9th place? Awesome, awesome, let's try it out next month and see where we can get. Also, let's talk about adding more chapters. I promise to update 5 times a day this month. I'll start updating next month. I thought about it and decided that the Hall Master will update once, the Sect Leader will update twice, and the League Leader will update thrice. All updates must be completed the next day. I've never thought about getting a Silver League Leader. If a Silver League Leader suddenly appears, please don't be suspicious. I'll be the one rewarding myself. As for the monthly votes, I'll update a chapter every 500 monthly votes. There's no limit. For the next few surgeries, Chen Song performed them more skillfully. Wang Yong watched them to his heart's content. The more Wang Yong watched this new surgical method, the more shocked he was. The more he watched, the more tempted he was. He had realized that this surgical method was a brand new surgical concept. Through this surgical method, many unexpected results could be achieved. For example, the first step of inserting the puncture needle and cleverly separating the gallbladder with the electric hook could properly avoid the bile duct and prevent damage. The choice of the angle of the laparoscope could also reveal some unexpected things. Most of the time, these skills might not be needed. However, once they encountered some special patients, these intentional operations could completely prevent the occurrence of some complications. For example, the special use of the laparoscope could completely discover residual stones that could not be discovered before. In fact, these operations might not reveal many things most of the time, but it was the same as turning on the turn signal of a car. It was better to nip the problem in the bud. Chen Song also successfully leveled up to level 18. However, it was still not enough. There were no surgeries to be performed in the department tomorrow. Where could he go to gain experience? At this time, it was already past 8 o'clock. Chen Song and Wang Yong left the operating theater and suddenly received a phone call. Chen Song picked it up. It was Duanbua. Chen Song was instantly stunned. Duanbua from the general surgery department? Why is he looking for me? How did he get my phone number? That's not right. I didn't save his number. Then, Chen Song picked up the phone. Suddenly, Chen Song was enlightened when he heard Specialist Xiao Chen. This Duanbua was not the Duanbua he knew. This was the department director of the General Surgery Department of Lan County People's Hospital, also known as Duanbua. Chen Song slapped his forehead. He was really too busy. After all, this department director Duan was the only one who called Chen Song Specialist Xiao Chen. Chen Song did not know whether to laugh or cry. He picked up the phone. Hello, Director Duan. Duanbua smiled and said, Mr. Xiao Chen, are you free after work tomorrow? Tomorrow was Thursday, and there were no surgeries scheduled at the moment. In fact, there was nothing much to do in the afternoon. Chen Song simply said, I'm free tomorrow afternoon. When Duanbua heard this, he was instantly overjoyed. That's great. We've prepared 8 patients for appendectomy. We'll have to trouble you to come over tomorrow and perform the appendectomy with a small incision. When Chen Song heard that, he nodded and agreed. Okay, Director Duan. No problem. Duanbua smiled. Okay, then I'll ask the driver to wait for you at the hospital entrance at noon tomorrow. You can come directly after work. We'll eat when you're here. Chen Song hung up the phone and changed Duanbua's name to Director Duanbua. Not bad, I'll be able to farm another wave of experience tomorrow. The surgery department had never had the habit of getting off work on time, let alone eating on time. Even the chief physicians and famous doctors had annual salaries of hundreds of thousands, millions, or other ranks. They had to be hungry when they were supposed to be. They could not rest until the surgery was completed. It was impossible for them to suddenly feel hungry halfway through the surgery and come out to eat before continuing. In fact, many specialists did not lack money, but they were really tired. They could not rest even if they wanted to. The pressure forced them to move forward. The hospital gave them a lot of tasks, but they had to complete them. It was even more so for specialists. During the day, they had to go to the outpatient clinic to perform surgeries. After work, they had to rush home to write their thesis and do research. They had to take a train or plane overnight to rush to other places. After attending a meeting the next day, they had to come back at night. They could not delay the outpatient clinic or surgery the next day. This was not a story. These were all real examples. Sudden deaths in the medical field had never stopped. Others might think that it was exaggerated. What era was it now? How could people be tired to death? This was not exaggerated at all. The medical field was really too tiring. Xianxia had done the scenes of people sleeping on the floor of the operating theater on TV more than once. At that time, the person lying next to him was the little bootlicker, Xianxia. Life did not care about the fairer sex, nor did it care about the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. When he thought of this, Xianxia was quite impressed with Xianxia and Xianxia. These two women looked weak, but they were full of enthusiasm in the emergency department. After leaving the hospital, Xianxia brought Wang Yong to a nearby restaurant. He ordered 3 dishes, a cold dish, and 2 bottles of cold beer. He was a little tired during this period. Wang Yong did not have an easy time following him. Every day, he had to wake up early and work late to perform surgeries. After the surgery, he had to write medical records. To be honest, this kind of work, the 2,200 renminbi monthly salary, was not worth the hard work and effort. It was all based on love and faith. Xianxia also worked as a temporary worker. Only they could understand the hardships. Xianxia had performed so many surgeries over the past few days. He could earn some money for every one of them, including the surgeries performed by Wang Yong. They were all under his name. This was because Xianxia had the right to prescribe. Wang Yong was a temporary worker and did not have the right to prescribe. The operating theater had just been set up, and they had performed more than 30 surgeries. There were also so many patients. Xianxia estimated that he should have a conservative income of about 10,000 renminbi this month. Of course, he did not include his own extra income and the money rewarded by the system. Xianxia poured Wang Yong a full glass of beer. "You've worked hard for the past 2 days, right?" Wang Yong smiled. "For the past 3 years, I've worked hard every day. I'm already used to it." The two clinked glasses and finished it in one gulp. They did not drink any water during the surgery in the afternoon. They had been holding on until now. It was really comfortable to drink a glass of cold beer. Wang Yong looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "You've been through this too." "Actually, this kind of pain is not physical. It's the pain of not knowing where to go." Xianxia nodded. He knew what Wang Yong meant. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I think you should have no problem with the assessment this time. You're still very talented in surgery. You have sharp eyes and quick hands, and you're good at discovering details. You just need an opportunity." Wang Yong's eyes lit up. All he lacked was an opportunity. He had been preparing for this opportunity for a long time. Moreover, he felt that his improvement speed was extraordinary after following Xianxia for just 2 weeks. As long as he performed normally, he felt that he would definitely have a chance. Both of them had the same experience, and they had similar conversations. Naturally, they would talk about the same thing. They ate 3 bowls of rice with 3 dishes. They were really a little hungry. Surgery was not easy. It was technical work and physical work. Without good physical strength, it would be impossible to survive. After they were full, Xianxia asked, "Today, I'll show you a modified laparoscopic cholecystectomy. Do you see any signs of it?" Wang Yong nodded. "Yes, it's very unusual. I think it's very creative and creative. This is called a modified laparoscopic cholecystectomy? You modified it yourself?" Xianxia nodded shamelessly. "Yes, it is." Wang Yong could not help but give him a thumbs up. "I really admire you. You're too awesome." Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to go up. Your brain is naturally different from ours. It's really amazing that you can come up with ideas in your head. I could tell that it was a little different at that time. After thinking about it carefully, I really understood the meaning behind it. After thinking about it carefully, the more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. Chen Song smiled and said seriously, well, you should study this surgical method carefully. I think it's very valuable. You took a video today, right? Go back and watch it more. It's mainly about a few details. Study it carefully. The first one is, the two of them used chopsticks as tools and began to gesture. The meal lasted for 2 hours before they left. P.S. There will be 5 more updates later. Thank you for your monthly votes. We're already 9th. Awesome, awesome. I didn't ask you to come, but you insisted on coming. If I didn't come, what would you do? There were old friends in the emergency department. When Uncle Wang walked into the emergency room with his crutches, little Lin smiled and said, Uncle, you're here. Uncle Wang chuckled. I'm here, I'm here. The head nurse personally went up to help him. Uncle Wang, where are you feeling unwell today? Before Uncle Wang could speak, a series of coughs interrupted him. He could not breathe for a long time. Tian Xianglan quickly patted his back and pressed his chest. Only then did he catch his breath. Uncle Wang sighed and smiled. I coughed badly last night, and my heart felt a little uncomfortable. I came over early in the morning. I'll go and register. It was only 7 in the morning, and the emergency department had not changed shifts yet. Lao Chen, who was on the night shift, was still busy, and the day shift had not arrived yet. Chen Song came to the hospital early as usual. As soon as he entered, he saw Uncle Wang. He smiled and greeted him, good morning. Even in the hospital, he knew that Uncle Wang was a patient, but he could not greet him and say, how are you feeling unwell? When Uncle Wang saw Chen Song, he smiled. Xiao Chen, you're still so early. At this moment, Chen Song looked at Uncle Wang seriously and frowned slightly. Uncle Wang did not look too good today. Did he have a relapse again? Uncle Wang, where are you feeling unwell? Did you have a relapse again? Uncle Wang's name was Wang Maozhen, and he was a proud and stubborn old man. He lived in the sawmills dormitory not far from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. When he was young, he was a leader all his life. He was eloquent and could not stay idle when he was old. However, when he was a leader when he was young, he smoked a lot and developed chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. In Uncle Wang's words, after being a leader all my life, I developed a lot of bad habits. Uncle Wang always liked to chuckle. Even when he was sick, the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth were still smiling. To be honest, Chen Song admired this old man. Every time he saw him, he was dressed in a clean white shirt, a neatly ironed suit pants, and a pair of brown leather shoes. He was clean and tidy. This old man was a frequent visitor to the emergency department. When Chen Song first came to the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he had to ask the old man for directions. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The old man would come over every once in a while to buy medicine for himself or for his son. The reason why he came to the emergency department was that he always bought medicine in the middle of the night, and the clinic did not have to go to work. Before the old man could speak, he began coughing again. After coughing, he began to pant. Huff, 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 the old man breathed with all his might. His face was turning purple and green. His urgent breathing was fierce. Chen Song's expression changed. Xiao Lin, sent him to the observation room for oxygen. Uncle Wang was an old patient. Basically, every time he came, he would be like this. Chen Song could memorize his medical records. Even Uncle Wang's medical notebook was filled with Chen Song's handwriting. In the past 2 years, Uncle Wang had changed 2 new notebooks. His illness was very obvious, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease in the acute stage, as well as pulmonary heart disease. For an old man in his 80s, every time he had an attack, it meant that his illness would worsen again. Chen Song was even a little worried. How many more times could this respectable old man come? Xiao Lin habitually did an electrocardiogram for the old man, measured his blood pressure, and blood oxygen saturation. All of this was free. Dr. Chen, the blood oxygen saturation is only 80. Xiao Lin looked at Uncle Wang worriedly and whispered. Chen Song nodded. Actually, he did not need to test it. This kind of low blood oxygen saturation was already tolerated by the patient. If it were anyone else, they would have shown symptoms long ago. However, the old man was wearing an oxygen mask and looking at him with a smile. Chen Song felt a little regretful. Every time Uncle Wang came, it made him feel very worried. This was the only patient that head nurse Tian Xianglan, the financial director, turned a blind eye to. Regardless of whether he took oxygen or did a new electrocardiogram, it was all free. As long as the emergency department could subsidize a little, Tian Xianglan would not say anything. As the saying went, a long illness made a good doctor. Uncle Wang took off his mask and said confidently, Dr. Xiao Chen, just do an arterial blood gas analysis. Just a blood gas analysis, nothing else. Chen Song nodded and smiled. He did not persuade him because he knew that it was meaningless. This seemingly respectable and proud old man actually had a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. His seemingly generous retirement salary was not enough to support his life. The cost became the biggest obstacle hanging above his head. According to the procedure, Chen Song took the medical book and walked to Uncle Wang's side. Sir, you should know about this condition. I've also told you about the risks, such as shock, or even coma, death, etc. Can you sign here to refuse the examination? Uncle Wang smiled and took the pen. He trembled as he wrote and said, I've been signing books for half my life. I didn't expect that I can't escape this fate when I'm old, haha. The patients and nurses at the side could not help but laugh. What a humorous old man. He was also a proud old man. He proudly told Chen Song more than once, my son has been paralyzed in bed for more than 10 years, but he has never gotten a bedsore from the pressure. She also proudly told me more than once, yesterday, my son told me that someone read his book, and someone even rewarded him. Oh right. It's on that Chidian Chinese website, which is owned by Tencent Group, and has a market value of several billion. The old man had a promising son. Unfortunately, he was paralyzed at home because of the sequelae of a brainstem infarction for more than 10 years. His wife took his grandson to the United States and rarely came back. Perhaps the old man did not know that they were divorced, or perhaps he did not want to talk about it. After all, Chen Song had never seen his daughter-in-law and grandson. However, the old man still proudly told Chen Song. My grandson takes after me. He's very smart. I heard that he's going to study at MIT. The patients at the side suddenly asked, Sir, you've had COPD for so many years? Why don't you go to the respiratory department and apply for hospitalization? Uncle Wang smiled. The old woman is taking care of her son at home. I can't be hospitalized. No one will take care of me if I'm hospitalized. Every time the old man came, it was Tian Xianglan who took care of him carefully. It was also the young nurse who ran around. Grandpa Wang looked at Tian Xianglan and said with a smile, Little Tian, I wanted to set you up with my son back then. Fortunately, that kid was blind. Otherwise, my family would have implicated you. Uncle Wang had emphysema in his 50s. After retiring at the age of 60, he often came to the hospital. At that time, Tian Xianglan was still a young nurse. However, Uncle Wang liked her very much and insisted on matchmaking Tian Xianglan and his son. Unfortunately, his son was proud and looked down on Tian Xianglan, who was a young nurse in the emergency department. Tian Xianglan smiled. Uncle Wang, you're talking nonsense. Uncle Wang laughed and looked at the walls around the emergency department. Suddenly, he sighed. The old second provincial hospital is so powerful now. I don't know how many more days I can stay here. Wang Maozhen knew his illness well. If it were not for his wife and son, he would have left long ago, but he did not dare to leave. His family relied on his pension. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, he had to live. Half an hour after Uncle Wang arrived, a white-haired old lady walked into the emergency department and saw the nurse. Nurse Lin, is Wang Maozhen here? Little Lin smiled. Yes, he's in the observation room taking oxygen. When the old lady heard this, she thanked her and walked towards the observation room. Old man Wang was taking oxygen. When he saw his wife, he immediately scolded her. "I didn't ask you to come, but you insisted on coming." The old lady also glared at him. "Do you think I don't trust you? If you were fine, I definitely wouldn't have come." Old man Wang's heart warmed and he sighed. "If you're here, what about our son?" The old lady sat by the bed and held old man Wang's hand with heartache. "If I didn't come, what would you do?" "Don't worry. I fed him a bowl of egg soup and took care of him. I turned him over and patted his back when he peed." When the old lady talked about this, she was very detailed. From how much he ate, how much he peed, how many times he was patted on the back, whether she poured water. Old man Wang looked at the wrinkled, white-haired, and slightly hunched old lady in front of him and sighed. "It's been hard on you, my love." Thinking of this, old man Wang smiled. "Wife." The old lady turned around. "What's wrong?" Old man Wang smiled. "Let's have dumplings for lunch." "I'll go buy meat." The old lady glared at him. "Pork is already 40 yuan. Why eat meat? With the money for meat, I can buy you 2 more boxes of medicine." "Old man Wang, let's eat vegetarian." "I'll go buy carrots later." Chen Song was standing in the observation room preparing things, but he was moved by the words of this old couple who were over 80 years old. The old man seemed to be scolding him, but it was the most sincere concern. The old lady seemed angry, but she was accompanying him in his difficult times. In this difficult life, 2 old people with 2 crutches helped each other move forward without fear of death. "I didn't ask you to come, but you insisted. If I didn't come, what would you do?" Chen Song might not forget these 2 sentences for the rest of his life. This might be the most touching words of love that Chen Song had ever heard in his life. It was better than any pledge of eternal love, better than any earth-shattering words. Chen Song turned his head away. He couldn't even bear to look at these 2 old people. This was because he couldn't help them at all. He could only watch as this continued to happen. Ever since the emergency department's shift system was adjusted, Chen Song's day shift was also much more random. He did not have to stay in the hospital all day. This way, Chen Song's time was relatively free. Of course, life within the system was easy. The leaders could turn a blind eye, but if they really wanted to punish you, they could find a bunch of problems even if there was nothing wrong with you. Although nothing major happened in the morning, he never sat down. As long as he stayed in the hospital, something would definitely happen. No matter whether it was big or small, it would definitely not let him be idle. When he finally had a break, Qin Yu ran over and pulled a chair to sit beside Chen Song. He said proudly, "Chen Song, my teacher read the paper once. Do you know what to say?" "Chen Song, he said that your paper is novel, well-structured, clear, rich in diagrams, comprehensive in data, and can be called a classic." This flattery made Qin Yu feel comfortable. "Oh, Chen Song, did you drink too much sugar today? You have such a sweet mouth." "Not bad, not bad. You deserve praise." Wang Qian smiled and said, "He drank too much sugar and has diabetic ketoacidosis. His mind is not clear now. What he said is nonsense. Little Qin, don't believe him." Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Wang Qian. "Brother Qian, I suddenly understand why you didn't go to the orthopedics department to come to the emergency department." Wang Qian was stunned and asked curiously, "Why?" Qin Yu glared at him fiercely. "Because even the director thinks that you deserve it." Wang Qian snorted. "The emergency department is a training for my skills." "Oh right, let me take a look at your paper." Qin Yu arrogantly took out a printed thesis and handed it to Wang Qian. "Take a look at it. My teacher said that it's very creative and creative. You can try to publish an SCI thesis in English. Maybe the impact factor will be quite high." Chen Song casually picked up another book on the table. This book was all in English. It should have been translated by Qin Yu. After casually flipping through it, Chen Song found that the content was indeed much more substantial than before. It was even more concise, and a lot of superfluous narration had been deleted. Compared to the previous ones, he was much more powerful. It seemed that this Professor Sumo was really powerful. Although Chen Song was not good at writing theses, he had read a lot of theses. He had the ability to evaluate theses. It's just like a novel. I don't know how to write it, but I can still tell if it's good or bad. The latest one on the shelves is pretty good. The translation was also very good. The other party had put in a lot of effort. After reading the entire article, Chen Song felt very comfortable. It was in line with the unique flavor of medical articles, scientific and rigorous. However, there were many details that needed to be changed. In fact, there were still some differences between the expressions of professional English and ordinary English. Even between different periodicals, the style of using phrases and sentences was quite different. The translation of this article was already very good, but there were some flaws that needed to be corrected. The other party did not seem to have a deep understanding of surgery, so there were some small problems in the writing of surgical terms, phrases, surgical methods, and so on. However, the flaws did not obscure the beauty of the article. This was a very well-translated article. At this time, Qin Yu and Wang Qian were holding the thesis and discussing it in full swing. Chen Song took out a pen from his pocket and started to make changes on the paper. After reading it, Chen Song casually placed the thesis on the table. Wang Qian, little Qin, I didn't know that this article was written well. If you can translate it in professional English, it will definitely be published in Science. The impact factor will also be quite high. Qin Yu smiled and said, yeah, my teacher said the same thing. He even asked Professor Wu, his medical English major at Danyang Medical University, to translate it for him. When Wang Qian heard this, he was dumbfounded. You mean Professor Wu Shuiyu? Damn. Professor Wu is a famous translator of medical literature. Even the latest Internal Medicine Diagnosis Regulations 2019 was translated by Professor Wu. Qin Yu nodded, yeah, that's right. It's Professor Wu. He and my teacher were classmates in the same university. Wang Qian was a student at Danyang Medical University. When he heard Wu Shuiyu's name, it was like thunder to his ears. Awesome. Professor Wu is going to translate it personally. You sure are shameless. It's a sure win. Let me tell you, Qin Yu, this article of yours will definitely get a high impact factor. When the time comes, add my name to it. Let me feel what it feels like to get a high score in SCI. Qin Yu nodded. It did not matter if his name was added or not. Only the corresponding author and the first author had a higher impact. At this time, when Yuan Fan heard that there was a good chance, he was suddenly tempted. He hurriedly came over and said, Qin Yu, can you add my name too? Before Qin Yu could reply, his phone rang. Qin Yu looked at the caller ID and quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Hello, Professor Wu. Yes, I'm Xiao Qin. Oh. Okay, I'll come over after work. Thank you, Professor Wu. Okay, bye, Professor Wu. After Qin Yu hung up the phone, he picked up the thesis on the table and said excitedly, Professor Wu said that there are still some flaws in the translation and that it needs to be fixed. I'll go first. Wang Qian nodded. Professor Wu has always been serious. Xiao Qin, you have to seize this opportunity. Just remember to add my name. Qin Yu nodded and glanced at Chen Song. He suddenly realized that this guy was reading a novel. He suddenly became angry and said, Me? I'm just a coolie. The real boss is Chen Song. We are all small fries. Chen Song, as the corresponding author, is the real beneficiary. I even put directorly as the second author. You see, we are working so hard, and in the end, the biggest beneficiary is still reading a novel. Chen Song, why are you so careless? You are the corresponding author. Are you sure you don't want to read it? Chen Song heard this and said casually, Don't I have you? Qin Yu suddenly became angry. Pervert. When did I become your woman? Chen Song sighed. This woman's brain circuit was different from a normal person's. I saw what you put on the table, but it was all translated in English. The translation is not bad. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Chen Song, pretentious. It was all in English. I didn't even want to read it, and you read it. Shameless. Why didn't you edit it? After that, Yuan Fan packed his things and said, I'm leaving. Professor Wu is waiting for me. Qin Yu ignored Yuan Fan from the beginning to the end. This made Yuan Fan angry. Ding. Yuan Fan's favorability -5. Chen Song was stunned. What the F asterisk CK, Yuan Fan, you bastard, did I steal your buff? Or did I cheat you? What does this have to do with me? Qin Yu, that little bootlicker, can bully me. He is good looking, but look at you. Chen Song raised his head angrily and saw Yuan Fan staring at him with a gloomy face. When Yuan Fan saw Chen Song raise his head, he was also stunned. He quickly put on a smile and nodded at Chen Song. Chen Song was dumbfounded. What the F asterisk CK? Your acting is remarkable. Our anti-Japanese TV series are not popular because we lack good traitor actors like you. It's a waste of your talent to study medicine. P.S. I realized that after I made a mistake in the title of the chapter, some people who read the pirated version asked me to change the chapter. Haha. Not long after Qin Yu left, Chen Song received an unfamiliar call. Is this specialist Xiao Chen? I'm from the People's Hospital of Lan County. I'm here to pick you up. The driver sounded young. I'm at the west gate of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. The car is a black Buick. The license plate number is, Chen Song nodded. Okay, I'll be downstairs right away. Please wait a moment. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song got up, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave. Although the emergency department was one of the busiest and most tiring departments in the hospital, it was not without its advantages. In Chen Song's opinion, the biggest advantage was that the emergency department was on the 1st floor. Anyone who had been to the hospital knew how difficult it was to wait for the elevator. In the hospital, even if the flowers had withered, they could not squeeze in. When Chen Song was an intern, he was in the Divine Surgery department on the 21st floor for a month. The inpatient building had a total of 29 floors. Every time he went to work and got off work, he would be so anxious that he could not get on the elevator. The shift change was at 7:50 in the morning, but Chen Song could only take the elevator around 7 o'clock. Otherwise, after 7:30, there would be a sea of people and he could only climb the stairs. The sour feeling of climbing up to the 21st floor made his muscles memorable. At that time, the doctors and nurses had to go to work. The patient's family members had to visit or be hospitalized. The patient or the patient's family members had just returned to the ward after breakfast. There were so many people at once that it was impossible to squeeze in. Although the hospital had staff elevators, there was no rule that said that the staff elevators could not allow patients to use them. Ever since then, Chen Song had always had a fear of the higher-ups in the inpatient department. The emergency department was convenient. The road was right outside. It was very convenient. Of course, the reason why the emergency department was on the 1st floor was not to make it convenient for Chen Song to get to work, but to make it convenient to save patients. The west gate of the hospital was the west gate of the emergency department. After Chen Song went out, he saw a car waiting at the door. Chen Song went over and got into the car directly. When Yuan Fan saw this, he was stunned. What was Chen Song going to do? A flying knife? Thinking of this, Yuan Fan followed quietly and saw Chen Song get into the car. Suddenly, Yuan Fan was filled with jealousy. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. At this moment, Wang Qian walked over. Yuan Fan, you're still here? Yuan Fan smiled. Right away. Wang Qian, do you think Chen Song is really that powerful? He can even do freelance surgery. Wang Qian hesitated for a moment. It's all right. Chen Song is quite hardworking, but you're also very good. I can see that your surgeries are quite good. Now that we have an operating theater, you might be able to perform freelance surgeries if you practice a little more. Wang Qian's words moved Yuan Fan. It happened to be the rush hour and there were many cars on the road. It was almost 2 o'clock when they arrived in Lan County. Director Duan was already waiting for Chen Song at the entrance of the hotel. There were also several doctors from other departments accompanying him. When they saw Chen Song, they were all very respectful. With the demonstration of Chen Song's surgery last time, Chen Song's status in the general surgery department of the People's Hospital of Lan County continued to rise. The medical profession was a technical post, and your skills were directly related to how others looked at you. Even if you were not a department director or other administrative positions, it would not affect others' respect for you. Chen Song was not old. He might be much younger than these junior doctors, but it did not affect their view of Chen Song. On the contrary, they all said that Chen Song was young, promising, and had a bright future. Some people said that the result of your hard work was that no one would turn the plate around when you were eating. If this was considered a success, then Chen Song was very successful today. After every dish was served, it was first sent to Chen Song so that Chen Song could have a taste of Lan County's specialties. Many doctors from the general surgery department of the People's Hospital showed their enthusiasm. Chen Song finally understood why so many doctors were willing to perform freelance surgeries. They did not have to stay in the department to scheme against each other, and they did not have to look at other people's faces. They could even happily make friends and earn money. Although it was a little tiring, it was still tiring to be a human. For example, Chen Song had 8 appendectomies in the afternoon. He estimated that it would be around 9 o'clock by the time he was done. For today's surgery, Chen Song was the chief surgeon. Each doctor would follow 2 surgeries, and Duanbo would be his assistant. The style of the surgery was a small incision appendectomy. Chen Song knew appendectomies like the back of his hand, so he did not feel too much pressure. However, today, Chen Song did not perform it very quickly. After all, he was invited to teach other people how to perform surgery, not to take the money and leave after completing the task. Therefore, he still had to teach them well. You have to learn to be grateful for the respect others gave you, and not ask for it unconditionally. Chen Song did not think that he was very good. If it were not for the system, he might just be a junior doctor who was not even as good as them. Therefore, Chen Song would not be stingy with this kind of surgery that was beneficial to the patient and helpful to the doctor. The surgery began. Similarly, he positioned the McBurney point on the right lower abdomen and made an incision. Chen Song changed his words as he spoke, and he was very detailed. Including how to choose the next incision. How to effectively use this incision that was less than 3 centimeters to increase the surgical field. How to effectively explore the cecum and then find the appendix. The surgery went very smoothly. Surgeries after surgeries made everyone's faces light up with joy. The happiest person was Duanbo. He was the assistant, and he was gradually able to figure out some things. After 3 to 5 surgeries, Duanbo was already a little eager to give it a try. After the 5th surgery ended, Chen Song simply suggested, "Chief Duan, why don't you give it a try? I'll help you watch from the side." When Duanbo heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Then I'll have to trouble specialist Xiaochen. Although Duanbo had never performed a small incision surgery, he often performed appendectomies. The main core of this small incision surgery was to use effective space to complete the surgery. Chen Song assisted Duanbo and helped him pull the retractor. The surgery of this 2-centimeter wound went smoothly with Chen Song's help. The appendix was separated step by step. The appendix was lifted to the incision with tissue forceps and removed. The surgery went very smoothly, and Duanbo's face lit up with joy. Success? It was that simple? Was it actually simple? It was not simple either. Things like surgery were difficult if one did not know how to do it, but it was not difficult if one knew how to do it. With the first big foundation, Duanbo became bolder. For the 2nd surgery, he simply said to Chen Song, "Specialist Xiao Chen, let Xiao Yang be your assistant. I'll do the surgery, and you'll guide me." Chen Song nodded. The surgery continued. It was all so smooth, Duanbo suddenly felt that he had made a wise choice by inviting Chen Song to guide him. This technology that was bought for less than 20,000 yuan was really worth it. In the last surgery, Duanbo began to skillfully cut open. This time, he chose a wound that was about 2 centimeters long. However, just as he opened his mouth, the scene in front of him stunned Duanyu. The abdominal adhesion is serious, and the surroundings are full of abdominal inflammatory secretions, but where is the appendix? When Duanbo saw this scene, he was instantly stunned. However, Duanbo and Guoqing were 2 completely different types of people. When Guoqing looked for Chen Song to perform surgery, it was basically Chen Song who did it. On the other hand, Duanbo was different. This person had his own ideas. He would pay Chen Song 2,000 renminbi for each appendectomy. He would take care of the delivery and treat Chen Song warmly, hoping to learn Chen Song's skills. Duanbo was a responsible and thoughtful person. He was young and strong. Now, he wanted to turn the general surgery department of Xianxia City People's Hospital into a pacesetter department and make a name for himself. At this moment, after encountering this situation, Duanbo did not panic. Instead, he was very calm. He began to carefully search for the cecum with the tissue forceps. However, at this moment, the abdominal cavity was filled with adhesions and he could not see anything at all. Duanbo hesitated. Specialist Xiao Chen, can a small incision be handled in such a situation? Chen Song was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over. The scene in front of him immediately made him hesitate. The situation in the abdominal cavity was more serious. If he performed the surgery at this time, the difficulty would increase. Most importantly, the appendix had not been found yet. What was going on? Could it be an ectopic appendix? Duanbo saw this. Why don't we perform a laparotomy? Chen Song did not dwell on the small incision surgery. After all, the patient's safety was more important than anything else. Even if Chen Song did not earn this money, he had to ensure the patient's safety. Of course, Chen Song could also insist on the small incision surgery. According to Chen Song's skills, it should not be a big problem. In fact, after the dazzling operation was done, he might even receive a wave of emotion and shock. However, Chen Song did not want to pass this risky impulse to these doctors. They did not know much about small incisions. If they encountered some unexpected situations, it would be a big problem. Therefore, Chen Song nodded decisively. Open abdominal surgery. Let me do it. The patient's condition is a little special. I think this surgery is a little unusual. Duanbo nodded and took the initiative to move aside. Chen Song took the forceps and suddenly frowned. Why was there so much pus in the abdominal cavity? Chen Song's perfect level appendectomy allowed him to have a good understanding of the environment of the appendix in the abdominal cavity and its surroundings. At this moment, he thought of an extremely difficult appendectomy. Chen Song said to Duanbo, "Help me with the retractor." Duanbo hurriedly nodded and took it. Chen Song continued to say to the doctor beside him, "Dr. Yang, aspirate." The other party hurriedly started as well. After the liquid was sucked away, Chen Song picked up the tissue forceps and began to operate. Finally, the cecum was found in the upper right abdomen. Duanbo was stunned. "Why are you there?" The junior doctor at the side also nodded. "Even if it's ectopic, it won't be that bad, right?" Chen Song turned around and said to the nurse, "Scalpel." The nurse thought that Chen Song was going to open the abdomen, so she quickly handed the scalpel over. Chen Song did not continue to expand the incision at the original place. Instead, he made a 5 cm incision at the upper right abdomen's gallbladder area. This made Duanbo dumbfounded. Specialist Xiao Chen. "What are you doing?" Not only did Chen Song not expand the original incision, but he also decisively changed the incision after aspirating and checking. How could this not make everyone curious? Chen Song did not raise his head. Instead, he said while making the incision, "This should be a very rare case. It might only happen once in a lifetime. The patient has an ectopic appendix, and it can be found through the cecum. However, it can't be operated because the appendix may have serious adhesions with the gallbladder triangle, liver, peritoneum, and greater omentum. If you use too much force, it might damage the liver." After that, the incision appeared. After the incision was made, the scene in front of them made everyone gasp. Chen Song explained, the patient should have had a cholecystectomy before. After the surgery, there were complications. It did not heal, leading to chronic adhesions. The patient has an ectopic appendix. In a series of reactions, the greater omentum, peritoneum, appendix, gallbladder triangle, and liver all have adhesions. After that, Chen Song carefully peeled the incision away. Chen Song said as he worked, "If I'm not wrong, gangrene has formed at the base of the patient's appendix, and there are abscesses around the appendix." Most of the abscesses around the appendix were surrounded by tissues such as the greater omentum, lateral peritoneum, and small intestine after the gangrene perforated the appendix. The scene in front of them was a mess. How were they going to operate? Duanbo felt his scalp go numb when he saw this. However, Chen Song received a system notification, ding. Mutated gangrenous perforated appendix with surrounding abscesses. Level 40, King Tier Appendage Monster. Special characteristic, strong adhesion causes the appendix to be closely connected to the gallbladder triangle and liver. After seeing the notification, Xianxia could not help but be stunned. King Tier, this was probably the most difficult appendectomy, right? Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. What equipment would he get after the incision? A divine weapon, or... This was the first time Xianxia encountered a disease of this level. Thinking of this, Xianxia was eager to give it a try. Separating forceps. Gauze. Tissue forceps. Forceps, the entire separation process was very complicated. There were too many factors involved. If the gallbladder and bile duct were damaged, it could lead to a more troublesome abdominal infection. If the liver was damaged, it would be even more troublesome. This meant that the difficulty of this surgery would increase exponentially. However, Xianxia's hands were steady, meticulous, and precise. Every step was carefully taken. Moreover, Xianxia was very patient. He took his time, millimeter by millimeter. The people around them were so nervous that they did not dare to breathe. Time passed by minute by minute. Gradually, Xianxia's physical strength began to weaken. The surgery had been over an hour ago. Such a high-intensity and high-precision surgery was really exhausting. Not to mention Xianxia, even Department Director Duan, who was operating the retractor at the side, felt tired. He wanted to stretch, but he was worried that he would affect Xianxia's operation. He gritted his teeth and persevered. This was a contest of physical strength. It was also a battle of patience and care. There was no smoke, no shouting. The operating table was so quiet that everyone could feel their own heartbeats. At this moment, the patient gasped. "Doctor, I feel a little pain." Xianxia immediately frowned. The anesthetic was about to wear off. Usually, appendectomies with such an open abdominal incision were performed under local anesthesia. They used intraspinal anesthesia, which was a general type of local anesthesia. During the surgery, the patient would feel some discomfort or pain. If it was a laparoscopic surgery, they would definitely use general anesthesia. General anesthesia was the safest and most reliable method. There would be no feeling at all and it would be very comfortable. However, the cost was much higher. The anesthesiologist's expression changed. The anesthetic might wear off soon. Do you want to continue the anesthesia? It was definitely unrealistic to continue the anesthesia at this time. It was almost there. Xianxia shook his head. There's no need. Speed up. At this moment, Xianxia's hands were moving steadily and nimbly. Dr. Yang, who was watching by the side, was a little dumbfounded. His hands were not ordinary. Finally, just as the patient was about to feel the pain, the surgery was completed. Ding. Congratulations, respected doctor, you have removed the king tier appendage monster. Obtained, 1. Class change certificate, 2. A bottle of stamina potion, 3. Level +1, 4. Equipment, white Chuan surgical gown, 5. A skill book. It was indeed a boss. After killing it, even the notification sound was different. When he saw the equipment, Xianxia suddenly saw a purple light. Xianxia was stunned. Purple item, and not just one. Class change certificate? Skill book? Level +1, what a big drop. Xianxia was delighted and excited. He was about to check it carefully when he heard the crowd applauding. Specialist Xiaochen. You're really amazing. Dr. Yang, who had witnessed the entire surgery, applauded excitedly. It was really exciting. During surgery, there were thousands of changes in an instant. Just like a battlefield, even the slightest change would affect everyone's heart. The patient's life and health and the success of the surgery were the biggest victory in this war. Every doctor was a soldier with a gun. They were ready to fight the disease at any time. But when the disease was too strong, the doctor was helpless and didn't know what to do. This feeling of powerlessness and helplessness was very heart-wrenching. Fortunately, there was Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to have transformed into a god of war just now. That delicate operation instantly convinced everyone. At this moment, Xianxia was a hero. A hero worthy of being called. A hero who saved the world. All the doctors present were excited as if they were the ones who performed the surgery just now. Others might never be able to understand this kind of emotion, but all the doctors who were in this situation really felt it. Xianxia smiled slightly and didn't say anything. At this time, the patient was about to sit up. Chen Song quickly held him down. Rest in bed for these 2 days. Your situation is a little special. When you go back, let the doctor explain it to you. Although the patient didn't know what was going on, from the situation around him, Chen Song was amazing. There was no problem listening to him. The patient was pushed back to the ward with the help of the nurse. Duanbo recalled the surgery just now and felt a lingering fear. If it were not for Chen Song, there would definitely be a problem with the patient's surgery today. Even if there were no problems, the patient would definitely need to be transferred to Ammoniac City. Thinking of this, Duanbo couldn't help but feel grateful to Chen Song. Thank you so much, Mr. Xiao Chen. If it weren't for you today, how much more money would the patients have to spend? Let's not talk about spending money, they'll definitely suffer a lot. I'll thank you on their behalf. Most of the patients in the county hospital were from the surrounding towns and villages. Most of them were old farmers. When he came to the county hospital, the reimbursement rate was higher. When he went to the provincial hospital, he would have to spend a lot of money, but the reimbursement rate was lower. Moreover, after going back and forth, the appendix would cost at least 10,000 yuan. This was undoubtedly a huge financial burden for the patient. Duanbo was born and raised at the grassroots level. He also worked at the grassroots level. This was what he had seen the most. He was really grateful to Chen Song on behalf of the patients. Chen Song looked at Duanbo and said faintly, "We are doctors. This is our duty." When Duanbo heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded solemnly and said, "Yes. As a doctor, we serve the people. As a great doctor, we also serve the people. If all the doctors in the world were like this, perhaps there wouldn't be so many disputes, right?" The surgery, which was originally scheduled to end at 9 o'clock, was dragged to nearly 10 o'clock. Everyone had persevered until now because of lunch. It could be said that they were tired and hungry. After leaving the hospital, Chen Song could not help but sigh. The air conditioner in the operating theater was still the most comfortable in summer. Duanbo smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao Chen, let's go. I'll take you to try our Lan County specialties." The people around also cheered, "Yes, Dr. Chen, let's drink together. Anyway, there's nothing to do tonight." When someone suggested it, someone else shouted. The surgeons were all men. They liked to gather in groups of 3 to 5 to eat and drink. The internal medicine and surgery department could not compare to this. Chen Song also went to many hospitals and transferred to many departments. The working environment in the internal medicine department was generally more boring and depressing. There was very little communication between doctors. Basically, they did their own things. It was said that each family only cared about their own business and did not care about others. Basically, patients would look for their own physician in charge if they had something to do. If the physician in charge was not around, the other doctors might not pay much attention to them. At most, they would say that the physician was not around. Even when they were resting, they rarely gathered together. The surgery department was different. Perhaps it was because there were more men, so they did not care so much about small things. It did not matter if it was a small matter, so they got along quite well. In addition, many surgeries needed everyone to do together, so they needed to help each other. They were like teammates and comrades, so their relationship was naturally good. For example, in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, the emergency department and emergency department were a clear example. Chen Song walked on the road. Finally, he had the chance to open and see what he had obtained. He vaguely remembered that there were 3 good things that were emitting purple light. The first was the class change certificate, something like an invitation card, and a white coat. It actually had a name, Bai Chuan's white coat. There was also a skill book. Class change certificate. After level 20, the class change certificate can be activated after completing the corresponding class change mission. Please explore it after reaching level 20. Stamina potion. After use, increase stamina by +1, ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 19. Obtain skill points, 1, current skill points, 4. After hearing the notification, Chen Song was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he had done a few surgeries today and was about to level up. Once he leveled up, his experience would not disappear. Chen Song, level 19, experience 25003800. Seeing that his experience did not disappear, Chen Song could not help but feel happy. Fortunately, his experience was still there. Bai Chuan's surgical gown, purple. I am Bai Chuan, not Bai Chuan. This is Dr. Bai Chuan's surgical gown. After wearing it, you will receive 1. Stamina plus 3, 2. Strength plus 3, 3. Defense plus 3, additional skill, Bai Chuan's blessing. Skill tip, after use, your stamina, strength, and other statuses will be restored to peak condition, can be used once a week. Chen Song was delighted, as expected of an equipment dropped by a king-tier lappet. It was indeed extraordinary, stamina plus 3. Strength plus 3. This was all understandable. But what the hell was this defense plus 3, resistance to attacks, corrosion resistance, or was it to prevent sneak attacks from medical troublemakers? However, the highlight of the entire equipment was the last point. The additional skill, Bai Chuan's blessing. After using it, all statuses would be restored to peak condition. What an awesome skill. Unfortunately, it could only be used once a week. Surgeries were very tiring. There were even surgeries that lasted more than 40 hours. If he had this gown, Chen Song felt that the effects would be greatly improved. But Chen Song had a question. Could it be that he could only use this special effect when he wore the surgical gown? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that he should keep a surgical gown in his bedroom as a backup. Thinking of how he would still be in a good condition after the surgery, Chen Song felt that this surgical gown was worth it. The last item was a purple skill book. What would it contain? Skill book. After use, you will receive a specific basic skill. Skill level, advanced. You can choose the special effect of the skill yourself. Good stuff. This meant that he was about to receive an advanced basic skill, and he could choose the special effect of the skill himself. Chen Song only wanted to say to the appendix monster, a king's friend is a king. May I ask where your friend is? After walking for less than 10 minutes, Duanbo pointed at the restaurant in front of him and said, Expert Xiao Chen, the food here is definitely something you have never eaten outside. Today, I will bring you to try it out. At this moment, Duanbo's phone rang. Duanbo picked it up and said, Director, it's bad. A group of unconscious patients came to the emergency department. They are requesting for a deep vein catheter insertion. The patient's conditions are special. I can't get them in. Duanbo's face suddenly changed. How many people are there? The junior doctor's voice was trembling. There are 5 people. All of them have severe burns and are now in shock. They need to be transferred to the hospital in Yanyang City. However, their conditions are very bad and they need to be treated in advance. They need a deep vein catheter insertion. Duanbo immediately said, Okay. Pay attention to the patient's conditions. Wait for a few minutes, we will be there soon. Duanbo turned around. Dr. Xiao Chen, something happened in the department. P.S. I'm getting hungry from all the writing. The monthly votes are awesome. Thank you everyone for your support. Remember to turn on the automatic subscription. Once they heard Duanbo's words, how could they still have the appetite to eat? They ran away immediately. Fortunately, they were not far from the hospital. Everyone sprinted as fast as they could and arrived at the hospital in less than 2 minutes. As soon as they entered the emergency department, they saw the doctor on duty sweating profusely as he held a puncture kit. He was at a loss as he looked at the patient. The doctor from the general surgery department, Zhang Peng, was also so anxious that he could not puncture the patient. 5 ambulances were parked outside the emergency department. The flashing lights were like a countdown timer in people's hearts. Zhang Peng was sweating profusely. Dr. Wang, how are you? Wang Ku was also anxious. No, I can't puncture it. The patient's tissue is severely damaged. I can't find the vein at all. F***CK. Where is it? F***CK. The anxious Wang Ku had already started swearing. This situation could not be delayed. Every second delayed was a huge waste. The patient was in a high degree of burn and shock. It was too dangerous. The other first aid ambulance's doctors were not idle either. They were also performing a deep vein puncture on the patient. However, even they, who often performed punctures, were helpless at this time. Once, failure; second time, still failure; third time, they did not dare to try again. If they failed again, not to mention whether they could puncture the patient's subclavian artery, it would be a problem. The patient was already in shock and his blood pressure was extremely low. If he bled at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, the hands of the ambulance's doctors began to tremble. What should they do? Wang Ke could not help it. Zhang Peng, F***ck. Didn't you say that your director is coming? Is he close? Why isn't he here yet? If he doesn't come, the patient will be gone before he reaches Ammoniang City. How could Zhang Peng not be anxious, seeing that the patient was dying? He was already burning with anxiety. When he heard Wang Ke say that, he immediately retorted, "Where's your director? Our director knows to come, but your director is like an idiot. He didn't even pick up the phone. Is this what an emergency department director should do?" Both of them were a little irritable. This kind of thing was urgent, but they could not do anything. They could only call for help. At this time, Duanbo ran in, panting. "Why are you shouting?" Seeing Duanbo and the others come in, the doctor on duty in the emergency department looked as if he had seen his savior. "Hello, Director Duan." Wang Ke stopped scolding and hurriedly stood up. "Director Duan." Duanbo did not say much. He quickly checked the patient's condition. After understanding the situation, he frowned. "We can only use the subclavian vein." At this time, the patient was already in shock. Duanbo opened a brand new puncture kit and used a syringe pillow to perform a tentative puncture. The needle was always about 30 degrees away from the skin, and the gold needle was pulled back, but the needle went in about 4 centimeters, but there was still no blood recovery. This time, Duanbo was stunned. At this time, he couldn't go any deeper. Otherwise, he might damage the subclavian artery. Duanbo hurriedly removed the needle and drew it back. There was still no blood. This time, Duanbo was also a little nervous. He hurriedly pulled out the needle and put it under the skin. He continued to change the direction of the needle and continued to probe the puncture. If he couldn't even perform a probing puncture well, how could he even talk about puncturing a tube? At this moment, the nurse suddenly said, "Director Duan, the patient's blood pressure is low again." Chen Song's expression changed. This kind of patient in shock already had a lot of blood pressure and poor peripheral circulation. Central venous injection was the fastest way. At this time, venous catheterization could not be completed. It became a serious problem that hindered the patient's rescue. Chen Song hurriedly went forward. "Help me get a puncture kit." "Thank you." The nurse was stunned. "Who are you?" Before Chen Song could say anything, Duanbo said, "This is Dr. Chen from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Cooperate with Dr. Chen. If there are any problems, I'll take responsibility." As soon as he said that, the nurse was stunned. She quickly nodded and took out disposable gloves and a puncture kit. Chen Song's level of venous catheterization was very pitiful. It seemed to be only at the beginner level. Logically speaking, this kind of deep venous catheterization was a necessary skill for emergency doctors. However, because venous catheterization was prone to problems, and most of them were critical patients, Li Baoshan was very strict and basically let the old doctors do it. Taking out today's skill book, Chen Song directly chose to activate it. Ding. Skill book successfully used. Congratulations on obtaining deep venous catheterization. Please choose the special effect. Just as Chen Song was hesitating, Wang Ke suddenly said anxiously, "Director Duan, I don't dare to wear it. Otherwise, there will be problems. The patient's burns are too serious. I can't find the deep vein at all." Chen Song originally wanted to choose rapid catheterization. However, after hesitating for a while, he chose precise catheterization, venous catheterization, advanced. Special effect, precise catheterization. Chen Song put on gloves and opened the puncture kit. He picked up the needle and began the puncture. Dr. Yang happened to see this scene and was about to say, "Dr. Chen, you don't need a syringe to try the puncture in advance." His voice trailed off. Chen Song stood up and said to the nurse, "Give me another puncture kit." The nurse at the side could not help but say, "Dr. Chen, use a syringe to test it first." This way, you can use one puncture kit at a time. At this moment, the chubby, round-faced nurse who was standing at the side and preparing the medicine for the patient suddenly said, "Teacher Liu, Dr. Chen has successfully punctured." The moment she said that, it attracted everyone's attention. So fast, everyone tried for a long time and did not succeed once, but Dr. Chen succeeded in one try. Moreover, he did not even try. This was too awesome. Duanbua was also a little surprised. This Xiaochen was too strong, wasn't he? Chen Song did not stop. He picked up the puncture kit and said to the chubby, round-faced nurse who was following him, "Help me prepare the next puncture kit." The nurse nodded excitedly. She turned around and carried 3 puncture kits as she followed behind Chen Song. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1. The round-faced nurse watched with a surge of emotions. She was a little excited. After all, Dr. Chen was too fast. The puncture was very accurate in one go. In the blink of an eye, Chen Song had successfully punctured all 5 patients in less than 10 minutes. Dr. Che from the emergency center was also dumbfounded. Where did this wave of destruction come from? He was so strong. The doctor from the general surgery department looked at Chen Song with eyes full of admiration. The nurse hurriedly gave the medicine and the patient's condition improved a little. The emergency doctor, Wang Ku, walked over and said excitedly, "Brother, you're too awesome." "My name is Wang Ku, from the emergency department." Chen Song smiled. "My name is Chen Song, also from the emergency department." Wang Ku smiled gratefully. "If not for you today, these patients." "It's hard to say." The people from the 120 emergency center did not dare to stay. After pushing the patient into the ambulance, they quickly set off for Ammoniang City. Chen Song suddenly said to Dr. Che, "I'll go with them. I'll take care of them on the way. I'm Chen Song from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital." Among the doctors who came out with the ambulance, Ma Chunyang was a veteran of the 120 emergency center. He had been on the front line for more than 20 years. Now, he was in his 40s and had become a small person in charge. However, in the face of critical illness and special treatment, he was still on the front line. To be honest, Ma Chunyang was a little shocked by Chen Song's puncture technique just now. How many punctures did it take to practice such venous catheterization? However, this young doctor did not look very old. Where did he get such strength from? When Ma Chunyang heard Chen Song's words, his eyes immediately lit up. Having a capable and reliable person as a companion was a fortunate thing, not only for them, but also for the patients. Thinking of this, Ma Chunyang quickly held Chen Song with both hands. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Dr. Chen." "Oh. My name is Ma Chunyang. I'm an emergency doctor from the 120 emergency center." Without much pleasantries, the group of people got ready and drove toward Ammoniang City. Not long after the 120 ambulance left. Behind them, the emergency department of the Lan County People's Hospital finally quieted down. For a basic hospital, every time 120 sounded, it was a severe test for them. What was emergency treatment? Some people used this analogy. Emergency treatment was equivalent to the criminal police. In any emergency situation, they had to be rescued quickly. They were the last line of defense for people's lives. This incident also gave everyone a reflection. Their skill level really needed to be improved. If it were not for Chen Song, what would have happened today? They might have directly sent the patient to the ambulance and rushed to Ammoniang City. Along the way, without the deep vein administration, whether the patient could persevere would have been up to fate. Thinking of this, Duanbua felt powerless. A sense of helplessness, incompetence, and powerlessness welled up in his heart. It made him, who had gained a lot, not feel happy at all. Looking at the quiet night outside the window, Duanbua walked out, took out a cigarette, and sat on the steps in silence. Chen Song could save these 5 people, but who could save countless people in the past? There were more people waiting to be saved in the future. Could it be that they were just going to sit and wait for death? But what could he do? Duanbua could only sit there helplessly when it came to this kind of thing. This was a matter of the country and countless people. He was just a small department director of surgery in a county hospital. What was he to do? Duanbua was born in a village in Lan County. After graduating from university, he had the opportunity to stay in Ammonium City. However, he chose to return home and entered the Lan County People's Hospital. At that time, the primary hospital was still filled with a group of medical assistant school graduates. Duanbo's arrival undoubtedly made him the leader of the hospital pay attention to him. After 10 years, he became the director of the general surgery department. Having grown up at the grassroots level, he had seen the difference between Lan County and those big cities. He wanted to change, but he was powerless to change too much. Just like today's situation, there were ambulances in Lan County that could send patients to the hospital in time. However, the patients in the village who had acute myocardial infarction might have died before they were sent to the hospital. The cigarette was quickly finished. He exhaled the thick smoke in one breath. Duanbo took a deep breath. Why was he thinking so much? He just had to do his own thing. Medical treatment was not a personal thing. It was the country's. The imperfections and irrationality of the medical system were not something he could change alone. At this moment, a group of people in the emergency department were still discussing the scene just now. That young doctor just now is so good. One in a minute. That's awesome. Nurse A said excitedly. Nurse B, yeah, and he's so handsome. Didn't you look at him carefully? When he's serious, he's so handsome. The round-faced nurse who had followed Chen Song just now sighed. She was not in the mood to discuss it. At this moment, Yang Zhong from the Department of Surgery suddenly turned around and did not find the department director. After he went out, he saw Duanbo sitting on the ground and smoking. He was stunned for a moment before he walked over and sat down beside him. When Duanbo saw Yang Zhong coming over, he smiled and said, "Call everyone. Let's go eat together." Yang Zhong did not answer. He looked at Duanbo and asked, "Department director, are we really that bad?" Yang Zhong's words directly made Duanbo speechless. Are we really that bad? Duanbo's hand, which was holding the cigarette butt, was trembling. That's right, why am I thinking so much? We just have to do our own work. We have to improve our own standards and treat each of our patients. That's enough. Why am I thinking so much? After the ambulance from the emergency department arrived in Ammoniang City, they began to move separately. Some were sent to the Provincial People's Hospital, while some were sent to the First Hospital of Eastern University. However, none of them were sent to the Second Hospital of Sichuan Province. The reason was very simple. The Second Hospital of Sichuan Province did not have a burn department. Their ICU could only maintain these patients' vital signs. Chen Song followed the car to the First Hospital of Eastern University. Because he had called in advance, the other party was already prepared. When Chen Song escorted the patient out of the car, Wang Xiangjuan suddenly recognized Chen Song. "Xiao Chen? Why are you also on 120? Chen Song told him about his participation in the rescue, but he automatically concealed the fact that he was a freelance surgeon. He said that he had something to do in Lan County. Ma Chunyang also nodded. It's all thanks to Dr. Chen. Otherwise, Wang Xiangjuan nodded. Well, Xiao Chen, you should go and rest. Chen Song nodded and left. He was really tired today. Ding. Wang Xiangjuan's favorability +5. Chen Song shook his head and smiled. He got up and left. When he went out, there were no more yellow cars on the road. After the yellow car company went bankrupt, Chen Song's deposit had not been refunded. Some time ago, he could occasionally see cars. Now, there were only a few left in the green belt on the road. The others were nowhere to be found. Was the development of medical treatment not the same? Today, Chen Song also had a lot of feelings. Under the polarization, grassroots hospitals were still relatively backward. There was a shortage of talent and medical resources. Chen Song sighed. We're all moving forward. We've improved a lot compared to before. We still have to move forward step by step. The First People's Hospital of Eastern University was not far from the Second People's Hospital of Sichuan Province. It was also not far from where Chen Song lived. He strolled back. While walking on the road, Chen Song suddenly received a call. Xiao Chen, this is Zhang Youfu. Chen Song was suddenly curious. Why did Zhang Youfu call him? Chen Song quickly said, Hello, Director Zhang. Zhang Youfu smiled. It's like this, Xiao Chen. I'm going to participate in the health program of Dongyang TV station tomorrow. The hospital wants me to promote your minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery and promote the popularity of our hospital. Is it convenient for you to send me the PowerPoint of that day? Zhang Youfu is going to be on TV, is he that awesome? When Chen Song thought of this, he could not help but feel jealous. He would be able to be on TV for a while. When he thought of his father, Chen Dehai, who would definitely buy 2 pounds of liquor in bulk, he called his old friends and cooked a few dishes to brag about. As the old saying went, 30 years ago, the father respected the son. 30 years later, the son respected the father. Chen Dehai's greatest hope in his life was his 2 sons. His greatest glory was also his 2 sons. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song added Zhang Youfu's WeChat and sent him the PowerPoint. When he was bored on the way, Chen Song curiously opened Zhang Youfu's WeChat moments. He was stunned. In his mind, a doctor's WeChat moments should be like this: announce the latest guidelines for XX conference will be held soon, and dripping money will be donated to XX. However, Zhang Youfu's WeChat moments were like this frowny face: nothing tastes good when you're full. Attached picture, Australian lobster, one should not let oneself down. Attached picture, Qingyang Lake hairy crab, life needs a sense of ritual. Attached picture, a high-grade Japanese ingredient, 22nd wedding anniversary with my wife. Attached picture, the ends of the earth in Xianxia, my son has learned how to fly a plane. As an experienced pilot, I am deeply gratified. Attached picture, a civil aircraft learning ground in the United States, he's a winner in life, right? Chen Song felt that as a doctor, chief physician Zhang should be someone who knew how to live. He would show off his delicious food, his love, and his son every few days. He was a beauty demon, there were new posts every day. When Chen Song was about to show them, he suddenly saw Zhang Youfu's post. Oh, I'm going to be on TV tomorrow. I'm a little nervous. Should I wear a black tie? Or a red tie? Chen Song was speechless. Zhang Youfu and Li Baoshan were 2 completely different people. Their attitudes towards life, styles, and so on were completely different. With a difference of 10 years, the difference in their views on life was like heaven and earth. In comparison, Chen Song was even more envious of Zhang Youfu. He could live as he pleased. He did not need to ask his child to work hard in a famous school. Instead, he could provide his child with an opportunity to study abroad during the college entrance examination. He could work hard to expand his channels and resources. There were not many people in the medical circle who dared to post on their WeChat moments as they pleased. Most of them were the kind of people who secretly earned money and spent it. There were not many people like Chief Zhang who publicly posted on their WeChat moments. However, Chen Song felt that this was not showing off, but a way of life. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. Chen Song was quite envious. After all, he didn't steal or rob. He relied on his skills to earn money. Why wouldn't he be allowed to go out and have fun? After a doctor became a senior attending physician, he would be considered a well-off person. When he became a chief physician, he would be considered a middle-income group. For example, Zhang Youfu should earn about 1 million a year, including freelance surgeries. He was a big shot in the field of liver transplant surgery in Danyang province. Doctors were usually busy, and they were the kind of people who did not have time to spend money. However, Zhang Youfu was a person who knew how to live. After Qin Yu left the hospital at noon, he hurried to Dongyang Medical University. Qin Yu was very concerned about this article. If he could really publish an SCI article with high scores, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for his future development. Wu Xiueyu's family lived in the family building on the campus of Dongyang Medical University. It was an old campus with lush trees and blooming flowers. When he walked on the campus, the trees on both sides blocked the sunlight. Qin Yu did not know why Professor Wu asked him to go home at this time. It was already noon. Would he be disturbing them? After knocking on the door, Wu Xiueyu opened it and saw Qin Yu. He smiled and said, "Little Qin, come in and eat." Qin Yu was a little embarrassed. Was it appropriate to refuse? Obviously, it was not appropriate. He did not refuse, but he was still a little embarrassed. After Wu Xiueyu's wife saw Qin Yu, she quickly smiled and said to her son, "Little Wu, get little Qin a pair of slippers." Qingyu was a little flattered by the family's warm hospitality. Sitting at the dining table, Wu Shuiyu smiled and said, "Little Qin, don't be shy at home. I had a good relationship with your teacher when I was young." Wu Shuiyu was thin and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked very cultured. His wife was also a professor at Dongyang Medical University and the director of gynecology in the second hospital of Dongyang Medical University. Her name was Zhang Jinfen. Although Zhang Jinfen was not very beautiful, she smiled warmly. Her hair was tied up and she was wearing an apron. She did not look like a director at all. Instead, she looked like a housewife. Zhang Jinfen picked up some food for Qingyu and said with a smile, "Little Qin, I also read your paper. It's really a unique idea and it's very novel. And it's practical. This topic is very valuable for research. It's really a case of the student surpassing the master." Qingyu smiled embarrassedly and said, "Professor Zhang, don't praise me. I'm proud." Zhang Jinfen suddenly laughed and said, "Oh, you don't have to call me professor. Just call me auntie. I often interact with your father, but I didn't expect Dean Qin to have such a lovely girl. I don't have a girl, so I like girls. Unlike boys, who don't come home all day and don't know how to care for others." Speaking of this, Zhang Jinfen suddenly patted her forehead and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my son, Wu Zhe. He just graduated with a doctorate this year. His teacher still wants him to stay in Union Medical University. His father and I still want him to come back. After all, he's our only child. Besides, Dongyang is not bad." Qingyu nodded and said, "Brother Wu, you're really amazing." Wu Zhe smiled and said, "Just call me Wu Zhe. You're also amazing. You're actually a master's student from Xianxia University. Why didn't you ask Professor Su to guarantee your doctorate?" Qingyu smiled and said, "I'm not an ambitious person. I just want to come back to work as soon as possible and satisfy my parents' wish of being a good wife and having grandchildren as soon as possible." After chatting for a while, Zhang Jinfen suddenly smiled and asked, "Little Qin, do you have a girlfriend?" Qingyu shook his head and said, "Not yet. I'm in the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital. I'm quite busy every day, so I don't have time." Zhang Jinfen's eyes lit up and she said, "Haha, that's right. Studying medicine is really busy and tiring. The circle is also small. Looking back, you're not young anymore." After dinner, Wu Shuiyu said to Qingyu, "Little Qin, come with me to the study. After I translated it for you yesterday, I thought about it carefully and found that there are still some problems that we need to fix." Qingyu nodded and followed Wu Shuiyu into the study. Zhang Jinfen pulled her son over and whispered, "Little Zhe? How is it? Do you like it?" Wu Zhe was speechless and said, "Okay. Mom. You're about to retire, so you're preparing to find a part-time job as a matchmaker?" Zhang Jinfen immediately glared at Wu Zhe and said, "You little brat, you're already 30 years old. You don't have a girlfriend yet. If I'm not anxious, who is?" In the study room, Wu Shuiyu pulled over a chair for Qingyu and sat opposite him. "Xiao Qin, after you went back yesterday, I took a closer look at it and felt that there were some problems. Wu Zhe also came back yesterday. He is a surgeon, and after reading it, he said that there were some problems with the terminology and description. I am not a surgeon, so I asked my colleague to change it. Take out your old manuscript, and I will point it out for you." Qingyu nodded and hurriedly took out the paper that she had printed yesterday from her bag. She handed the English version and the Chinese version over. Wu Shuiyu picked up the English version and flipped through it. But when he flipped it open, he was stunned. He realized that some of the sketches had been changed. Wu Shuiyu frowned and looked at it carefully. After the sketches were sketched out, the sketches were all changed. Some of the words were replaced, and some of the sentences were changed. Wu Shuiyu looked through it and thought for a while. He suddenly felt that the changes were very good. It was even better than the changes made by his colleague. Thinking of this, Wu Shuiyu smiled and put the thesis on the table. He said to Qingyu, "Xiao Qin, the person who changed your thesis is very good. I don't think you need to change these words. Just use what they said. They should be in the field of surgery, and the wording is very appropriate." Qingyu was a little confused, "Huh? Professor Wu, you mean? Wu Xiuyu pushed the thesis over, you just need to change it according to what they said. It should not be a problem to publish a thesis. Qinyu quickly said, I didn't ask anyone to change it. I didn't even look at it properly. Qinyu could not help but blush when he said this. Wu Xiuyu was stunned, huh? Then who changed your thesis? Qinyu was puzzled. He took the thesis and looked at it. He was dumbfounded. Who messed up my thesis? Suddenly, Qinyu remembered that Chen Song said that he read his thesis. Could it be Chen Song? It can't be, right? Qinyu was not looking down on Chen Song, but, well, he was looking down on him. This was because this translation required a very professional medical English foundation. Chen Song had graduated from his undergraduate degree, so how could he have come into contact with medical English? Just based on his university level of English? Not to mention Chen Song, even he couldn't understand it, let alone translate it. Wu Xiuyu smiled. This translation is already very good. Go back and edit the electronic version. There should be no problem. Qinyu nodded blankly. Zhang Jinfen saw that Qinyu was about to leave and said with concern, Little Qin, let Little Zhe send you off. After declining for a while, Qinyu left in a hurry. After a surgery in the morning, it was already past 10 o'clock when Chen Song returned to the hospital bed. Chen Song looked at his experience. He only had less than 300 points before he could level up. It should not be a problem to complete all the procedures today. After returning, he found that a few nurses led by Chang Lina were discussing indignantly in the doctor's office. Chang Lina said to Qin Lele as if she was experienced, Lele, you are still too naive. If it were me, I would have slapped him directly. Let's see if he can show off. Qin Lele blushed with shame. Sister Na, you have to be responsible if something goes wrong. Qinyu was also among them, and the discussion was very lively. Chen Song could not help but ask, what are you guys discussing? It's in full swing. When Chang Lina saw that Chen Song had arrived, she hurriedly said, Little Dr. Chen, you're finally here. Quickly go and take care of your bed 12. Chen Song was stunned. What's wrong with bed 12? Chang Lina pushed Qin Lele. Let Lele tell you. Qin Lele blushed when he saw Chen Song. Dr. Chen, bed 12 should be discharged. It's been a week, and there is nothing wrong with him. Chang Lina saw Qin Lele's shyness and was very angry. She said directly, Dr. Xiao Chen, bed 12 asked Lele to wipe his urinary catheter 3 times a day. Once in the morning, once in the evening, and once in the afternoon. Look at him. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately blushed with shame. He immediately understood what had happened and quickly apologized to Qin Lele. I'm sorry, little Qin. I'll go and tell him today, but, didn't I ask him to remove his urinary catheter? Chang Lina sneered. He didn't want to remove it. He said that he was still infected and wanted to stay for 1 more day. In my opinion, he is an old hooligan, an exhibitionist. A pervert who wants to take advantage of others. Chang Lina was an experienced nurse. She pulled a group of people and said, No, it seems that I have to teach you some experience. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage. After speaking, Chang Lina lowered her voice. As a nurse, especially a nurse like us who is like a fairy, we must learn to protect ourselves. I will teach you some experience. After all, the hospital is a public place. Those people don't dare to touch you. At most, they will use their words and provoke their eyes. But there is another kind of exhibitionist like today. Those perverts want to see your heartbeat faster, your face turn red, and your face become uneasy. Let me tell you, when you encounter this kind of situation, you have to pretend to be calm. The corners of your eyes look down at 45 degrees. Then remember. Here is the important part. You have to speak in a light tone. Snort and say, he is so small and he is not embarrassed to show it. Remember, you must speak softly, but you must let him hear you. I promise that he will not dare to show it again. Qinyu asked curiously, this. Won't they think that you are insulting them? Won't they complain about you? Chang Lina shook her head and patted Qinyu's shoulder. Doesn't he know what he wants to do? If he dares to report you, say that he is sexually harassed, exhibitionist, and perverted. Also, when we change the dressing and give injections, some people purposely leak more. At this time, you have to be ruthless. When you give the injections, you have to make it as painful as possible. Don't be merciful. Let him have a taste of pain. I guarantee that he won't dare to do it again. Speaking of this, Xianxia recalled what happened last time. There was once when I changed the bandages for a groin patient. In the end, that person took off his pants. At that time, I picked up the center sheet and casually covered it. I said with concern, "The weather is cold. It's so cold. Cover it up." When that patient heard me say that, he was very touched. He thought that I was going to report him. TSK. Childish. It is such a big thing. I have seen more of it than you. Chen Song almost burst out laughing. This Xianxia was really an expert. Xianxia continued, "But when you go, you must remember one thing. Don't hit it." Little Lin quickly asked, "Why? Didn't you just say that you were going to slap it?" Xianxia sighed. "I was just joking. Let me tell you something serious. It was when I was doing my internship in the Department of Genitourinary Surgery. At that time, there was a patient who was lusting after my teaching teacher. Every time she cleaned the urinary catheter, he would deliberately show off. Sometimes, he would even have a reaction. My teaching teacher was annoyed and raised her hand to slap him. From then on, that patient was unable to recover from the setback. He never got up again. Later, when his family found out, they came to the hospital every day to cause trouble. There was not a single day of peace. They insisted on financial compensation. In the end, there was no compensation. However, my teaching teacher married that man. I don't know what happened to them. Everyone felt that it was a pity." Little Lin asked, "How do you differentiate between harassment and harassment? What if they don't understand?" Xinyu was even more excited when he heard this. He said directly, "Isn't that simple? The problem is simple. If you meet a handsome person that you like, it's called flirting. If it's an ugly person that you don't like, it's called harassment." All the young nurses nodded as if it made sense. Chen Song felt a chill run down his spine. This group of women. However, there were still quite a lot of young nurses in the hospital who were single. Compared to the medical circle, 1/3 of the young nurses were still single. So if a handsome young man were to go to the hospital and take a liking to one of our young nurses, we must seize the opportunity. However, we must have a strategy. We must not deliberately reveal that we were unable to recover from the setback. Although she is married to you, you can only look. At around 2 in the afternoon, a young couple was sent to the emergency room. They were probably 2 young university students. To be more precise, it was a young lady who was only about 20 years old. Accompanying her was a delicate and pretty boy. The boy carried the girl into the emergency room. He looked flustered and nervous. The internal medicine doctor on duty today was Yan Ming. He was a 40-year-old internist who liked to hold a thermos flask. He was originally in the endocrinology department, but it was said that he had been suspended by the hospital for 2 years because of a medical accident. After that, the department abandoned him and he came to the emergency room to be an internist. He went to work and got off work on the dot every day. He never cared if it was not his business. If it was his business, he would care less if he could. At 50, he had long lost his passion for work. He held a thermos flask all day with wolfberry and chrysanthemum in it. He would greet everyone with a smile. At that moment, after seeing the patient, Yan Ming hurriedly called for the nurse to push a bed over and placed the girl on it. The girl was quite beautiful. She had an oval face, fair skin, long hair, and was dressed fashionably. However, the girl was lying on the bed with her limbs stiff. Her hands were like chicken claws that could not be stretched. She was abnormally stiff and could not speak. Only then did he learn that the girl's name was Li Rongrong and the boy's name was Yang Lin. It was the first time Yang Lin had encountered such a situation. As a 20-year-old, he had no idea what had happened. He hurriedly took a taxi to the nearest hospital, the 2nd Provincial Hospital's emergency room. At that moment, Yang Lin mustered his courage and looked at Yan Ming. He asked uneasily, "Doctor. What's wrong with my girlfriend?" When Yan Ming saw this situation, he was also a little puzzled because this kind of situation was rare. Could it be epilepsy? With that thought in mind, Yan Ming looked at the girl and suddenly asked, "Can you hear me?" Li Rongrong's big watery eyes blinked. She tried her best to nod, but she could not speak. After a long while, the anxious girl's tears flowed down. The more anxious she was, the more afraid she became. The girl lying on the bed panted heavily. She wanted to speak, but she could not say a word. At that moment, Li Rongrong was scared to death. Don't tell me I have a terminal illness? With that thought in mind, her heart sank. She looked at Yang Lin with sorrow. Yang Lin was not old either. He was in his early 20s. He was also at a loss when faced with such a situation. He held his girlfriend's hand with both hands and did not dare to let go for a long time. He wanted to learn to be a man and hold up the sky for his woman. However, he was still a little young and inexperienced, so he was a little lost. Yang Lin looked at Li Rongrong with heartache. His eyes were filled with tender determination, just like the look of youth. Yan Ming frowned and pondered. It could be epilepsy, but it didn't seem like it either. Why don't we get a consultation? Thinking of this, Yan Ming looked at Yang Lin. Who are you to her? Hesitation could be seen in Yang Lin's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I'm her boyfriend. Yan Ming nodded. Oh, how did this happen to her? Yang Lin recalled for a moment. We just went shopping and quarreled over a small matter. Then, my girlfriend's temper wasn't good, so she started to lose her temper. I was also a little angry, so I quarreled with her. But not long after, she suddenly couldn't speak. Then, her hands became like chicken claws, and she fell to the ground. In the end, Yang Lin was full of regret. It's all my fault. I made you angry. I won't make you angry again. As Yang Lin spoke, he held Li Rongrong's hands with one hand and gently wiped her tears with the other. Li Rongrong just lay there and let her tears flow. She couldn't say a word for a long time and could only gasp for breath. Yan Ming looked at Li Rongrong. Have you ever had epilepsy before? Or has anyone in your family had it before? Li Rongrong shook her head vigorously. Wait a moment. I'll get the neurology department to come down and check if it's something in the head. Young man, don't worry and don't be nervous. Stay with your girlfriend. Oh right, contact her family. The patient's condition is unstable right now. She needs to sign it. When Yang Lin heard this, he bent down and said to the girl, Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Wait for me. Li Rongrong looked at Yang Lin treating her like this and felt that a friend in need was a friend indeed. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he followed Yan Ming out. Less than 10 minutes after the emergency consultation, the neurology doctor came down. After checking the patient, he said, do an electroencephalogram and CT to rule out intracranial lesions and consider epilepsy. If not, ask the surgeon for a consultation. Chen Song had just come out of the on-call room when he suddenly saw a boy making a phone call. Brother Yong, lend me some money. I need it urgently. I don't have it. Sorry, Yang Lin hung up the phone and began to call again. After going back and forth, he finally managed to scrape together more than 2,000 yuan. They were all students. How could they have so much money for living expenses? It wasn't easy to borrow money. Yang Lin saw Yan Ming and walked over. Doctor, how is it? Yan Ming took the consultation results and said, the neurology department is still worried about whether there are lesions in the brain. They want you to do a head CT and electroencephalogram. We'll see the results after you come out. Yang Lin was a little hesitant. After all, they were all university students. They really didn't have that much money on them. He was still a little nervous in this situation. Doctor, how much is a CT? And an electroencephalogram? Yan Ming, the total is about 500 to 600 yuan. The CT is about 200 to 300 yuan. The electroencephalogram is about 200 to 300 yuan. You can ask the billing department. I don't know much about it. By the way, the patient's condition is unstable. You should contact the patient's family and ask them to come over and sign. Yan Ming placed great importance on signing. He repeatedly emphasized the matter of signing. When Yang Lin heard this, he went in to communicate with Li Rongrong. However, Li Rongrong held his phone tightly and refused to give it to Yang Lin. He shook his head and refused to let him call. Yan Ming also saw this situation and muttered in his heart, "It's troublesome. What if something happens?" This situation was the most troublesome. The child was disobedient and didn't call the parents. If something happened, the parents would definitely find trouble with him. What should he do? When Chen Song came over, he just happened to see Yan Ming and greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Yan. Do you have a patient?" Yan Ming's eyes suddenly turned. "Xiao Chen, are you on duty today?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes." Yan Ming said, "You're on duty. Coincidentally, there's a patient. I asked the neurology department to consult and do a checkup. However, I'm worried that the patient's condition is unstable. We need to train the family, but the patient is unwilling. You're the same age. Do you want to persuade him?" Chen Song was stunned. This Yan Ming was always like this. When he met a patient, he would start to shirk. At this time, he hoped that Chen Song would take over the patient. After all, there were two people on duty today. It could be said that it was Chen Song's or Yan Ming's. The responsibility was on both of them. However, Chen Song still decided to go up and take a look. When he arrived at the observation room, Chen Song saw the boy crying and explaining to the girl. However, the girl kept shaking her head and refused to listen. "Isn't that the boy who borrowed money just now?" Chen Song saw a question mark above the boy's head. Ding. Help save Yang Lin's girlfriend. Mission completed, experience 300, money plus 300. Chen Song got up and walked over. He looked at Li Rongrong and thought hard. How long has this happened? Yang Lin saw Chen Song and quickly said, "Less than an hour. Just now, I quarreled with my girlfriend. After that, she..." Chen Song got up and walked to the girl's side to check. After a few minutes, Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. How is this epilepsy? It's clearly poisoning. At this time, the famous teacher also gave the answer, hyperventilation syndrome. This poison is the poison that you poisoned yourself. This is a typical case of gas poisoning yourself. Yang Lin got up and was about to leave when Chen Song said, "Where are you going?" Yang Lin was stunned. "The doctor asked me to pay the fee and prepare to do an EEG and head CT. He's worried that it's an intracranial lesion." Chen Song shook his head. "Don't worry, wait first." Yang Lin hesitated. Who should he listen to? He was a little hesitant. After all, the doctor just now was in his 50s and looked like an old expert. Chen Song was young. He was worried that his lack of experience would delay his girlfriend's treatment. At this time, Chen Song shouted, "Little Lin, get me 2 masks." Little Lin was very obedient and immediately brought over 2 masks. Chen Song picked up the mask and pressed it in his hand like a small hat. He covered the girl's mouth and nose and said, "Relax, don't be nervous. Don't breathe heavily. Yes. Relax." The girl nodded and didn't struggle. About a few minutes later. These few minutes were very torturous for Yang Lin. Why don't I go for a checkup? After all, I feel more at ease after a checkup. But at this time, Yang Lin suddenly heard a voice. "Yang Lin, come here." He was stunned and quickly turned around. He found that the girl was already sitting on the bed. "Rong. Are you okay?" At this time, Yan Ming also walked in. He was stunned when he saw the situation. "What's going on?" "The patient is fine," the boy said to Yan Ming. "Doctor. Why is she fine now?" "She just lay there for a while." Yan Ming nodded. "It should be epilepsy. After the attack, she will return to normal. I suggest that you do an electroencephalogram to be safe." Chen Song shook his head and smiled. "There's no need to do it. It's not epilepsy. She was poisoned by your anger." Seeing this, everyone hurriedly turned to look at Chen Song. Even Xiao Lin, who was at the side, walked over curiously. Chen Song continued, "This is actually a kind of hyperventilation syndrome. The root cause is that after you quarreled, you were emotional and breathed too quickly. This led to insufficient carbon dioxide in the body, causing respiratory alkalosis. When breathing, it will cause excessive ventilation of carbon dioxide, resulting in excessive carbon dioxide excretion from the body and insufficient carbon dioxide in the body. This is what we call respiratory alkalosis in clinical practice. When suffering from this, the limbs will be very stiff, trembling, and other typical symptoms, but the consciousness is still clear. The patient's condition is not serious. There is no need for too much treatment. Just now, she just absorbed more carbon dioxide and the situation will be alleviated. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Yan Ming's expression did not change. Instead, he said with a smile, "Yes. Yes, why didn't I think of it? After hearing what you said, it's really the case. Young man, don't make your girlfriend angry in the future." After saying that, Yan Ming picked up his thermos and drank some water. He turned around and left, thinking to himself, "Sigh. I'll apply for early retirement in 2 years." Xianxia shook his head. Yan Ming had been in the emergency department for a long time. However, due to his seniority, no one said anything about him. After all, the current Yan Ming would definitely not cause trouble. When he encountered a situation, his first reaction was to find a consultation, transfer to another department, and then sign the papers. Anyway, he would not cause trouble for the emergency department. It could be said that Li Baoshan was not so angry. When Yang Lin heard that everything was fine, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly walked to the girl's side and promised, "I won't make you angry again in the future." After a heart-wrenching apology, the two of them began the heart-wrenching ending scene. When Xianxia saw this, he suddenly frowned slightly and said, "Well, if you had kissed her earlier, you might not have had to come to the hospital." When the young couple heard this, it became even more intense. When Xianxia saw this, he felt a sour feeling in his heart. It was as if he had received a critical blow. Xianxia was stunned. "That's not right, I'm wearing a white coat. My defense is clearly +3, but why did I still get hurt? Could it be that showing off affection is real damage to a single person?" Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a lingering fear and quickly left. However, there was something more important at this time. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 20. Xianxia's eyes lit up. P.S. This matter teaches us a lesson. Don't reason with girls, quarrel, or even sulk. If you are angry, hug her and kiss her. Of course, the premise is that she is your girlfriend. Xianxia quietly returned to the on-call room and locked the door. Class change, this was awesome. In the game, he had to look for a class mentor. It would be difficult to explain if there were any anomalies. Xianxia sat quietly by the bed. In his anxiety, he suddenly heard a system notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Please complete your class change as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will not be able to increase your clinical level before you complete your class change. Class change path. First, find a mentor with the qualifications for class change and complete the class change mission assigned by the mentor. Second, activate the class change certificate and complete the mission on the certificate. Third, create a new profession and automatically activate the class change. Hint, class change certificate acquisition path. 1. King level monster. 2. Gift from a mentor. 3. Drop from PK, etc. Please complete your class change as soon as possible and become a more competent medical worker. Xianxia looked at the series of messages and felt a little overwhelmed. There were 3 paths to class change. The first was to find someone with the qualifications of a mentor and complete the mission to complete the class change. However, there was a problem. There were so many people with the qualifications of a mentor. Why would they give him the class change mission? Therefore, this path seemed simple, but there were hidden conditions. For example, they had to be interested in you first. Perhaps Qianliang was a good choice. Qianliang had given him a 3-month master-disciple mission. If he completed the mission, he might have a chance to get Qianliang's approval and complete the mentor mission to complete his class change. Qianliang was a famous person in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. Therefore, he might be able to change his class to a doctor in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. The master-disciple class change should mean that he would be whatever the mentor was. The second path was to activate the class change certificate and complete the class change mission on the certificate to complete the class change. In this way, the class change certificate would definitely have a restriction on the profession. Thinking of this, Chen Song took out the class change certificate he had obtained from killing the king-level Terminator. After taking it out, he found that the certificate was folded like an invitation card. After Chen Song flipped it open, he saw a few gilded words written on it, Class Change Certificate. This was a class change certificate from outside the chest. Chen Song hesitated and was a little nervous. If he could only change his class once, Chen Song would definitely not choose the class change certificate. Ding. There is no limit to the number of times you can change your class. Hearing this, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if he could only choose once, he had to choose carefully. As for the third option, Chen Song was dumbfounded. Creating my own class, this should be prepared for perverts, geniuses, and cheaters. It seemed to have nothing to do with him. Looking at these three options, Chen Song fell into deep thought. According to the plot of novels, TV shows, and online games, out of the three types of job transitions, the third one was the most awesome. It was exclusive to the main character. The first type could be high or low, but at the very least, they would have a teacher to guide them, and they would belong to the first echelon of elites. As for the second type, they would have to rely on class change certificates. They would probably belong to the most mediocre and trashy type. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but feel a little sad. Sigh, the good thing was that he could change his job a few more times, so he still had a chance. Thinking up to this point, Chen Song did not hesitate and opened his class change certificate. Are you sure you want to change your profession to thoracic surgeon? Yes. Ding. Activated thoracic surgery class change mission. Mission requirement: kill a high-grade monster within a week to complete the mission. Hint: the higher the grade of the monster, the greater the reward after the class change. Chen Song's first reaction was that he had killed the Appendix King a little too early. After all, wild monsters were common, but rare monsters were not. King-tier monsters were even rarer. The kind that only appeared once in a lifetime. If he missed it, he missed it. The class change was very simple. However, the greater the reward after the class change, the more difficult it would be. Chen Song was suddenly very curious. If he used a level 8 appendix monster for the class change, would he pass? However, since he had already chosen the lowest option, Chen Song decided to work hard and kill a high-grade wild monster. When the time came, he would be able to turn the tables. However, the most important problem was that he only had 2 days of guidance from a teacher. 2 days later, the only monsters he could kill were appendices and gallbladders. It would be too difficult for him to turn the tables around. Just as he opened the door to the on-call room, he saw Xianxia standing at the door with a gossipy face. Chen Song. What are you doing in there? The door is still locked. Chen Song said with annoyance, if I'm not afraid of some single dog coveting me, what's it called again? Sick at night? When Xianxia heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. Io, what the f***ck, Chen Song, can't you watch something more healthy? Sick at night? How do you know so much? It's called Sick at Night. I finally know where you learned your English from. Could it be that you don't learn much from reading, and you know that you have to watch movies to learn? You're really something. I think in the future, you'll be able to master your Japanese. Chen Song was stunned. He thought about it and said, it's sick at night. I always thought it was sick at night. Eh. Wait, how did you know? Xianxia was speechless. He widened his eyes and panicked. Tui. I've been led astray by people like you all day long. Then he turned and left, leaving Chen Song with an innocent look. You're the experienced one. Who's leading who? However, was Xianxia right? Or was he right? Chen Song felt that he should go back and do some research. As a medical worker, he had to have a practical and realistic heart. Only then could he continue to improve. Right at this moment, Chang Lina walked over from behind without anyone noticing. She said softly, Dr. Xiao Chen, little Dr. Qin is right. It should be sick at night. Chen Song was at a loss for words. Seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, Chen Song stretched lazily. Saturday and Sunday were rest days for others, but for him, it was overtime. Thinking about going to Zhang Jixin's place tomorrow, Chen Song was a little nervous. After all, this was his first surgery. What would the effect be like? In conclusion, he had a lot of expectations in his heart. Plastic surgery was different from surgery. When you removed an appendix, it didn't mean that you could make it look good. It meant that you had to pay attention to the later stages of the disease and how to reduce the complications. However, thinking about Fu Yufeng, Chen Song felt a little tired. After tomorrow's surgery, would it be Long Xiong's turn? Thinking about this, Chen Song felt a lot of pressure. Sigh, why is it so hard to be a human? Every time Chen Song went to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital, his eyes would light up. Chen Song was very impressed by who designed the front desk uniform. Today was the day Fu Yufeng saw the light of day again. Xiao Tianhua also came to the hospital early and specially prepared a gift. Zhang Jixin came to the hospital early. Compared to Chen Song, he was even more nervous. After all, the hospital was run by him. If someone came to find him, Chen Song could run away, but he couldn't. Even if Chen Song performed very well during the surgery, the outcome still depended on his recovery. This wasn't about sculpting. It was how it was. This was a human, it still needed to grow and recover. Many sequelae wouldn't appear at once. Therefore, Zhang Jixin had to be cautious about such a large-scale facial surgery. Fu Yufeng sat there, a little nervous and uneasy. Xiao Tianhua smiled and comforted her. Feng, don't worry. You'll definitely be surprised in a while. I was even more nervous than you. As she spoke, Xiao Tianhua took out an exquisite mirror. I prepared a gift for you. You'll see it when you open your eyes. Chen Song picked up the scissors and began to cut the gauze. At this moment, hurried and uneasy footsteps ran up the stairs to Zhang Jixin's side and whispered, Dr. Zhang, someone wants to see you. Zhang Jixin was stunned. He turned around and said, tell him to wait. Su Ro said nervously, he followed Mr. Hu here. Zhang Jixin was slightly stunned when he heard Mr. Hu. He nodded and quickly got up to go downstairs. Although Zhang Jixin was managing Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital, the real financial backer was Mr. Hu. To put it bluntly, he was his boss. He hurried downstairs and went to the reception room. Zhang Jixin saw Hu Chuanjin sitting there, smiling and chatting with a man. This man was obviously much more capable than Hu Chuanjin. He was dressed more formally. He was dressed casually and was tall and handsome. The two of them chatted casually. It seemed that they were of the same weight class. They were both rich. Zhang Jixin smiled and went up to him. Mr. Hu, are you busy today? Hu Chuanjin nodded and stood up. He smiled and said, I'm here to take a look at the hospital, and also to see you. Long time no see. I didn't expect the hospital to get better and better. Jixin, it's all thanks to you. Thank you for your hard work. I think I should give you a higher salary as the director. Zhang Jixin smiled as well. Hu Chuanjin then introduced, this is Gui Yongliang, Mr. Gua. He is the boss of Merrill Lynch Supermarket in Ammoniang City. Mr. Gua, this is Zhang Jixin, the person I told you about. Gui Yongliang stood up and walked over, taking the initiative to greet Zhang Jixin. Hello, President Zhang. Merrill Lynch Supermarket was a chain supermarket in Ammoniac City. It was quite big and had opened 4 or 5 branches in Ammoniac City. Although Zhang Jixin was curious as to why Gui Yongliang was here, he still shook his hand with a smile. At this moment, Gui Yongliang slowly said, I'm here today to see my wife. I went on a business trip for a week and couldn't find her when I returned home. In the end, I asked around and found out that she was here for plastic surgery. This made me angry. Why do you need plastic surgery for no reason? Aren't you just finding trouble for me? Hu Chuanjin smiled, women love beauty. Moreover, plastic surgery is so common nowadays. Who doesn't want to try it? Gui Yongliang sighed, that's not the reason. Old Hu, let me tell you. You know my parents. They are traditional people and revolutionaries of the older generation. How can they tolerate this? They are too traditional. How can they accept this? Moreover, it's not like we don't know about plastic surgery. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I usually like to watch live broadcasts on the internet when I have nothing to do. They all look so beautiful. But when I see them, what kind of thing is that guy doing? It's a transparent combination of silicone and hyaluronic acid. Especially when you remove your makeup, you can't look at it. Moreover, I'm also a businessman. Fang Fang often attends activities with me. If she really looks like a ghost, where can I put my face? Hu Chuanjin nodded and said, yes, the old man can't accept it, but you have to understand Fang Fang. Women love beauty. You're so successful and often go on business trips. Why do you still watch live broadcasts when you come home? What is Fang Fang thinking? Isn't she just worried that you'll neglect her when she gets old? Gui Yongliang shook his head. Old Hu, the plastic surgery hospital is run by you. I won't say anything. I'll just talk about it. The purpose of my visit today is very clear. I just want to ask if it can be done back. I also know that I'm late now. Fang Fang might have already finished the surgery. But even if it can't be the same as before, it should be a little more similar. When my parents see it, they will say that it's makeup and don't cut bones to pad the nose. Don't make it look like a ghost. Even my mother won't recognize you when you come home. Zhang Jixin was stunned. How can it be changed back? Do you think it's photo editing? You can just cancel it and change it back? It's not easy to change it. Miss Fu Yufeng did a minor surgery. A lot of the skin was cut off. After all, it was a knife. It's a bit difficult to change it back. As soon as this was said, Gui Yongliang's face suddenly sank. Hu Chuanjin was also silent. Plastic surgery for these people was troublesome. For a moment, the room became quiet. Zhang Jixin also did not expect that plastic surgery would involve such a thing. It was not easy to earn money from rich people. Last time, for Xiao Tianhua's plastic surgery, there was feces. This time, for Fu Yufeng's plastic surgery, there was Bosgua. This group of people was really hard to please. This was a private hospital. If you were in the second provincial hospital, no matter what happened, there would be someone to take responsibility for you. They would not say that this kind of thing was causing trouble for you. No matter what, the hospital would stand up for you. After a while, Zhang Jixin said, why don't we do this, Boss Gua? Since the surgery is done, you can go up and take a look and see how Miss Fu is doing now. If you're not satisfied, we'll think of a way to fix it or do something else. What do you think? Hu Chuanjin also nodded and said, what Director Zhang said makes sense. Mr. Gua, let's go up and take a look. We're open for business. We're not cheating people. If you're really not satisfied, I, Hu Chuanjin, promise that I'll take responsibility for this matter. Hu Chuanjin could not push the responsibility to Zhang Jixin at this time. If he really did that, the company would not be able to continue. Speaking up to this point, Hu Chuanjin stood up. Let's go, Boss Gua. Since we're already here, let's go up and take a look. Gui Yongliang thought about it and agreed. He nodded and followed. Zhang Jixin brought the few of them to the 5th floor. This was also a high-class VIP ward. Zhang Jixin pointed to a room in front and said to Gui Yongliang, this is the room. Gui Yongliang nodded and pushed the door open. After entering, he was slightly stunned and turned around. She's not in this room? Zhang Jixin was instantly stunned. He had just come out. How could he remember wrongly? He looked at the door number. It was clearly this room. At this moment, a sharp voice was heard. Gui Yongliang, come back here. Gui Yongliang was instantly stunned. This voice was too familiar. If it was not his wife, who else could it be? But his wife was clearly not inside. Fu Yufeng's face was filled with anger. When she saw Gui Yongliang enter, she was pleasantly surprised. She thought that he had come to see her out of concern. She did not expect that he would suddenly look at her and quickly close the door, as if he had a guilty conscience. This angered Fu Yufeng. Good on you, Gui Yongliang. You said that you were going to have a meeting for a week. Who knew that you would accompany this little B*TCH for plastic surgery? You even ran away when you saw me. You must think that I did not see you, right? Thinking up to this point, Fu Yufeng directly shouted, Gui Yongliang, come in. Gui Yongliang quickly pushed the door open and stared at the exquisite woman in front of him. He was a little stunned. You are? You are Fang Fang? Fu Yufang sneered. I'm Fong Fong? Pretending that you don't know me. Are you having so much fun that you forgot your home? Good. Gui Yongliang, you have grown up. Now you have a guilty conscience, right? You came to the plastic surgery hospital to look for someone. You did not expect to see me here. I want to see who you, Gui Yongliang, have found behind my back. After saying that, Fu Yufang got up and walked out in her slippers. She was very aggressive. She brought with her the background music of a real homewrecker. When Gui Yongliang heard that, he was instantly dumbfounded. He hurriedly carried Fu Yufang back. He quickly explained, Aya, Fong Fong, you misunderstood. I came to see you. I heard that you had plastic surgery and was worried that something would happen to you. I specially came back from overseas to see you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Zhang. Fu Yufang stared at him. You're still trying to quibble. I misjudged you. Gui Yongliang, who did I do plastic surgery for? You heartless thing. End of chapter 149. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.